To that argument said Ageless, drawing back from the neighborhood of Brunhilde, believe me, fair lady, I am very willing to urge your gentleness. But although I shall not venture to say anything of those superior and benevolent powers, to whom you ascribe the management of the world, you will surely not take offense at my noticing those base superstitions, which have been adopted in explanation of what is called by the Magi the evil principle, was there ever received into a human creed a being so mean almost so ridiculous as the Christian, Satan a goatish figure, and limbs with grotesque features formed to express the most execrable passions, a degree of power scarce, inferior to that of the deity, and a talent at the same time scarce, equal to that of the stupidest of the lowest order. What is he this being who is at least the second arbiter of the human race, save an immortal spirit with the petty spleen, and spite of a vindictive old man or old woman? Ageless made a singular pause in this part of his discourse. A mirror of considerable size hung in the apartment, so that the philosopher could see in its reflection the figure of Brunhilde, and remark the change of her countenance, though she had averted her face from him in hatred of the doctrines which he promulgated on this glass. The philosopher had his eyes naturally fixed, and he was confounded at perceiving a figure glide from behind the shadow of a curtain and glare at him, with the supposed mien and expression of the Satan of monkish mythology, or a satyr of the heathen age. Man, said Brunhilde, whose attention was attracted by this extraordinary apparition, as it seemed of the fiend have thy wicked words, and still more wicked thoughts brought the devil amongst us. If so, dismiss him instantly, else by Our Lady of the Broken Lances, thou shalt know better than at present what is the temper of a Frankish maiden, when in presence of the fiend himself, and those who pretend skill to raise him. I wish not to enter into a contest unless compelled. But if I am obliged to join battle with an enemy so horrible, believe me, no one shall say that Brennald have feared him. Ageless, after looking with surprise and horror at the figure, as reflected in the glass, turned back his head, to examine the substance of which the reflection was so strange. The object, however, had disappeared behind the curtain, under which it probably lay hid. And it was after a minute or two that the half-jibing, half-scowling countenance showed itself again in the same position in the mirror. By the god, said Ageless, in whom, but now, said the Countess, you professed unbelief. By the gods, repeated Ageless, in part recovering himself, it is Sylvan, that singular mockery of humanity, who is said to have been brought from Taprobana. I warrant he also believes in his jolly god Pan, or the veteran Sylvanus. He is to the uninitiated a creature whose appearance is full of terrors, but he shrinks before the philosopher like ignorance before knowledge. So saying, he with one hand pulled down the curtain under which the animal had nestled itself, when it entered from the garden window of the pavilion, and with the other, in which he had a staff uplifted, threatened to chastise the creature with the words, how? Now, Sylvanus, what insolence is this to your place? As in uttering these words, he struck the animal the blow unluckily lighted upon his wounded hand, and recalled its bitter smart. The wild temper of the creature, returned unsubdued for the moment by any awe of man, uttering a fierce, and at the same time stifled cry, it flew on the philosopher, and clasped its strong and sinewy arms about his throat with the utmost fury. The old man twisted, and struggled to deliver himself from the creature's grasp. But in vain. Sylvan kept hold of his prize, compressed his sinewy arms, and abode by his purpose of not quitting his hold of the philosopher's throat till he had breathed his last two. More bitter yells accompanied each with a desperate contortion of the countenance and squeeze of the hands, concluded in less than 5 minutes. The dreadful strife, Ageless lay dead upon the ground, and his assassin Sylvan, springing from the body, as if terrified and alarmed at what he had done, made his escape by the window. The Countess stood in astonishment, not knowing exactly whether she had witnessed a supernatural display of the judgment of heaven, or an instance of its vengeance by mere mortal means. Her new attendant Vexelia was no less astonished, though her acquaintance with the animal was considerably more intimate. Lady, she said, that gigantic creature is an animal of great strength, resembling mankind in form but huge in its size, and encouraged by its immense power, sometimes malevolent in its intercourse with mortals. I have heard the Varangians often talk of it as belonging to the Imperial Museum. It is fitting we remove the body of this unhappy man and hide it in a plot of shrubbery in the garden. It is not likely that he will be missed tonight, and tomorrow there will be other matter astir which will probably prevent much inquiry about him. The Countess Brunhilde assented, for she was not one of those timorous females to whom the countenances of the dead are objects of terror. Trusting to the parole which she had given, Ageless had permitted the Countess and her attendant the freedom of his gardens of that part, at least adjacent to the pavilion. They therefore were in little risk of interruption, as they bore forth the dead body between them, and without much trouble disposed of it in the thickest part of one of the bosques, with which the garden was studded. As they returned to their place of abode or confinement, the Countess, half speaking to herself, half addressing Vexillia, said, "I am sorry for this, not that the infamous wretch did not deserve the full punishment of heaven coming upon him, in the very moment of blasphemy and infidelity, but because the courage and truth of the unfortunate Brunhilde may be brought into suspicion, as his slaughter took place when he was alone with her and her attendant, and as no one was witness of the singular manner in which the old blasphemer met his end. Thou knowest," she added, addressing herself to Heaven, "thou, blessed Lady of the broken lances, the protectress both of Brunhilde and her husband, well knowest that whatever faults may be mine, I am free from the slightest suspicion of treachery, and into thy hands I put my cause with a perfect reliance upon thy wisdom and bounty, to bear evidence in my favor." So saying, they returned to the lodge unseen, and with pious and submissive prayers, the Countess closed that eventful evening. Chapter the 26th. Will you hear of a Spanish lady? How she wooed an Englishman. Garments gay as rich as may be. Decked with jewels she had on. Of a comely countenance and grace was she, and by birth and parentage of high degree. Old ballad. We left Alexius Comnenus after he had unloaded his conscience in the ears of the patriarch, and received from him a faithful assurance of the pardon and patronage of the national church. He took leave of the dignitary, with some exulting exclamations, so unexplicitly expressed, however, that it was by no means easy to conceive the meaning of what he said. His first inquiry when he reached the Blackwernel being for his daughter, he was directed to the room encrusted with beautifully carved marble from which she herself and many of her race derived the proud appellation of Porphyrogenita, or born in the purple. Her countenance was clouded with anxiety, which at the sight of her father broke out into open and uncontrollable grief. "Daughter," said the emperor with a harshness little common to his manner, and a seriousness which he sternly maintained, instead of sympathizing with his daughter's affliction, "as you would prevent the silly fool with whom you are connected from displaying himself to the public both as an ungrateful monster and a traitor, you will not fail to exhort him by due submission to make his petition for pardon accompanied with a full confession of his crimes, or by my scepter and my crown he shall die the death, nor will I pardon any who rushes upon his doom in an open tone of defiance, under such a standard of rebellion as my ungrateful son-in-law has hoisted." "What can you require of me, father?" said the princess. "Can you expect that I am to dip my own hands in the blood of this unfortunate man, or wilt thou seek a revenge, yet more bloody than that which was exacted by the deities of antiquity upon those criminals who offended against their divine power?" "Think not so, my daughter," said the emperor, "but rather believe that thou hast the last opportunity afforded by my filial affection of rescuing perhaps from death that silly fool thy husband who has so richly deserved it." "My father," said the princess, "God knows it is not at your risk that I would wish to purchase the life of Nicephorus, but he has been the father of my children, though they are now no more, and women cannot forget that such a tie has existed, even though it has been broken by fate. Permit me only to hope that the unfortunate culprit shall have an opportunity of retrieving his errors, nor shall it, believe me, be my fault if he resumes those practices treasonable at once and unnatural, by which his life is at present in danger." "Follow me then, daughter," said the emperor, "and know that to thee alone I am about to entrust a secret upon which the safety of my life and crown, as well as the pardon of my son-in-law's life, will be found eventually to depend." He then assumed in haste the garment of a slave of the seraglio, and commanded his daughter to arrange her dress in a more succinct form, and to take in her hand a lighted lamp. "Whither are we going?" my father said, Anna Komnena. "It matters not," replied her father, "since my destiny calls me, and since thine ordains thee to be my torchbearer. Believe it, and record it if thou darest in thy book, that Alexius Comnenus does not without alarm descend into those awful dungeons which his predecessors built for men, even when his intentions are innocent and free from harm. Be silent, and should we meet any inhabitant of those inferior regions, speak not a word, nor make any observation upon his appearance." Passing through the intricate apartments of the palace, they now came to that large hall through which Hereward had passed on the first night of his introduction to the place of Anna's recitation. Called the Temple of the Muses, it was constructed as we have said of black marble. Dimly illuminated at the upper end of the apartment was a small altar, on which was laid some incense, while over the smoke was suspended, as if projecting from the wall, two imitations of human hands and arms which were but imperfectly seen. At the bottom of this hall, a small iron door led to a narrow and winding staircase, resembling a drawwell in shape, and size the steps of which were excessively steep, and which the emperor, after a solemn gesture to his daughter, commanding her attendance, began to descend with the imperfect light, and by the narrow and difficult steps by which those who visited the under regions of the Black Wernal seemed to bid adieu to the light of day door after door, they passed in their descent leading it was probable to different ranges of dungeons from which was obscurely heard the stifled voice of groans and sighs, such as attracted hereward's attention on a former occasion. The emperor took no notice of these signs of human misery, and 3 stories or ranges of dungeons had been already passed ere the father and daughter arrived at the lowest story of the building, the base of which was the solid rock roughly carved upon which were erected the side walls and arches of solid but unpolished marble. Here said Alexius Comnenus, all hope, all expectation takes farewell at the turn of a hinge, or the grating of a lock, yet shall not this be always the casa dead, shall revive and resume their right, and the disinherited of these regions shall again prefer their claim to inhabit the upper world if I cannot entreat heaven to my assistance, be assured, my daughter, that rather than be the poor animal which I have stooped to be thought and even to be painted in thy history, I would sooner brave every danger of the multitude which now erect themselves betwixt me and safety. Nothing is resolved save that I will live and die an emperor. And thou, Anna, be assured that if there is power in the beauty, or in the talents of which so much has been boasted, that power shall be this evening exercised to the advantage of thy parent from whom it is derived. What is it that you mean, imperial Father Holy Virgin? Is this the promise you made me to save the life of the unfortunate Nicephorus? And so I will, said the emperor, and I am now about that action of benevolence. But think not I will once more warm in my bosom the household snake, which had so nearly stung me to death. No, daughter, I have provided for thee a fitting husband in one who is able to maintain and defend the rights of the emperor thy father, and beware how thou opposest an obstacle to what is my pleasure, for behold these walls of marble, though unpolished, and recollect it, is as possible to die within the marble as to be born there. The Princess Anna Komnena was frightened at seeing her father in a state of mind entirely different from any which she had before witnessed. O heaven, that my mother were here, she ejaculated in the terror of something she hardly knew what. Anna, said the emperor, your fears and your screams are alike in vain. I am one of those who on ordinary occasions hardly nourish a wish of my own, and account myself obliged to those who, like my wife and daughter, take care to save me all the trouble of free judgment. But when the vessel is among the breakers, and the master is called to the helm, believe that no meaner hand shall be permitted to interfere with him, nor will the wife and daughter whom he indulged in prosperity be allowed to thwart his will while he can yet call it his own. Thou couldst scarcely fail to understand that I was almost prepared to have given thee as a mark of my sincerity to yonder obscure Varangian, without asking question of either birth or blood. Thou mayst hear, when I next promise thee to a 3 years inhabitant of these vaults, who shall be Caesar in Briennius' stead, if I can move him to accept a princess for his bride, and an imperial crown for his inheritance in place of a starving dungeon. I tremble at your words, father, said Anna Komnena. How canst thou trust a man who has felt thy cruelty? How canst thou dream that aught can ever in sincerity reconcile thee to one whom thou hast deprived of his eyesight? Care not for that, said Alexius, he becomes mine, or he shall never know what it is to be again his own. And thou, girl, mayst rest assured that if I will it thou art next day the bride of my present captive, or thou retirest to the most severe nunnery, never again to mix with society. Be silent therefore, and await thy doom as it shall come, and hope not that thy utmost endeavors can avert the current of thy destiny. As he concluded this singular dialogue, in which he had assumed a tone to which his daughter was a stranger, and before which she trembled, he passed on through more than one strictly fastened door, while his daughter, with a faltering step, illuminated him on the obscure road. At length, he found admittance by another passage into the cell in which Ursel was confined, and found him reclining in hopeless misery, all those expectations having faded from his heart, which the Count of Paris had by his indomitable gallantry for a time excited. He turned his sightless eyes towards the place where he heard the moving of bolts and the approach of steps. A new feature, he said, in my imprisonment. A man comes with a heavy and determined step, and a woman or a child with one that scarcely presses the floor. Is it my death that you bring? Believe me that I have lived long enough in these dungeons to bid my doom welcome. It is not thy death, noble Ursel, said the emperor in a voice somewhat disguised. Life, liberty, Whatever the world has to give is placed by the Emperor Alexius at the feet of his noble enemy, and he trusts that many years of happiness and power together with the command of a large share of the empire will soon obliterate the recollection of the dungeons of the Black Wernal. It cannot be, said Ursel, with a sigh, he upon whose eyes the sun has set, even at middle day, can have nothing left to hope from the most advantageous change of circumstances. You are not entirely assured of that, said the emperor. Allow us to convince you that what is intended towards you is truly favorable and liberal. And I hope you will be rewarded by finding that there is more possibility of amendment in your case than your first apprehensions are willing to receive. Make an effort and try whether your eyes are not sensible of the light of the lamp. Do with me, said Ursel, according to your pleasure. I have neither strength to remonstrate, nor the force of mind equal, to make me set your cruelty at defiance. Of something like light I am sensible, but whether it is reality or illusion I cannot determine. If you're come to deliver me from this living sepulchre, I pray God to requite you, and if under such deceitful pretense you mean to take my life, I can only commend my soul to heaven, and the vengeance due to my death to him who can behold the darkest places in which injustice can shroud itself. So saying, and the revulsion of his spirits rendering him unable to give almost any other signs of existence, Ursel sunk back upon his seat of captivity, and spoke not another word during the time that Alexius disembarrassed him of those chains, which had so long hung about him, that they almost seemed to make a part of his person. This is an affair in which thy aid can scarce be sufficient, Anna, said the emperor. It would have been well if you and I could have borne him into the open air, by our joint strength, for there is little wisdom in showing the secrets of this prison house to those to whom they are not yet known. Nevertheless, go, my child, and at a short distance from the head of the staircase, which we descended, thou wilt find Edward the bold and trusty Varangian, who on your communicating to him my orders will come hither and render his assistance. And see that you send also the experienced leech Dubbin. Terrified, half stifled, and half struck with horror, the lady yet felt a degree of relief from the somewhat milder tone in which her father addressed her. With tottering steps, yet in some measure encouraged by the tenor of her instructions, she ascended the staircase which yawned upon these infernal dungeons. As she approached the top, a large and strong figure threw its broad shadow between the lamp and the opening of the hall. Frightened nearly to death at the thoughts of becoming the wife of a squalid wretch like Ursel, a moment of weakness seized upon the princess' mind, and when she considered the melancholy option which her father had placed before her, she could not but think that the handsome and gallant Varangian, who had already rescued the royal family from such imminent danger, was a fitter person with whom to unite herself, if she must needs make a second choice than the singular and disgusting being whom her father's policy had raked from the bottom of the Blackwernal dungeons. I will not say of poor Anna Komnena, who was a timid but not an unfeeling woman, that she would have embraced such a proposal, had not the life of her present husband Nicephorus Briennius been in extreme danger, and it was obviously the determination of the emperor that if he spared him, it should be on the sole condition of unloosing his daughter's hand and binding her to some one of better faith and possessed of a greater desire to prove an affectionate son-in-law. Neither did the plan of adopting the Varangian as a second husband enter decidedly into the mind of the princess. The present was a moment of danger in which her rescue, to be successful, must be sudden, and perhaps, if once achieved, the lady might have had an opportunity of freeing herself both from Ursel and the Varangian without disjoining either of them from her father's assistance, or of herself, losing it. At any rate, the surest means of safety were to secure, if possible, the young soldier whose features and appearance were of a kind which rendered the task no way disagreeable to a beautiful woman. The schemes of conquest are so natural to the fair sex, and the whole idea passed so quickly through Anna Komnena's mind that, having first entered, while the soldier's shadow was interposed between her and the lamp, it had fully occupied her quick imagination, when with deep reverence and great surprise at her sudden appearance on the ladder of Acheron, the Varangian advancing knelt down, and lent his arm to the assistance of the fair lady, in order to help her out of the dreary staircase. Dearest Hereward, said the lady with a degree of intimacy, which seemed unusual, how much do I rejoice in this dreadful night to have fallen under your protection. I have been in places which the spirit of hell appears to have contrived for the human race. The alarm of the princess, the familiarity of a beautiful woman, who while in mortal fear seeks refuge like a frightened dove in the bosom of the strong, and the brave, must be the excuse of Anna Komnena for the tender epithet with which she greeted Hereward, nor, if he had chosen to answer in the same tone, which, faithful as he was, might have proved the case, if the meeting had chanced before he saw Bertha with the daughter of Alexius, have been, to say the truth, irreconcilably. Offended, exhausted, as she was, she suffered herself to repose upon the broad breast and shoulder of the Anglo-Saxon, nor did she make an attempt to recover herself, although the decorum of her sex and station seemed to recommend such an exertion. Hereward was obliged himself to ask her with the unimpassioned and reverential demeanor of a private soldier to a princess, whether he ought to summon her female attendants, to which she faintly uttered a negative no. No, said she, I have a duty to execute for my father, and I must not summon eyewitnessesh knows me to be in safety hereward, since he knows I am with thee. And if I am a burden to you in my present state of weakness, I shall soon recover, if you will set me down upon the marble steps. Heaven forbid, lady, said Hereward, that I were thus neglectful of your highness' gracious health. I see your two young ladies, Astarte and Violante, are in quest of you. Permit me to summon them hither, and I will keep watch upon you if you are unable to retire to your chamber, where methinks the present disorder of your nerves will be most properly treated. Do as thou wilt, barbarian, said the princess, rallying herself with a certain degree of pique, arising perhaps from her not thinking more dramatis personae were appropriate to the scene than the two who were already upon the stage. Then, as if for the first time appearing to recollect the message with which she had been commissioned, she exhorted the Varangian to repair instantly to her father. On such occasions, the slightest circumstances have their effect on the actors. The Anglo-Saxon was sensible that the princess was somewhat offended, though whether she was so on account of her being actually in Hereward's arms, or whether the cause of her anger was the being nearly discovered there by the two young maidens, the sentinel did not presume to guess, but departed for the gloomy vaults to join Alexius, with the never-failing, double-edged axe, the bane of many a Turk, glittering upon his shoulder. Astarte and her companion had been dispatched by the Empress Irene in search of Anna Comnena through those apartments of the palace, which she was wont to inhabit. The daughter of Alexius could nowhere be found, although the business on which they were seeking her was described by the Empress as of the most pressing nature. Nothing, however, in a palace passes altogether unespied, so that the Empress messengers at length received information that their mistress and the Emperor had been seen to descend that gloomy access to the dungeons, which by allusion to the classical infernal regions was termed the pit of Acheron. They came thither accordingly, and we have related the consequences. Hereward thought it necessary to say that her Imperial Highness had swooned upon being suddenly brought into the upper air. The princess, on the other part, briskly shook off her juvenile attendants, and declared herself ready to proceed to the chamber of her mother. The obeisance which she made Hereward at parting had something in it of haughtiness, yet evidently qualified by a look of friendship and regard. As she passed an apartment in which some of the royal slaves were in waiting, she addressed to one of them, an old respectable man of medical skill, a private, and hurried order, desiring him to go to the assistance of her father, whom he would find at the bottom of the staircase, called the pit of Acheron, and to take his scimitar along with him. To hear, as usual, was to obey, and Dubbin, for that was his name, only replied by that significant sign, which indicates immediate acquiescence. In the meantime, Anna Comnena herself hastened onward to her mother's apartments, in which she found the Empress alone. Go hence, maiden, said Irene, and do not let anyone have access to these apartments. Even if the Emperor himself should command it, shut the door, she said, Anna Comnena, and if the jealousy of the stronger sex do not allow us the masculine privileges of bolts and bars to secure the insides of our apartments, let us avail ourselves as quickly as may be of such opportunities as are permitted us, and remember, princess, that however implicit your duty to your father, it is yet more so to me, who am of the same sex with thyself, and may truly call thee even according to the letter blood of my blood and bone of my bone. Be assured thy father knows not at this moment the feelings of a woman, neither he nor any man alive can justly conceive the pangs of the heart which beats under a woman's robe. These men, Anna, would tear asunder, without scruple, the tenderest ties of affection, the whole structure of domestic felicity, in which lie a woman's cares, her joy, her pain, her love, and her despair. Trust therefore to me, my daughter, and believe me, I will at once save thy father's crown and thy happiness. The conduct of thy husband has been wrong, most cruelly wrong. But Anna, he is a man, and in calling him such I lay to his charge, as natural frailties, thoughtless treachery, want, and infidelity, every species of folly and inconsistency, to which his race is subject. You ought not therefore to think of his faults unless it be to forgive them. Madam, said Anna Comnena, forgive me if I remind you that you recommend to a princess born in the purple itself a line of conduct which would hardly become the female who carries the pitcher for the needful supply of water to the village. Well, all who are around me have been taught to pay me the obeisance due to my birth. And while this Nicephorus Briennius crept on his knees to your daughter's hand, which you extended towards him, he was rather receiving the yoke of a mistress than accepting a household alliance with a wife. He has incurred his doom, without a touch even of that temptation, which may be pled by lesser culprits in his condition. And if it is the will of my father that he should die, or suffer banishment, or imprisonment for the crime he has committed, it is not the business of Anna Komnena to interfere, she being the most injured among the imperial family, who have in so many and such gross respects the right to complain of his falsehood. Daughter, replied the empress, so far I agree with you, that the treason of Nicephorus towards your father and myself has been in a great degree unpardonable, nor do I easily see on what footing save that of generosity his life could be saved. But still, you are yourself in different circumstances from me and may as an affectionate and fond wife. Compare the intimacies of your former habits with the bloody change, which is so soon to be the consequence and the conclusion of his crimes. He is possessed of that person, and of those features which women most readily recall to their memory, whether alive or dead. Think what it will cost you to recollect that the rugged executioner received his last salute at the shapely neck had no better repose than the rough block that, the tongue, the sound of which you used to prefer to the choicest instruments of music, is silent in the dust. Anna, who was not insensible to the personal graces of her husband, was much affected by this forcible appeal. Why distress me thus, mother? She replied in a weeping accent. Did I not feel as acutely as you would have me to do this moment? However awful would be easily borne I had, but to think of him as he is, to contrast his personal qualities with those of the mind, by which they are more than overbalanced, and resign myself to his deserved fate, with unresisting submission to my father's will. And that, said the empress, would be to bind thee by his sole fiat to some obscure wretch, whose habits of plotting and intriguing had, by some miserable chance, given him the opportunity of becoming of importance to the emperor, and who is therefore to be rewarded by the hand of Anna Komnena. Do not think so meanly of me, madam, said the princess. I know, as well as ever Grecian maiden did, how I should free myself from dishonor, and you may trust me, you shall never blush for your daughter. Tell me not that, said the empress, since I shall blush alike for the relentless cruelty, which gives up a once beloved husband to an ignominious death, and for the passion for which I want a name, which would replace him by an obscure barbarian from the extremity of Thule, or some wretch escaped from the Blackwernel dungeons. The princess was astonished to perceive that her mother was acquainted with the purposes, even the most private, which her father had formed for his governance during this emergency. She was ignorant that Alexius and his royal consort, in other respects, living together with a decency ever exemplary in people of their rank, had sometimes on interesting occasions family debates, in which the husband, provoked by the seeming unbelief of his partner, was tempted to let her guess more of his real purposes than he would have coolly imparted of his own calm choice. The princess was affected at the anticipation of the death of her husband, nor could this have been reasonably supposed to be otherwise. But she was still more hurt and affronted by her mother, taking it for granted that she designed upon the instant to replace the Caesar by an uncertain, and at all events, an unworthy successor, whatever considerations had operated to make hereward her choice their effect was lost, when the match was placed in this odious and degrading point of view, besides which is to be remembered that women almost instinctively deny their first thoughts in favor of a suitor, and seldom willingly reveal them, unless time and circumstance concur to favor them. She called heaven therefore passionately to witness while she repelled the charge. Bear witness, she said, Our Lady Queen of Heaven, bear witness, saints and martyrs, all ye blessed ones, who are more than ourselves the guardians of our mental purity, that I know no passion which I dare not avow, and that if Nicephorus' life depended on my entreaty to God and men, all his injurious acts towards me disregarded, and despised it should be as long as heaven gave to those servants whom it snatched from the earth, without suffering the pangs of mortality. You have sworn boldly, said the Empress C. Anna Komnena, that you keep your word, for believe me, it will be tried. What will be tried, mother, said the princess, or what have I to do to pronounce the doom of the Caesar, who is not subject to my power? I will show you, said the empress gravely, and leading her towards a sort of wardrobe, which formed a closet in the wall, she withdrew a curtain which hung before it, and placed before her unfortunate husband Nicephorus Briennius, half attired, with his sword drawn in his hand, looking upon him as an enemy and conscious of some schemes with respect to him, which had passed through her mind in the course of these troubles. The princess screamed faintly upon perceiving him so near her with a weapon in his hand. Be more composed, said the empress, or this wretched man, if discovered falls no less a victim to thy idle fears than to thy baneful revenge. Nicephorus at this speech seemed to have adopted his cue for dropping the point of his sword, and falling on his knees before the princess, he clasped his hands to entreat for mercy. What hast thou to ask from me? Said his wife, naturally assured by her husband's prostration that the stronger force was upon her own side. What hast thou to ask from me? That outraged gratitude betrayed affection, the most solemn vows violated, and the fondest ties of nature torn asunder like the spider's broken web, will permit thee to put in words for very shame. Do not suppose, Anna, replied the suppliant, that I am, at this eventful period of my life, to play the hypocrite for the purpose of saving the wretched remnant of a dishonored existence. I am but desirous to part in charity with thee, to make my peace with heaven, and to nourish the last hope of making my way, though burdened with many crimes, to those regions, in which alone I can find thy beauty, thy talents equaled at least, if not excelled. You hear him, daughter, said Irene, his boon is for forgiveness alone, thy condition is the more godlike, since thou mayst unite the safety of his life with the pardon of his offenses. Thou art deceived, mother, answered Anna, it is not mine to pardon his guilt, far less to remit his punishment. You have taught me to think of myself as future ages shall know me. What will they say of me, those future ages, when I am described as the unfeeling daughter who pardoned the intended assassin of her father, because she saw in him her own unfaithful husband? See there, said the Caesar, is not that most serene empress the very point of despair? And have I not in vain offered my lifeblood to wipe out the stain of parricide and ingratitude? Have I not also vindicated myself from the most unpardonable part of the accusation, which charged me with attempting the murder of the godlike emperor? Have I not sworn by all that is sacred to man that my purpose went no farther than to sequestrate Alexius for a little time from the fatigues of empire, and place him where he should quietly enjoy ease and tranquility, while at the same time his empire should be as implicitly regulated by himself, his sacred pleasure being transmitted through me, as in any respect or at any period it had ever been? Erring man, said the princess, hast thou approached so near to the footstool of Alexius Comnenus, and durst thou form so false an estimate of him, as to conceive it possible that he would consent to be a mere puppet, by whose intervention you might have brought his empire into submission? No, that the blood of Comnenus is not so poor my father would have resisted the treason in arms, and by the death of thy benefactor only couldst thou have gratified the suggestions of thy criminal ambition. Be such your belief, said the Caesar, I have said enough for a life, which is not and ought not to be dear to me. Call your guards, and let them take the life of the unfortunate Bryennius, since it has become hateful to his once beloved Anna Comnena. Be not afraid that any resistance of mine shall render the scene of my apprehension dubious or fatal. Nicephorus Bryennius is Caesar no longer, and he thus throws at the feet of his princess and spouse the only poor means which he has of resisting the just doom which is therefore at her pleasure to pass. He cast his sword before the feet of the princess, while Irene exclaimed, weeping, or seeming to weep bitterly, I have indeed read of such scenes, but could I ever have thought that my own daughter would have been the principal actress in one of them? Could I ever have thought that her mind, admired by every one as a palace for the occupation of Apollo, and the muses should not have had room enough for the humbler but more amiable virtue of feminine charity and compassion, which builds itself a nest in the bosom of the lowest village girl? Do thy gifts, accomplishments, and talents spread hardness as well as polish over thy heart? If so, 100 times better renounce them all and retain in their stead those gentle and domestic virtues, which are the first honors of the female heart. A woman who is pitiless is a worse monster than one who is unsexed by any other passion. What would you have me do, said Anna? You, mother, ought to know better than I that the life of my father is hardly consistent with the existence of this bold and cruel man. Oh, I am sure he still meditates his purpose of conspiracy. He that could deceive a woman in the manner he has done me will not relinquish a plan which is founded upon the death of his benefactor. You do me injustice, Anna, said Bryennius, starting up and imprinting a kiss upon her lips. Ere she was aware by this caress the last that will pass between us, I swear that if in my life I have yielded to folly, I have notwithstanding never been guilty of a treason of the heart, towards a woman as superior to the rest of the female world, in talents and accomplishments, as in personal beauty. The princess, much softened, shook her head, as she replied, on ice for such, were once your words, such perhaps were then your thoughts, but who or what shall now warrant to me the veracity of either? Those very accomplishments, and that very beauty itself replied. Nice for us. And if more is wanting, said Irene, thy mother will enter her security for him, deem her not an insufficient pledge in this affair. She is thy mother, and the wife of Alexius Comnenus interested, beyond all human beings, in the growth and increase of the power and dignity of her husband, and her child, and one who sees on this occasion an opportunity for exercising generosity, for soldering up the breaches of the imperial house, and reconstructing the frame of government upon a basis which, if there be faith and gratitude in man, shall never be again exposed to hazard. To the reality of that faith and gratitude, then said the princess, we must trust implicitly, as it is your will, mother, although even my own knowledge of the subject, both through study and experience of the world, has called me to observe the rashness of such confidence. But although we too may forgive nice for us errors, the emperor is still the person to whom the final reference must be had both as to pardon and favor. Fear not, Alexius, answered her mother, he will speak determinedly and decidedly. But if he acts not in the very moment of forming the resolution, it is no more to be relied on than an icicle in time of thaw. Do thou apprise me, if thou canst, what the emperor is at present doing, and take my word I will find means to bring him round to our opinion. Must I then betray secrets which my father has entrusted to me, said the princess, and to one who has so lately held the character of his avowed enemy? Call it not betray, said Irene, since it is written, thou shalt betray no one, least of all thy father, and the father of the empire. Yet again, it is written by the holy Luke that men shall be betrayed both by parents and brethren, and kinsfolk and friends, and therefore surely also by daughters, by which I only mean thou shalt discover to us thy father's secrets so far as may enable us to save the life of thy husband. The necessity of the case excuses whatever may be otherwise considered as irregular. Be it so then, mother, having yielded my consent, perhaps too easily, to snatch this malefactor from my father's justice, I am sensible I must secure his safety by such means as are in my power. I left my father at the bottom of those stairs, called the pit of Acheron, in the cell of a blind man to whom he gave the name of Ursel. Holy Mary, exclaimed the empress, thou hast named a name which has been long unspoken in the open air. Has the emperor's sense of his danger from the living, said the Caesar induced him to invoke the dead for Ursel, has been no living man for the space of 3 years. It matters not, said Anna Comnena. I tell you true, my father even now held conference with a miserable-looking prisoner, whom he so named. It is a danger the more, said the Caesar, he cannot have forgotten the zeal with which I embraced the cause of the present emperor against his own, and so soon as he is at liberty, he will study to avenge it. For this we must endeavor to make some provision, though it increases our difficulties. Sit down then, my gentle, my beneficent mother, and thou, my wife, who hast preferred thy love for an unworthy husband to the suggestions of jealous passion and of headlong revenge. Sit down, and let us see in what manner it may be in our power, consistently with your duty to the emperor, to bring our broken vessel securely into port. He employed much natural grace of manner in handing the mother and daughter to their seats, and taking his place confidentially between them, all were soon engaged in concerting what measures should be taken for the morrow, not forgetting such as should at once have the effect of preserving the Caesar's life, and at the same time of securing the Grecian Empire against the conspiracy of which he had been the chief instigator. Bryennius ventured to hint that perhaps the best way would be to suffer the conspiracy to proceed as originally intended, pledging his own faith that the rights of Alexius should be held inviolate during the struggle. But his influence over the empress and her daughter did not extend to obtaining so great a trust. They plainly protested against permitting him to leave the palace, or taking the least share in the confusion which tomorrow was certain to witness. You forget, noble ladies, said the Caesar, that my honor is concerned in meeting the Count of Paris. Pshaw, tell me not of your honor, Bryennius, said Anna Comnena. Do I not well know that, although the honor of the Western knights be a species of Moloch, a flesh-devouring, blood-quaffing demon, yet that which is the god of idolatry to the Eastern warriors, though equally loud and noisy in the hall, is far less implacable in the field. Believe not that I have forgiven great injuries and insults, in order to take such false coin as honor. In payment your ingenuity is but poor if you cannot devise some excuse which will satisfy the Greeks, and in good sooth, Bryennius, to this battle, you go not whether for your good, or for your Roman 99, believe not that I will consent to your meeting either count or countess, whether in warlike combat or amorous parley, so you may at a word count upon remaining prisoner here, until the hour appointed for such gross folly be past and over. The Caesar perhaps was not in his heart angry that his wife's pleasure was so bluntly and resolutely expressed against the intended combat. If, said he, you are determined to take my honor into your own, keeping I am here for the present your prisoner, nor have I the means of interfering with your pleasure. When once at liberty, the free exercise of my valor and my lance is once more my own. Be it so, Sir Paladin, said the princess very composedly. I have good hope that neither of them will involve you with any of yon daredevils of Paris, whether male or female, and that we will regulate the pitch to which your courage soars by the estimation of Greek philosophy and the judgment of our blessed Lady of Mercy, not her of the broken lances. At this moment, an authoritative knock at the door alarmed the consultation of the Caesar and the ladies. Chapter the 20th. Physician, be comforted, good madam, the great rage you see is cured in him, and yet it is danger to make him even o'er the time he has lost. Desire him to go and trouble him no more. Till further settling. King Lear. We left the Emperor Alexius Comnenus at the bottom of a subterranean vault, with a lamp expiring, and having charge of a prisoner who seemed himself nearly reduced to the same extremity. For the first 2 or 3 moments he listened, after his daughter's retiring footsteps. He grew impatient, and began to long for her return before it was possible she could have traversed the path betwixt him and the summit of these gloomy stairs. A minute or two, he endured with patience the absence of the assistance which he had sent her to summon, but strange suspicions began to cross his imagination. Could it be possible, had she changed her purpose on account of the hard words which he had used towards her? Had she resolved to leave her father to his fate in his hour of utmost need? And was he to rely no longer upon the assistance which he had implored her to send? The short time which the princess trifled away in a sort of gallantry with the Varangian hereward was magnified tenfold by the impatience of the emperor, who began to think that she was gone to fetch the accomplices of the Caesar to assault their prince in his defenseless condition, and carry into effect their half-disconcerted conspiracy. After a considerable time filled up with this feeling of agonizing uncertainty, he began at length more composedly to recollect the little chance there was that the princess would even for her own sake resentful, as she was in the highest degree of her husband's ill behavior, join her resources to his, to the destruction of one who had so generally showed himself an indulgent and affectionate father when he had adopted this better mood. A step was heard upon the staircase, and after a long and unequal descent, Hereward in his heavy armor at length coolly arrived at the bottom of the steps behind him, panting, and trembling partly with cold and partly with terror, came Dubbin the slave, well skilled in medicine. Welcome, good Edward, welcome, Dubbin, he said, whose medical skill is sufficiently able to counterbalance the weight of years which hang upon him. Your Highness is gracious, said Dubbin, but what he would have farther said was cut off by a violent fit of coughing, the consequence of his age, of his feeble habit of the damps of the dungeon, and the rugged exercise of descending the long and difficult staircase. Thou art unaccustomed to visit thy patients in so rough an abode, said Alexius, and nevertheless, to the damps of these dreary regions state necessity obliges us to confine many who are no less our beloved subjects in reality than they are in title. The medical man continued his cough perhaps as an apology for not giving that answer of assent, with which his conscience did not easily permit him to reply to an observation, which though stated by one who should know the fact seemed not to be in itself altogether likely. Yes, my Dubbin, said the emperor, in this strong case of steel and adamant, have we found it necessary to enclose the redoubted Ursel, whose fame is spread through the whole world both for military skill, political wisdom, personal bravery, and other noble gifts which we have been obliged to obscure for a time in order that we might at the fittest conjuncture, which is now arrived, restore them to the world in their full luster, feel his pulse. Therefore, Dubbin, consider him as one who hath suffered severe confinement with all its privations, and is about to be suddenly restored to the full enjoyment of life, and whatever renders life valuable. I will do my best, said Dubbin, but your majesty must consider that we work upon a frail and exhausted subject, whose health seems already well nigh gone, and may perhaps vanish in an instant like this pale and trembling light, whose precarious condition, the life-breath of this unfortunate patient, seems closely to resemble. Desire, therefore, good Dubbin, one or two of the mutes who serve in the interior, and who have repeatedly been thy assistants in such case, sir. Stay, Edward, thy motions will be more speedy. Do thou go for the mutus make, Them bring some kind of litter to transport the patient, and Dubin do. Thou superintend the whole transport him instantly to a suitable apartment, only taking care that it be secret, and let him enjoy the comforts of the bath, and whatever else may tend to restore his feeble animation, keeping in mind that he must if possible appear tomorrow in the field. That will be hard, said Dubin, after having been it would appear subjected to such fare, and such usage as his fluctuating pulse intimates, but too plainly. 'Twas a mistake of the dungeon keeper, the inhuman villain, who should not go without his reward. Continued the emperor, had not heaven already bestowed it by the strange means of a sylvan man, or native of the woods, who yesterday put to death the jailer who meditated the death of his prisoner? Yes. My dear Dubin, a private sentinel of our guards, called the Immortal, had well-nigh annihilated this flower of our trust, whom for a time we were compelled to immure in secret. Then, indeed, a rude hammer had dashed to pieces an unparalleled brilliant, but the fates have arrested such a misfortune. The assistants having arrived, the physician, who seemed more accustomed to act than to speak, directed a bath to be prepared with medicated herbs, and gave it as his opinion that the patient should not be disturbed, till tomorrow's sun was high in the heavens. Ursel, accordingly, was assisted to the bath, which was employed according to the directions of the physician, but without affording any material symptoms of recovery. From thence he was transferred to a cheerful bedchamber opening by an ample window to one of the terraces of the palace, which commanded an extensive prospect. These operations were performed upon a frame, so extremely stupefied by previous suffering, so dead to the usual sensations of existence, that it was not till the sensibility should be gradually restored by friction of the stiffened limbs, and other means that the leech hoped the mists of the intellect should at length begin to clear away. Dubin readily undertook to obey the commands of the emperor, and remained by the bed of the patient, until the dawn of morning, ready to support nature, as far as the skill of leechcraft admitted. From the mutes much more accustomed to be the executioners of the emperor's displeasure than of his humanity, Dubin selected one man of milder mood, and by Alexius' order made him understand that the ask in which he was engaged was to be kept most strictly secret, while the hardened slave was astonished to find that the attentions paid to the sick were to be rendered with yet more mystery than the bloody offices of death and torture. The passive patient received the various acts of attention which were rendered to him in silence, and if not totally without consciousness, at least without a distinct comprehension of their object, after the soothing operation of the bath and the voluptuous exchange of the rude and musty pile of straw on which he had stretched himself for years for a couch of the softest down. Ursel was presented with a sedative draught slightly tinctured. With an opiate, the balmy restorer of nature came thus invoked, and the captive sunk into a delicious slumber long unknown to him, and which seemed to occupy equally his mental faculties and his bodily frame, while the features were released from their rigid tenor, and the posture of the limbs, no longer disturbed by fits of cramp and sudden and agonizing twists and throws, seemed changed for a placid state of the most perfect ease and tranquillity. The morn was already coloring the horizon, and the freshness of the breeze of dawn had insinuated itself into the lofty halls of the palace of the Black Wernal, when a gentle tap at the door of the chamber awakened Dubin, who, undisturbed from the calm state of his patient, had indulged himself in a brief repose. The door opened, and a figure appeared disguised in the robes worn by an officer of the palace, and concealed beneath an artificial beard of great size, and of a white color, the features of the emperor himself. Dubin said, Alexius, how fares it with thy patient, whose safety is this day of such consequence to the Grecian state? Well, my lord, replied the physician, excellently well, and if he is not now disturbed, I will wager whatever skill I possess that nature, assisted by the art of the physician, will triumph over the damps and the unwholesome air of the impure dungeon. Only be prudent, my lord, and let not an untimely haste bring this Ursel forward into the contest ere he has arranged the disturbed current of his ideas, and recovered in some degree the spring of his mind and the powers of his body. I will rule my impatience, said the emperor, or rather Dubin, I will be ruled by thee. Thinkest thou he is awake? I am inclined to think so, said the leech, but he opens not his eyes, and seems to me as if he absolutely resisted the natural impulse to rouse himself and look around him. Speak to him, said the emperor, and let us know what is passing in his mind. It is at some risk, replied the physician, but you shall be obeyed, Ursel, he said, approaching the bed of his blind patient, and then in a louder tone he repeated again, Ursel, Ursel. Peace, hush, muttered the patient, disturb not the blessed in their ecstasy, again recall the most miserable of mortals to finish the draught of bitterness, which his fate had compelled him to commence. Again, again, said the emperor aside to Dubin, try him. Yet again, it is of importance for me to know in what degree he possesses his senses, or in what measure they have disappeared from him. I would not, however, said the physician, be the rash and guilty person, who by an ill-timed urgency should produce a total alienation of mind and plunge him back either into absolute lunacy, or produce a stupor in which he might remain for a long period. Surely not, replied the emperor, my commands are those of one Christian to another, nor do I wish them farther obeyed than as they are consistent with the laws of God and man. He paused for a moment after this declaration, and yet but few minutes had elapsed ere he again urged the leech to pursue the interrogation of his patient. If you hold me not competent, said Dubin, somewhat vain of the trust necessarily reposed in him, to judge of the treatment of my patient, your imperial highness must take the risk and the trouble upon yourself. Marry, I shall, said the emperor, for the scruples of leeches are not to be indulged when the fate of kingdoms and the lives of monarchs are placed against them. In the scales rouse thee, my noble Ursel, hear a voice with which thy ears were once well acquainted welcome thee back to glory, and command, look around thee, and see how the world smiles to welcome thee back from imprisonment to empire. Cunning fiend, said Ursel, who usest the most wily baits in order to augment the misery of the wretched, no tempter, that I am conscious of the whole trick of the soothing images of last night thee baths thee bedsend, thy bowers of bliss, but sooner shalt thou be able to bring a smile upon the cheek of St. Anthony, the eremite, than induce me to curl mine after the fashion of earthly voluptuaries. Try it, foolish man, insisted the emperor, and trust to the evidence of thy senses for the reality of the pleasures by which thou art now surrounded, or if thou art obstinate in thy lack of faith, tarry as thou art for a single moment, and I will bring with me a being so unparalleled in her loveliness that a single glance of her were worth the restoration of thine eyes, were it only to look upon her for a moment. So saying, he left the apartment. Traitor, said Ursel, and deceiver of old, bring no one hither, and strive not by shadowy and ideal forms of beauty to increase the delusion that gilds my prison house for a moment, in order doubtless to destroy totally the spark of reason, and then exchange this earthly hell for a dungeon in the infernal regions themselves. His mind is somewhat shattered, mused the physician, which is often the consequence of a long solitary confinement. I marvel much, was his farther thought, if the emperor can shape out any rational service which this man can render him, after being so long immured in so horrible a dungeon, thou thinkest. Then continued he, addressing the patient, that the seeming release of last night with its baths and refreshments was only a delusive dream without any reality. I would else, answered Ursel, and that the arousing thyself as we desire thee to do would be but a resigning to a vain temptation in order to wake to more unhappiness than formerly. Even so, returned the patient. What then are thy thoughts of the emperor, by whose command thou sufferest so severe a restraint? Perhaps Dubin wished he had forborne this question, for in the very moment when he put it the door of the chamber opened, and the emperor entered with his daughter hanging upon his arm, dressed with simplicity, yet with becoming splendor. She had found time, it seems, to change her dress for a white robe, which resembled a kind of mourning, the chief ornament of which was a diamond chaplet of inestimable value which surrounded and bound the long sable tresses that reached from her head to her waist. Terrified almost to death, she had been surprised by her father, in the company of her husband the Caesar and her mother, and the same thundering mandate had at once ordered Bryennius in the character of a more than suspected traitor, under the custody of a strong guard of Varangians, and commanded her to attend her father to the bedchamber of Ursel, in which she now stood, resolved, however, that she would stick by the sinking fortunes of her husband, even in the last extremity, yet no less determined that she would not rely upon her own entreaties or remonstrances, until she should see whether her father's interference was likely to reassume a resolved and positive character. Hastily as the plans of Alexius had been formed, and hastily as they had been disconcerted by accident, there remained no slight chance that he might be forced to come round to the purpose on which his wife and daughter had fixed their heart, the forgiveness, namely of the guilty. Nice for us, Bryennius, to his astonishment, and not perhaps greatly to his satisfaction, he heard the patient deeply engaged with the physician in canvassing his own character. Think not, said Ursel in reply to him, that though I am immured in this dungeon, and treated as something worse than an outcast of humanity, and, although I am moreover deprived of my eyesight, the dearest gift of heaven, think, not I say, though I suffer all this by the cruel will of Alexius Comnenus, that therefore I hold him to be mine enemy. On the contrary, It is by his means that the blinded and miserable prisoner has been taught to seek a liberty far more unconstrained than this poor earth can afford, and a vision far more clear than any Mount Pisgah on this wretched side of the grave can give us. Shall I therefore account the emperor among mine enemies, he who has taught me the vanity of earthly things, nothingness of earthly enjoyments, and the pure hope of a better world, as a certain exchange for the misery of the present? No. The emperor had stood somewhat disconcerted at the beginning of this speech, but hearing it so very unexpectedly terminate, as he was willing to suppose much in his own favor, he threw himself into an attitude which was partly that of a modest person listening to his own praises, and partly that of a man highly struck with the commendations heaped upon him by a generous adversary. My friend, he said aloud, how truly do you read my purpose, when you suppose that the knowledge which men of your disposition can extract from evil was all the experience which I wished you to derive from a captivity protracted by adverse circumstances, far, very far beyond my wishes. Let me embrace the generous man, who knows so well how to construe the purpose of a perplexed, but still faithful friend. The patient raised himself in his bed. Hold there, he said, methinks my faculties begin to collect themselves. Yes, he muttered, that is the treacherous voice, which first bid me welcome as a friend, and then commanded fiercely that I should be deprived of the sight of my eyes. Increase thy rigor if thou wilt. Come nenusad if thou canst to the torture of my confinement, but, since I cannot see thy hypocritical and inhuman features, spare me in mercy the sound of a voice, more distressing to mine ear than toads than serpents than whatever nature has most offensive and disgusting. This speech was delivered with so much energy that it was in vain that the emperor strove to interrupt its tenor, although he himself, as well as Dubbin and his daughter, heard a great deal more of the language of unadorned and natural passion than he had counted upon. Raise thy head, rash man, he said, and charm thy tongue ere it proceed in a strain which may cost thee dear. Look at me, and see if I have not reserved a reward capable of atoning for all the evil which thy folly may charge to my account. Hitherto the prisoner had remained with his eyes obstinately shut regarding the imperfect recollection he had of sights which had been before his eyes the foregoing evening, as the mere suggestion of a deluded imagination, if not actually presented by some seducing spirit. But now, when his eyes fairly encountered the stately figure of the emperor, and the graceful form of his lovely daughter, painted in the tender rays of the morning dawn, he ejaculated faintly, I see, and, with that ejaculation, fell back on the pillow in a swoon, which instantly found employment for Dubbin and his restoratives. A most wonderful cure, indeed, exclaimed the physician, and the height of my wishes would be to possess such another miraculous restorative. Fool, said the emperor, canst thou not conceive that what has never been taken away is restored with little difficulty? He was made, he said, lowering his voice, to undergo a painful operation, which led him to believe that the organs of sight were destroyed, and as light scarcely ever visited him, and when it did only in doubtful and invisible glimmerings, the prevailing darkness, both physical and mental, that surrounded him, prevented him from being sensible of the existence of that precious faculty of which he imagined himself bereft. Perhaps thou wilt ask my reason for inflicting upon him so strange a deception. Simply, it was that being by it conceived incapable of reigning, his memory might pass out of the minds of the public, while at the same time I reserved his eyesight, that in case occasion should call it might be in my power once more to liberate him from his dungeon, and employ, as I now propose to do, his courage and talents in the service of the empire, to counterbalance those of other conspirators. And can your imperial highness, said Dubbin, hope that you have acquired this man's duty and affection by the conduct you have observed to him? I cannot tell, answered the emperor, that must be as futurity shall determine. All I know is that it is no fault of mine if Ursel does not reckon freedom, and a long course of empire perhaps, sanctioned by an alliance with our own blood end, the continued enjoyment of the precious organs of eyesight of which a less scrupulous man would have deprived him against a maimed and darkened existence. Since such is your highness' opinion and resolution, said Dubbin, it is for me to aid and not to counteract it. Permit me therefore to pray your highness and the princess to withdraw, that I may use such remedies as may confirm a mind which has been so strangely shaken, and restore to him fully the use of those eyes of which he has been so long deprived. I am content, Dubbin, said the emperor, but take notice Ursel is not totally at liberty. Until he has expressed the resolution to become actually mine, it may behove both him and thee to know that, although there is no purpose of remitting him to the dungeons of the Blackwernel Palace, yet if he or any on his part should aspire to head a party in these feverish times, be the honor of a gentleman to swear. Frankish oath, he shall find that he is not out of the reach of the battle axes of my Varangians, I trust to thee, to communicate this fact which concerns alike him, and all who have interest in his fortunes come daughter. We will withdraw and leave the leech with his patient, take notice Dubbin. It is of importance that you acquaint me the very first moment when the patient can hold rational communication with me. Alexius and his accomplished daughter departed accordingly. Chapter the 28th. Sweet are the uses of adversity, which like the toad, ugly and venomous, bears yet a precious jewel in its head. As you like it, from a terraced roof of the Blackwarnal Palace accessible by a sash door, which opened from the bedchamber of Ursel, there was commanded one of the most lovely and striking views which the romantic neighborhood of Constantinople afforded. After suffering him to repose and rest his agitated faculties, it was to this place that the physician led his patient, for when somewhat composed, he had of himself requested to be permitted to verify the truth of his restored eyesight, by looking out once more upon the majestic face of nature. On the one hand, the scene which he beheld was a masterpiece of human art, the proud city ornamented with stately buildings, as became the capital of the world, showed a succession of glittering spires and orders of architecture, some of them chaste and simple like those the capitals of which were borrowed from baskets full of acanthus, some deriving the fluting of their shafts from the props made originally to support the lances of the earlier Greeks forms, simple yet more graceful in their simplicity, than any which human ingenuity has been able since to invent with the most splendid specimens, which ancient art could afford of those strictly classical models, were associated those of a later age, where more modern taste had endeavored at improvement, and by mixing the various orders had produced such as were either composite or totally out of rule. The size of the buildings in which they were displayed, however, procured them respect, nor could even the most perfect judge of architecture avoid being struck by the grandeur of their extent and effect, although hurt by the incorrectness of the taste, in which they were executed. Arches of triumph towers, obelisks, and spires designed for various purposes rose up into the air in confused magnificence, while the lower view was filled by the streets of the city, the domestic habitations forming long narrow alleys on either side of which the houses arose to various and unequal heights, but being generally finished with terraced coverings thick set with plants and flowers and fountains, had when seen from an eminence a more noble and interesting aspect than is ever afforded by the sloping and uniform roofs of streets in the capitals of the north of Europe. It has taken us some time to give in words the idea which was at a single glance conveyed to Ursel, and affected him at first with great pain. His eyeballs had been long strangers to that daily exercise, which teaches us the habit of correcting the scenes, as they appear to our sight, by the knowledge, which we derive from the use of our other senses. His idea of distance was so confused that it seemed as if all the spires, turrets, and minarets which he beheld were crowded forward upon his eyeballs, and almost touching them with a shriek of horror, Ursel turned himself to the further side, and cast his eyes upon a different scene here. Also he saw towers, steeples, and turrets, but they were those of the churches and public buildings beneath his feet, reflected from the dazzling piece of water, which formed the harbor of Constantinople, and which from the abundance of wealth which it transported to the city, was well termed the Golden Horn in one place. This superb basin was lined with quays, where stately dromons and argosies unloaded their wealth, while by the shore of the haven galleys, feluccas, and other small craft idly flapped the singularly shaped and snow-white pinions, which served them for sails in other places. The Golden Horn lay shrouded in a verdant mantle of trees, where the private gardens of wealthy or distinguished individuals, or places of public recreation, shot down upon and were bounded by the glassy waters. On the Bosphorus, which might be seen in the distance, the little fleet of Tancred was lying in the same station they had gained during the night, which was fitted to command the opposite landing. This, their general had preferred to a midnight descent upon Constantinople, not knowing whether so coming they might be received as friends or enemies. This delay, however, had given the Greeks an opportunity, either by the orders of Alexius or the equally powerful mandates of some of the conspirators, to tow 6 ships of war full of armed men, and provided with the maritime offensive weapons peculiar to the Greeks at that period, which they had moored so as exactly to cover the place where the troops of Tancred must necessarily land. This preparation gave some surprise to the valiant Tancred, who did not know that such vessels had arrived in the harbor from Lemnos on the preceding night. The undaunted courage of that prince was, however, in no respect to be shaken by the degree of unexpected danger with which his adventure now appeared to be attended. This splendid view, from the description of which we have in some degree digressed, was seen by the physician, and Ursel from a terrace the loftiest, almost on the palace of the Blackwernel, to the cityward. It was bounded by a solid wall of considerable height, giving a resting place for the roof of a lower building, which sloping outward broke to the view, the vast height unobscured otherwise save by a high and massy balustrade composed of bronze which, to the havenward, sunk sheer down upon an uninterrupted precipice. No sooner, therefore, had Ursel turned his eyes that way than though, placed far from the brink of the terrace, he exclaimed with a shriek, save me, if you are not indeed the destined executors of the Emperor's will." "We are indeed such," said Dubbin, "to save, and if possible to bring you to complete recovery, but by no means to do you injury, or to suffer it to be offered by others." "Guard me then from myself," said Ursel, "and save me from the reeling and insane desire, which I feel to plunge myself into the abyss to the edge of which you have guided me." Such a giddy and dangerous temptation is, said the physician, common to those who have not for a long time looked down from precipitous heights, and are suddenly brought to them. Nature, however bounteous, hath not provided for the cessation of our faculties for years, and for their sudden resumption in full strength and vigor an interval longer or shorter must needs intervene. Can you not believe this terrace a safe station while you have my support, and that of this faithful slave?" "Certainly," said Ursel, "but permit me to turn my face towards this stone wall, for I cannot bear to look at the flimsy piece of wire, which is the only battlement of defense that interposes betwixt me and the precipice." He spoke of the bronze balustrade 6 feet high and massive in proportion. Thus saying, and holding fast by the physician's arm, Ursel, though himself a younger and more able man, trembled and moved his feet as slowly as if made of lead, until he reached the sashador, where stood a kind of balcony set, in which he placed himself. "Here," he said, "will I remain. And here," said Dubbin, "will I make the communication of the Emperor, which it is necessary you should be prepared to reply to it. Places you will observe at your own disposal for liberty or captivity, but it conditions for your resigning that sweet but sinful morsel termed revenge, which I must not conceal from you. Chance appears willing to put into your hand. You know the degree of rivalry in which you have been held by the Emperor, and you know the measure of evil you have sustained at his hand. The question is, can you forgive what has taken place?" "Let me wrap my head round with my mantle," said Ursel, "to dispel this dizziness which still oppresses my poor brain, and as soon as the power of recollection is granted me, you shall know my sentiments." He sunk upon the seat, muffled in the way which he described, and after a few minutes' reflection, with a trepidation, which argued the patient still to be under the nervous feeling of extreme horror mixed with terror, he addressed Dubbin thus: "The operation of wrong and cruelty, in the moment when they are first inflicted, excites, of course, the utmost resentment of the sufferer, nor is there perhaps a passion which lives so long in his bosom as the natural desire of revenge. If, then, during the first month when I lay stretched upon my bed of want and misery, you had offered me an opportunity of revenge upon my cruel oppressor, the remnant of miserable life which remained to me should have been willingly bestowed to purchase it. But a suffering of weeks or even months must not be compared in effect with that of years. For a short space of endurance the body, as well as the mind, retains that vigorous habit which holds the prisoner still connected with life, and teaches him to thrill at the long-forgotten chain of hopes, of wishes, of disappointments and mortifications, which affected his former existence. But the wounds become callous as they harden, and other and better feelings occupy their place, while they gradually die away in forgetfulness. The enjoyments, the amusements of this world occupy no part of his time, upon whom the gates of despair have once closed. I tell thee, my kind physician, that for a season, in an insane attempt to effect my liberty, I cut through a large portion of the living rock, but Heaven cured me of so foolish an idea. And if I did not actually come to love Alexius Comnenusfer, how could that have been a possible effect in any rational state of my intellect? As I became convinced of my own crimes, sins, and follies the more and more, I was also persuaded that Alexius was but the agent through whom Heaven exercised a dearly purchased right of punishing me for my manifold offenses and transgressions, and that it was not therefore upon the Emperor that my resentment ought to visit itself. And I can now say to thee that, so far as a man who has undergone so dreadful a change can be supposed to know his own mind, I feel no desire either to rival Alexius in a race for empire, or to avail myself of any of the various proffers which he proposes to me as the price of withdrawing my claim. Let him keep unpurchased the crown for which he has paid, in my opinion, a price which it is not worth. This is extraordinary stoicism. Noble Ursel, answered the physician Dubbin, am I then to understand that you reject the fair offers of Alexius and desire, instead of all which he is willing, nay, anxious to bestow, be committed safely back to thy old blinded dungeon, in the black wornal, that you may continue at ease those pietistic meditations, which have already conducted thee to so extravagant a conclusion? Physician, said Ursel, while a shuddering fit that affected his whole body testified his alarm at the alternative proposed, would imagine thine own profession might have taught thee that no mere mortal man, unless predestined to be a glorified saint, could ever prefer darkness to the light of day, blindness itself to the enjoyment of the power of sight, the pangs of starving to competent sustenance, or the damps of a dungeon, to the free air of God's creation. Noit may be virtue to do so, but to such a pitch mine does not soar. All I require of the emperor for standing by him, with all the power my name can give him at this crisis, is that he will provide for my reception as a monk in some of those pleasant and well-endowed seminaries of piety, to which his devotion or his fears have given rise. Let me not be again the object of his suspicion, the operation of which is more dreadful than that of being the object of his hate, forgotten by power, as I have myself lost the remembrance of those that wielded it. Let me find my way to the grave, unnoticed, unconstrained, at liberty, in possession of my dim and disused organs of sight, and above all at peace. If such be thy serious and earnest wish, noble Ursel, said the physician, I myself have no hesitation to warrant to thee the full accomplishment of thy religious and moderate desires. But bethink thee thou art once more an inhabitant of the court, in which thou mayst obtain what thou wilt today, while tomorrow, shouldst thou regret thy indifference, it may be thy utmost entreaty will not suffice to gain for thee the slightest extension of thy present conditions. Be it so, said Ursel. I will then stipulate for another condition, which indeed has only reference to this day. I will solicit his imperial majesty, with all humility, to spare me the pain of a personal treaty between himself and me, and that he will be satisfied with the solemn assurance that I am most willing to do in his favor all that he is desirous of dictating, while on the other hand, I desire only the execution of those moderate conditions of my future aliment, which I have already told thee at length. But wherefore, said Dubbin, shouldst thou be afraid of announcing to the emperor thy disposition to an agreement which cannot be esteemed otherwise than extremely moderate on thy part? Indeed, I fear the emperor will insist on a brief personal conference. I am not ashamed, said Ursel, to confess the truth. It is true that I have, or think I have, renounced what the scripture calls the pride of life, but the old Adam still lives within us, and maintains against the better part of our nature an inextinguishable quarrel, easy to be aroused from its slumber, but as difficult to be again couched in peace. While last night I but half understood that mine enemy was in my presence, and while my faculties performed but half their duty in recalling his deceitful and hated accents, did not my heart throb in my bosom with all the agitation of a taken bird? And shall I again have to enter into a personal treaty with the man who be his general conduct? What it may has been the constant and unprovoked cause of my unequaled misery. Dubbin Nodo, listen to his voice. Again were to hear an alarm sounded to every violent and vindictive passion of my heart, and though may heaven so help me as my intentions towards him are upright, yet it is impossible for me to listen to his professions with a chance of safety either to him or to myself. If you be so minded, replied Dubbin, I shall only repeat to him your stipulation, and you must swear to him that you will strictly observe it. Without this being done, it must be difficult or perhaps impossible to settle the league of which both are desirous. Amen, said Ursel, and as I am pure in my purpose, and resolved to keep it to the uttermost, so may heaven guard me from the influence of precipitate revenge, ancient grudge, or new quarrel. An authoritative knock at the door of the sleeping chamber was now heard, and Ursel, relieved by more powerful feelings from the giddiness of which he had complained, walked firmly into the bedroom, and seating himself waited with averted eyes the entrance of the person who demanded admittance, and who proved to be no other than Alexius Comnenus. The emperor appeared at the door in a warlike dress, suited for the decoration of a prince, who was to witness a combat in the lists fought out before him. Sage Dubbin, he said, has our esteemed prisoner Ursel made his choice between our peace and enmity. He hath, my lord, replied the physician, embraced the lot of that happy portion of mankind, whose hearts and lives are devoted to the service of your majesty's government. He will then this day, continued the emperor, render me the office of putting down all those who may pretend to abet insurrection in his name, and under pretext of his wrongs. He will, my lord, replied the physician, act to the fullest the part which you require. And in what way, said the emperor, adopting his most gracious tone of voice, would our faithful Ursel desire that services like these rendered in the hour of extreme need should be acknowledged by the emperor? Simply answered Dubbin, by saying nothing upon the subject. He desires only that all jealousies between you and him may be henceforth forgotten, and that he may be admitted into one of your highness monastic institutions, with leave to dedicate the rest of his life to the worship of heaven and its saints. Hath he persuaded thee of this, Dubbin, said the emperor in a low and altered voice, by heaven, when I consider from what prison he was brought, and in what guise he inhabited it, I cannot believe in this gall-less disposition. He must at least speak to me himself, ere I can believe in some degree the transformation of the fiery Ursel into a being so little capable of feeling the ordinary impulses of mankind. Hear me, Alexius Comnenus, said the prisoner, and so may thine own prayers to heaven find access and acceptation, as thou believest the words which I speak to thee in simplicity of heart. If thine empire of Greece were made of coined gold, it would hold out no bait for my acceptance, nor I thank heaven have even the injuries I have experienced at thy hand, cruel and extensive, as they have been impressed upon me, the slightest desire of requiting treachery with treachery. Think of me, as thou wilt, so thou seekst not again to exchange words with me. And believe me that, when thou hast put me under the most rigid of thy ecclesiastical foundations, the discipline, the fare, and the vigils will be far superior to the existence falling to the share of those whom the king delights to honor, and who therefore must afford the king their society, whenever they are summoned to do so. It is hardly for me, said the physician, to interpose in so high a matter, yet as trusted both by the noble Ursel and by his highness, the emperor, I have made a brief abstract of these short conditions, to be kept by the high parties towards each other sub crimine falsi. The emperor protracted the intercourse with Ursel, until he more fully explained to him the occasion which he should have that very day for his services, when they parted. Alexius, with a great show of affection, embraced his late prisoner, while it required all the self-command and stoicism of Ursel to avoid expressing in plain terms the extent to which he abhorred the person who thus caressed him. Chapter the 29th. O conspiracy! Sham'st thou to show thy dangerous brow by night, when evils are most free, than by day? Where wilt thou find a cavern dark enough to mask thy monstrous visage? Seek none conspiracy. Hide it in smiles and affability. For if thou path thy native semblance on, not Erebus itself were dim enough to hide thee from prevention. Julius Caesar. The important morning at last arrived on which, by the imperial proclamation, the combat between the Caesar and Count Robert of Paris was appointed to take place. This was a circumstance in a great measure foreign to the Grecian manners, and to which therefore the people annexed different ideas from those which were associated with the same solemn decision of God, as the Latins called it, by the Western nations. The consequence was a vague but excessive agitation among the people who connected the extraordinary strife which they were to witness with the various causes which had been whispered abroad, as likely to give occasion to some general insurrection of a great and terrible nature. By the imperial order, regular lists had been prepared for the combat with opposite gates or entrances, as was usual for the admittance of the two champions, and it was understood that the appeal was to be made to the divinity, by each according to the forms prescribed by the church, of which the combatants were respectively members. The situation of these lists was on the side of the shore, adjoining on the west to the continent, at no great distance. The walls of the city were seen of various architecture, composed of lime and of stone, and furnished with no less than 24 gates or posterns, 5 of which regarded the land, and 19 the water. All this formed a beautiful prospect, much of which is still visible. The town itself is about 19 miles in circumference, and as it is on all sides surrounded with lofty cypresses, its general appearance is that of a city arising out of a stately wood of these magnificent trees, partly shrouding the pinnacles, obelisks, and minarets, which then marked the site of many noble Christian temples, but now, generally speaking, intimate the position of as many Mahomedan mosques. These lists, for the convenience of spectators, were surrounded on all sides by long rows of seats, sloping downwards. In the middle of these seats, and exactly opposite the center of the lists, was a high throne erected for the emperor himself, and which was separated from the more vulgar galleries by a circuit of wooden barricades, which an experienced eye could perceive might, in case of need, be made serviceable for purposes of defense. The lists were 60 yards in length by perhaps about 40 in breadth, and these afforded ample space for the exercise of the combat, both on horseback and on foot. Numerous bands of the Greek citizens began with the very break of day to issue from the gates and posterns of the city to examine and wonder at. The construction of the lists passed their criticisms upon the purposes of the peculiar parts of the fabric and occupy places. To secure them for the spectacle, shortly after, arrived a large band of those soldiers, who were called the Roman immortals. These entered without ceremony, and placed themselves on either hand of the wooden barricade which fenced the emperor's seat. Some of them took even a greater liberty for affecting to be pressed against the boundary. There were individuals who approached the partition itself, and seemed to meditate climbing over it, and placing themselves on the same side with the emperor. Some old domestic slaves of the household now showed themselves, as if for the purpose of preserving this sacred circle for Alexius and his court, and in proportion as the immortals began to show themselves, encroaching and turbulent, the strength of the defenders of the prohibited precincts seemed gradually to increase. There was though scarcely to be observed besides the grand access to the imperial seat, from without another opening, also from the outside secured by a very strong door, by which different persons received admission beneath the seats destined for the imperial party, these persons by their length of limb, breadth of shoulders, by the fur of their cloaks, and especially by the redoubted battle axes, which all of them bore, appeared to be Varangians, but although neither dressed in their usual habit of pomp, nor in their more effectual garb of war, still, when narrowly examined, they might be seen to possess their usual offensive weapons. These men, entering in separate and straggling parties, might be observed to join the slaves of the interior of the palace, in opposing the intrusion of the immortals upon the seat of the emperor, and the benches around 2 or 3 immortals who had actually made good their frolic, and climbed over the division, were flung back again, very unceremoniously, by the barbaric strength and sinewy arms of the Varangians. The people around and in the adjacent galleries, most of whom had the air of citizens in their holiday dresses, commented a good deal on these proceedings, and were inclined strongly to make part with the immortals. It was a shame to the emperor, they said, to encourage these British barbarians to interpose themselves by violence between his person and the immortal cohorts of the city, who were in some sort his own children. Stephanos the gymnastic, whose bulky strength and stature rendered him conspicuous amid this party, said without hesitation, "If there are 2 people here who will join in saying that the immortals are unjustly deprived of their right of guarding the emperor's person, here is the hand that shall place them beside the imperial chair." Not so quoth the centurion of the immortals, whom we have already introduced to our readers, by the name of Harpax. Not so Stephanos, that happy time may arrive. But it is not yet come, my gem of the circus. Thou knowest that, on this occasion, it is one of these counts or western Franks who undertakes the combat, and the Varangians who call these people their enemies have some reason to claim a precedency in guarding the lists, which it might not at this moment be convenient to dispute with them. Why, man, if thou wert half so witty as thou art long, thou wouldst be sensible that it were bad woodmanship to raise the hollow upon the game, ere it had been driven within compass of the nets. While the athlete rolled his huge gray eyes as if to conjure out the sense of this intimation, his little friend Lysimachus, the artist, putting himself to pain to stand upon his tiptoe and look intelligent, said, approaching as near as he could to Harpax's ear, "Thou mayst trust me, gallant centurion, that this man of mold and muscle shall neither start like a babbling hound on a false scent, nor become mute and inert when the general signal is given. But tell me," said he, speaking very low, and for that purpose mounting a bench which brought him on a level with the centurion's ear, "would it not have been better that a strong guard of the valiant immortals had been placed in this wooden citadel to ensure the object of the day?" "Without question," said the centurion, "it was so meant, but these strolling Varangians have altered their station of their own authority. Were it not well said, Lysimachus, that you, who are greatly more numerous than the barbarians, should begin a fray before more of these strangers arrive?" "Content, ye friends," said the centurion coldly. "We know our time, and attack commenced too early would be worse than thrown away, nor would an opportunity occur of executing our project in the fitting time if an alarm were prematurely given at this moment." So saying, he shuffled off among his fellow soldiers, so as to avoid suspicious intercourse with such persons as were only concerned with the civic portion of the conspirators. As the morning advanced, and the sun took a higher station in the horizon, the various persons whom curiosity, or some more decided motive brought to see the proposed combat, were seen streaming from different parts of the town, and rushing to occupy such accommodation, as the circuit round the lists afforded them in their road to the place where preparation for combat was made. They had to ascend a sort of cape, which in the form of a small hill projected into the Hellespont, and the butt of which connecting it with the shore afforded a considerable ascent, and of course a more commanding view of the strait between Europe and Asia than either the immediate vicinity of the city or the still lower ground upon which the lists were erected. In passing this height, the earlier visitants of the lists made little or no halt, but after a time when it became obvious that those who had hurried forward to the place of combat were lingering there, without any object or occupation, they that followed them in the same route with natural curiosity, paid a tribute to the landscape, bestowing some attention on its beauty, and paused to see what auguries could be collected from the water, which were likely to have any concern in indicating the fate of the events that were to take place. Some straggling seamen were the first who remarked that a squadron of the Greek small craft, being that of Tancred, were in the act of making their way from Asia and threatening a descent upon Constantinople. It is strange, said a person, by rank the captain of a galley, that these small vessels, which were ordered to return to Constantinople, as soon as they disembarked the Latins should have remained so long at Scutari, and should not be rowing back to the imperial city until this time on the second day after their departure from thence. I pray to heaven, said another of the same profession, that these seamen may come alone. It seems to me as if their ensign staff's bowsprits and topmasts were decorated with the same ensigns, or nearly the same with those, which the Latins displayed upon them, when by the emperor's order they were transported towards Palestine. So methinks the voyage back again resembles that of a fleet of merchant vessels, who have been prevented from discharging their cargo at the place of their destination. There is little good, said one of the politicians whom we formerly noticed, in dealing with such commodities, whether they are imported or exported. Yon ample banner, which streams over the foremost galley, intimates the presence of a chieftain of no small rank among the counts, whether it be for valor or for nobility. The seafaring leader added with the voice of one who hints alarming tidings, they seem to have got to a point in the straits as high as will enable them to run down with the tide, and clear the cape which we stand on, although with what purpose they aim to land so close beneath the walls of the city, he is a wiser man than I who pretends to determine. Assuredly, returned his comrade, the intention is not a kind one. The wealth of the city has temptations to a poor people, who only value the iron which they possess as affording them the means of procuring the gold which they covet. I, brother, answered Demetrius the politician, but see you not lying at anchor within this bay which is formed by the cape, and at the very point where these heretics are likely to be carried by the tide, 6 strong vessels, having the power of sending forth, not merely showers of darts and arrows, but of Grecian fire, as it is called, from their hollow decks, if these frank gentry continue directing their course upon the imperial city, being as they are. Propego. Contemptrix superum sane civic avidissima acides. Et violenta footnote Ovid met. We shall speedily see a combat better worth witnessing than that announced by the great trumpet of the Varangians. If you love me, let us sit down here for a moment, and see how this matter is to end. An excellent motion, my ingenious friend, said Lascaris, which was the name of the other citizen. But bethink you, shall we not be in danger from the missiles, with which the audacious Latins will not fail to return the Greek fire, if, according to your conjecture, it shall be poured upon them by the imperial squadron? That is not ill argued, my friend, said Demetrius, but know that you have to do with a man who has been in such extremities before now, and if such a discharge should open from the sea, I would propose to you to step back some 50 yards inland, and thus to interpose the very crest of the cape between us and the discharge of missiles. A mere child might thus learn to face them without any alarm. You are a wise man, neighbor, said Lascaris, and possess such a mixture of valor and knowledge as becomes a man whom a friend might be supposed safely to risk his life with. There be those, for instance, who cannot show you the slightest glimpse of what is going on, without bringing you within peril of your life, whereas you, my worthy friend Demetrius, between your accurate knowledge of military affairs and your regard for your friend, are sure to show him all that is to be seen without the least risk to a person who is naturally unwilling to think of exposing himself to injury. But, holy Virgin, what is the meaning of that red flag, which the Greek admiral has this instant hoisted? Why you see neighbor, answered Demetrius, yonder western heretic, continues to advance without minding the various signs which our admiral has made to him to desist. And now he hoists the bloody colors, as if a man should clench his fist and say, if you persevere in your uncivil intention, I will do so and so. By St. Sophia, said Lascaris, and that is giving him fair warning. But what is it the imperial admiral is about to do? Run, run, friend Lascaris, said Demetrius, or you will see more of that than perchance you have any curiosity for. Accordingly, to add the strength of example to precept, Demetrius himself girt up his loins, and retreated with the most edifying speed to the opposite side of the ridge, accompanied by the greater part of the crowd, who had tarried there to witness the contest which the newsmonger promised and were determined to take his word for their own safety. The sound and sight which had alarmed Demetrius was the discharge of a large portion of Greek fire, which perhaps may be best compared to one of those immense Congreve rockets of the present day, which takes on its shoulders small grapnel or anchor and proceeds, groaning through the air like a fiend, overburdened by the mandate of some inexorable magician, and of which the operation was so terrifying that the crews of the vessels attacked by this strange weapon frequently forsook every means of defense and ran themselves ashore. One of the principal ingredients of this dreadful fire was supposed to be naphtha, or the bitumen which is collected on the banks of the Dead Sea, and which, when in a state of ignition, could only be extinguished by a very singular mixture, and which it was not likely to come in contact with. It produced a thick smoke and loud explosion, and was capable, says Gibbon, of communicating its flames with equal vehemence in descent or lateral progress. Footnote. For a full account of the Greek 5, see Gibbon chapter 53. In sieges it was poured from the ramparts, or launched like our bombs in red-hot balls of stone or iron, or it was darted in flax twisted round arrows, and in javelins it was considered as a state secret of the greatest importance. And for well nigh 4 centuries it was unknown to the Mahometans, but at length the composition was discovered by the Saracens, and used by them for repelling the Crusaders and overpowering the Greeks, upon whose side it had at one time been the most formidable implement of defense. Some exaggeration we must allow for a barbarous period, but there seems no doubt that the general description of the Crusader Joinville should be admitted as correct. It came flying through the air, says that good knight, like a winged dragon about the thickness of a hogshead, with the report of thunder, and the speed of lightning, and the darkness of the night was dispelled by this horrible illumination. Not only the bold Demetrius and his pupil Lascaris, but all the crowd whom they influenced fled manfully when the commodore of the Greeks fired the first discharge. And as the other vessels in the squadron followed his example, the heavens were filled with the unusual and outrageous noise, while the smoke was so thick as to darken the very air. As the fugitives passed the crest of the hill, they saw the seaman whom we formerly mentioned as a spectator snugly reclining under cover of a dry ditch, where he managed so as to secure himself as far as possible from any accident. He could not, however, omit breaking his jest on the politicians. What ho, he cried, my good friends, without raising himself above the counterscarp of his ditch. Will you not remain upon your station long enough to finish that hopeful lecture upon battle by sea and land, which you had so happy an opportunity of commencing? Believe me, the noise is more alarming than hurtful. The fire is all pointed in a direction opposite to yours, and if one of those dragons which you see does happen to fly landward, instead of seaward, it is but the mistake of some cabin boy who has used his linstock with more willingness than ability. Demetrius and Lascaris just heard enough of the naval heroes' harangue to acquaint them with the new danger, with which they might be assailed by the possible misdirection of the weapons and rushing clown. Towards the lists at the head of a crowd half disparate with fear, they hastily propagated the appalling news that the Latins were coming back from Asia, with the purpose of landing in arms, pillaging, and burning the city. The uproar in the meantime of this unexpected occurrence was such as altogether to vindicate in public opinion. The reported cause, however exaggerated the thunder of the Greek fire, came successively one hard upon the other, and each in its turn spread a blot of black smoke upon the face of the landscape, which, thickened by so many successive clouds, seemed at last, like that raised by a sustained fire of modern artillery, to overshadow the whole horizon. The small squadron of Tancred were completely hid from view in the surging volumes of darkness, which the breath of the weapons of the enemy had spread around him, and it seemed by a red light which began to show itself among the thickest of the veil of darkness, that one of the flotilla at least had caught fire. Yet the Latins resisted with an obstinacy worthy of their own courage, and the fame of their celebrated leader some advantage they had on account of their small size and their lowness in the water, as well as the clouded state of the atmosphere, which rendered them difficult marks for the fire of the Greeks. To increase these advantages, Tancred, as well by boats, as by the kind of rude signals, made use of at the period dispersed orders to his fleet that each bark, disregarding the fate of the others, should press forward individually, and that the men from each should be put on shore wheresoever and howsoever they could effect that maneuver. Tancred himself set a noble example. He was on board a stout vessel, fenced in some degree against the effect of the Greek fire by being in a great measure covered with raw hides, which hides had also been recently steeped in water. This vessel contained upwards of 100 valiant warriors, several of them of knightly order, who had all night toiled at the humble labors of the oar and now in the morning applied their chivalrous hands to the arblast, and to the bow, which were in general accounted the weapons of persons of a lower rank. Thus armed, and thus manned, Prince Tancred bestowed upon his bark the full velocity which wind and tide and oar could enable her to obtain, and placing her in the situation to profit by them, as much as his maritime skill could direct. He drove with the speed of lightning among the vessels of Lemnos, plying on either side bows, crossbows, javelins, and military missiles of every kind, with the greater advantage that the Greeks, trusting to their artificial fire, had omitted arming themselves with other weapons, so that when the valiant crusader bore down on them with so much fury, repaying the terrors of their fire with a storm of bolts and arrows, no less formidable, they began to feel that their own advantage was much less than they had supposed, and that, like most other dangers, the maritime fire of the Greeks, when undauntedly confronted, lost at least one half of its terrors. The Grecian sailors, too, when they observed the vessel's approach so near filled with the steel-clad Latins, began to shrink from a contest to be maintained hand to hand with so terrible an enemy. By degrees smoke began to issue from the sides of the great Grecian argosy, and the voice of Tancred announced to his soldiers that the Grecian admiral's vessel had taken fire owing to negligence in the management of the means of destruction she possessed, and that all they had now to do was to maintain such a distance as to avoid sharing her fate. Sparkles and flashes of flame were next seen leaping from place to place on board of the great hulk, as if the element had had the sense and purpose of spreading wider the consternation and disabling the few who still paid attention to the commands of their admiral, and endeavored to extinguish the fire. The consciousness of the combustible nature of the freight began to add despair to terror. From the boltsprit, the rigging, the yards, the sides, and every part of the vessel, the unfortunate crew were seen dropping themselves to exchange for the most part a watery death for one, by the more dreadful agency of fire, the crew of Tancred's bark ceasing by that generous prince's commands to offer any additional annoyance to an enemy who was at once threatened by the perils of the ocean and of conflagration, ran their vessel ashore in a smooth part of the bay, and jumping into the shallow sea, made the land without difficulty. Many of their steeds being, by the exertions of the owners and the docility of the animals, brought ashore at the same time, with their masters, their commander lost no time in forming their serried ranks into a phalanx of lancers, few indeed at first, but perpetually increasing as ship after ship of the little flotilla ran ashore, or having more deliberately moored their barks, landed their men, and joined their companions. The cloud which had been raised by the conflict was now driven to leeward before the wind, and the strait exhibited only the relics of the combat, here tossed upon the billows, the scattered and broken remains of one or two of the Latin vessels, which had been burnt at the commencement of the combat, though their crews, by the exertions of their comrades, had in general been saved. Lower down were seen the remaining 5 vessels of the Lemnos squadron, holding a disorderly and difficult retreat, with the purpose of gaining the harbor of Constantinople. In the place, so late the scene of combat, lay moored the hulk of the Grecian admiral, burnt to the water's edge, and still sending forth a black smoke from its scathed beams, and planks. The flotilla of Tancred, busied in discharging its troops, lay irregularly scattered along the bay, the men making ashore as they could and taking their course to join the standard of their leader. Various black substances floated on the surface of the water nearer or more distant to the shore. Some proved to be the wreck of the vessels which had been destroyed, and others, more ominous still, the lifeless bodies of mariners who had fallen in the conflict. The standard had been borne ashore by the prince's favorite page Ernest of Apulia. So soon as the keel of Tancred's galley had grazed upon the sand, it was then pitched on the top of that elevated cape between Constantinople and the lists where Lascaris, Demetrius, and other gossips had held their station at the commencement of the engagement, but from which all had fled between the mingled dread of the Greek fire and the missiles of the Latin crusaders. Chapter the 30th. Sheathed in complete armor and supporting with his right hand, the standard of his fathers Tancred remained with his handful of warriors like so many statues of steel, expecting some sort of attack from the Grecian party, which had occupied the lists, or from the numbers whom the city gates began now to pour forth soldiers, some of them, and other citizens, many of whom were arrayed as if for conflict. These persons, alarmed by the various accounts which were given of the combatants, and the progress of the fight, rushed towards the standard of Prince Tancred with the intention of beating it to the earth, and dispersing the guards who owed it homage and defense. But if the reader shall have happened to have ridden at any time through a pastoral country, with a clog of a noble race following him, he must have remarked in the deference ultimately paid to the hybrid animal by the shepherd's cur, as he crosses the lonely glen of which the latter conceives himself the lord and guardian, something very similar to the demeanor of the incensed Greeks. When they approached near to the little band of Franks, at the first symptom of the intrusion of a stranger, the dog of the shepherd starts from his slumbers and rushes towards the noble intruder with clamorous declaration of war. But when the diminution of distance between them shows to the aggressor the size and strength of his opponent, he becomes like a cruiser, who in a chase has to his surprise an alarm found two tier of guns opposed to him. Instead of one, he halts, suspends his clamorous yelping, and in fine, ingloriously retreats to his master, with all the dishonorable marks of positively declining the combat. It was in this manner that the troops of the noisy Greeks, with much hallooing, and many a boastful shout, hastened both from the town and from the lists with the apparent intention of sweeping from the field. The few companions of Tancred, as they advanced, however, within the power of remarking the calm and regular order of those men who had landed and arranged themselves under this noble chieftain's banner, their minds were altogether changed. As to the resolution of instant combat, their advance became an uncertain and staggering gait, their heads were more frequently turned back to the point from which they came than towards the enemy, and their desire to provoke an instant scuffle vanished totally, when there did not appear the least symptom that their opponents cared about the matter. It added to the extreme confidence with which the Latins kept their ground that they were receiving frequent though small reinforcements from their comrades, who were landing by detachments all along the beach, and that in the course of a short hour their amount had been raised on horseback and foot to a number, allowing for a few casualties, not much less than that which set sail from Scutari. Another reason why the Latins remained unassailed was certainly the indisposition of the two principal armed parties on shore to enter into a quarrel with them, the guards of every kind who were faithful to the emperor. More especially, the Varangians had their orders to remain firm at their posts, some in the lists and others at various places of rendezvous in Constantinople, where their presence was necessary, to prevent the effects of the sudden insurrection which Alexius knew to be meditated against him. These therefore made no hostile demonstration towards the band of Latins, nor was it the purpose of the emperor they should do so. On the other hand, the greater part of the immortal guards and those citizens who were prepared to play a part in the conspiracy had been impressed by the agents of the deceased Agelusts, with the opinion that this band of Latins commanded by Tancred, the relative of Bohemond, had been dispatched by the latter to their assistance. These men therefore stood still, and made no attempt to guide or direct the popular efforts of such as inclined to attack these unexpected visitors, in which purpose, therefore, no very great party were united, while the majority were willing enough to find an apology for remaining quiet. In the meantime, the emperor from his palace of Blackwarnel observed what passed upon the straits, and beheld his navy from Lemnos, totally foiled in their attempt by means of the Greek fire, to check the intended passage of Tancred, and his men he had no sooner seen, the leading ship of the squadron begin to beacon the darkness with its own fire, than the emperor formed a secret resolution to disown the unfortunate admiral, and make peace with the Latins if that should be absolutely necessary. By sending them his head, he had hardly therefore seen the flames burst forth, and the rest of the vessels retreat from their moorings, than in his own mind the doom of the unfortunate frigates, for such was the name of the admiral, was signed and sealed. Achilles Tatius at the same instant determining to keep a close eye upon the emperor at this important crisis, came precipitately into the palace with an appearance of great alarm. "My lord, me imperial lord, I am unhappy to be the messenger of such unlucky news. But the Latins have in great numbers succeeded in crossing the strait from Scutari. The Lemnos squadron endeavored to stop them, as was last night determined upon in the imperial council of war, by a heavy discharge of the Greek fire. One or two of the Crusaders' vessels were consumed, but by far the greater number of them pushed on their course, burnt the leading ship of the unfortunate Freyorts, and it is strongly reported, he has himself perished with almost all his men. The rest have cut their cables, and abandoned the defense of the passage of the Hellespont. And you, Achilles Tatius, said the emperor, with what purpose is it that you now bring me this melancholy news at a period so late, when I cannot amend the consequences? Under favor, most gracious emperor, replied the conspirator, not without coloring and stammering. Such was not my intention. I had hoped to submit a plan, by which I might easily have prepared the way for correcting this little error. Well, your plan, sir, said the emperor dryly. With your sacred majesty's leave, said the acolyte, I would myself have undertaken instantly to lead against this Tancred, and his Italians the battle axes of the faithful Varangian guard, who will make no more account of the small number of Franks who have come ashore than the farmer holds of the hordes of rats and mice, and such like mischievous vermin who have harbored in his granaries. And what mean you, said the emperor, that I am to do while my Anglo-Saxons fight for my sake? Your Majesty, replied Achilles, not exactly satisfied with the dry and caustic manner in which the emperor addressed him, may put yourself at the head of the immortal cohorts of Constantinople, and I am your security that you may either perfect the victory over the Latins, or at least redeem the most distant chance of a defeat, by advancing at the head of this choice body of domestic troops, should the day appear doubtful. You yourself, Achilles Tatius, returned the emperor, have repeatedly assured us that these immortals retain a perverse attachment to our rebel Ursel. How is it then you would have us entrust our defense to these bands, when we have engaged our valiant Varangians in the proposed conflict with the flower of the Western army? Did you think of this risk, sir follower? Achilles Tatius, much alarmed at an intimation indicative of his purpose being known, answered that in his haste he had been more anxious to recommend the plan which should expose his own person to the greater danger than that perhaps which was most attended with personal safety to his imperial master. I thank you for so doing, said the emperor. You have anticipated my wishes, though it is not in my power at present to follow the advice you have given me. I would have been well contented undoubtedly, had these Latins measured their way over the strait again, as suggested by last night's council. But since they have arrived and stand embattled on our shores, it is better that we pay them with money and with spoil than with the lives of our gallant subjects. We cannot after all believe that they come with any serious intention of doing us injury. It is but the insane desire of witnessing feats of battle and single combat, which is to them the breath of their nostrils, that can have impelled them to this partial countermarch. I impose upon you, Achilles Tatius, combining the protospatara in the same commission with you, the duty of riding up to yonder standard and learning of their chief, called the Prince Tancred, if he is there in person, the purpose of his return, and the cause of his entering into debate with Freyorts, and the Lemnos squadron, if they send us any reasonable excuse, we shall not be averse to receive it at their hands, for we have not made so many sacrifices for the preservation of peace to break forth into war, if after all so great an evil can be avoided. Thou wilt receive therefore, with a candid and complacent mind, such apologies as they may incline to bring forward, and be assured that the sight of this puppet show of a single combat will be enough of itself to banish every other consideration from the reflection of these giddy crusaders. A knock was at this moment heard at the door of the emperor's apartment, and upon the word being given to enter, the protospatera made his appearance. He was arrayed in a splendid suit of ancient Roman fashioned armor. The want of a visor left his countenance entirely visible, which, pale and anxious, as it was, did not well become the martial crest and dancing plume with which it was decorated. He received the commission already mentioned with the less alacrity, because the acolyte was added to him as his colleague, for, as the reader may have observed, these two officers were of separate factions in the army, and on indifferent terms with each other. Neither did the acolyte consider his being united in commission with the protospatera as a mark either of the emperor's confidence or of his own safety. He was, however, in the meantime in the Black Quernel, where the slaves of the interior made not the least hesitation when ordered to execute any officer of the court. The two generals had therefore no other alternative than that which is allowed to two greyhounds, who are reluctantly coupled together. The hope of Achilles Tatius was that he might get safely through his mission to Tancred, after which he thought the successful explosion of the conspiracy might take place, and have its course either as a matter desired and countenanced by those Latins, or passed over as a thing in which they took no interest on either side. By the parting order of the emperor, they were to mount on horseback at the sounding of the great Varangian trumpet, put themselves at the head of those Anglo-Saxon guards in the courtyard of their barrack, and await the emperor's further orders. There was something in this arrangement which pressed hard on the conscience of Achilles Tatius, yet he was at a loss to justify his apprehensions to himself, unless from a conscious feeling of his own guilt. He felt, however, that, in being detained under pretense of an honorable mission at the head of the Varangians, he was deprived of the liberty of disposing of himself by which he had hoped to communicate with the Caesar and Hereward, whom he reckoned upon as his active accomplices, not knowing that the first was at this moment a prisoner in the Black Wernal, where Alexius had arrested him in the apartments of the Empress, and that the second was the most important support of Comnenus during the whole of that eventful day. When the gigantic trumpet of the Varangian guards sent forth its deep signal through the city, the protospatera hurried Achilles along with him to the rendezvous of the Varangians, and on the way said to him, in an easy and indifferent tone, "As the emperor is in the field in person, you his representative or follower will of course transmit no orders to the bodyguard, except such as shall receive their origin from himself, so that you will consider your authority as this day suspended." "I regret," said Achilles, "that there should have seemed any cause for such precautions. I had hoped my own truth and fidelity, but I am obsequious to his imperial pleasure in all things." "Such are his orders," said the other officer, "and you know under what penalty obedience is enforced." "If I did not," said Achilles, "the composition of this body of guards would remind me, since it comprehends not only great part of those Varangians, who are the immediate defenders of the emperor's throne, but those slaves of the interior, who are the executioners of his pleasure." To this the protospatera returned no answer, while the more closely the acolyte looked upon the guard, which attended to the unusual number of nearly 3,000 men, the more had he reason to believe that he might esteem himself fortunate if, by the intervention of either the Caesar Agelestes or Hereward, he could pass to the conspirators' signal to suspend the intended explosion, which seemed to be provided against by the emperor with unusual caution. He would have given the full dream of empire, with which he had been for a short time lulled to sleep, to have seen, but a glimpse of the azure plume of Nicephorus, the white mantle of the philosopher, or even a glimmer of Hereward's battle-axe. No such objects could be seen anywhere, and not a little was the faithless follower displeased to see that, whichever way he turned his eyes, those of the protospatera, but especially of the trusty domestic officers of the empire, seemed to follow and watch their occupation. Amidst the numerous soldiers whom he saw on all sides, his eye did not recognize a single man with whom he could exchange a friendly or confidential glance, and he stood in all that agony of terror which is rendered the more discomfiting, because the traitor is conscious that, beset by various foes, his own fears are the most likely of all to betray him internally, as the danger seemed to increase, and as his alarmed imagination attempted to discern new reasons for it, he could only conclude that either one of the three principal conspirators, or at least some of the inferiors, had turned informers, and his doubt was whether he should not screen his own share of what had been premeditated, by flinging himself at the feet of the emperor, and making a full confession. But still, the fear of being premature in having recourse to such base means of saving himself, joined to the absence of the emperor, united to keep within his lips a secret which concerned not only all his future fortunes, but life itself. He was in the meantime therefore plunged, as it were, in a sea of trouble and uncertainty, while the specks of land which seemed to promise him refuge were distant, dimly seen, and extremely difficult of attainment. Chapter the 31st. Tomorrow that sudden spare him, spare him. He's not prepared to die. Shakespeare. At the moment when Achilles Tatius, with a feeling of much insecurity, awaited the unwinding of the perilous skein of state politics, a private council of the imperial family was held in the hall termed the Temple of the Muses, repeatedly distinguished as the apartment in which the Princess Anna Comnena was wont to make her evening recitations to those who were permitted the honor of hearing prelections of her history. The council consisted of the Empress Irene, the princess herself, and the emperor, with the patriarch of the Greek Church, as a sort of mediator between a course of severity and a dangerous degree of lenity. "Tell not me, Irene," said the emperor, "of the fine things attached to the praise of mercy. Here have I sacrificed my just revenge over my rival Ursel, and what good do I obtain by it? Why, the old obstinate man, instead of being tractable and sensible of the generosity which has spared his life and eyes, can be with difficulty brought to exert himself in favor of the prince to whom he owes them. I used to think that eyesight and the breath of life were things which one would preserve at any sacrifice, But on the contrary, I now believe men value them like mere toys. Talk not to me therefore of the gratitude, to be excited by saving this ungrateful cub. And believe me, girl, turning to Anna, that not only will all my subjects, should I follow your advice, laugh at me for sparing a man so predetermined to work my ruin, but even thou thyself wilt be the first to upbraid me with the foolish kindness thou art now so anxious to extort from me. Your imperial pleasure, then said the patriarch, is fixed that your unfortunate son-in-law shall suffer death for his accession to this conspiracy, deluded by that heathen villain Agelestes and the traitorous Achilles Tatius. Such is my purpose, said the emperor, and in evidence that I mean not again to pass over a sentence of this kind, with a seeming execution, only as in the case of Ursel, this ungrateful traitor of ours shall be led from the top of the staircase, or ladder of Acheron, as it is called, through the large chamber, named the Hall of Judgment, at the upper end of which are arranged the apparatus for execution, by which I swear. Swear not at all, said the patriarch. I forbid thee in the name of that heaven, whose voice, though unworthy, speaks in my person, to quench the smoking flax, or destroy the slight hope, which there may remain, that you may finally be persuaded to alter your purpose, respecting your misguided son-in-law within the space allotted to him to sue for your mercy. Remember, I pray you, the remorse of Constantine. What means your reverence, said Irene. A trifle, replied the emperor, not worthy being quoted from such a mouth, as the patriarch's being, as it probably is, a relic of paganism. What is it? Exclaimed the females anxiously, in the hope of hearing something which might strengthen their side of the argument, and something moved perhaps by curiosity, a motive which seldom slumbers in a female bosom, even when the stronger passions are in arms. The patriarch will tell you, answered Alexius, since you must needs know, though I promise you, you will not receive any assistance in your argument from a silly legendary tale. Hear it, however, said the patriarch, for though it is a tale of the olden time, and sometimes supposed to refer to the period when heathenism predominated, it is no less true that it was a vow made and registered in the chancery of the rightful deity by an emperor of Greece. What I am now to relate to you, continued, he is in truth a tale not only of a Christian emperor, but of him who made the whole empire Christian, and of that very Constantine, who was also the first who declared Constantinople to be the metropolis of the empire, this hero remarkable alike for his zeal for religion and for his warlike achievements was crowned by heaven with repeated victory, and with all manner of blessings, save that unity in his family, which wise men are most ambitious to possess. Not only was the blessing of concord among brethren denied to the family of this triumphant emperor, but a deserving son of mature age who had been supposed to aspire to share the throne with his father was suddenly, and at midnight, called upon to enter his defense against a capital charge of treason. You will readily excuse my referring to the arts by which the son was rendered guilty in the eyes of the father. Be it enough to say that the unfortunate young man fell a victim to the guilt of his stepmother Fausta, and that he disdained to exculpate himself from a charge so gross and so erroneous. It is said that the anger of the emperor was kept up against his son by the sycophants who called upon Constantine to observe that the culprit disdained even to supplicate for mercy or vindicate his innocence from so foul a charge. But the death blow had no sooner struck the innocent youth than his father obtained proof of the rashness with which he had acted. He had at this period been engaged in constructing the subterranean parts of the Blackwarnal Palace, which his remorse appointed to contain a record of his paternal grief and contrition. At the upper part of the staircase, called the Pit of Acheron, he caused to be constructed a large chamber, still called the Hall of Judgment, for the purpose of execution. A passage through an archway in the upper wall leads from the hall to the place of misery, where the axe or other engine is disposed for the execution of state prisoners. Of consequence, over this archway was placed a species of marble altar, surmounted by an image of the unfortunate Crispus. Materials were gold, and it bore the memorable inscription, to my son, whom I rashly condemned, and too hastily executed when constructing this passage. Constantine made a vow that he himself and his posterity, being reigning emperors, would stand beside the statue of Crispus at the time when any individual of their family should be led to execution, and before they suffered him to pass from the hall of judgment to the chamber of death, that they should themselves be personally convinced of the truth of the charge under which he suffered. Time rolled on. The memory of Constantine was remembered almost like that of a saint, and the respect paid to it threw into shadow the anecdote of his son's death. The exigencies of the state rendered it difficult to keep so large a sum in specie invested in a statue which called to mind the unpleasant failings of so great a man your imperial highness predecessors, applied the metal, which formed the statue to support the Turkish wars, and the remorse and penance of Constantine died away, in an obscure tradition of the church, or of the palace still however, unless your imperial majesty has strong reasons to the contrary, I shall give it as my opinion that you will hardly achieve what is due to the memory of the greatest of your predecessors, unless you give this unfortunate criminal being so near a relation of your own an opportunity of pleading his cause before passing by the altar of refuge, being the name which is commonly given to the monument of the unfortunate Crispus son of Constantine, although now deprived both of the golden letters which composed the inscription and the golden image which represented the royal sufferer. A mournful strain of music was now heard to ascend the stair, so often mentioned. If I must hear the Caesar Nicephorus Briennius air, he passed the altar of refuge, there must be no loss of time, said the emperor, for these melancholy sounds announce that he has already approached the hall of judgment. Both the imperial ladies began instantly with the utmost earnestness to deprecate the execution of the Caesar's doom, and to conjure Alexius, as he hoped for quiet in his household, and the everlasting gratitude of his wife and daughter, that he would listen to their entreaties in behalf of an unfortunate man who had been seduced into guilt, but not from his heart. I will at least see him, said the emperor, and the holy vow of Constantine shall be in the present instance strictly observed. But remember, you foolish women, that the state of Crispus and the present Caesar is as different as guilt from innocence, and that their fates, therefore, may be justly decided upon opposite principles and with opposite results. But I will confront this criminal, and you, patriarch, may be present to render what help is in your power to a dying man, for you, the wife and mother of the traitor. You will, methinks, do well to retire to the church, and pray God for the soul of the deceased, rather than disturb his last moments with unavailing lamentations. Alexius, said the Empress Irene, I beseech you to be contented. Be assured that we will not leave you in this dogged humor of bloodshedding, lest you make such materials for history as are fitter for the time of Nero than of Constantine. The emperor, without reply, led the way into the hall of judgment, where a much stronger light than usual was already shining up the stair of Acheron, from which were heard to sound by sullen and intermitted fits the penitential psalms, which the Greek church has appointed to be sung at executions, 20 mute slaves, the pale color of whose turbans gave a ghastly look to the withered cast of their features, and the glaring whiteness of their eyeballs, ascended 2 by 2, as it were from the bowels of the earth, each of them bearing in one hand a naked saber, and in the other a lighted torch. After these came the unfortunate Nicephorus. His looks were those of a man half dead from the terror of immediate dissolution, and what he possessed of remaining attention was turned successively to 2 black-stoled monks who were anxiously repeating religious passages to him alternately from the Greek scripture and the form of devotion adopted by the court of Constantinople. The Caesar's dress also corresponded to his mournful fortunes. His legs and arms were bare, and a simple white tunic, the neck of which was already open, showed that Ho had assumed the garments which were to serve his last turn, a tall, muscular Nubian slave, who considered himself obviously as the principal person in the procession, bore on his shoulder a large heavy headsman's axe, and like a demon waiting on a sorcerer stalked step for step after his victim. The rear of the procession was closed by a band of 4 priests, each of whom chanted from time to time the devotional psalm, which was thundered forth on the occasion, and another of slaves armed with bows and quivers, and with lances to resist any attempt at rescue, if such should be offered. It would have required a harder heart than that of the unlucky princess to have resisted this gloomy apparatus of fear and sorrow, surrounding at the same time, directed against a beloved object, the lover of her youth, and the husband of her bosom, within a few minutes of the termination of his mortal career. As the mournful train approached towards the altar of refuge, half encircled, as it now was, by the 2 great and expanded arms, which projected from the wall, the emperor, who stood directly in the passage, threw upon the flame of the altar some chips of aromatic wood, steeped in spirit of wine, which, leaping at once into a blaze, illuminated the doleful procession, the figure of the principal culprit, and the slaves, who had most of them extinguished their flambeaux so soon as they had served the purpose of lighting them up the staircase. The sudden light spread from the altar failed not to make the emperor and the princess visible to the mournful group, which approached through the hall. All were silent. It was a meeting, as the princess has expressed herself in her historical work, such as took place betwixt Ulysses and the inhabitants of the other world who, when they tasted of the blood of his sacrifices, recognized him indeed, but with empty lamentations and gestures. Feeble and shadowy, the hymn of contrition sunk also into silence, and of the whole group, the only figure rendered more distinct was the gigantic executioner, whose high and furrowed forehead, as well as the broad steel of his axe caught, and reflected back the bright gleam from the altar Alexius, saw the necessity of breaking the silence, which ensued lest it should give the intercessors for the prisoner an opportunity of renewing their entreaties. Nice for us, Briannius, he said with a voice which, although generally interrupted by a slight hesitation, which procured him among his enemies the nickname of the stutterer, yet upon important occasions like the present, was so judiciously tuned and balanced in its sentences that no such defect was at all visible. Nice for us, Briannius, he said, late Caesar, the lawful doom hath been spoken, that having conspired against the life of thy rightful sovereign and affectionate father Alexius Comnenus, thou shalt suffer the appropriate sentence, by having thy head struck from thy body here therefore, at the last altar of refuge. I meet thee according to the vow of the immortal Constantine, for the purpose of demanding, whether thou hast anything to allege, why this doom should not be executed even at this 11th hour. Thy tongue is unloosed to speak with freedom, what may concern thy life all is prepared in this world, and in the next look forward beyond yon archway block, is fixed look behind thee thou seest the axe already sharpen at thee place for good or evil in the next world, is already determined time eternity approaches. If thou hast aught to say speak it, freely if not confess the justice of thy sentence, and pass on to death. The emperor commenced this oration, with those looks described by his daughter, as so piercing that they dazzled like lightning, and his periods, if not precisely flowing like burning lava, were yet the accents of a man having the power of absolute command, and as such produced an effect not only on the criminal, but also upon the prince himself, whose watery eyes and faltering voice acknowledged his sense and feeling of the fatal import of the present moment. Rousing himself to the conclusion of what he had commenced, the emperor again demanded whether the prisoner had anything to say in his own defense. Nicephorus was not one of those hardened criminals who may be termed the very prodigies of history from the coolness with which they contemplated the consummation of their crimes, whether in their own punishment or the misfortunes of others. I have been tempted, he said, dropping on his knees, and I have fallen. I have nothing to allege in excuse of my folly and ingratitude, but I stand prepared to die to expiate my guilt. A deep sigh, almost amounting to a scream, was here heard close behind the emperor, and its cause assigned by the sudden exclamation of Irene, my lord, your daughter is gone. And in fact, Anna Komnena had sunk into her mother's arms without either sense or motion. The father's attention was instantly called to support his swooning child, while the unhappy husband strove with the guards to be permitted to go to the assistance of his wife. Give me but 5 minutes of that time, which the law has abridged. Let my efforts but assist in recalling her to a life which should be as long as her virtues and her talents deserve. And then let me die at her feet, for I care not to go an inch beyond. The emperor, who in fact had been more astonished at the boldness and rashness of Nicephorus than alarmed by his power, considered him as a man rather misled than misleading others, and felt therefore the full effect of this last interview. He was besides not naturally cruel, where severities were to be enforced under his own eye. The divine and immortal Constantine, he said, did not, I am persuaded, subject his descendants to this severe trial in order further to search out the innocence of the criminals, but rather to give to those who came after him an opportunity of generously forgiving a crime, which could not without pardon the express pardon of the prince escape unpunished. I rejoice that I am born of the willow rather than of the oak, and I acknowledge my weakness that not even the safety of my own life or resentment of this unhappy man's treasonable machinations have the same effect with me as the tears of my wife and the swooning of my daughter. Rise up, Nicephorus, Briannius, freely pardoned, and restored even to the rank of Caesar. We will direct thy pardon to be made out by the great Logothete, and sealed with the golden bull. For 24 hours thou art a prisoner, until an arrangement is made for preserving the public peace. Meanwhile, thou wilt remain under the charge of the patriarch, who will be answerable for thy forthcoming daughter and wife. You must now go hence to your own apartment. A future time will come during which you may have enough of weeping and embracing mourning, and rejoicing. Pray heaven that I, who having been trained on, till I have sacrificed justice and true policy to uxorious compassion and paternal tenderness of heart, may not have cause at last for grieving in good earnest for all the events of this miscellaneous drama. the pardoned Caesar, who endeavored to regulate his ideas according to this unexpected change, found it as difficult to reconcile himself to the reality of his situation as Ursel to the face of nature. After having been long deprived of enjoying it, so much do the dizziness and confusion of ideas, occasioned by moral and physical causes of surprise and terror, resemble each other in their effects on the understanding. At length he stammered forth a request that he might be permitted to go to the field with the emperor and divert, by the interposition of his own body, the traitorous blows, which some desperate man might aim against that of his prince in a day, which was too likely to be one of danger and bloodshed. Hold there said Alexius Comnenusui, will not begin thy newly redeemed life by renewed doubts of thine allegiance. Yet it is but fitting to remind thee that thou art still the nominal and ostensible head of those who expect to take a part in this day's insurrection, and it will be the safest course to trust its pacification to others than to the ghosts or compare notes with the patriarch and merit your pardon by confessing to him any traitorous intentions concerning this foul conspiracy, with which we may be as yet unacquainted daughter and wife farewell. I must now depart for the lists, where I have to speak with the traitor Achilles Tatius, and the heathenish infidel Agelusts, if he still lives, but of whose providential death I hear a confirmed rumor. Yet do not go, my dearest father, said the princess, but let me rather go to encourage the loyal subjects in your behalf. The extreme kindness, which you have extended towards my guilty husband, convinces me of the extent of your affection towards your unworthy daughter, and the greatness of the sacrifice which you have made to her almost childish affection for an ungrateful man who put your life in danger. That is to say, daughter, said the emperor smiling, that the pardon of your husband is a boon which has lost its merit when it is granted. Take my advice, Anna, and think otherwise wives, and their husbands ought in prudence to forget their offenses towards each other as soon as human nature will permit them. Life is too short, and conjugal tranquility too uncertain to admit of dwelling long upon such irritating subjects. To your apartments, princesses, and prepare the scarlet buskins and the embroidery which is displayed on the cuffs and collars of the Caesar's robe, indicative of his high rank. He must not be seen without them on the morrow, reverend father. I remind you once more that the Caesar is in your personal custody from this moment until tomorrow at the same hour. They parted, the emperor repairing to put himself at the head of his Varangian guards, the Caesar, under the superintendence of the patriarch, withdrawing into the interior of the Blackwarnal palace, where Nicephorus Briennius was under the necessity of unthreading the rude eye of rebellion and throwing such lights as were in his power upon the progress of the conspiracy. Ageless, he said, Achilles Tatius and Hereward, the Varangian, were the persons principally entrusted in its progress, but whether they had been all true to their engagements, he did not pretend to be assured. In the female apartments there was a violent discussion betwixt Anna Comnena and her mother. The princess had undergone during the day many changes of sentiment and feeling, and though they had finally united themselves into one strong interest in her husband's favor, yet no sooner was the fear of his punishment removed than the sense of his ungrateful behavior began to revive. She became sensible also that a woman of her extraordinary attainments, who had been by a universal course of flattery disposed to entertain a very high opinion of her own consequence, made rather a poor figure when she had been the passive subject of a long series of intrigues, by which she was destined to be disposed of in one way or the other according to the humor of a set of subordinate conspirators who never so much as dreamed of regarding her as a being capable of forming a wish in her own behalf, or even yielding or refusing a consent. Her father's authority over her, and right to dispose of her, was less questionable, but even then it was something derogatory to the dignity of a princess born in the Perplian authoress besides, and giver of immortality be, without her own consent thrown, as it were at the head now of one suitor now of another, however mean or disgusting, whose alliance could for the time benefit the emperor. The consequence of these moody reflections was that Anna Comnena deeply twalled in spirit for the discovery of some means by which she might assert her sullied dignity, and various were the expedients which she revolved. Chapter the third, Icecond. But now the hand of fate is on the curtain, and brings the scene to light. Don Sebastian, the gigantic trumpet of the Varangians, sounded its loudest note of march, and the squadrons of the faithful guards, sheathed in complete mail, and enclosing in their center the person of their imperial master, set forth upon their procession through the streets of Constantinople. The form of Alexius, glittering in his splendid armor, seemed no unmeet central point for the force of an empire, And while the citizens crowded in the train of him and his escort, there might be seen a visible difference between those who came with the premeditated intention of tumult and the greater part, who, like the multitude of every great city, thrust each other, and shout for rapture on account of any cause for which a crowd may be collected together. The hope of the conspirators was lodged chiefly in the immortal guards who were levied principally for the defense of Constantinople, partook of the general prejudices of the citizens, and had been particularly influenced by those in favor of Ursel, by whom previous to his imprisonment they had themselves been commanded. The conspirators had determined that those of this body who were considered as most discontented should early in the morning take possession of the posts in the lists, most favorable for their purpose of assaulting the emperor's person. But in spite of all efforts short of actual violence for which the time did not seem to be come, they found themselves disappointed in this purpose by parties of the Varangian guards planted with apparent carelessness, but in fact with perfect skill for the prevention of their enterprise, somewhat confounded at perceiving that a design which they could not suppose to be suspected was nevertheless on every part controlled and counterchecked. The conspirators began to look for the principal persons of their own party, on whom they depended for orders in this emergency, but neither the Caesar nor Ageless was to be seen, whether in the lists or on the military march from Constantinople, and though Achilles Tatius rode in the latter assembly, yet it might be clearly observed that he was rather attending upon the protospatera than assuming that independence as an officer, which he loved to affect. In this manner, as the emperor with his glittering bands approached the phalanx of Tancred and his followers who were drawn up, it will be remembered upon a rising cape, between the city and the lists, the main body of the imperial procession deflected in some degree from the straight road, in order to march past them without interruption, while the protospatera and the acolyte passed under the escort of a band of Varangians to bear the emperor's inquiries to Prince Tancred concerning the purpose of his being there with his band. The short march was soon performed. Large trumpet, which attended the two officers, sounded a parley, and Tancred himself, remarkable for that personal beauty which Tasso has preferred to any of the crusaders, except Rinaldo di Est, the creatures of his own poetical imagination, advanced to parley with them. The Emperor of Greece, said the protospatera to Tancred, requires the Prince of Otranto to show by the two high officers who shall deliver him this message, with what purpose he has returned contrary to his oath to the right side of these straits, assuring Prince Tancred at the same time that nothing will so much please the emperor as to receive an answer not at variance with his treaty with the Duke of Bouillon, and the oath which was taken by the crusading nobles and their soldiers, since that would enable the emperor in conformity to his own wishes, by his kind reception of Prince Tancred, and his troop to show how high is his estimation of the dignity of the one, and the bravery of both. We wait an answer. The tone of the message had nothing in it very alarming, and its substance cost Prince Tancred very little trouble to answer. The cause, he said, of the Prince of Otranto, appearing here with 50 lances, is this cartel in which a combat is appointed betwixt Nicephorus Bryennius, called the Caesar, a high member of this empire, and a worthy knight of great fame, the partner of the pilgrims who have taken the cross in their high vow to rescue Palestine from the infidels. The name of the said knight is the redoubted Robert of Paris. It becomes therefore an obligation indispensable upon the holy pilgrims of the crusade to send one chief of their number, with a body of men at arms sufficient to see, as is usual fair play between the combatants, that such is their intention, may be seen from their sending no more than 50 lances, with their furniture and following, whereas it would have cost them no trouble to have detached 10 times the number had they nourished any purpose of interfering by force or disturbing the fair combat, which is about to take place. The Prince of Otranto, therefore, and his followers will place themselves at the disposal of the imperial court, and witness the proceedings of the combat, with the most perfect confidence that the rules of fair battle will be punctually observed. The two Grecian officers transmitted this reply to the emperor, who heard it with pleasure, and immediately proceeding to act upon the principle which he had laid down of maintaining peace, if possible, with the crusaders, named Prince Tancred with the protospatera, as field marshals of the lists, fully empowered under the emperor to decide all the terms of the combat, and to have recourse to Alexius himself where their opinions disagreed. This was made known to the assistants who were thus prepared for the entry into the lists of the Grecian officer and the Italian prince in full armor, while a proclamation announced to all the spectators their solemn office. The same annunciation commanded the assistants of every kind to clear a convenient part of the seats, which surrounded the lists on one side, that it might serve for the accommodation of Prince Tancred's followers. Achilles Tatius, who was a heedful observer of all these passages, saw with alarm that by the last collocation the armed Latins were interposed between the immortal guards and the discontented citizens, which made it most probable that the conspiracy was discovered, and that Alexius found he had a good right to reckon upon the assistance of Tancred and his forces in the task of suppressing it. This added to the cold and caustic manner in which the emperor communicated his commands to him, made the acolyte of opinion that his best chance of escape from the danger in which he was now placed was that the whole conspiracy should fall to the ground, and that the day should pass without the least attempt to shake the throne of Alexius Comnenus. Even then, it continued highly doubtful whether a despot so wily and so suspicious as the emperor would think it sufficient to rest satisfied with the private knowledge of the undertaking and its failure with which he appeared to be possessed, without putting into exercise the bowstrings and the blinding irons of the mutes of the interior. There was, however, little possibility either of flight or of resistance, the least attempt to withdraw himself from the neighborhood of those faithful followers of the emperor, personal foes of his own, by whom he was gradually and more closely surrounded, became each moment more perilous and more certain to provoke a rupture which it was the interest of the weaker party to delay with whatever difficulty. And while the soldiers under Achilles' immediate authority seemed still to treat him as their superior officer, and appealed to him for the word of command, it became more and more evident that the slightest degree of suspicion which should be excited would be the instant signal for his being placed under arrest. With a trembling heart, therefore, and eyes dimmed by the powerful idea of soon parting with the light of day, and all that it made visible, the acolyte saw himself condemned to watch the turn of circumstances, over which he could have no influence, and to content himself with waiting the result of a drama in which his own life was concerned. Although the piece was played by others, indeed, it seemed as if through the whole assembly some signal was waited for which no one was in readiness to give. The discontented citizens and soldiers looked in vain for Ageless and the Caesar, and when they observed the condition of Achilles Tatius, it seemed such as rather to express doubt and consternation than to give encouragement to the hopes they had entertained. Many of the lower classes, however, felt too secure in their own insignificance to fear the personal consequences of a tumult, and were desirous therefore to provoke the disturbance which seemed hushing itself to sleep. A hoarse murmur which attained almost the importance of a shout exclaimed, "Justice, justice, Ursule, Ursule, the rights of the immortal guards." Roman 100. At this, the trumpet of the Varangians awoke, and its tremendous tones were heard to peal loudly over the whole assembly. As the voice of its presiding deity, a dead silence prevailed in the multitude, and the voice of a herald announced in the name of Alexius Comnenus his sovereign will and pleasure. Citizens of the Roman Empire, your complaints stirred up by factious men have reached the ear of your emperor. You shall yourselves be witness to his power of gratifying his people at your request. And before your own sight, the visual ray which hath been quenched shall be reillumined. The mind, whose efforts were restricted to the imperfect supply of individual wants, shall be again extended, if such is the owner's will, to the charge of an ample theme or division of the empire. Political jealousy, more hard to receive conviction than the blind to receive sight, shall yield itself conquered by the emperor's paternal love of his people, and his desire to give them satisfaction. Ursule, the darling of your wishes, supposed to be long dead, or at least believed to exist in blinded seclusion, is restored to you well in health, clear in eyesight, and possessed of every faculty necessary to adorn the emperor's favor or merit the affection of the people. As the herald thus spoke, a figure which had hitherto stood shrouded behind some officers of the interior, now stepped forth, and flinging from him a dusky veil in which he was wrapped, appeared in a dazzling scarlet garment, of which the sleeves and buskins displayed those ornaments which expressed a rank nearly adjacent to that of the emperor himself. He held in his hand a silver truncheon, the badge of delegated command over the immortal guards, and kneeling before the emperor presented it to his hands, intimating a virtual resignation of the command which it implied. The whole assembly were electrified at the appearance of a person long supposed either dead or by cruel means rendered incapable of public trust. Some recognized the man, whose appearance and features were not easily forgot, and congratulated him upon his most unexpected return to the service of his country. Others stood suspended in amazement, not knowing whether to trust their eyes, while a few determined malcontents eagerly pressed upon the assembly an allegation that the person presented as Ursule was only a counterfeit, and the whole a trick of the emperor. Speak to them, noble Ursel, said the emperor, tell them that if I have sinned against thee it has been because I was deceived, and that my disposition to make thee amends is as ample as ever was my purpose of doing thee wrong. Friends and countrymen, said Ursel, turning himself to the assembly, His Imperial Majesty permits me to offer my assurance that if in any former part of my life I have suffered at his hand, it is more than wiped out by the feelings of a moment so glorious as this, and that I am well satisfied from the present instant to spend what remains of my life in the service of the most generous and beneficent of sovereigns, or with his permission to bestow it, in preparing by devotional exercises for an infinite immortality, to be spent in the society of saints and angels. Whichever choice I shall make, I reckon that you, my beloved countrymen, who have remembered me so kindly during years of darkness and captivity, will not fail to afford me the advantage of your prayers. This sudden apparition of the long-lost Ursel had too much of that which elevates and surprises not to captivate the multitude, and they sealed their reconciliation with three tremendous shouts, which are said to have shaken the air, that birds incapable of sustaining themselves sunk down, exhausted out of their native element. Chapter the 33rd. What, leave the combat out, exclaimed the knight. Yea, or we must renounce the Stagirite. So large a crowd the stage will near contain. Then build anew, or act it on a plain. Pope. The sounds of the gratulating shout had expanded over the distant shores of the Bosphorus, by mountain and forest, and died at length, in the farthest echoes, when the people in the silence which ensued appeared to ask each other what next scene was about to adorn a pause so solemn, and a stage so august. The pause would probably have soon given place to some new clamor, for a multitude, from whatever cause assembled, seldom remains long silent, had not a new signal from the Varangian trumpet given notice of a fresh purpose to solicit their attention. The blast had something in its tone spirit-stirring, and yet melancholy, partaking both of the character of a point of war and of the doleful sounds which might be chosen to announce an execution of peculiar solemnity. Its notes were high and widely extended, and prolonged and long dwelt upon, as if the brazen clamor had been waked by something more tremendous than the lungs of mere mortals. The multitude appeared to acknowledge these awful sounds, which were indeed such as habitually solicited their attention, to imperial edicts of melancholy import, by which rebellions were announced, dooms of treason discharged, and other tidings of a great and affecting import, intimated to the people of Constantinople, when the trumpet had in its turn ceased with its thrilling and doleful notes to agitate the immense assembly. The voice of the herald again addressed them. It announced in a grave and affecting strain that it sometimes chanced how the people failed in their duty to a sovereign, who was unto them as a father, and how it became the painful duty of the prince to use the rod of correction rather than the olive scepter of mercy. Fortunate, continued the herald, it is, when the supreme deity, having taken on himself the preservation of a throne in beneficence and justice resembling his own, has also assumed the most painful task of his earthly delegate, by punishing those whom his unerring judgment acknowledges as most guilty, and leaving to his substitute the more agreeable task of pardoning such of those as art has misled and treachery hath involved in its snares. Such being the case, Greece and its accompanying themes are called upon to listen and learn that a villain, namely Agelusts, who had insinuated himself into the favor of the emperor, by affection of deep knowledge and severe virtue, had formed a treacherous plan for the murder of the Emperor Alexius Comnenus, and a revolution in the state. This person, who under pretended wisdom hid the doctrines of a heretic and the vices of a sensualist, had found proselytes to his doctrines, even among the emperor's household and those persons who were most bound to him, and down to the lower order, to excite the last of whom were dispersed a multitude of forged rumors, similar to those concerning Ursal's death and blindness, of which your own eyes have witnessed the falsehood. The people, who had hitherto listened in silence upon this appeal, broke forth in a clamorous assent. They had scarcely been again silent, ere the iron-voiced herald continued his proclamation. Not Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, he said, had more justly or more directly fallen under the doom of an offended deity than this villain Agelusts. The steadfast earth gaped to devour the apostate sons of Israel, but the termination of this wretched man's existence has been, as far as can now be known, by the direct means of an evil spirit, whom his own arts had evoked into the upper air by the spirit, as would appear by the testimony of a noble lady and other females who witnessed the termination of his life. Agelusts was strangled, a fate well becoming his odious crimes. Such a death, even of a guilty man, must indeed be most painful to the humane feelings of the emperor, because it involves suffering beyond this world. But the awful catastrophe carries with it this comfort, that it absolves the emperor from the necessity of carrying any farther of vengeance, which heaven itself seems to have limited to the exemplary punishment of the principal conspirator. Some changes of offices and situations shall be made for the sake of safety and good order. But the secret who had or who had not been concerned in this awful crime shall sleep in the bosoms of the persons themselves implicated, since the emperor is determined to dismiss their offense from his memory, as the effect of a transient delusion. Let all therefore who now hear me, whatever consciousness they may possess of a knowledge of what was this day intended, return to their houses, assured that their own thoughts will be their only punishment. Let them rejoice that Almighty goodness has saved them from the meditations of their own hearts, and according to the affecting language of Scripture let them repent, and sin no more lest a worse thing befall them. The voice of the herald then ceased, and was again answered by the shouts of the audience. These were unanimous, for circumstances contributed to convince the malcontent party that they stood at the sovereign's mercy, and the edict that they heard having shown his acquaintance with their guilt, it lay at his pleasure, to let loose upon them the strength of the Varangians, while from the terms on which it had pleased him to receive Tancred, it was probable that the Apulian forces were also at his disposal. The voices therefore of the bulky Stephanos of Harpax, the centurion and other rebels, both of the camp and city, were the first to thunder forth their gratitude for the clemency of the emperor, and their thanks to heaven for his preservation. The audience, reconciled to the thoughts of the discovered and frustrated conspiracy, began meantime, according to their custom, to turn themselves to the consideration of the matter, which had more avowedly called them together, and private whispers, swelling by degrees into murmurs, began to express the dissatisfaction of the citizens at being thus long assembled, without receiving any communication respecting the announced purpose of their meeting. Alexius was not slow to perceive the tendency of their thoughts, and on a signal from his hand, the trumpets blew a point of war in sounds far more lively than those which had prefaced the imperial edict. Robert, Count of Paris, then said a herald, art thou here in thy place? Or by knightly proxy to answer the challenge brought against thee by his imperial highness Nicephorus Bryennius, Caesar of this empire? The emperor conceived himself to have equally provided against the actual appearance at this call of either of the parties named, and had prepared an exhibition of another kind, namely certain cages, tenanted by wild animals, which being now loosened, should do their pleasure with each other in the eyes of the assembly. His astonishment and confusion therefore were great, when as the last note of the proclamation died in the echo, Count Robert of Paris stood forth armed, Capipi his mailed charger, led behind him from within the curtained enclosure at one end of the lists, as if ready to mount at the signal of the marshal. The alarm and the shame that were visible in every countenance near the imperial presence, when no Caesar came forth in like fashion to confront the formidable Frank, were not of long duration. Hardly had the style and title of the Count of Paris been duly announced by the heralds and their second summons of his antagonist uttered in due form, when a person dressed like one of the Varangian guards sprung into the lists, and announced himself as ready to do battle, in the name and place of the Caesar Nicephorus Bryennius, and for the honor of the empire. Alexius with the utmost joy beheld this unexpected assistance, and readily gave his consent to the bold soldier, who stood thus forward in the hour of utmost need to take upon himself the dangerous office of champion. He the more readily acquiesced, as from the size and appearance of the soldier, and the gallant bearing he displayed, he had no doubt of his individual person, and fully confided in his valor, but Prince Tancred interposed his opposition. The lists, he said, were only open to knights and nobles, or at any rate men were not permitted to meet therein, who were not of some equality of birth and blood, nor could he remain a silent witness, where the laws of chivalry are in such respects forgotten. Let Count Robert of Paris, said the Varangian, look upon my countenance, and say whether he has not by promise removed all objection to our contest, which might be founded upon an inequality of condition, and let him be judge himself, whether by meeting me in this field, he will do more than comply with a compact which he has long since become bound by. Count Robert upon this appeal advanced and acknowledged without further debate that, notwithstanding their difference of rank, he held himself bound by his solemn word to give this valiant soldier a meeting in the field that he regretted on account of this gallant man's eminent virtues, and the high services he had received at his hands, that they should now stand upon terms of such bloody arbitration. But since nothing was more common than that the fate of war called on friends to meet each other in mortal combat, he would not shrink from the engagement he had pledged himself to, nor did, he think his quality in the slightest degree, infringed, or diminished by meeting in battle a warrior so well known. And of such good account as Hereward the brave Varangian, he added that he willingly admitted that the combat should take place on foot, and with the battle-axe which was the ordinary weapon of the Varangian guard. Hereward had stood still almost like a statue while this discourse passed, but when the Count of Paris had made this speech, he inclined himself towards him with a grateful obeisance, and expressed himself honored and gratified by the manly manner in which the Count acquitted himself according to his promise with complete honor and fidelity. What we are to do, said Count Robert with a sigh of regret, which even his love of battle could not prevent, let us do quickly, the heart may be affected, but the hand must do its duty. Hereward assented with the additional remark, let us then lose no more time, which is already flying fast, and grasping his axe, he stood prepared for combat. I also am ready, said Count Robert of Paris, taking the same weapon from a Varangian soldier, who stood by the lists. Both were immediately upon the alert, nor did further forms or circumstances put off the intended duel. The first blows were given and parried with great caution, and Prince Tancred and others thought that on the part of Count Robert the caution was much greater than usual. But in combat as in food the appetite increases with the exercise, the fiercer passions began as usual to awaken with the clash of arms, and the sense of deadly blows, some of which were made with great fury on either side, and parried with considerable difficulty, and not so completely, but that blood flowed on both their parts. The Greeks looked with astonishment on a single combat, such as they had seldom witnessed, and held their breath as they beheld the furious blows dealt by either warrior, and expected with each stroke the annihilation of one or other of the combatants. As yet their strength and agility seemed somewhat equally matched, although those who judged with more pretension to knowledge were of opinion that Count Robert spared putting forth some part of the military skill for which he was celebrated, and the remark was generally made, and allowed that he had surrendered a great advantage by not insisting upon his right to fight upon horseback. On the other hand, it was the general opinion that the gallant Varangian omitted to take advantage of one or two opportunities afforded him by the heat of Count Robert's temper, who obviously was incensed at the duration of the combat. Accident at length seemed about to decide what had been hitherto an equal contest. Count Robert, making a feint on one side of his antagonist, struck him on the other, which was uncovered with the edge of his weapon, so that the Varangian reeled, and seemed in the act of falling to the earth, the usual sound made by spectators at the sight of any painful or unpleasant circumstance. By drawing the breath between the teeth was suddenly heard to pass through the assembly, while a female voice loud and eagerly exclaimed, Count Robert of Paris, forget not this day that thou owest a life to heaven and me. The Count was in the act of again seconding his blow with what effect could hardly be judged when this cry reached his ears, and apparently took away his disposition for farther combat. I acknowledge the debt, he said, sinking his battle-axe, and retreating 2 steps from his antagonist, who stood in astonishment, scarcely recovered from the stunning effect of the blow, by which he was so nearly prostrated. He sank the blade of his battle-axe in imitation of his antagonist, and seemed to wait in suspense what was to be the next process of the combat. I acknowledge my debt, said the valiant Count of Paris, alike to Bertha of Britain and to the Almighty, who has preserved me from the crime of ungrateful blood-guiltiness. You have seen the fight, gentlemen, turning to Tancred and his chivalry, and can testify on your honor that it has been maintained fairly on both sides, and without advantage on either. I presume my honorable antagonist has by this time satisfied the desire which brought me under his challenge, and which certainly had no taste in it of personal or private quarrel on my part. I retain towards him such a sense of personal obligation as would render my continuing this combat, unless compelled to it by self-defense, a shameful and sinful action. Alexius gladly embraced the terms of truce, which he was far from expecting, and threw down his warder, in signal that the duel was ended. Tancred, though somewhat surprised, and perhaps even scandalized that a private soldier of the Emperor's guard should have so long resisted the utmost efforts of so approved a knight, could not but own that the combat had been fought with perfect fairness and equality, and decided upon terms dishonorable to neither party. The Count's character being well known and established amongst the Crusaders, they were compelled to believe that some motive of a most potent nature formed the principle upon which, very contrary to his general practice, he had proposed a cessation of the combat before it was brought to a deadly, or at least to a decisive conclusion. The edict of the Emperor upon the occasion therefore passed into a law acknowledged by the assent of the chiefs present, and especially affirmed and gratulated by the shouts of the assembled spectators. But perhaps the most interesting figure in the assembly was that of the bold Varangian arrived so suddenly at a promotion of military renown, which the extreme difficulty he had experienced in keeping his ground against Count Robert had prevented him from anticipating, although his modesty had not diminished the indomitable courage with which he maintained the contest. He stood in the middle of the lists, his face ruddy with the exertion of the combat, and not less so from the modest consciousness proper to the plainness and simplicity of his character, which was disconcerted by finding himself the central point of the gaze of the multitude. "Speak to me, my soldier," said Alexius, strongly affected by the gratitude which he felt was due to hear word upon so singular an occasion. "Speak to thine emperor as his superior, for such thou art at this moment, and tell him if there is any manner, even at the expense of half his kingdom, to atone for his own life saved, and what is yet dearer for the honor of his country, which thou hast so manfully defended and preserved." "My lord," answered Hereward, "your imperial highness values my poor services over highly and ought to attribute them to the noble Count of Paris, first for his condescending to accept of an antagonist so mean in quality as myself, and next in generously relinquishing victory when he might have achieved it by an additional blow, for I here confess before your majesty, my brethren, and the assembled Grecians, that my power of protracting the combat was ended when the gallant count by his generosity put a stop to it." "Do not thyself that wrong, brave man," said Count Robert, "for I vow to Our Lady of the Broken Lances that the combat was yet within the undetermined doom of Providence, when the pressure of my own feelings rendered me incapable of continuing it to the necessary harm, perhaps to the mortal damage of an antagonist to whom I owe so much kindness. Choose therefore the recompense which the generosity of thy emperor offers in a manner so just and grateful, and fear not lest mortal voice pronounces that reward unmerited which Robert of Paris shall avouch with his sword to have been gallantly won upon his own crest." "You are too great, my lord, and too noble," answered the Anglo-Saxon, "to be gainsaid by such as I am, and I must not awaken new strife between us by contesting the circumstances under which our combat so suddenly closed, nor would it be wise or prudent in me further to contradict. You, my noble emperor, generously offers me the right of naming what he calls my recompense, but let not his generosity be dispraised, although it is from you, my lord, and not from his imperial highness, that I am to ask a boon to me, the dearest to which my voice can give utterance. And that," said the count, "has reference to Bertha, the faithful attendant of my wife." "Even so," said Hereward, "it is my proposal to request my discharge from the Varangian Guard, and permission to share in your lordship's pious and honorable vow for the recovery of Palestine with liberty, to fight under your honored banner, and permission from time to recommend my love suit to Bertha, the attendant of the Countess of Paris, and the hope that it may find favor in the eyes of her noble lord and lady. I may thus finally hope to be restored to a country which I have never ceased to love over the rest of the world. Thy service, noble soldier," said the count, "shall be as acceptable to me as that of a born earl, nor is there an opportunity of acquiring honor which I can shape for thee, to which, as it occurs, I will not gladly prefer thee. I will not boast of what interest I have with the King of England, but something I can do with him, and it shall be strained to the uttermost to settle thee in thine own beloved native country." The emperor then spoke: "Bear witness heaven and earth, and you, my faithful subjects, and you, my gallant allies, above all you, my bold and true Varangian Guard, that we would rather have lost the brightest jewel from our imperial crown than have relinquished the service of this true and faithful Anglo-Saxon. But since go he must, and will, it shall be my study to distinguish him by such marks of beneficence as may make it known through his future life that he is the person to whom the Emperor Alexius Comnenus acknowledged a debt larger than his empire could discharge. You, my lord Tancred, and your principal leaders will sup with us this evening, and tomorrow resume your honorable and religious purpose of pilgrimage. We trust both the combatants will also oblige us, by their presence trumpets give the signal for dismission." The trumpets sounded accordingly, and the different classes of spectators, armed and unarmed, broke up into various parties, or formed into their military ranks for the purpose of their return to the city. The screams of women, suddenly and strangely raised, was the first thing that arrested the departure of the multitude, when those who glanced their eyes back saw Sylvan, the great orangutan, produce himself in the lists. To their surprise and astonishment, the women and many of the men who were present, unaccustomed to the ghastly look and savage appearance of a creature so extraordinary, raised a yell of terror, so loud that it discomposed the animal, who was the occasion of its being raised sylvan, in the course of the night, having escaped over the garden wall of age-lusts, and clambered over the rampart of the city, found no difficulty in hiding himself in the lists which were in the act of being raised, having found a lurking place in some dark corner, under the seats of the spectators. From this, he was probably dislodged by the tumult of the dispersing multitude, and had been compelled therefore to make an appearance in public when he least desired it, not unlike that of the celebrated Pulixinolo at the conclusion of his own drama, when he enters in mortal strife with the fowl, fiend himself, a scene which scarcely excites more terror among the juvenile audience than did the unexpected apparition of Sylvan among the spectators. Of the duel, bows were bent, and javelins pointed by the braver part of the soldiery, against an animal of an appearance so ambiguous, and whom his uncommon size and grisly look caused most who beheld him to suppose either the devil himself, or the apparition of some fiendish deity of ancient days, whom the heathens worshipped. Sylvan had so far improved such opportunities as had been afforded him as to become sufficiently aware that the attitudes assumed by so many military men inferred immediate danger to his person, from which he hastened to shelter himself by flying to the protection of Hereward, with whom he had been in some degree familiarized. He seized him accordingly by the cloak, and by the absurd and alarmed look of his fantastic features, and a certain wild and gibbering chatter, endeavored to express his fear, and to ask protection. Hereward understood the terrified creature, and turning to the emperor's throne, said aloud, "Poor frightened, being turned thy petition, and gestures, and tones to a quarter, which having today pardoned so many offenses, which were wilfully and maliciously schemed, will not be, I am sure, obdurate to such as thou in thy half-reasoning capacity may have been capable of committing." The creature, as is the nature of its tribe, caught from Hereward himself the mode of applying with most effect his gestures and pitiable supplication, while the emperor, notwithstanding the serious scene which had just passed, could not help laughing at the touch of comedy flung into it by this last incident. "My trusty Hereward, set aside, I will not again call him Edward, if I can help it. Thou art the refuge of the distressed, whether it be man or beast, and nothing that sues through thy intercession, while thou remainest in our service, shall find its supplication in vain. Do thou." Good Hereward, for the name was now pretty well established in his imperial memory, and such of thy companions as know the habits of the creature lead him back to his old quarters in the Blackwernel, and that done, my friend, observe that we request thy company, and that of thy faithful mate Bertha, to partake supper at our court with our wife and daughter, and such of our servants and allies as we shall request to share the same honor. Be assured that while thou remainest with us, there is no point of dignity which shall not be willingly paid to the end. Do thou approach Achilles Tatius as much favored by thine emperor as before this day dawned. What charges are against thee have been only whispered in a friendly ear, which remembers them, not unless which heaven forfend their remembrance is renewed by fresh offenses. Achilles Tatius bowed till the plume of his helmet mingled with the mane of his fiery horse, but held it wisest to forbear any answer in words, leaving his crime and his pardon to stand upon those general terms in which the emperor had expressed them. Once more the multitude of all ranks returned on their way to the city, nor did any second interruption arrest their march. Sylvan, accompanied by one or two Varangians who led him in a sort of captivity, took his way to the vaults of the Blackwernel, which were in fact his proper habitation. Upon the road to the city, Harpax, the notorious corporal of the immortal guards, held a discourse with one or two of his own soldiers, and of the citizens who had been members of the late conspiracy. So said Stephanos the prize-fighter, "A fine affair we have made of it to suffer ourselves to be all anticipated and betrayed by a thick-skulled Varangian, every chance turning against us, as they would against Corydon the shoemaker, if he were to defy me to the Circus Ursule, whose death made so much work turns out not to be dead after all. And what is worse, he lives not to our advantage, this fellow Hereward, who was yesterday no better than myself. What do I say better? Was a great deal worsian, insignificant nobody. In every respect he's now crammed with honors, praises, and gifts, till he well nigh returns what they have given him, and the Caesar and the acolyte, our associates, have lost the emperor's love and confidence. And if they are suffered to survive, it must be like the tame domestic poultry, whom we pamper with food one day, that upon the next their necks may be twisted for spit or spot." "Stephanos," replied the centurion, "thy form of body fits thee well for the palestra, but thy mind is not so acutely formed as to detect that which is real from that which is only probable in the political world of which thou art now judging. Considering the risk, incurred by lending a man's ear to a conspiracy thou oughtest to reckon it a saving in every particular where he escapes with his life and character safe. This has been the case with Achilles Tatius. And with the Caesar, they have remained also in their high places of trust and power, and may be confident that the emperor will hardly dare to remove them at a future period, since the possession of the full knowledge of their guilt has not emboldened him to do so. Their power thus left with them is in fact ours, nor is there a circumstance to be supposed which can induce them to betray their confederates to the government. It is much more likely that they will remember them, with the probability of renewing at a finer time the alliance which binds them together. Cheer up thy noble resolution, therefore, my prince of the circus, and think that thou shalt still retain that predominant influence which the favorites of the amphitheater are sure to possess over the citizens of Constantinople. I cannot tell, answered Stephanos, but it gnaws at my heart like the worm that dieth, not to see this beggarly foreigner betray the noblest blood in the land, not to mention the best athlete in the palestra, and move off not only without punishment for his treachery, but with praise, honor, and preferment. True, said Harpax, but observe, my friend, that he does move off to purpose. He leaves the land, quits the corps in which he might claim preferment, and a few vain honors being valued at what such trifles amount to hereward, in the course of 1 or 2 days, shall be little better than a disbanded soldier, subsisting by the poor bread which he can obtain as a follower of this beggarly count, or which he is rather bound to dispute with the infidel, by encountering with his battle-axe. The Turkish sabres, what will it avail him, amidst the disasters, the slaughter, and the famine of Palestine, that he once upon a time was admitted to supper with the emperor? We know Alexius Comnenus is willing to discharge at the highest cost such obligations as are incurred to men like this hereward. And believe me, I think that I see the wily despot shrug his shoulders in derision when one morning he is saluted with the news of a battle in Palestine, lost by the Crusaders, in which his old acquaintance has fallen a dead man. I will not insult thee by telling thee how easy it might be to acquire the favor of a gentlewoman in waiting upon a lady of quality, nor do I think it would be difficult, should that be the object of the prizefighter, to acquire the property of a large baboon like Sylvan, which no doubt would set up as a juggler any Frank who had meanness of spirit to propose to gain his bread in such a capacity from the alms of the starving chivalry of Europe. But he who can stoop to envy the lot of such a person ought not to be one whose chief personal distinctions are sufficient to place him first in rank over all the favorites of the amphitheater. There was something in this sophistical kind of reasoning which was but half satisfactory to the obtuse intellect of the prizefighter, to whom it was addressed, although the only answer which he attempted was couched in this observation. I, but noble centurion, you forget that, besides empty honors, this Varangian hereward, or Edward, whichever is his name, is promised a mighty donative of gold. Marry, you touch me there, said the centurion, and when you tell me that the promise is fulfilled, I will willingly agree that the Anglo-Saxon hath gained something to be envied for. But while it remains in the shape of a naked promise, you shall pardon me, my worthy Stephanos, if I hold it of no more account than the mere pledges which are distributed among ourselves, as well as to the Varangians, promising upon future occasions mints of money, which we are likely to receive at the same time with the last year's snow. Keep up your heart, therefore, noble Stephanos, and believe not that your affairs are worse for the miscarriage of this day, and let not thy gallant courage sink, but remembering those principles upon which it was called into action, believe that thy objects are not the less secure because fate has removed their acquisition to a more distant day. The veteran and unbending conspirator Harpax thus strengthened for some future renewal of their enterprise the failing spirits of Stephanos. After this, such leaders, as were included in the invitation given by the emperor, repaired to the evening meal, and from the general content and complaisance expressed by Alexius and his guests of every description, it could little have been supposed that the day just passed over was one which had inferred a purpose so dangerous and treacherous. The absence of the Countess Brennhilda during this eventful day created no small surprise to the emperor and those in his immediate confidence, who knew her enterprising spirit and the interest she must have felt in the issue of the combat. Bertha had made an early communication to the count that his lady, agitated with the many anxieties of the few preceding days, was unable to leave her apartment. The valiant knight therefore lost no time in acquainting his faithful countess of his safety, and afterwards joining those who partook of the banquet at the palace, he bore himself as if the least recollection did not remain on his mind of the perfidious conduct of the emperor. At the conclusion of the last entertainment, He knew in truth that the knights of Prince Tancred not only maintained a strict watch round the house where Brunhilde remained, but also that they preserved a severe ward in the neighborhood of the Blackwarnel, as well for the safety of their heroic leader, as for that of Count Robert, the respected companion of their military pilgrimage. It was the general principle of the European chivalry that distrust was rarely permitted to survive open quarrels, and that whatever was forgiven was dismissed from their recollection as unlikely to recur. But on the present occasion, there was a more than usual assemblage of troops which the occurrences of the day had drawn together, so that the crusaders were called upon to be particularly watchful. It may be believed that the evening passed over without any attempt to renew the ceremonial in the council chamber of the lions, which had been upon a former occasion terminated in such misunderstanding. Indeed, it would have been lucky if the explanation between the mighty emperor of Greece and the chivalrous knight of Paris had taken place earlier for reflection on what had passed, had convinced the emperor that the Franks were not a people to be imposed upon by pieces of clockwork and similar trifles, and that what they did not understand was sure, instead of procuring their awe or admiration, to excite their anger and defiance. Nor had it altogether escaped Count Robert that the manners of the Eastern people were upon a different scale from those to which he had been accustomed, that they neither were so deeply affected by the spirit of chivalry, nor in his own language was the worship of the Lady of the Broken Lances so congenial a subject of adoration. This notwithstanding, Count Robert observed that Alexius Comnenus was a wise and politic prince, his wisdom perhaps too much allied to cunning, but yet aiding him to maintain with great address that empire over the minds of his subjects, which was necessary for their good, and for maintaining his own authority, he therefore resolved to receive with equanimity whatever should be offered by the emperor, either in civility or in the way of jest, and not again to disturb an understanding which might be of advantage to Christendom by a quarrel founded upon misconception of terms or misapprehension of manners. To this prudent resolution the Count of Paris adhered during the whole evening with some difficulty, however, since it was somewhat inconsistent with his own fiery and inquisitive temper, which was equally desirous to know the precise amount of whatever was addressed to him, and to take umbrage at it should it appear in the least degree offensive, whether so intended or not. Chapter the Third of Earth. It was not until after the conquest of Jerusalem that Count Robert of Paris returned to Constantinople, and with his wife and such proportion of his followers as the sword and pestilence had left, after that bloody warfare, resumed his course to his native kingdom. Upon reaching Italy, the first care of the noble count and countess was to celebrate in princely style the marriage of Hereward and his faithful Bertha, who had added to their other claims upon their master and mistress those acquired by Hereward's faithful services in Palestine, and no less by Bertha's affectionate ministry to her lady in Constantinople. As to the fate of Alexius Comnenus, it may be read at large in the history of his daughter Anna, who has represented him as the hero of many a victory achieved, says the purple born in the 3rd chapter and 15th book of her history, sometimes by his arms, and sometimes by his prudence. His boldness alone has gained some battles, at other times his success has been won by stratagem. He has erected the most illustrious of his trophies, by confronting danger, by combating like a simple soldier, and throwing himself bareheaded into the thickest of the foe. But there are others, continues the accomplished lady, which he gained an opportunity of erecting by assuming the appearance of terror, and even of retreat. In a word, he knew alike how to triumph either in flight or in pursuit, and remained upright even before those enemies who appeared to have struck him down, resembling the military implement termed the calthrop, which remains always upright in whatever direction it is thrown on the ground. It would be unjust to deprive the princess of the defense she herself makes against the obvious charge of partiality. I must still once more repel the reproach which some bring against me, as if my history was composed merely according to the dictates of the natural love for parents which is engraved in the hearts of children. In truth, it is not the effect of that affection which I bear to mine, but it is the evidence of matter of fact which obliges me to speak as I have done. Is it not possible that one can have at the same time an affection for the memory of a father, and for truth? For myself, I have never directed my attempt to write history otherwise than for the ascertainment of the matter of fact. With this purpose, I have taken for my subject the history of a worthy man. Is it just that, by the single accident of his being the author of my birth, his quality of my father ought to form a prejudice against me, which would ruin my credit with my readers? I have given upon other occasions proofs sufficiently strong of the ardor which I had for the defense of my father's interests, which those that know me can never doubt. But on the present, I have been limited by the inviolable fidelity with which I respect the truth which I should have felt. Conscience to have veiled under pretense of serving the renown of my father Alexiad chap Roman 3 book Roman 15, this much we have deemed it our duty to quote in justice to the fair historian. We will extract also her description of the emperor's death, and are not unwilling to allow that the character assigned to the princess by our own Gibbon has in it a great deal of fairness and of truth. Notwithstanding her repeated protests of sacrificing, rather to the exact and absolute truth, than to the memory of her deceased parent, Gibbon remarks truly, that instead of the simplicity of style and narrative, which wins a belief, an elaborate affectation of rhetoric and science, betrays in every page the vanity of a female author, the genuine character of Alexius, is lost in a vague constellation of virtues, and the perpetual strain of panegyric and apology awakens our jealousy to question the veracity of the historian and the merit of the hero. We cannot, however, refuse her judicious and important remark, that the disorders of the times were the misfortune and the glory of Alexius, and that every calamity which can afflict a declining empire was accumulated on his reign by the justice of heaven, and the vices of his predecessor Gibbon's Roman Empire Vol. Roman 9, p. 83 footnote. The princess accordingly feels the utmost assurance that a number of signs which appeared in heaven and on earth were interpreted by the soothsayers of the day as foreboding the death of the emperor by these means. Anna Comnena assigned to her father those indications of consequence, which ancient historians represent as necessary intimations of the sympathy of nature with the removal of great characters from the world, but she fails not to inform the Christian reader that her father's belief attached to none of these prognostics, and that even on the following remarkable occasion, he maintained his incredulity. A splendid statue, supposed generally to be a relic of paganism, holding in its hand a golden scepter, and standing upon a base of porphyry, was overturned by a tempest, and was generally believed to be an intimation of the death of the emperor. This, however, he generously repelled. Phidias, he said, and other great sculptors of antiquity, had the talent of imitating the human frame with surprising accuracy. But to suppose that the power of foretelling future events was reposed in these masterpieces of art would be to ascribe to their makers the faculties reserved by the deity for himself, when he says, "It is I who kill and make alive." During his latter days, the emperor was greatly afflicted with the gout, the nature of which has exercised the wit of many persons of science, as well as of Anna Comnena. The poor patient was so much exhausted that, when the empress was talking of most eloquent persons who should assist in the composition of his history, he said, with a natural contempt of such vanities, "The passages of my unhappy life call rather for tears and lamentation than for the praises you speak of." A species of asthma having come to the assistance of the gout, the remedies of the physicians became as vain as the intercession of the monks, and clergy as well as the alms, which were indiscriminately lavished 2 or 3 deep successive swoons, gave ominous warning of the approaching blow, and at length was terminated the reign and life of Alexius Comnenus, a prince who, with all the faults which may be imputed to him, still possesses a real right from the purity of his general intentions to be accounted one of the best sovereigns of the Lower Empire. For some time the historian forgot her pride of literary rank, and like an ordinary person burst into tears, and shrieks tore her hair, and defaced her countenance, while the Empress Irene cast from her princely habits, cut off her hair, changed her purple buskins for black mourning shoes, and her daughter Mary, who had herself been a widow, took a black robe from one of her own wardrobes, and presented it to her mother. Even in the moment when she put it on, says Anna Comnena, the emperor gave up the ghost, and in that moment the sun of my life set. We shall not pursue her lamentations farther. She upbraids herself that, after the death of her father, that light of the world, she had also survived Irene, the delight alike of the East and of the West, and survived her husband also. I am indignant, she said, that my soul, suffering under such torrents of misfortune, should still deign to animate my body. Have I not said she been more hard and unfeeling than the rocks themselves? And is it not just that one who could survive such a father and mother, and such a husband, should be subjected to the influence of so much calamity? But let me finish this history, rather than any longer fatigue my readers with my unavailing and tragical lamentation. Having thus concluded her history, she adds the following 2 lines. The learned Comnena lays her pen aside. What time her subject and her father died. Footnote Greek. Lexin hapu biotoio Alexios de Comnenos. Entha cali thigater lexin alexiados. These quotations will probably give the readers as much as they wish to know of the real character of this imperial historian. Fewer words will suffice to dispose of the other parties, who have been selected from her pages, as persons in the foregoing drama. There is very little doubt that the Count Robert of Paris, whose audacity in seating himself upon the throne of the emperor gives a peculiar interest to his character, was in fact a person of the highest rank, being no other, as has been conjectured by the learned Ducange, than an ancestor of the House of Bourbon, which has so long given kings to France. He was a successor. It has been conceived of the Counts of Paris, by whom the city was valiantly defended against the Normans, and an ancestor of Hugh Capet. There are several hypotheses upon this subject, deriving the well-known Hugh Capet, first from the family of Saxony, secondly from St. Arnal, afterwards Bishop of Altex, third, from Nibelung, fourth, from the Duke of Bavaria, and fifth, from a natural son of the emperor. Charlemagne variously placed, but in each of these contested pedigrees appears this Robert, surnamed the Strong, who was count of that district of which Paris was the capital, most peculiarly styled the county or isle of France on a Comnena, who has recorded the bold usurpation of the emperor's seat by this haughty chieftain, has also acquainted us with his receiving a severe, if not a mortal wound at the battle of Doralcium, owing to his neglecting the warlike instructions with which her father had favored him on the subject of the Turkish wars. The antiquary who is disposed to investigate this subject may consult the late Lord Ashburnham's elaborate genealogy of the royal house of France, also a note of Ducange's on the Princess History, p. 362, arguing for the identity of her Robert of Paris, a haughty barbarian with the Robert called the Strong, mentioned as an ancestor of Hugh Capet Gibbon Vol Roman, 11 p. 52, may also be consulted the French antiquary, and the English historians seem alike disposed to find the church called in the tale that of the Lady of the Broken Lances in that dedicated to St. Drusus, or Drawson of Soissons, who was supposed to have peculiar influence on the issue of combats, and to be in the habit of determining them in favor of such champions as spent the night preceding at his shrine. In consideration of the sex of one of the parties concerned, the author has selected Our Lady of the Broken Lances as a more appropriate patroness than St. Drusus himself, for the Amazons, who were not uncommon, in that age Gaeta, for example, the wife of Robert Guiscard, a redoubted hero, and the parent of a most heroic race of sons, was herself an Amazon, fought in the foremost ranks of the Normans, and is repeatedly commemorated by our imperial historian Anna Comnena. The reader can easily conceive to himself that Robert of Paris distinguished himself among his brethren at arms, and fellow crusaders. His fame resounded from the walls of Antioch. But at the Battle of Dorylaeum, he was so desperately wounded as to be disabled from taking a part in the grandest scene of the expedition. His heroic countess, however, enjoyed the great satisfaction of mounting the walls of Jerusalem, and in so far discharging her own vows, and those of her husband. This was the more fortunate, as the sentence of the physicians pronounced that the wounds of the count had been inflicted by a poisoned weapon, and that complete recovery was only to be hoped for by having recourse to his native air, after some time spent in the vain hope of averting by patience this unpleasant alternative. Count Robert subjected himself to necessity, or what was represented as such, and with his wife and the faithful Hereward, and all others of his followers who had been like himself disabled from combat, took the way to Europe by sea. A light galley procured at a high rate conducted them safely to Venice, and from that then glorious city, the moderate portion of spoil which had fallen to the Count's share among the conquerors of Palestine served to convey them to his own dominions, which, more fortunate than those of most of his fellow pilgrims, had been left uninjured by their neighbors during the time of their proprietor's absence on the crusade. The report that the Count had lost his health and the power of continuing his homage to the Lady of the Broken Lances brought upon him the hostilities of one or two ambitious or envious neighbors, whose covetousness was however sufficiently repressed by the brave resistance of the Countess, and the resolute Hereward. Less than a 12-month was required to restore the Count of Paris to his full health, and to render him as formerly the assured protector of his own vassals, and the subject in whom the possessors of the French throne reposed the utmost confidence. This latter capacity enabled Count Robert to discharge his debt towards Hereward in a manner as ample as he could have hoped or expected, being now respected alike for his wisdom and his sagacity as much as he always was for his intrepidity, and his character as a successful crusader. He was repeatedly employed by the court of France in settling the troublesome and intricate affairs in which the Norman possessions of the English crown involved the rival nation's William Rufus, was not insensible to his merit, nor blind to the importance of gaining his goodwill, and finding out his anxiety that Hereward should be restored to the land of his fathers, he took or made an opportunity, by the forfeiture of some rebellious noble, of conferring upon our Varangian a large district, adjacent to the New Forest being part of the scenes which his father chiefly frequented, and where it is said the descendants of the valiant squire and his Bertha have subsisted for many a long year, surviving turns of time and chance, which are in general fatal to the continuance of more distinguished families. Tales of my landlord. Castle Dangerous. As I stood by yon roofless tower, where the waflower scents the dewy air, where the howlet mourns in her ivy bower, and tells the midnight moon her care. The winds were laid, the air was still. The stars they shot along the sky. The fox was howling on the hill, and the distant echoing glens reply. Robert Burns. Introduction. The following introduction to Castle Dangerous was forwarded by Sir Walter Scott from Naples in February 1832, together with some corrections of the text and notes on localities mentioned in the novel. The materials for the introduction must have been collected before he left Scotland in September 1831, but in the hurry of preparing for his voyage, he had not been able to arrange them so as to accompany the first edition of this romance. A few notes, supplied by the editor, are placed within brackets. The incidents on which the ensuing novel mainly turns are derived from the ancient metrical chronicle of the Brace by Archdeacon Barber, and from the history of the houses of Douglas and Angus by David Hume of Godscroft, and are sustained by the immemorial tradition of the western parts of Scotland. They are so much in consonance with the spirit and manners of the troubled age to which they are referred, that I can see no reason for doubting their being founded. In fact, the names indeed of numberless localities in the vicinity of Douglas Castle appear to attest beyond suspicion many even of the smallest circumstances embraced in the story of Godscroft. Among all the associates of Robert the Brace in his great enterprise of rescuing Scotland from the power of Edward, the first place is universally conceded to James the Eighth Lord Douglas, to this day venerated by his countrymen as the good Sir James. The good Sir James of Douglas, that in his time saw worthy was, that off his price and his bount, in far landies renowned was he. Barber, the good Sir James the dreadful Blackie Douglas, that in his days so wise and worthy was, wha here and on the infidels of Spain, such honor, praise, and triumphs did obtain. Gordon, from the time when the King of England refused to reinstate him on his return from France, where he had received the education of chivalry, in the extensive possessions of his family which had been held forfeited by the exertions of his father William, the hard-eyed young knight of Douglas, appears to have embraced the cause of Bruce with enthusiastic ardor, and to have adhered to the fortunes of his sovereign with unwearied fidelity and devotion. The Douglas, says Holinshed, was right joyfully received of King Robert, in whose service he faithfully continued both in peace and war to his life's end. Though the surname and family of the Douglases was in some estimation of nobility before those days, yet the rising thereof to honor chanced through this James Douglas, for by means of his advancement, others of that lineage took occasion by their singular manhood and noble prowess, showed at sundry times in defense of the realmy, to grow to such height in authority and estimation, that their mighty puissance in mainrent vassalage lands and great possessions at length was through suspicion conceived by the kings that succeeded the cause in part of their ruinous decay. In every narrative of the Scottish War of Independence, a considerable space is devoted to those years of perilous adventure and suffering, which were spent by the illustrious friend of Bruce in harassing the English detachments, successively occupying his paternal territory, and in repeated and successful attempts to wrest the formidable fortress of Douglas Castle itself from their possession. In the English, as well as Scotch chronicles, and in Rymer's Fodera, occur frequent notices of the different officers entrusted by Edward with the keeping of this renowned stronghold, especially Sir Robert de Clifford, ancestor of the heroic race of the Cliffords Earls of Cumberland, his lieutenant Sir Richard de Thirlwall Written, sometimes Thruswall of Thirlwall Castle on the Tipple in Northumberland, and Sir John de Walton, the romantic story of whose love pledge, to hold the castle of Douglas for a year and day or surrender, all hope of obtaining his mistress favor with the tragic. Consequences softened in the novel is given at length in Godscroft, and has often been pointed out as one of the affecting passages in the Chronicles of Chivalry footnote. The reader will find both this story and that of Robert of Paris in Sir W. Scott's essay on chivalry published in 1818 in the supplement to the Encyclopaedia Britannicae. The author, before he had made much progress in this probably, the last of his novels, undertook a journey to Douglasdale for the purpose of examining the remains of the famous castle, the Kirk of St. Bride of Douglas, the patron saint of that great family, and the various localities alluded to by Godscroft in his account of the early adventures of good Sir James. But though he was fortunate enough to find a zealous and well-informed cicerone in Mr. Thomas Haddow, and had every assistance from the kindness of Mr. Alexander Finlay, the resident chamberlain of his friend Lord Douglas, the state of his health at the time was so feeble that he found himself incapable of pursuing his researches, as in better days he would have delighted to do, and was obliged to be contented with such a cursory view of scenes in themselves most interesting as could be snatched in a single morning, when any bodily exertion was painful. Mr. Haddow was attentive enough to forward subsequently some notes on the points which the author had seemed desirous of investigating, but these did not reach him until, being obliged to prepare matters for a foreign excursion in quest of health and strength, he had been compelled to bring his work, such as it is, to a conclusion. The remains of the old castle of Douglas are inconsiderable. They consist indeed of but one ruined tower standing at a short distance from the modern mansion, which itself is only a fragment of the design on which the Duke of Douglas meant to reconstruct the edifice after its last accidental destruction by fire. Footnote: the following notice of Douglas Castle Roman 100 is from the description of the sheriffdom of Lanark by William Hamilton of Wishaw, written in the beginning of the last century, and printed by the Maitland Club of Glasgow in 1831. Douglas parish and barony and lordship hath very long appertained to the family of Douglas, and continued with the Earls of Douglas until their fatal forfeiture anno 1455, during which time there are many noble and important actions recorded in histories performed by them, by the lords and earls of that great family. It was thereafter given to Douglas Earl of Angus, and continued with them until William Earl of Angus was created Marquess of Douglas anno 1633, and is now the principal seat of the Marquess of Douglas's family. It is a large barony and parish, and Ainlake patronage, and the Marquess is both titular and patron. He hath there near to the church a very considerable great house called the Castle of Douglas, and near the church is a fine village called the town of Douglas, long since erected in a burgh of barony. It hath a handsome church, with many ancient monuments and inscriptions on the old interments of the earls of this place. The water of Douglas runs quit through the whole length of this parish, and upon either side of the water it is called Douglasdale. It toucheth Clyde towards the north, and is bounded by Lesmahagow to the west, Kyle to the southwest, Crawford John and Carmichael to the south, and southeast. It is a pleasant strath, plentiful in grass and corn and coal, and the minister is well provided. The lands of Hasleside, belonging to Samuel Douglas, has a good house and pleasant seat close by Wood. Roman 100 p. 65. His Grace had kept in view the ancient prophecy that as often as Douglas Castle might be destroyed, it should rise again in enlarged dimensions and improved splendor, and projected a pile of building, which if it had been completed would have much exceeded any nobleman's residence then existing in Scotlandas. Indeed, what has been finished, amounting to about 1/8 part of the plan, is sufficiently extensive for the accommodation of a large establishment, and contains some apartments the dimensions of which are magnificent. The situation is commanding, and though the Duke's successors have allowed the mansion to continue, as he left at great expense, has been lavished on the environs, which now present a vast sweep of richly undulated woodland, stretching to the borders of the Cairntable Mountains, repeatedly mentioned as the favorite retreat of the great ancestor of the family. In the days of his hardship and persecution, there remains at the head of the adjoining bourg the choir of the ancient church of St. Bride, having beneath it the vault which was used till lately as the burial place of this princely race, and only abandoned when their stone and leaden coffins had accumulated in the course of 500 or 600 years, in such a way that it could accommodate no more. Here a silver case containing the dust of what was once the brave heart of good Sir James is still pointed out, and in the dilapidated choir above appears, though in a sorely ruinous state, the once magnificent tomb of the warrior himself. After detailing the well-known circumstances of Sir James' death in Spain 20th August 1330, where he fell assisting the King of Aragon in an expedition against the Moors, when on his way back to Scotland from Jerusalem, to which he had conveyed the heart of Bruseth. Old poet Barber tells us that Quehend his men lang had mad Mernin. Tai deboel at him and sign. Girt sure him swa that micht be ta'en. The flesh all holly fray the bane. And the carrion thar in holly place. Erd it with richt gret worskip was. The banies haw tie with them ta'en. And sign are to tire skippies gain. Sign towart Scotland held tire way. And thar are comin in full gret high. And the banies honbra billy. Until the Keok of Douglas war. Erd it with duel and Meckelcar. Sure Archibald his sown girt sin. Off alabaster bath fair and fine. Ordin a tumb saw richly. As it behowit to swa worthy. The monument is supposed to have been wantonly mutilated and defaced by a detachment of Cromwell's troops, who, as was their custom, converted the kirk of St. Bride of Douglas into a stable for their horses. Enough, however, remains to identify the resting place of the great Sir James. The effigy of dark stone is crossed-legged, marking his character as one who had died after performing the pilgrimage to the Holy Sepulchre, and in actual conflict with the infidels of Spain, and the introduction of the heart, adopted as an addition to the old arms of Douglas in consequence of the knight's fulfillment of Bruce's dying injunction, appears when taken in connection with the posture of the figure. To set the question at rest, the monument, in its original state, must have been not inferior in any respect to the best of the same period in Westminster Abbey, and the curious reader is referred for farther particulars of it to the Sepulchral Antiquities of Great Britain by Edward Blore, FSA London, 4 to 1826, where may also be found interesting details of some of the other tombs and effigies in the cemetery of the first House of Douglas. As considerable liberties have been taken with the historical incidents on which this novel is founded, it is due to the reader to place before him such extracts from Godscroft and Barber as may enable him to correct any misimpression. The passages introduced in the appendix from the ancient poem of the Bruce will moreover gratify those who have not in their possession a copy of the text of Barber, as given in the valuable quarto edition of my learned friend Dr. Jamieson, as furnishing on the whole a favorable specimen of the style and manner of a venerable classic, who wrote when Scotland was still full of the fame and glory of her liberators, from the yoke of Plantagenet, and especially of Sir James Douglas, of whom says Godscroft, we will not omit here to shut up all the judgment of those times concerning him in a rude verse. Indeed, yet such as beareth witness of his true magnanimity and invincible mind in either fortune. Good Sir James Douglas, who wise and white and worthy was never over glad in no winning, nor yet over sad for no lining. Good fortune and evil chance he weighed both in one balance. W.S. Appendix. No Roman one extracts from the history of the houses of Douglas and Angus, by Master David Hume, of Godscroft Fall edit. And here indeed the course of the king's misfortunes begins to make some halt and stay, by thus much prosperous success in his own person, but more in the person of Sir James, by the reconquests of his own castles and countries from hence. He went into Douglasdale, where by the means of his father's old servant Thomas Dixon, he took in the castle of Douglas, and not being able to keep it, he caused burn, it contenting himself with this, that his enemies had one strength fewer in that country than before. The manner of his taking of it is said to have been thus: Sir James taking only with him 2 of his servants went to Thomas Dixon, of whom he was received with tears after he had revealed himself to him, for the good old man knew him, not at first being in mean and homely apparel there. He kept him secretly in a quiet chamber, and brought unto him such as had been trusty servants to his father, not all at once, but apart by one and one for fear of discovery. Their advice was that on Palm Sunday, when the English would come forth to the church, and his partners were convened, that then he should give the word, and cry the Douglas slogan, and presently set upon them that should happen to be there, who being dispatched the castle might be taken easily. This being concluded, and they come so soon as the English were entered into the church with palms in their hands, according to the costume of that day, little suspecting or fearing any such thing, Sir James, according to their appointment, cried too soon a Douglas, which being heard in the church, this was St. Bride's Church of Douglas. Thomas Dixon, supposing he had been hard at hand, drew out his sword, and ran upon them, having none to second him, but another man, so that oppressed by the number of his enemies, he was beaten down and slain in the meantime. Sir James, being come the English that were in the chancel, kept off the Scots, and having the advantage of the straight and narrow entry, defended themselves manfully. but Sir James encouraging his men not so much by words as by deeds and good example, and having slain the boldest. Resistors prevailed at last, and entering the place slew some 26 of their number, and took the rest about 10 or 12 persons, intending by them to get the castle upon composition, or to enter with them, when the gates should be opened to let them in. But it needed not, for they of the castle were so secure that there was none left to keep it save the porter and the cook, who, knowing nothing of what had happened at the church, which stood a large quarter of a mile from thence, had left the gate wide open, the porter standing without, and the cook dressing the dinner within. They entered without resistance, and meat being ready and the cloth laid, they shut the gates, and took their refection at good leisure. Now that he had gotten the castle into his hands, considering with himself, as he was a man no less advised than valiant, that it was hard for him to keep it, the English being as yet the stronger in that country, who, if they should besiege him, he knew of no relief, he thought better to carry away such things as be most easily transported, gold, silver, and apparel, with ammunition and armor, whereof he had greatest use and need, and to destroy the rest of the provision together with the castle itself. Then, to diminish the number of his followers for a garrison there, where it could do no good, and so he caused carry the meal and malt and other corns and grain into the cellar, and laid all together in one heap. Then he took the prisoners, and slew them to revenge the death of his trusty and valiant servant Thomas Dixon, mingling the victuals with their blood, and burying their carcasses in the heap of corn. After that he struck out the heads of the barrels and puncheons, and let the drink run through all, and then he cast the carcasses of dead horses and other carrion amongst it, throwing the salt above all, so as to make altogether unuseful to the enemy. And this cellar is called yet the Douglas Larder last of all. He set the house on fire, and burnt all the timber, and what else the fire could overcome, leaving nothing but the scorched walls behind him. And this seems to be the first taking of the castle of Douglas, for it is supposed that he took it twice for this service, and others done to Lord William his father. Sir James gave unto Thomas Dixon the lands of Hisleside, which hath been given him, before the castle was taken, as an encouragement to wed him on, and not after, for he was slain in the church, which was both liberally and wisely done of him, thus to hearten and draw men to his service by such a noble. Beginning, the castle being burnt, Sir James retired, and parting his men into divers companies, so as they might be most secret, he caused cure such as were wounded in the fight, and he himself kept as close as he could, waiting ever for an occasion to enterprise something against the enemy, so soon as he was gone. The Lord Clifford, being advertised of what had happened, came himself in person to Douglas, and caused reedify and repair the castle in a very short time, unto which he also added a tower, which is yet called Harry's Tower from him, and so returned into England, leaving one Thurswall to be captain, thereof pp. 2628. He, Sir James Douglas, getting him again into Douglasdale, did use this stratagem against Thurswall, captain of the castle, under the said Lord Clifford. He caused some of his folk drive away the cattle that fed near unto the castle, and when the captain of the garrison followed to rescue, gave orders to his men to leave them, and to flee away. Thus he did often to make the captain slight such frays, and to make him secure that he might not suspect any further end to be on it, which when he had wrought sufficiently, as he thought, he laid some men in ambuscado, and sent others away to drive such beasts as they should find in the view of the castle, as if they had been thieves and robbers, as they had done often before. The captain, hearing of it, and supposing there was no greater danger now than had been before, issued forth of the castle, and followed after them with such haste that his men, running who should be first, were disordered, and out of their ranks the drivers also fled as fast as they could, till they had drawn the captain a little way beyond the place of ambuscado, which when they perceived rising quickly out of their covert, they set fiercely upon him and his company, and so slew himself, and chased his men back to the castle, some of whom were overtaken and slain, others got into the castle, and so were saved. Sir James, not being able to force the house, took what booty he could get without in the fields, and so departed by this means, and such other exploits he so affrighted the enemy that it was counted a matter of such great jeopardy to keep this castle that it began to be called the adventurous or hazardous castle of Douglas. Whereupon Sir John Walton, being in suit of an English lady, she wrote to him that, when he had kept the adventurous castle of Douglas 7 years, then he might think himself worthy to be a suitor to her. Upon this occasion, Walton took upon him the keeping of it, and succeeded to Thurswall, but he ran the same fortune with the rest that were before him. For Sir James, having first dressed an ambuscado, near unto the place, he made 14 of his men take so many sacks, and fill them with grass as though it had been corn, which they carried in the way toward Lanark, the chief market town in that county, so hoping to draw forth the captain by that bait, and either to take him or the castle or both. Neither was this expectation frustrate, for the captain did bite, and came forth to have taken this victual as he supposed. But ere he could reach these carriers, Sir James with his company had gotten between the castle and him, and these disguised carriers, seeing the captain following after them, did quickly cast off their upper garments, wherein they had masked themselves, and throwing off their sacks, mounted themselves on horseback, and met the captain with a sharp encounter, he being so much the more amazed that it was unlooked for wherefore, when he saw these carriers metamorphosed into warriors, and ready to assault him, fearing that which was that there was some train laid for them, he turned about to have retired into the castle. But there also he met with his enemies, between which two companies he and his followers were slain, so that none escaped. The captain afterwards being searched they found, as it is reported, his mistress letters about him. Then he went and took in the castle. But it is uncertain, say our writers, whether by force or composition. But it seems that the constable and those that were within have yielded it up without force, in regard that he used them so gently, which he would not have done if he had taken it at utterance, for he sent them all safe home to the Lord Clifford, and gave them also provision and money for their entertainment, by the way the castle which he had burnt only before now, he raiseth and casts down the walls thereof to the ground by these, and the like proceedings within a short, while he freed Douglasdale, a tricked forest, and Jedward forest of the English garrisons, and subjection, Ibid p. 29. No Roman 2, extracts from the Bruce Liber Compositus per Magistrum Johannum. Barber Arcadianum, Abiadonensum digestis bellis, et virtutibus. Domini Roberti, Brys Regis Scosi, illustrissimi, et de conquistu. Rigni Scosi per Undum et de Domino, Jacobo de Douglas, edited by John Jamieson. Roman 500 FRSF, Roman 100 Edinburgh, 1820. Now Takis James his wage toward Douglas his heritage, with twa yemen for his oaten ma, that was a simple stuff to ta a land, or a castle, to win the quehethir he yarnet to bedgen. Till bring purpose, till ending for good help is in good bedgening for good bedgening, and hardy jiffet befallwit wittily major office unlikely. Thing come to full cannabal ending swa did it here, but he wees wis, and saw he micked on nacken wis, where his fa with Evan micked tharfer he thought to weak with sliked, and in Douglas Dale his cunter, upon an evamaying entrit. He and then a man won at Tharby that was off Frandy's while Michty, and rich of mobble, and off catchel, and had Benny till his fatter lail, until himself and his youth he haid done money. A thankful dade Tom Dixon, was his name Perlay till him, he send and gan him pray that he wald come all ainerly for to spec with him preally, and he but donger till him guys bought fra. He told him quahat he wise he gret for joy and for pite, and him ricked till his house had he quahar in a chamber. Preally, he held him and his company that nane had off him, per saving off meat and drink and author thing, that micked thuamice tie, had plent saw rocked he thoro sudult that all the leal men off that land, that with his fatter war Dooland, this good man girt cum ain and mac him manrent cure ilkane, and he himself feest homage made Douglas in part, gret gladeskip. Haid that the good men off his cunter walled swagate, till him bunden be he spurret the conwine off the land, and quaha the castle had in hand, and tie him told all halily, and sign among them preally tie ordinate that he still sulled be in hidillies, and in preweet till palmy Sunday that was ner hand the thrid day after follow end, for than the folk off that cunter assemblet at the Keok walled be, and tie that in the castle were walled owls be thar palmies to burras folk that had nudrade off ill for tie thoucht, all wees at tire will then sulled. He come with his twa men bought for that men sulled, knocked him, ken he sulled ein mantle hafe ald and bar, and a flail as he a thresher wore under the mantle knocked for thigh, he sulled be armit preuli. And quehen the men off his cunter that sulled all bound before him, be his in senai micter him cry. Then sulled tie full and forcely. Richt imidiz the Keok assail, the Inglis men with hard battle swa that nane, mict eshap them fra for thar throach troet tie, to ta the castle that besid was ner. And quehen this, that I tell you her wees d was it, and undertain ilkin, till his house hame is gain, and held this spec in preuit till the day off thar assembly. The folk upon the Sononday held to Sanct Briddy's Keok tire way, and thought that in the castle war iskit oat bath less in mar, and went tire palmies for to her oat in a cuck, and a porter James off Douglas off tire coming, and quahat tie war head witting, and sped him till the Keok in high bought, or he come to. Hastily ain off his create Douglas Thomas Dixon, that nearest was till time that wore off the castle that wore all in out the chancel. Quehen he Douglas swa hay heard cry drew out his sword, and felly rush it aming time too. and fra bot ain or twa for oten, ma then in high war left lion quihil douglas come. Richt at hand, and then enforce it on time the cry bot tie, the chancel sturdily held, and time defend it wheel, till off tire men war slain sumdel bot the douglas saw, while him bar that all the men that with him war had comfort off his wheel doing, and he him spar it nacken thing bot provit swa his force in. Fick that throw his worskip, and his micht his men saw keenly help it than that tie, the chancel on time won, then dang tie on swa hardily, that in scort time men mixy lie the twa part deed, or then dean the lave war cessit sewn in hand, swa that off thready levitt nane that tiny war slain ilken or tane. James off Douglas quehen, this we's done the personris as he ta'en alson, and with time off his company toward the castle when in high or noyous or crysold ris. And for he walled time sown, suppress that levitt in the castle war but twa for oten mar 5 men or sex before send, he that fanned all up in the entrée and entrit, and the porter tuck richt at the gate, and signed the cuck with that Douglas come to the gat, and entered in for oten debate and fan the meat already grathit with birdies set, and clathis lay at the gaties, then he girt spur, and sat night all at lacer sign, all the guties terset tie that time thock tie micht hafe away, and namely wapneys, and arming silwer and tresser and clething victellies that micht knock terset beyond this manner destroy it. He all the VRC tallies oaten salt owls quahite and flour and mail, and malt in the wine cellar girt he bring and salmon on the fleur all fling. And the personris that he had ta'en richt thar and girt, he hide ilkin sign off the town is, he headies outstrack a foul mel thar gain, he mac for mail and malt and bluid. And wine ran all to gitter in a melling that was unsemly for to see tharfer, the men of that country for swafiel thar mellet, were callet at the Douglas lardner sign tuck he salt as ike hard tell and dead horse, and sworded the well and brint all Odekin stain, and is forth with his men. Gain till his reset for him, thought wild jiff he had held in the castle, it had Benny a sedget wraith, and that him thought to meckle waith for he had hop of rescuing, and it is to perilous thing in castle a sedget to be quahar want, is off thir thingies 3 victel or men with their arming or than gud hop off reskying. And for he dread thir thingies sold fail, he chesset firthwort to trowel quahar he micked at his larges be, and swa drive firth his disdain. On this wise we's the castle tan, and slain that war tharan ilken the Douglas sign, all his men I girt in surplacis depert it be, for men sold wit quahar tie war, that yade depert it her, and thar thim, that war wound it girt he lion till hidillies all preuli, and girt gud leachis till time bring quahil. That tie war in till Helling and himself with a few men I quahile ein quahile twa, and quahile 3, and umquamlo all him alling in hidillies throw the land is gain saw dread. He inglies men his mict that he durst knocked wheel, cum in sict for tie war that time, all weldend as mayest lordies are all the land. Bought tit handies that scallies sown off this dade, that Douglas has done come to the Clifford his heir and high, that for his tinsel we sary, and men at his men that tie had slain, and sign, has to purpose ta'en to big the castle up Aganthar for as man of Meckle main he. Assemblet grec company, until Douglas he went in high and bigot WP the castle swithe, and made it richt stalwart and stithe, and put Tharin victalies and men ain off the Thirwalies, then he left behind him Capitane, and sign, till England went Agan book Roman 4 Roman 5460. Bot yate than Jams of Douglas in Douglas Dale Trevaland, was or Ellie's while Nurhan Tharby and Hidley Sumdel, preuli, for he walled see his gowerning, that had the castle in keeping and girt Mac money Juperty to see Quahether, he walled isk blithely. And Quahen he persevit that he walled blithely isk with his men I. He made a gadringer preuli off time that war on his party that war saw feel that tie durst fitch with Thirwall, and all the micked off time. That in the castle war, he shoop him in the nict so far to Sandalandes, and Tharner by he him in bushet preuli, and send a few a train to ma that sown in the morning gan ga and tuck cattle, that we's the castle by, and sign withdrew time hastily towart time, that in busket war than Thirwall for Oten Margurt arm his men, for Oten bade odd isket with all the men he haid, and foy, it fast after the cry he was armed at point cleanly Oten that his heed. We's bar then with the men that with him wore the cattle follow it he gud spade, richt as a man that had nud raid till that he gat off time a sict than perkit tie, with all thar mict follow and time owed off array, and tie sped time fleen quihil tie fur by tire bushment war past, and Thirwall I shasset fast, and then tie that in bushet war isket till him bath less and mar and race it Sudanly, the cry, and tie that saw Sudanly that folk come. Edgerly prickend richt betwixt tyen and tire warrank tie war into full gred effray, and for tie war owed off array some off time fled, and some abad and Douglas that thar with him, had a gret menjai full eagerly assail it and scallet time hastily. And in scort time or raid time swa that while nane eshipit time froth Thirwall that we's tire capitane we's thar in the bargain slain, and off his men the massed party, the lave fled full effortly book Roman 560. Castle dangerous. Chapter the first. Hosts have been known at that dread sound to yield. And Douglas, dead his name, hath won the field. John Home. It was at the close of an early spring day, when nature in a cold province of Scotland was reviving from her winter's sleep. And the air at least, though not the vegetation, gave promise of an abatement of the rigor of the season, that two travelers whose appearance at that early period sufficiently announced their wandering character, which in general secured a free passage even through a dangerous country, were seen coming from the southwestward, within a few miles of the castle of Douglas, and seemed to be holding their course in the direction of the river of that name, whose dale afforded a species of approach to that memorable feudal fortress. The stream, small in comparison to the extent of its fame, served as a kind of drain to the country in its neighborhood, and at the same time afforded the means of a rough road to the castle and village the high lords to whom the castle had for ages belonged. Might, had they chosen, have made this access a great deal smoother and more convenient. But there had been as yet little or no exercise for those geniuses who have taught all the world that it is better to take the more circuitous road round the base of a hill than the direct course of ascending it on the one side and descending it directly on the other, without yielding a single step to render the passage more easy to the traveler. Still less were those mysteries, dreamed of which M. Adam has of late days expounded. But indeed, to what purpose should the ancient Douglases have employed his principles even, if they had known them in ever so much perfection Wilkridge's, except of the most clumsy description, and for the most simple operations of agriculture, were totally unknown. Even the most delicate female had no resource save a horse, or in case of sore infirmity, a litter. The men used their own sturdy limbs or hardy horses to transport themselves from place to place, and travelers, females in particular, experienced no small inconvenience from the rugged nature of the country. A swollen torrent sometimes crossed their path and compelled them to wait until the waters had abated their frenzy. The bank of a small river was occasionally torn away by the effects of a thunderstorm, a recent inundation, or the like convulsions of nature, and the wayfarer relied upon his knowledge of the district, or obtained the best local information in his power, how to direct his path so as to surmount such untoward obstacles. The Douglas issues from an amphitheater of mountains, which bounds the valley to the southwest, from whose contributions and the aid of sudden storms it receives its scanty supplies. The general aspect of the country is that of the pastoral hills of the south of Scotland, forming, as is usual, bleak and wild farms, many of which had at no great length of time from the date of the story been covered with trees, as some of them still attest by bearing the name of Shaw, that is, wild natural wood. The neighborhood of the Douglas water itself was flat land capable of bearing strong crops of oats and rye, supplying the inhabitants with what they required of these productions at no great distance from the edge of the river. A few special spots, excepted the soil capable of agriculture, was more and more mixed with the pastoral and woodland country, till both terminated in desolate and partly inaccessible moorlands. Above all, it was wartime, and of necessity, all circumstances of mere convenience were obliged to give way to a paramount sense of danger. The inhabitants, therefore, instead of trying to amend the paths which connected them with other districts, were thankful that the natural difficulties which surrounded them rendered it unnecessary to break up or to fortify the access from more open countries. Their wants, with a very few exceptions, were completely supplied, as we have already said, by the rude and scanty produce of their own mountains and homes. Footnote: homes or flat plains, by the sides of the brooks and rivers, termed in the South Ings, the last of which served for the exercise of their limited agriculture, while the better part of the mountains and forest glens produced pasture for their herds and flocks, the recesses of the unexplored depths of these sylvan retreats being seldom disturbed, especially since the lords of the district had laid aside during this time of strife their constant occupation of hunting the various kinds of game, had increased of late very considerably, so that not only in crossing the rougher parts of the hilly and desolate country, we are describing different varieties of deer, were occasionally seen, but even the wild cattle peculiar to Scotland sometimes showed themselves, and other animals which indicated the irregular and disordered state of the period. The wildcat was frequently surprised in the dark ravines or the swampy thickets, and the wolf, already a stranger to the more populous districts of the Lothians here, maintained his ground against the encroachments of man, and was still himself a terror to those by whom he was finally to be extirpated in winter especially. And winter was hardly yet past. These savage animals were wont to be driven to extremity for lack of food, and used to frequent in dangerous numbers the battlefield, the deserted churchyard, nay, sometimes the abodes of living men, there to watch for children their defenseless prey, with as much familiarity as the fox nowadays will venture to prowl near the mistress. Footnote: the good dame, or wife of a respectable farmer, is almost universally thus designated in Scotland poultry yard. From what we have said, our readers, if they have medias, who in these days has not the Scottish tour, will be able to form a tolerably just idea of the wilder and upper part of Douglas Dale during the earlier period of the 14th century. The setting sun cast his gleams along a moorland country, which to the westward broke into larger swells, terminating in the mountains called the Larger and Lesser Cairntable. The first of these is as it were the father of the hills, in the neighborhood the source of 100 streams, and by far the largest of the ridge, still holding in his dark bosom, and in the ravines with which his sides are plowed, considerable remnants of those ancient forests, with which all the high grounds of that quarter were once covered, and particularly the hills in which the rivers, both those which run to the east and those which seek the west to discharge themselves into the Solwayhide, like so many hermits, their original and scanty sources. The landscape was still illuminated by the reflection of the evening sun, sometimes thrown back from pool or stream, sometimes resting on gray rocks, huge cumbers of the soil, which labor and agriculture have since removed, and sometimes contenting itself with gilding the banks of the stream, tinged alternately gray-green or ruddy as the ground itself consisted of rock or grassy turf or bare earthen mound, or looked at a distance like a rampart of dark red porphyry. Occasionally, too, the eye rested on the steep brown extent of moorland, as the sunbeam glanced back from the little tarn or mountain pool, whose luster, like that of the eye in the human countenance, gives a life and vivacity to every feature around. The elder and stouter of the two travelers whom we have mentioned was a person well and even showily dressed according to the finery of the times, and bore at his back, as wandering minstrels were wont, a case containing a small harp, rote, or viol, or some such species of musical instrument for accompanying the voice. The leathern case announced so much, although it proclaimed not the exact nature of the instrument. The color of the traveler's doublet was blue, and that of his hose violet with slashes, which showed a lining of the same color with the jerkin. A mantle ought, according to ordinary custom, to have covered this dress. But the heat of the sun, though the season was so early, had induced the wearer to fold up his cloak in small compass, and form it into a bundle attached to the shoulders like the military greatcoat of the infantry soldier of the present day. The neatness with which it was made up argued the precision of a practiced traveler, who had been long accustomed to every resource which change of weather required. A great profusion of narrow ribbons or points constituting the loops with which our ancestors connected their doublet, and hose formed a kind of cordon composed of knots of blue or violet, which surrounded the traveler's person, and thus assimilated in color with the two garments, which it was the office of these strings to combine. The bonnet usually worn with this showy dress was of that kind with which Henry VIII and his son Edward VI are usually represented. It was more fitted from the gay stuff of which it was composed to appear in a public place than to encounter a storm of rain. It was parti-colored, being made of different stripes of blue and violet, and the wearer arrogated a certain degree of gentility to himself by wearing a plume of considerable dimensions of the same favorite colors. The features over which this feather drooped were in no degree remarkable for peculiarity of expression, yet in so desolate a country as the west of Scotland, it would not have been easy to pass the man without more minute attention than he would have met with where there was more in the character of the scenery to arrest the gaze of the passengers. A quick eye, a sociable look seeming to say, "I look at me, I am a man worth noticing, and not unworthy your attention," carried with it nevertheless an interpretation which might be thought favorable or otherwise, according to the character of the person whom the traveler met. A knight or soldier would merely have thought that he had met a merry fellow who could sing a wild song or tell a wild tale and help to empty a flagon, with all the accomplishments necessary for a boon companion at an hostelry, except perhaps an alacrity at defraying his share of the reckoning. A churchman, on the other hand, might have thought he of the blue and violet was of too loose habits, and accustomed too little to limit himself within the boundaries of beseeming mirth, to be fit society for one of his sacred calling. Yet the man of song had a certain steadiness of countenance, which seemed fitted to hold place in scenes of serious business, as well as of gaiety. A wayfaring passenger of wealth Not at that time. A numerous class might have feared in him a professional robber, or one whom opportunity was very likely to convert into such a female, might have been apprehensive of uncivil treatment, and a youth or timid person might have thought of murder or such direful doings, unless privately armed. However, the minstrel was ill-accoutred for any dangerous occupation. His only visible weapon was a small crooked sword, like what we now call a hanger, and the state of the times would have justified any man, however peaceful his intentions, in being so far armed against the perils of the road. If a glance at this man had in any respect prejudiced him, in the opinion of those whom he met on his journey, a look at his companion would, so far as his character could be guessed, at for he was closely muffled up, have passed for an apology, and warrant for his associate. The younger traveler was, apparently in early youth, a soft and gentle boy whose sclavonic gown, the appropriate dress of the pilgrim, he wore more closely drawn about him than the coldness of the weather seemed to authorize or recommend. His features, imperfectly seen under the hood of his pilgrim's dress, were prepossessing in a high degree, and though he wore a walking sword, it seemed rather to be in compliance with general fashion than from any violent purpose. He did so. There were traces of sadness upon his brow and of tears upon his cheeks, and his weariness was such as even his rougher companion seemed to sympathize with, while he privately participated also in the sorrow, which left its marks upon a countenance so lovely. They spoke together, and the elder of the two, while he assumed the deferential air proper to a man of inferior rank, addressing a superior, showed in tone and gesture something that amounted to interest and affection. "Bertram, my friend," said the younger of the two, "how far are we still from Douglas Castle?" "We have already come farther than the 20 miles which thou didst say was the distance from Camacher. How didst thou call the last hostelry, which we left by daybreak?" "Cummack, my dearest lady, I beg 10,000 excuses me, gracious young lord." "Call me Augustine," replied his comrade, "if you mean to speak, as is fittest for the time." "Nay, as for that," said Bertram, "if your ladyship can condescend to lay aside your quality, my own good breeding is not so firmly sewed to me, but that I can doff it and resume it again without its losing a stitch. And since your ladyship, to whom I am sworn in obedience, is pleased to command that I should treat you as my own son, shame it were to me if I were not to show you the affection of a father, more especially as I may well swear my great oath that I owe you the duty of such, though well I wot it has in our case been the lot of the parent to be maintained by the kindness and liberality of the child. For when was it that I hungered or thirsted? And the black stock footnote, the table dormant which stood in a baron's hall, was often so designated of Berkeley, did not relieve my wants. I would have it so, answered the young pilgrim. I would have it so. What use of the mountains of beef, and the oceans of beer, which they say our domains produce, if there is a hungry heart among our vassalage, or especially if thou, Bertram, who hast served as the minstrel of our house for more than 20 years, shouldst experience such a feeling? "Certes, lady," answered Bertram, "it would be like the catastrophe which is told of the Baron of Fastenough, when his last mouse was starved to death in the very pantry. And if I escape this journey without such a calamity, I shall think myself out of reach of thirst or famine for the whole of my life." "Thou hast suffered already once or twice by these attacks, my poor friend," said the lady. "It is little," answered Bertram, "anything that I have suffered, and I were ungrateful to give the inconvenience of missing a breakfast, or making an untimely dinner so serious a name. But then I hardly see how your ladyship can endure this gear much longer. You must yourself feel that the plodding along these high lands of which the Scots give us such good measure in their miles, is no jesting matter. And as for Douglas Castle, why, it is still 3 good miles off. The question then is," quoth the lady, heaving a sigh, "what we are to do when we have so far to travel, and when the castle gates must be locked long before we arrive there." "For that I will pledge my word," answered Bertram, "the gates of Douglas, under the care of Sir John de Walton, do not open so easily as those of the buttery hatch at our own castle, when it is well oiled. And if your ladyship take my advice, you will turn southward, ho, and in 2 days at farthest, we shall be in a land where men's wants are provided for, as the inns proclaim it, with the least possible delay. And the secret of this little journey shall never be known to living mortal, but ourselves, as sure as I am sworn minstrel and man of faith." "I thank thee for thy advice, mine honest Bertram," said the lady, "but I cannot profit by it should thy knowledge of these parts possess thee with an acquaintance with any decent house, whether it belong to rich or poor. I would willingly take quarters there if I could obtain them from this time until tomorrow morning. The gates of Douglas Castle will then be open to guests of so peaceful an appearance as we carry with us and it, will out we might have time to make such applications to our toilet as might ensure us a good reception by drawing a comb through our locks or such like foppery. Ah, madam, said Bertram, were not Sir John de Walton in question, methinks, I should venture to reply that an unwashed brow and unkempt head of hair, and a look far more saucy than your ladyship ever wears, or can wear, were the proper disguise to trick out that minstrel's boy whom you wish to represent in the present pageant. Do you suffer your youthful pupils to be indeed so slovenly? And so saucy, Bertram, answered the lady, I for one will not imitate them in that particular. And whether Sir John be now in the castle of Douglas, or not, I will treat the soldiers who hold so honourable a charge with a washed brow and a head of hair, somewhat ordered as for going back without seeing a castle, which has mingled even with my very dream set, a word, Bertram, thou mayst go that way, but I will not. And if I part with your ladyship on such terms, responded the minstrel, now your frolic is so nearly accomplished, it shall be the foul fiend himself, and nothing more comely or less dangerous that shall tear me from your side. And for lodging there is not far from hence the house of one Tom Dixon of Hazelside, one of the most honest fellows of the Dale, and who, although a labouring man, ranked as high as a warrior when I was in this country as any noble gentleman that rode in the band of the Douglas. He is then a soldier, said the lady. When his country or his lord need his sword, replied Bertram, to say the truth, they are seldom at peace. But otherwise he is no enemy save to the wolf, which plunders his herds. But forget not, my trusty guide, replied the lady, that the blood in our veins is English, and consequently that we are in danger from all who call themselves foes to the ruddy cross. Do not fear this man's faith, answered Bertram, you may trust to him, as to the best knight or gentleman of the land. We may make good our lodging by a tune or a song. And it may remember you that I undertook, provided it pleased your ladyship, to temporize a little with the Scots, who, poor souls, love minstrelsy, and when they have but a silver penny, will willingly bestow it to encourage the gay sciency. Promised you, I say, that we should be as welcome to them as if we had been born amidst their own wild hills. And for the best that such a house as Dixon's affords the gleeman's son, fair lady, shall not breathe a wish in vain. And now, will you speak your mind to your devoted friend, an adopted father, or rather your sworn servant and guide, Bertram the minstrel, what it is your pleasure to do in this matter? Oh, we will certainly accept of the Scots' hospitality, said the lady, your minstrel word being plighted that he is a true man, Tom Dixon call you him. Yes, replied Bertram, such is his name, and by looking on these sheep, I am assured that we are now upon his land. Indeed, said the lady with some surprise, and how is your wisdom aware of that? I see the first letter of his name marked upon this flock, answered the guide. Ah, learning is what carries a man through the world, as well as if he had the ring, by virtue of which old minstrels tell that Adam understood the language of the beasts in paradise. Ah, madam, there is more wit taught in the shepherd's shieling than the lady thinks of who sows her painted seam in her summer bower. Be it so, good Bertram, and although not so deeply skilled in the knowledge of written language, as you are, it is impossible for me to esteem its value more than I actually do. So hold we on the nearest road to this Tom Dixon's, whose very sheep tell of his whereabout, I trust. We have not very far to go, although the knowledge that our journey is shortened by a few miles has so much recovered my fatigue that methinks I could dance all the rest of the way. Chapter the Second. Rosalind. Well, this is the forest of Arden. Touchstone, I now am I in Arden, the more full Roman one. When I was at home I was in a better place, but travellers must be content. Rosalind, I be so good. Touchstone, look you who comes. Here a young man and an old and solemn talk. As you like it. Scene Roman 4 Act 2. As the travellers spoke together, they reached a turn of the path, which presented a more extensive prospect than the broken face of the country had yet shown them. A valley through which flowed a small tributary stream exhibited the wild, but not unpleasant features of a lone vale of green bracken here and there, besprinkled with groups of alder trees, of hazels, and of copseochwood, which had maintained their stations in the recesses of the valley, although they had vanished from the loftier and more exposed sides of the hills, the farmhouse or mansion house, for from its size and appearance it might have been the one, or the other was a large but low building, and the walls of the outhouses were sufficiently strong to resist any band of casual depredators. There was nothing, however, which could withstand a more powerful force, for, in a country laid waste by war, the farmer was then as now obliged to take his chance of the great evils attendant upon that state of things, and his condition, never a very eligible one, was rendered considerably worse by the insecurity attending it. About half a mile farther, was seen a Gothic building of very small extent having a half-dismantled chapel, which the minstrel pronounced to be the Abbey of St. Bride. The place, he said, I understand, is allowed to subsist as 2 or 3 old monks, and as many nuns whom it contains are permitted by the English to serve God there, and sometimes to give relief to Scottish travellers, and who have accordingly taken assurance with Sir John de Walton, and accepted as their superior a churchman on whom he thinks he can depend. But if these guests happen to reveal any secrets, they are by some means or other believed to fly towards the English governor. And therefore, unless your ladyship's commands be positive, I think we had best not trust ourselves to their hospitality. Of a surety no, said the lady, if thou canst provide me with lodgings, where we shall have more prudent hosts. At this moment 2 human forms were seen to approach the farmhouse, in a different direction from the travelers, and speaking so high in a tone, apparently of dispute, that the minstrel and his companion could distinguish their voices. Though the distance was considerable, having screened his eyes with his hand for some minutes, Bertram at length exclaimed, by Our Lady, it is my old friend Tom Dixon. Sure enough, what can make him in such bad humor, with the lad who I think may be the little wild boy his son Charles, who used to run about and plait rushes some 20 years ago. It is lucky, however, we have found our friends astir, for I warrant Tom hath a hearty piece of beef in the pot ere he goes to bed. And he must have changed his want if an old friend hath not his share. And who knows, had we come later, at what hour they may now find it convenient to drop latch and draw bolt so near a hostile garrison. For if we call things by their right names, such is the proper term for an English garrison in the castle of a Scottish nobleman. Foolish man, answered the lady, thou judgest of Sir John de Walton, as thou wouldst of some rude boor to whom the opportunity of doing what he wills is a temptation and license to exercise cruelty and oppression. Now I could plight you my word that, setting apart the quarrel of the kingdoms, which of course will be fought out in fair battles on both sides, you will find that English and Scottish within this domain, and within the reach of Sir John de Walton's influence, live together as that same flock of sheep and goats do with the shepherds, dog a foe from whom they fly upon certain occasions, but around whom they nevertheless eagerly gather for protection, should a wolf happen to show himself. It is not to your ladyship, answered Bertram, that I should venture to state my opinion of such matters, but the young knight, when he is sheathed in armor, is a different being from him who feasts in halls among press of ladies, and he that feeds by another man's fireside. And when his landlord of all men in the world chances to be the Black Douglas, has reason to keep his eyes about him as he makes his meal. But it were better I looked after our own evening refreshment, than that I stood here gaping and talking about other folks' matters. So saying, he called out in a thundering tone of voice, Dixon, what ho, Thomas Dixon, will you not acknowledge an old friend, who is much disposed to trust his supper and night's lodging to your hospitality? The Scotchman, attracted by the call, looked first along the banks of the river, then upward to the bare side of the hill, and at length cast his eyes upon the 2 figures who were descending from it. As if he felt the night colder while he advanced from the more sheltered part of the valley, to meet them, the Douglas Dale farmer wrapped closer around him, the grey plaid which from an early period has been used by the shepherds of the south of Scotland, and the appearance of which gives a romantic air to the peasantry and middle classes, and which, although less brilliant and gaudy in its colors, is as picturesque in its arrangement as the more military tartan mantle of the Highlands. When they approached near to each other, the lady might observe that this friend of her guide was a stout athletic man, somewhat past the middle of life, and already showing marks of the approach, but none of the infirmities of age upon a countenance, which had been exposed to many a storm-sharp eyes too, and a quick observation exhibited signs of vigilance, acquired by one who had lived long in a country, where he had constant occasion for looking around him with caution. His features were still swollen with displeasure, and the handsome young man who attended him seemed to be discontented, like one who had undergone no gentle marks of his father's indignation, and who, from the sullen expression, which mingled with an appearance of shame on his countenance, seemed at once affected by anger and remorse. Do you not remember me, old friend, said Bertram, as they approached within a distance, for communing, or have the 20 years which have marched over us, since we met, carried along with them all remembrance of Bertram the English minstrel? In troth, answered the Scot, it is not for want of plenty of your countrymen to keep you in my remembrance, and I have hardly heard one of them so much as whistle. Hey, now the day dawns, but it has recalled some note of your blithe rebeck, and yet such animals are we that I had forgot the mien of my old friend, and scarcely knew him at a distance. But we have had trouble lately, There are 1,000 of your countrymen that keep garrison in the perilous castle of Douglas yonder, as well as in other places through the vale. And that is but a woeful sight for a true Scotchmanvan. My own poor house has not escaped the dignity of a garrison of a man-at-arms, besides 2 or 3 archer knaves, and 1 or 2 slips of mischievous boys called pages, and so forth, who will not let a man say, "This is my own by his own fireside." Do not therefore think hardly of me, old comrade, if I show you a welcome something colder than you might expect from a friend of other days, for by Saint Bride of Douglas, I have scarcely anything left to which I can say welcome. Small welcome will serve, said Bertram. My son, make thy reverence to thy father's old friend Augustine, is learning my joyous trade. But he will need some practice ere he can endure its fatigues. If you could give him some little matter of food, and a quiet bed for the night, there's no fear, but that we shall both do well enough, for I dare say, when you travel with my friend Charles there, if that tall youth chance to be my old acquaintance Charles, you will find yourself accommodated, when his wants are once well provided for. Nay, the foul fiend take me if I do, answered the Scottish husbandman. I know not what the lads of this day are made, oft not of the same clay as their fathers, to be sure, not sprung from their heather, which fears neither wind nor rain, but from some delicate plant of a foreign country which will not thrive unless it be nourished under glass with a murrain to it. The good Lord of Douglas I have been his henchman, and can vouch for it did not in his pagehood desire such food and lodging as in the present day will hardly satisfy such a lad as your friend Charles. Nay, said Bertram, it is not that my Augustine is over nice, but for other reasons I must request of you a bed to himself. He hath of late been unwell. I understand, said Dickson, your son hath had a touch of that illness, which terminates so frequently in the Black Death. You English folk die, of we hear much of the havoc it has made to the southward, comes it hitherward. Bertram nodded. Well, my father's house, continued the farmer, hath more rooms than one, and your son shall have one, well aired and comfortable. And for supper ye shall have a part of what is prepared for your countrymen, though I would rather have their room than their company, since I am bound to feed a score of them. They will not dispute the claim of such a skilful minstrel, as thou art to a knight's hospitality. I am ashamed to say that I must do their bidding, even in my own house well-a-day. If my good lord were in possession of his own, I have heart and hand enough to turn the whole of them out of my house like. To speak plainly, said Bertram, like a southern strolling gang from Redesdale, whom I have seen you fling out of your house like a litter of blind puppies, when not one of them looked behind to see who had done him the courtesy, until he was halfway to Carntable. I, answered the Scotchman, drawing himself up at least 6 inches taller than before. Then I had a house of my own, and a cause, and an arm to keep it now. I am what signifies it, what I am, the noblest lord in Scotland is little better. Truly, friend, said Bertram, now you view this matter in a rational light. I do not say that the wisest, the richest, or the strongest man in this world has any right to tyrannize over his neighbor, because he is the more weak, ignorant, and the poorer. But yet if he does enter into such a controversy, he must submit to the course of nature, and that will always give the advantage in the tide of battle to wealth, strength, and health. With permission, however, answered Dickson, the weaker party, if he use his facilities to the utmost may, in the long run, obtain revenge upon the author of his sufferings, which would be at least compensation for his temporary submission. And he acts simply as a man, and most foolishly as a Scotchman, whether he sustain these wrongs with the insensibility of an idiot or whether he endeavor to revenge them before heaven's appointed time has arrived. But, if I talk thus, I shall scare you, as I have scared some of your countrymen from accepting a meal of meat, and a night's lodging in a house, where you might be called with the morning, to a bloody settlement of a national quarrel. Never mind, said Bertram, we have been known to each other of old, and I am no more afraid of meeting unkindness in your house than you expect me to come here for the purpose of adding to the injuries of which you complain. So be it, said Dickson, and you, my old friend, are as welcome to my abode as when it never held any guest save of my own inviting, and you, my young friend Master Augustine, shall be looked after as well as if you came with a gay brow and a light cheek, such as best becomes the gay science. But wherefore, may I ask, said Bertram, so much displeased, but now at my young friend Charles? The youth answered before his father had time to speak. My father, good sir, may put what show upon it he will, but shrewd and wise men wax weak in the brain, these troublous times. He saw 2 or 3 wolves seize upon 3 of our choicest wethers. And because I shouted to give the alarm to the English garrison, he was angry as if he could have murdered Medjust for saving the sheep from the jaws that would have devoured them. This is a strange account of the old friend, said Bertram. Dost thou connive with the wolves in robbing thine own fold? Why let it pass if thou lovest me, answered the countryman. Charles could tell thee something nearer the truth if he had a mind, but for the present let it pass. The minstrel, perceiving that the Scotchman was fretted and embarrassed with the subject, pressed it no farther. At this moment, in crossing the threshold of Thomas Dixon's house, they were greeted with sounds from two English soldiers within. Quiet, Anthony, said one voice, quiet man, for the sake of common sense, if not common manners. Robin Hood himself never sat down to his board ere the roast was ready. Ready, quoth another rough voice, it is roasting to rags, and small had been the knave Dixon's share, even of these rags, had it not been the express orders of the worshipful Sir John de Walton, that the soldiers who lie at outposts should afford to the inmates such provisions as are not necessary for their own subsistence. Hush, Anthony, hush, for shame, replied his fellow soldier. If ever I heard our host's step, I heard it this instant, so give over thy grumbling, since our captain, as we all know, hath prohibited under strict penalties all quarrels between his followers and the people of the country. I am sure, replied Anthony, that I have ministered occasion to none, but I would I were equally certain of the good meaning of this sullen-browed Thomas Dixon towards the English soldiers, for I seldom go to bed in this dungeon of a house, but I expect my throat will gape as wide as a thirsty oyster before I awaken here. He comes, however, added Anthony, sinking his sharp tones as he spoke, and I hope to be excommunicated, if he has not brought with him that mad animal his son Charles, and two other strangers, hungry enough ill be sworn to eat up the whole supper, if they do us no other injury. Shame of thyself, Anthony, repeated his comrade, a good archer thou as ever wore Kendall Green, and yet affect to be frightened for two tired travellers, and alarmed for the inroad their hunger may make on the night's meal. There are 4 or 5 of us here who have our bows and our bills within reach, and scorn to be chased from our supper, or cheated out of our share of it, by a dozen Scotchmen, whether stationary or strollers. How sayst thou, he added, turning to Dixon, how say ye, quartermaster? It is no secret that by the directions given to our post, we must inquire into the occupations of such guests as you may receive besides ourselves. Your unwilling inmates you are as ready for supper, I warrant, as supper is for you, and I will only delay you and my friend Anthony, who becomes dreadfully impatient, until you answer 2 or 3 questions which you wot of. Bend the bow, answered Dixon, thou art a civil fellow, and although it is something hard to be constrained to give an account of one's friends, because they chance to quarter in one's own house for a night or two, yet I must submit to the times, and make no vain opposition. You may mark down in your breviary there, that upon the 14th day before Palm Sunday, Thomas Dixon, brought to his house of Hazelside, in which you hold garrison by orders from the English governor Sir John de Walton, 2 strangers to whom the said Thomas Dixon had promised refreshment, and a bed for the evening if it be lawful at this time and place. But what are they, these strangers? Said Anthony somewhat sharply. A fine world the while, murmured Thomas Dixon, that an honest man should be forced to answer the questions of every paltry companion. But he mitigated his voice, and proceeded, the eldest of my guests is Bertram, an ancient English minstrel, who is bound on his own errand to the castle of Douglas, and communicate what he has to say of news to Sir John de Walton himself. I have known him for 20 years, and never heard anything of him save that he was good man and true. The younger stranger is his son, a lad recovering from the English disorder, which has been raging far and wide in Westmoreland and Cumberland. Tell me, said Ben the Bow, this same Bertram was he not about a year since in the service of some noble lady in our own country? I have heard so, answered Dixon. We shall in that case, I think, incur little danger, replied Ben the Bow, by allowing this old man and his son to proceed on their journey to the castle. You are my elder and my better, answered Anthony, but I may remind you that it is not so clearly our duty to give free passage into a garrison of 1,000 men of all ranks to a youth who has been so lately attacked by a contagious disorder. And I question if our commander would not rather hear that the Black Douglas, with 100 devils as black as himself, since such is his color, had taken possession of the outposts of Hazelside with sword and battle-axe, than that one person suffering under this fell sickness had entered peaceably and by the open wicket of the castle. There is something in what thou sayest, Anthony, replied his comrade, and considering that our governor, since he has undertaken the troublesome job of keeping a castle which is esteemed so much more dangerous than any other within Scotland, has become one of the most cautious and jealous men in the world, we had better, I think, inform him of the circumstance, and take his commands how the stripling is to be dealt with. Content, am I, said the archer, and first methinks, I would just in order to show that we know what belongs to such a case, ask the stripling a few questions, as how long he has been ill, by what physicians he has been attended when he was cured, and how his cure is certified. True brother, said Ben the bow, thou hearest, minstrel. We would ask thy son some questions, what has become of him, he was in this apartment, but now. So please you, answered Bertram, he did. But pass through the apartment, Mr. Thomas Dixon, at my entreaty, as well as in respectful reverence to your honor's health. Carried him through the room, without tarriance, judging his own bedchamber, the fittest place for a young man recovering from a severe illness, and after a day of no small fatigue. Well, answered the elder archer, though it is uncommon for men who like us live by bowstring and quiver to meddle with interrogations and examinations. Yet as the case stands, we must make some inquiries of your son, ere we permit him to set forth to the castle of Douglas, where you say his errand leads him. Rather my errand, noble sir, said the minstrel, than that of the young man himself. If such be the case, answered Ben the bow, we may sufficiently do our duty, by sending yourself with the first grey light of dawn to the castle, and letting your son remain in bed, which I warrant is the fittest place for him, until we shall receive Sir John de Walton's commands whether he is to be brought onward or not. And we may as well, said Anthony, since we are to have this man's company at supper, make him acquainted with the rules of the out-garrison stationed here. For the time, so saying, he pulled a scroll from his leathern pouch, and said, Minstrel, canst thou read? It becomes my calling, said the minstrel. It has nothing to do with mine, though, answered the archer, and therefore do thou read these regulations aloud, for since I do not comprehend these characters by sight, I lose no chance of having them read over to me as often as I can, that I may fix their sense in my memory. So beware that thou readest the words letter for letter as they are set down, for thou dost, so at thy peril, Sir Minstrel, if thou readest not like a true man. On my minstrel word, said Bertram, and began to read excessively slow, for he wished to gain a little time for consideration, which he foresaw would be necessary, to prevent his being separated from his mistress, which was likely to occasion her much anxiety and distress. He therefore began thus: outpost at Hazelside, the steading of Goodman Thomas Dixon I Thomas, and is thy house so called? It is the ancient name of the steading, said the Scot, being surrounded by a hazel shaw or thicket. Hold your chattering tongue, minstrel, said Anthony, and proceed, as you value your ears, which you seem disposed to make less use of. His garrison, proceeded the minstrel, reading, consists of a lance with its furniture. What then a lance, in other words, a belted knight, commands this party? 'Tis no concern of thine, said the archer. But it is, answered the minstrel, we have a right to be examined by the highest person in presence. I will show thee, thou rascal, said the archer, starting up, that I am lance enough for thee to reply to, and I will break thy head if thou sayst a word more. Take care, brother Anthony, said his comrade, we are to use travellers courteously, and, with your leave, those travellers best, who come from our native land. It is even so stated here, said the minstrel, and he proceeded to read the watch at this outpost of Hazelside. Footnote: Hazelside, place the fief granted to Thomas Dixon, by William, the hardy 7th Lord Douglas, is still pointed out about 2 miles to the southwest of the castle. Dangerous Dixon was 60 years of age at the time when Lord James first appeared in Douglasdale. His heirs kept possession of the fief for centuries, and some respectable gentlemen's families in Lanarkshire still trace themselves to this ancestor. From notes by Mr. Haddo shall stop and examine all travellers passing by the said station, suffering such to pass onward to the town of Douglas or to Douglas Castle, always interrogating them with civility and detaining, and turning them back if there arise matter of suspicion, but conducting themselves in all matters civilly and courteously to the people of the country and to those who travel in it. You see, most excellent and valiant archer, added the commentator Bertram, that courtesy and civility are above all recommended to your worship in your conduct towards the inhabitants and those passengers who, like us, may chance to fall under your rules in such matters. I am not to be told at this time of day, said the archer, how to conduct myself in the discharge of my duties. Let me advise you, Sir Minstrel, to be frank and open in your answers to our inquiries, and you shall have no reason to complain. I hope at all events, said the minstrel, to have your favor for my son, who is a delicate stripling, and not accustomed to play his part among the crew which inhabit this wild world. Well, continued the elder and more civil of the two archers, if thy son be a novice in this terrestrial navigation. I warrant that thou, my friend, from thy look and manner of speech, hast enough of skill to use thy compass to comfort thee, although thou must thyself answer the questions of our governor or deputy governor, in order that he may see there is no offense in thee. I think there may be permission granted for thy sons residing here in the convent hard, by where the nuns, by the way, are as old as the monks, and have nearly as long beards, so thou mayst be easy about thy sons' morals, until thou hast done thy business at Douglas Castle, and art ready to resume thy journey. If such permission, said the minstrel, can be obtained, I should be better pleased to leave him at the abbey, and go myself in the first place to take the directions of your commanding officer. Certainly, answered the archer, that will be the safest and best way, and with a piece or two of money, thou mayst secure the protection of the abbot. Thou sayst well, answered the minstrel, I have known life, I have known every stile gap pathway, and pass of this wilderness of ours for some 30 years. And he that cannot steer his course fairly through it like an able seaman, after having served such an apprenticeship, can hardly ever be taught were a century to be given him to learn it in. Since thou art so expert a mariner, answered the archer Anthony, thou hast, I warrant me, met in thy wanderings, a potation called a morning's draught, which they who are conducted by others, where they themselves lack experience, are used to bestow upon those who undertake the task of guide upon such an occasion. I understand you, sir, quoth the minstrel, and although money or drink geld, as the Fleming calls, it is rather a scarce commodity in the purse of one of my calling, yet according to my feeble ability, thou shalt have no cause to complain that thine eyes or those of thy comrades have been damaged by a Scottish mist, while we can find an English coin to pay for the good liquor which would wash them clear. Content, said the archer, we now understand each other, and if difficulties arise on the road, thou shalt not want the countenance of Anthony to sail triumphantly through them, but thou hadst better let thy son know soon of the early visit to the abbot tomorrow, for thou mayst guess that we cannot and dare not delay our departure for the convent a minute after the eastern sky is ruddy, and with other infirmities young men often are prone to laziness and a love of ease. Thou shalt have no reason to think so, answered the minstrel, not the lark himself, when waked by the first ray peeping over the black cloud, springs more lightly to the sky than will my Augustine answer the same brilliant summons. And now we understand each other. I would only further pray you to forbear light talk, while my son is in your compania, boy of innocent life, and timid in conversation. Nay, jolly minstrel, said the elder archer, thou givest us here too gross an example of Satan reproving sin. If thou hast followed thy craft for 20 years, as thou pretendest thy son, having kept thee company since childhood, must by this time be fit to open a school to teach even devils the practice of the 7 deadly sins, of which none know the theory if those of the gay science are lacking. Truly, comrade, thou speakest well, answered Bertram, and I acknowledge that we minstrels are too much to blame in this matter. Nevertheless, in good sooth, the fault is not one of which I myself am particularly guilty. On the contrary, I think that he who would wish to have his own hair honored, when time has strewed it with silver, should so rein his mirth, when in the presence of the young, as may show in what respect he holds innocence. I will therefore, with your permission, speak a word to Augustine that tomorrow we must be on foot early. Do so, my friend, said the English soldier, and do the same the more speedily that our poor supper is still awaiting, until thou art ready to partake of it. To which I promise thee, said Bertram, I am disposed to entertain no delay. Follow me then, said Dickson, and I will show thee where this young bird of thine has his nest. Their host accordingly tripped up the wooden stair, and tapped at a door which he thus indicated was that of his younger guest. Your father, continued he, as the door opened, would speak with you. Master Augustine. Excuse me, my host, answered Augustine, the truth is that this room being directly above your eating chamber, and the flooring not in the best possible repair, I have been compelled to the unhandsome practice of eavesdropping, and not a word has escaped me that passed concerning my proposed residence at the abbey, our journey tomorrow, and the somewhat early hour at which I must shake off sloth, and according to thy expression, fly down from the roost. And how dost thou relish, said Dickson, being left with the abbot of St. Bride's little flock here? Why, well, said the youth, if the abbot is a man of respectability becoming his vocation, and not one of those swaggering churchmen who stretch out the sword and bear themselves like rank soldiers in these troublous times. For that young master, said Dickson, if you let him put his hand deep enough into your purse, he will hardly quarrel with anything. Then I will leave him to my father, replied Augustine, who who will not grudge him anything he asks in reason. In that case, replied the Scotchman, you may trust to our abbot for good accommodation and, so both sides are pleased. It is well, my son, said Bertram, who now joined in the conversation, and that thou mayst be ready for early travelling. I shall presently get our host to send thee some food, after partaking of which thou shouldst go to bed and sleep off the fatigue of today, since tomorrow will bring work for itself. And as for thy engagement to these honest archers, answered Augustine, I hope you will be able to do what will give pleasure to our guides, if they are disposed to be civil and true men. God bless thee, my child, answered Bertram. Thou knowest already what would drag after thy beck all the English archers that were ever on this side of the Solway. There is no fear of a grey goose shaft, if you sing a reveillez like to that, which chimed even now from that silken nest of dainty young goldfinches. Hold me as in readiness, then said the seeming youth, when you depart tomorrow morning. I am within hearing, I suppose, of the bells of St. Bride's Chapel, and have no fear through my sloth of keeping you or your company waiting. Good night, and God bless thee, my child, again, said the minstrel. Remember that your father sleeps not far distant, and on the slightest alarm will not fail to be with you. I need scarce bid thee recommend thyself meantime to the great being, who is the friend and father of us all. The pilgrim thanked his supposed father for his evening blessing, and the visitors withdrew without farther speech, at the time leaving the young lady to those engrossing fears, which the novelty of her situation and the native delicacy of her sex being considered, naturally thronged upon her. The tramp of a horse's foot was not long after heard at the house of Hazelside, and the rider was welcomed by its garrison, with marks of respect. Bertram understood so much as to discover from the conversation of the warders that this late arrival was Aymer de Valence, the knight who commanded the little party, and to the furniture of whose lance, as it was technically called, belonged the archers, with whom we have already been acquainted, a man-at-arms, or two, a certain proportion of pages or grooms, and in short the command and guidance of the garrison at Thomas Dixon's, while in rank he was deputy governor of Douglas Castle. To prevent all suspicion respecting himself and his companion, as well as the risk of the latter being disturbed, the minstrel thought it proper to present himself to the inspection of this knight, the great authority of the little place. He found him with as little scruple as the archers heretofore, making a supper of the relics of the roast beef. Before this young knight Bertram underwent an examination, while an old soldier took down in writing such items of information as the examinate thought proper to express in his replies, both with regard to the minutiae of his present journey, his business at Castle Douglas, and his route when that business should be accomplished. A much more minute examination, in a word, than he had hitherto undergone by the archers, or perhaps than was quite agreeable to him, being encumbered with at least the knowledge of one secret, whatever more not that this new examinator had anything stern or severe in his looks or his questions. As to the first, he was mild, gentle, and meek as a maid, and possessed exactly of the courteous manners ascribed by our father Chaucer to the pattern of chivalry, whom he describes upon his pilgrimage to Canterbury, but, with all his gentleness, de Valence showed a great degree of acuteness and accuracy in his queries, and well pleased was Bertram that the young knight did not insist upon seeing his supposed son, although, even in that case, his ready wit had resolved, like a seaman in a tempest, to sacrifice one part to preserve the rest. He was not, however, driven to this extremity, being treated by Sir Aymer with that degree of courtesy, which in that age men of song were in general thought entitled to the knight, kindly and liberally consented to the lad's remaining in the convent as a fit and quiet residence for a stripling and an invalid, until Sir John de Walton should express his pleasure on the subject. And Sir Aymer consented to this arrangement the more willingly, as it averted all possible danger of bringing disease into the English garrison. By the young knight's order, all in Dixon's house were dispatched earlier to rest than usual, the matin bell of the neighboring chapel being the signal for their assembly by daybreak. They rendezvoused accordingly, and proceeded to St. Bride's, where they heard mass, after which an interview took place between the abbot Jerome and the minstrel, in which the former undertook, with the permission of de Valence, to receive Augustine into his abbey as a guest for a few days less or more, and for which Bertram promised an acknowledgment in name of alms, which was amply satisfactory. So be it, said Bertram, taking leave of his supposed son. Rely on it, I will not tarry a day longer at Douglas Castle than shall suffice for transacting my business there, which is to look after the old books you wot of, and I will speedily return for thee to the Abbey of St. Bride to resume in company our journey homeward. "O father," replied the youth with a smile, "I fear, if you get among romances and chronicles, you will be so earnest in your researches that you will forget poor Augustine and his concerns." "Never fear me, Augustine," said the old man, making the motion of throwing a kiss towards the boy, "thou art good and virtuous, and heaven will not neglect thee were thy father unnatural enough to do so. Believe me, all the old songs, since Merlin's day, shall not make me forget thee." Thus they separated the minstrel with the English knight and his retinue to move towards the castle, and the youth, in dutiful attendance on the venerable abbot, who was delighted to find that his guest's thoughts turned rather upon spiritual things than on the morning repast, of the approach of which he could not help being himself sensible. Chapter the third. This night, methinks, is but the daylight sick. It looks a little paler, 'tis a day, such as the day is when the sun is hid. Merchant of Venice. To facilitate the progress of the party on its way to Douglas Castle, the Knight of Valence offered the minstrel the convenience of a horse, which the fatigues of yesterday made him gladly, except anyone acquainted with equestrian exercise, is aware that no means of refreshment carries away the sense of fatigue from overwalking so easily as the exchange to riding, which calls into play another set of muscles, and leaves those which have been overexerted an opportunity of resting through change of motion more completely than they could in absolute repose. Sir Aymer de Valence was sheathed in armor, and mounted on his charger two of the archers, a groom of mean rank, and a squire who looked in his day for the honor of knighthood, completed the detachment which seemed so disposed as to secure the minstrel from escape, and to protect him against violence. Not, said the young knight, addressing himself to Bertram, that there is usually danger in traveling in this country, any more than in the most quiet districts of England, but some disturbances, as you may have learnt, have broken out here within this last year and have caused the garrison of Castle Douglas to maintain a stricter watch. But let us move on, for the complexion of the day is congenial with the original derivation of the name of the country, and the description of the chiefs to whom it belonged, Sholto dhu glassy, yon dark grey man, and dark grey, will our route prove this morning, though by good luck it is not long. The morning was indeed what the original Gaelic words implied, a drizzly, dark, moist day. The mist had settled upon the hills and unrolled itself upon brook, glade, and tarn, and the spring breeze was not powerful enough to raise the veil, though from the wild sounds, which were heard occasionally on the ridges and through the glens, it might be supposed to wail at a sense of its own inability. The route of the travelers was directed by the course which the river had ploughed for itself down the valley, the banks of which bore in general that dark grey livery, which Sir Aymer de Valence had intimated to be the prevalent tint of the country. Some ineffectual struggles of the sun shot a ray here and there to salute the peaks of the hills, yet these were unable to surmount the dullness of a March morning, and at so early an hour produced a variety of shades, rather than a gleam of brightness upon the eastern horizon. The view was monotonous and depressing, and apparently the good knight Aymer sought some amusement in occasional talk with Bertram, who, as was usual with his craft, possessed a fund of knowledge and a power of conversation well suited to pass away a dull morning. The minstrel, well pleased to pick up such information as he might be able concerning the present state of the country, embraced every opportunity of sustaining the dialogue. "I would speak with you, Sir Minstrel," said the young knight, "if thou dost not find the air of this morning too harsh for thine organs. Heartily do I wish thou wouldst fairly tell me what can have induced thee, being, as thou seemst, a man of sense, to thrust thyself into a wild country like this, at such a time, and you, my masters," addressing the archers, "and the rest of the party, methinks it would be as fitting and seeming if you reined back your steeds for a horse's length, or so, since I apprehend you can travel on your way without the pastime of minstrelsy." The bowmen took the hint and fell back, but as was expressed by their grumbling observations, by no means pleased that there seemed little chance of their overhearing what conversation should pass between the young knight and the minstrel, which proceeded as follows. "I am then to understand, good minstrel," said the knight, "that you who have in your time borne arms, and even followed St. George's Red Cross banner to the Holy Sepulchre, are so little tired of the danger attending our profession, that you feel yourself attracted unnecessarily to regions where the sword, forever loose in its scabbard, is ready to start on the slightest provocation." "It would be hard," replied the minstrel bluntly, "to answer such a question in the affirmative, and yet when you consider how nearly allied is his profession, who celebrates deeds of arms, with that of the knight who performs them, your honor, I think, will hold it advisable that a minstrel desirous of doing his devoir should like a young knight seek the truth of adventures where it is to be found, and rather visit countries where the knowledge is preserved of high and noble deeds, than those lazy and quiet realms in which men live indolently, and die ignobly in peace, or by sentence of law you yourself, sir, and those like you who hold life cheap in respect of glory guide your course through this world, on the very same principle which brings your poor rhyming servant, Bertram, from a far province of merry England, to this dark country of rugged Scotland, called Douglas Dale. You long to see adventures worthy of notice. And I under favor for naming us two in the same breath, seek a scanty and precarious, but not a dishonorable living, by preparing for immortality, as well as I can the particulars of such exploits, especially the names of those who were the heroes of these actions, each therefore labors in his vocation, nor can the one be justly wondered at more than the other, seeing that if there be any difference in the degrees of danger, to which both the hero and the poet are exposed, the courage, strength, arms, and address of the valiant knight render it safer for him to venture into scenes of peril than for the poor man of rhyme. You say well, answered the warrior, and although it is something of novelty to me to hear your craft represented as upon a level with my own mode of life, yet shame were it to say that the minstrel who toils so much to keep in memory the feats of gallant knights should not himself prefer fame to existence, and a single achievement of valor to a whole age, without a name, or to affirm that he follows a mean and unworthy profession. Your worship will then acknowledge, said the minstrel, that it is a legitimate object in such as myself, who, simple as I am, have taken my regular degrees among the professors of the gay science, at the capital town of Aigues Mordos, to struggle forward into this northern district, where I am well assured many things have happened, which have been adapted to the harp, by minstrels of great fame in ancient days, and have become the subject of lays which lie deposited in the library of Castle Douglas, where unless copied over by someone who understands the old British characters and language, they must, with whatever they may contain, whether of entertainment or edification, be speedily lost to posterity, if these hidden treasures were preserved and recorded by the minstrel art of my poor self, and others it might be held well to compensate for the risk of a chance blow of a broadsword, or the sweep of a brown bill, while I am engaged in collecting them, and I were unworthy of the name of a man, much more of an inventor or finder. Footnote: the name of maker stands for poet, with the original sense of which word it exactly corresponds in the old Scottish language, that of trouvoir or troubadour finder in Shorthas. Similar meaning, and almost in every country, the poetical tribes have been graced with the same epithets, inferring the property of those who employ invention or creation. Should I weigh the loss of life a commodity, always so uncertain against the chance of that immortality, which will survive in my lay after my broken voice and shivered harp, shall no longer be able either to express tune or accompany tale. Certainly, said Sir Eimer, having a heart to feel such a motive, you have an undoubted right to express it, nor should I have been in any degree disposed to question it, had I found many minstrels prepared like yourself to prefer renown even to life itself, which most men think of greatly more consequence. There are indeed, noble sir, replied Bertram, minstrels, and with your reverence even belted knights themselves, who do not sufficiently value that renown which is acquired at the risk of life, to such ignoble men. We must leave their own reward, let us abandon to them earth, and the things of earth, since they cannot aspire to that glory which is the best reward of others. The minstrel uttered these last words with such enthusiasm that the knight drew his bridle, and stood fronting Bertram with his countenance kindling at the same theme, on which after a short silence he expressed himself with a like vivacity. Well, fare thy heart, gay companion. I am happy to see there is still so much enthusiasm surviving in the world. Thou hast fairly won the minstrel groat, and if I do not pay it in conformity to my sense of thy merit, it shall be the fault of Dame Fortune, who has graced my labors in these Scottish wars, with the niggard pay of Scottish money, a gold piece or two, there must be remaining of the ransom of one French knight whom chance threw into my hands, and that my friend shall surely be thine own, and hark thee, Eimer de Valence, who now speak to thee am born of the noble house of Pembroke, and though now landless shall by the grace of Our Lady have in time a fitting establishment, wherein I will find room for a minstrel like thee, if thy talents have not by that time found thee a better patron. Thank thee, noble knight, said the minstrel, as well for thy present intentions, as I hope I shall for thy future performance. But I may say with truth that I have not the sordid inclination of many of my brethren. He who partakes the true thirst of noble fame, said the young knight, can have little room in his heart for the love of gold. But thou hast not yet told me, friend minstrel, What are the motives in particular which have attracted thy wandering steps to this wild country? Were I to do so, replied Bertram, rather desirous to avoid the question, as in some respects too nearly bordering on the secret purpose of his journey, it might sound like a studied panegyric on thine own bold deeds, Sir Knight, and those of your companions in arms and such adulation minstrel, as I am I hate like an empty cup at a companion's lips. But let me say in few words that Douglas Castle, and the deeds of valor which it has witnessed have sounded wide through England, nor is there a gallant knight or trusty minstrel whose heart does not throb at the name of the stronghold, which in former days the foot of an Englishman never entered except in hospitality. There is a magic in the very names of Sir John de Walton and Sir Aymer de Valence, the gallant defenders of a place so often won back by its ancient lords, and with such circumstances of valor and cruelty that it bears in England the name of the dangerous castle. Yet I would fain hear, answered the knight, your own minstrel account of those legends, which have induced you for the amusement of future times to visit a country which at this period is so distracted and perilous. If you can endure the length of a minstrel tale, said Bertram, I, for one, am always amused by the exercise of my vocation, and have no objection to tell my story, provided you do not prove an impatient listener. Nay, for that matter, said the young knight, a fair listener thou shalt have of me, and if my reward be not great, my attention at least shall be remarkable. And he said the minstrel must be a poor gleeman, who does not hold himself better paid with that than with gold or silver, were the pieces English rose nobles on this condition. Then I begin a long story which may in one or other of its details find subject for better minstrels than myself, and be listened to by such warriors as you hundreds of years hence. Chapter the fourth. While many a merry lay and many a song cheered the rough road, we wish the rough road long. The rough road, then returning in a round, marked their impatient steps, for all was fairy ground. Dr. Johnson. It was about the year of redemption, 1285 years began the minstrel, when King Alexander, the third of Scotland, lost his daughter Margaret, whose only child of the same name, called the Maiden of Norway, as her father was king of that country, became the heiress of this kingdom of Scotland, as well as of her father's crown. An unhappy death was this for Alexander, who had no nearer heirs left of his own body than this grandchild. She indeed might claim his kingdom by birthright, but the difficulty of establishing such a claim of inheritance must have been anticipated by all who bestowed a thought upon the subject. The Scottish king, therefore, endeavored to make up for his loss by replacing his late queen, who was an English princess sister of our Edward the First, with Juletta, daughter of the Count de Dreux. The solemnities at the nuptial ceremony, which took place in the town of Jedburgh, were very great and remarkable, and particularly when amidst the display of a pageant which was exhibited on the occasion, a ghastly spectre made its appearance in the form of a skeleton. As the King of Terrors is said to be represented, your worship is free to laugh at this, if you think it a proper subject for mirth. But men are alive who viewed it with their own eyes, and the event showed too well of what misfortunes this apparition was the singular prognostication. I have heard the story, said the knight, but the monk who told it me suggested that the figure, though unhappily chosen, was perhaps purposely introduced as a part of the pageant. I know not that, said the minstrel dryly, but there is no doubt that shortly after this apparition, King Alexander died to the great sorrow of his people. The Maid of Norway, his heiress, speedily followed her grandfather to the grave, and our English King Sir Knight raked up a claim of dependency and homage due, he said, by Scotland, which neither the lawyers, nobles, priests, nor the very minstrels of Scotland had ever before heard of. Now beshrew me, interrupted Sir Aymer de Valence, this is beyond bargain. I agreed to hear your tale with patience, but I did not pledge myself that it should contain matter to the reproach of Edward, the first of blessed memory, nor will I permit his name to be mentioned in my hearing, without the respect due his high rank and noble qualities. Nay, said the minstrel, I am no Highland bagpiper or genealogist to carry respect for my art so far as to quarrel with a man of worship who stops me at the beginning of a pibroch. I am an Englishman, and wish dearly well to my country, and above all, I must speak the truth. But I will avoid disputable topics, your age, sir, though none of the ripest authorizes me to suppose you may have seen the Battle of Falkirk and other onslaughts, in which the competition of Bruce and Balliol has been fiercely agitated. And you will permit me to say that if the Scottish have not had the right upon their side, they have at least defended the wrong with the efforts of brave men and true. Of brave men, I grant you, said the knight, for I have seen no cowards amongst them. But as for truth, they can best judge of it, who know how often they have sworn faith to England, and how repeatedly they have broken their vow. I shall not stir the question, said the minstrel, leaving it to your worship, to determine which has most falsihood, who compels a weaker person to take an unjust path, or he who compelled by necessity, takes the imposed oath, without the intention of keeping his word. Nay, nay, said De Valence, let us keep our opinions, for we are not likely to force each other, from the faith we have adopted on this subject. But take my advice, and whilst thou travellest under an English pennon take heed, that thou keepest off this conversation in the hall and kitchen, where perhaps the soldier may be less tolerant than the officer. And now, in a word, what is thy legend of this dangerous castle? For that, replied Bertram, methinks your worship is most likely to have a better addition than I who have not been in this country for many years. But it is not for me to bandy opinions with your knightship. I will even proceed with the tale as I have heard it. I need not, I presume, inform your worship, that the lords of Douglas who founded this castle are second to no lineage in Scotland, in the antiquity of their descent. Nay, they have themselves boasted that their family is not to be seen or distinguished like other great houses until it is found at once in a certain degree of eminence. You may see us in the tree, they say you cannot discover us in the twig. You may see us in the stream, you cannot trace us to the fountain. In a word, they deny that historians or genealogists can point out the first mean man named Douglas, who originally elevated the family, and true it is that, so far back as we have known this race, they have always been renowned for valor and enterprise, accompanied with the power which made that enterprise effectual. Enough, said the knight, I have heard of the pride and power of that great family, nor does it interest me in the least to deny or detract from their bold claims to consideration in this respect. Without doubt you must also have heard, noble sir, replied the minstrel, many things of James, the present heir of the house of Douglas. More than enough, answered the English knight. He is known to have been a stout supporter of that outlawed traitor William Wallace, and again, upon the first raising of the banner by this Robert Bruce, who pretends to be King of Scotland, this young springled James Douglas must needs start into rebellion. Anew he plunders his uncle, the Archbishop of St. Andrews, of a considerable sum of money, to fill the Scottish usurper's not overburdened treasury, debauches the servants of his relation, takes arms, and though repeatedly chastised in the field, still keeps his vaunt and threatens mischief to those who, in the name of his rightful sovereign, defend the castle of Douglasdale. It is your pleasure to say so, Sir Knight, replied Bertram, yet I am sure were you a Scot you would with patience hear me tell over what has been said of this young man by those who have known him, and whose account of his adventures shows how differently the same tale may be told. These men talk of the present heir of this ancient family as fully adequate to maintain and augment its reputation, ready indeed to undergo every peril in the cause of Robert the Bruce, because the Bruce is esteemed by him his lawful king, and sworn and devoted with such small strength as he can muster to revenge himself on those Southrons who have for several years, as he thinks, unjustly possessed themselves of his father's abode. Oh, replied Sir Aymer de Valence, we have heard much of his achievements in this respect, and of his threats against our governor and ourselves, yet we think it scarce likely that Sir John de Walton will move from Douglasdale without the king's order, although this James Douglas, a mere chicken, take upon himself to crack his voice by crowing like a cock of the game. Sir, answered Bertram, our acquaintance is but brief, and yet I feel it has been so beneficial to me that I trust there is no harm in hoping that James Douglas and you may never meet in bodily presence till the state of the two countries shall admit of peace being between you. Thou art obliging friend, answered Sir Aymer, and I doubt not sincere, and truly thou seemest to have a wholesome sense of the respect due to this young knight when men talk of him in his native valley of Douglas. For me, I am only poor Aymer of Valence, without an acre of land, or much hope of acquiring any, unless I cut something huge with my broadsword out of the middle of these hills. Only this good minstrel, if thou livest to tell my story, may I pray thee to use thy scrupulous custom of searching out the verity. And whether I live or die, thou shalt not, I think, discover that thy late acquaintance of a spring morning hath added more to the laurels of James of Douglas than any man's death must give to him, by whose stronger arm or more lucky chance it is his lot to fall. I nothing fear you, Sir Knight, said the minstrel, for yours is that happy brain which bold in youth as beseems a young knight is in more advanced life, the happy source of prudent counsel, of which I would not by an early death wish thy country to be deprived. Thou art so candid, then, as to wish old England the benefit of good advice, said Sir Aymer, though thou leanest to the side of Scotland in the controversy. Assuredly, Sir Knight, said the minstrel, since, in wishing that Scotland and England each knew their own true interest, I am bound to wish them both alike well, and they should, I think, desire to live in friendship together, occupying each their own portion of the same island, and living under the same laws, and being at peace with each other, they might without fear face the enmity of the whole world. If thy faith be so liberal, answered the knight, as becomes a good man, thou must certainly pray, Sir Minstrel, for the success of England in the war by which alone these murderous hostilities of the northern nation can end in a solid peace. The rebellions of this obstinate country are but the struggles of the stag. When he is mortally wounded, the animal grows weaker and weaker with every struggle, till his resistance is effectually tamed by the hand of death. Not so, Sir Knight, said the minstrel, if my creed is well taught me, we ought not so to pray we may without offence intimate in our prayers the end we wish to obtain. But it is not for us poor mortals to point out to an all-seeing providence the precise manner in which our petitions are to be accomplished, or to wish the downfall of a country to end its commotions as the death stab terminates the agonies of the wounded stag. Whether I appeal to my heart or to my understanding, the dictate would be to petition heaven for what is just and equal in the case. And if I should fear for thee, Sir Knight, in an encounter with James of Douglas, it is only because he upholds, as I conceive, the better side of the debate, and powers more earthly have presaged to him success. Do you tell me so, Sir Minstrel, said de Valence in a threatening tone, knowing me and my office? Your personal dignity and authority, said Bertram, cannot change the right into wrong or avert what Providence has decreed to take place, you know. I must presume that the Douglas hath by various devices already contrived to make himself master of this castle of Douglas 3 several times, and that Sir John de Walton, the present governor, holds it with a garrison trebled in force, and under the assurance that if without surprise he should keep it from the Scottish power for a year and a day, he shall obtain the barony of Douglas with its extensive appendages in free property for his reward, while on the other hand, if he shall suffer the fortress during this space to be taken either by guile or by open force, as has happened successively to the holders of the dangerous castle, he will become liable to dishonor as a knight, and to attainder as a subject, and the chiefs who take share with him and serve under him will participate also in his guilt and his punishment. All this I know well, said Sir Eymer, and I only wonder that having become public the conditions have nevertheless been told with so much accuracy. But what has this to do with the issue of the combat? If the Douglas and I should chance to meet, I will not surely be disposed to fight with less animation, because I wear my fortune upon my sword, or become coward, because I fight for a portion of the Douglas estate, as well as for fame and for fatherland, and after all. Hear me, said the minstrel, an ancient gleeman has said that, in a false quarrel there is no true valor, and the lows or praise won therein is when balanced against honest fame as valueless as a wreath formed out of copper, compared to a chaplet of pure gold. But I bid you not take me for thy warrant in this important question. Thou well knowest how James of Thirlwall, the last English commander before Sir John de Walton, was surprised, and the castle sacked with circumstances of great inhumanity. Truly, said Sir Eymer, I think that Scotland and England both have heard of that onslaught, and of the disgusting proceedings of the Scottish chieftain, when he caused transport into the wild forest gold, silver, ammunition, and armor, and all things that could be easily removed, and destroyed a large quantity of provisions in a manner equally savage and unheard of. Perhaps, Sir Knight, said Bertram, you were yourself an eyewitness of that transaction, which has been spoken of far and wide, and is called the Douglas larder. I saw not the actual accomplishment of the deed, said de Valence, that is, I witnessed it not a-doing, but I beheld enough of the sad relics to make the Douglas larder, never by me to be forgotten, as a record of horror and abomination. I would speak it truly by the hand of my father, and by my honor as a knight, and I will leave it to thee to judge whether it was a deed calculated to secure the smiles of heaven in favor of the actors. This is my edition of the story. A large quantity of provisions had during 2 years or thereabouts been collected from different points, and the castle of Douglas, newly repaired, and as was thought carefully guarded, was appointed as the place where the said provisions were to be put in store for the service of the King of England, or of the Lord Clifford, whichever should first enter the western marches with an English army, and stand in need of such a supply. This army was also to relieve our wants, I mean, those of my uncle the Earl of Pembroke, who for some time before had lain with a considerable force in the town called Ayr, near the old Caledonian forest, and where we had hot wars with the insurgent Scots. Well, sir, it happened, as in similar cases, that Thirlwall, though a bold and active soldier, was surprised in the castle of Douglas, about Hallowmas, by this same worthy young James Douglas, in no very good humor, Was he, as you may suppose, for his father called William the Hardy or William Longlegs, having refused on any terms to become anglicized, was made a lawful prisoner, and died as such closely confined in Berwick, or as some say in Newcastle. The news of his father's death had put young Douglas into no small rage, and tended, I think, to suggest what he did in his resentment, embarrassed by the quantity of provisions which he found in the castle, which the English being superior in the country, he had neither the means to remove, nor the leisure to stay and consume the fiend, as I think inspired him with a contrivance to render them unfit for human use. You shall judge yourself whether it was likely to be suggested by a good or an evil spirit. According to this device, the gold, silver, and other transportable commodities being carried to secret places of safety, Douglas caused the meat, the malt, and other corn or grain to be brought down into the castle cellar, where he emptied the contents of the sacks into one loathsome heap, striking out the heads of the barrels and puncheons, so as to let the mingled drink run through the heap of meal grain. And so forth the bullocks provided for slaughter were in like manner knocked on the head, and their blood suffered to drain into the mass of edible substances. And lastly, the flesh of these oxen was buried in the same mass, in which was also included the dead bodies of those in the castle, who receiving no quarter from the Douglas paid, dear enough for having kept no better watch this base, and unworthy abuse of provisions, intended for the use of man together, with throwing into the well of the castle carcasses of men and horses, and other filth for polluting the same, has since that time been called the Douglas larder. I pretend not, good Sir Aymer, said the minstrel, to vindicate what you justly reprove, nor can I conceive any mode of rendering provisions arranged, after the form of the Douglas larder proper, for the use of any Christian. Yet this young gentleman might perhaps act under the sting of natural resentment, rendering his singular exploit more excusable than it may seem at first. Think, if your own noble father had just died in a lingering captivity, his inheritance seized upon, and occupied as a garrison by a foreign enemy, would not these things stir you to a mode of resentment which, in cold blood and judging of it, as the action of an enemy your honor, might hold in natural and laudable abhorrence? Would you pay respect to dead and senseless objects, which no one could blame your appropriating to your own use, or even scruple the refusal of quarter to prisoners, which is so often practiced even in wars which are otherwise termed fair and humane? You press me close, minstrel, said Aymer de Valence. I at least have no great interest to excuse the Douglas in this matter, since its consequences were that I myself, and the rest of my uncle's host, labored with Clifford and his army to rebuild this same dangerous castle, and feeling no stomach for the cheer that the Douglas had left us, we suffered hard commons, though I acknowledge we did not hesitate to adopt for our own use such sheep and oxen as the miserable Scots had still left around their farmhouses. And I jest not, Sir Minstrel, when I acknowledge in sad earnest that we martial men ought to make our petitions with peculiar penitence to heaven for mercy, when we reflect on the various miseries which the nature of our profession compels us to inflict on each other. It seems to me, answered the minstrel, that those who feel the stings of their own conscience should be more lenient when they speak of the offenses of others, nor do I greatly rely on a sort of prophecy, which was delivered as the men of this hill district say to the young Douglas, by a man who in the course of nature should have been long since dead, promising him a course of success against the English, for having sacrificed his own castle to prevent their making it a garrison. We have time enough for the story, said Sir Aymer, and methinks it would suit a knight and a minstrel better than the grave converse we have hitherto held, which would have beseemed so God save meth mouths of two travelling friars. So be it, said the minstrel. The rote or the viol easily changes its time and varies its note. Chapter the 5th. A tale of sorrow for your eyes may weep. A tale of horror for your flesh may tingle. A tale of wonder for the eyebrows arch. And the flesh curdles if you read it rightly. Bold play. Your honor must be informed, gentle Sir Aymer de Valence, that I have heard this story told at a great distance from the land in which it happened by a sworn minstrel, the ancient friend and servant of the house of Douglas, one of the best, it is said, who ever belonged to that noble family. This minstrel, Hugo Huguenet by name, attended his young master, when on this fierce exploit, as was his wont. The castle was in total tumult in one corner. The warmen were busy breaking up and destroying provisions, in another they were slaying men, horses, and cattle. And these actions were accompanied with appropriate sounds. The cattle particularly had become sensible of their impending fate, and with awkward resistance and piteous cries, testified that reluctance with which these poor creatures look instinctively on the shambles, the groans and screams of men undergoing or about to undergo. Stroke of death and the screeches of the poor horses which were in mortal agony formed a fearful chorus. Huguenot was desirous to remove himself from such unpleasant sights and sounds, but his master the Douglas had been a man of some reading, and his old servant was anxious to secure a book of poetry, to which he had been attached of old. This contained the lays of an ancient Scottish bard, who if an ordinary human creature while he was in this life, cannot now perhaps be exactly termed such. He was in short that Thomas distinguished by the name of the rhymer, and whose intimacy it is said became so great with the gifted people called the fairy folk, that he could like them foretell the future deed, before it came to pass, and united in his own person the quality of bard and of soothsayer, but of late years he had vanished almost entirely from this mortal scene. And although the time and manner of his death were never publicly known, yet the general belief was that he was not severed from the land of living, but removed to the land of fairy, from whence he sometimes made excursions, and concerned himself only about matters which were to come hereafter. Huguenot was the more earnest to prevent the loss of the works of this ancient bard, as many of his poems and predictions were said to be preserved in the castle, and were supposed to contain much especially connected with the old house of Douglas, as well as other families of ancient descent who had been subjects of this old man's prophecy, and accordingly he determined to save this volume from destruction in the general conflagration, to which the building was about to be consigned by the heir of its ancient proprietors. With this view he hurried up into the little old vaulted room, called the Douglas study, in which there might be some dozen old books written by the ancient chaplains, in what the minstrels call the letter black. He immediately discovered the celebrated lay called Sir Tristram, which has been so often altered and abridged as to bear little resemblance to the original. Huguenot, who well knew the value in which this poem was held by the ancient lords of the castle, took the parchment volume from the shelves of the library, and laid it upon a small desk adjacent to the baron's chair. Having made such preparation for putting it in safety, he fell into a brief reverie in which the decay of light and the preparations for the Douglas larder, but especially the last sight of objects which had been familiar to his eyes, now on the eve of destruction, engaged him at that moment. The bard therefore was thinking within himself upon the uncommon mixture of the mystical scholar and warrior in his old master, when as he bent his eyes upon the book of the ancient rhymer, he was astonished to observe it slowly removed from the desk, on which it lay, by an invisible hand. The old man looked with horror at the spontaneous motion of the book, for the safety of which he was interested, and had the courage to approach a little nearer the table in order to discover by what means it had been withdrawn. I have said the room was already becoming dark, so as to render it difficult to distinguish any person in the chair, though it now appeared on closer examination that a kind of shadowy outline of a human form was seated in it, but neither precise enough to convey its exact figure to the mind, nor so detailed as to intimate distinctly its mode of action. The Bard of Douglas therefore gazed upon the object of his fear, as if he had looked upon something not mortal. Nevertheless, as he gazed more intently, he became more capable of discovering the object which offered itself to his eyes, and they grew by degrees more keen to penetrate what they witnessed: a tall, thin form attired in, or rather shaded with, a long, flowing, dusky robe, having a face and physiognomy so wild and overgrown with hair as to be hardly human, were the only marked outlines of the phantom, and looking more attentively, Huguenot was still sensible of two other forms, the outlines, it seemed, of a hart and a hind, which appeared half to shelter themselves behind the person and under the robe of this supernatural figure. A probable tale, said the knight, for you, sir minstrel, a man of sense, as you seem to be to recite so gravely. From what wise authority have you had this tale, which, though it might pass well enough amid clanging beakers, must be held quite apocryphal in the sober hours of the morning? By my minstrel word, sir knight, answered Bertram, I am no propagator of the fable, if it be one. Huguenot the violer, when he had retired into a cloister, near the lake of Pemblemere in Wales, communicated the story to me, as I now tell it. Therefore, as it was upon the authority of an eyewitness, I apologize not for relating it to you, since I could hardly discover a more direct source of knowledge. Be it so, sir minstrel, said the knight, tell on thy tale, and may thy legend escape criticism from others as well as from me. Huguenot, sir knight, answered Bertram, was a holy man, and maintained a fair character during his whole life, notwithstanding his trade may be esteemed a light one. The vision spoke to him in an antique language like that formerly used in the kingdom of Strathclyde, being a species of Scots or Gaelic, which few would have comprehended. You are a learned man, said the apparition, and not unacquainted with the dialects used in your country formerly, although they are now out of date. and you are obliged to translate them into the vulgar Saxon of Dara or Northumberland. But highly must an ancient British bard prize one in this remote term of time, who sets upon the poetry of his native country, a value which invites him to think of its preservation at a moment of such terror as influences the present evening. It is indeed, said Huguenet, a night of terror that calls even the dead from the grave, and makes them the ghastly and fearful companions of the living who, or what art thou in God's name, who breakest the bounds which divide them and revisitest thus strangely, the state thou hast so long bid adieu to? I am replied the vision that celebrated Thomas the Rhymer, by some called Thomas of Ercildown or Thomas, the true speaker like other sages. I am permitted at times to revisit the scenes of my former life, nor am I incapable of removing the shadowy clouds and darkness which overhang futurity, and know thou afflicted man that what thou now seest in this woeful country is not a general emblem of what shall therein befall hereafter, but in proportion as the Douglases are now suffering the loss and destruction of their home for their loyalty to the rightful heir of the Scottish kingdom, so hath heaven appointed for them a just reward. And as they have not spared to burn and destroy their own house, and that of their fathers in the Bruce's cause, so is it the doom of heaven that as often as the walls of Douglas Castle shall be burnt to the ground, they shall be again rebuilt still more stately and more magnificent than before. A cry was now heard like that of a multitude in the courtyard, joining in a fierce shout of exultation at the same time. A broad and ruddy glow seemed to burst from the beams and rafters, and sparks flew from them, as from the smith's stithy, while the element caught to its fuel, and the conflagration broke its way through every aperture. See ye that, said the vision, casting his eye towards the windows and disappearing begone, the fated hour of removing this book is not yet come, nor are thine the destined hands, but it will be safe where I have placed it, and the time of its removal shall come. The voice was heard after the form had vanished, and the brain of Huguenet almost turned round. At the wild scene which he beheld, his utmost exertion was scarcely sufficient to withdraw him from the terrible spot, and Douglas Castle, that night sunk into ashes, and smoke to arise in no great length of time, in a form stronger than ever the minstrel stopped. And his hearer, the English knight, remained silent for some minutes ere at length he replied. It is true, minstrel, answered Sir Aymer, that your tale is so far undeniable, that this castle 3 times burned down by the heir of the house, and of the baron has hitherto been as often reared again by Henry Lord Clifford, and other generals of the English, who endeavoured on every occasion to build it up, more artificially and more strongly than it had formerly existed, since it occupies a position too important to the safety of our Scottish border, to permit our yielding it up. This, I myself have partly witnessed. But I cannot think that, because the castle has been so destroyed, it is therefore decreed so to be repaired in future, considering that such cruelties as surely cannot meet the approbation of heaven have attended the feats of the Douglases. But I see thou art determined to keep thine own faith, nor can I blame thee, since the wonderful turns of fate which have attended this fortress are sufficient to warrant anyone to watch for what seem the peculiar indications of the will of heaven. But thou mayst believe, good minstrel, that the fault shall not be mine, if the young Douglas shall have opportunity to exercise his cookery upon a second edition of his family larder, or to profit by the predictions of Thomas the Rhymer. I do not doubt due circumspection upon your own part, and Sir John de Walton's, said Bertram, but there is no crime in my saying that heaven can accomplish its own purposes. I look upon Douglas Castle as in some degree a fated place, and I long to see what changes time may have made in it during the currency of 20 years. Above all, I desire to secure, if possible, the volume of this Thomas of Ercildown, having in it such a fund of forgotten minstrelsy, and of prophecies respecting the future fates of the British kingdom, both northern and southern. The knight made no answer, but rode a little space forward, keeping the upper part of the ridge of the water, by which the road down the vale seemed to be, rather sharply conducted. It at length attained the summit of an acclivity of considerable length from this point, and behind a conspicuous rock, which appeared to have been pushed aside, as it were, like the scene of a theatre, to admit a view of the under part of the valley, the travellers beheld the extensive vale, parts of which have been already shown in detail, but which, as the river became narrower, was now entirely laid bare in its height and depth, as far as it extended, and displayed in its precincts, at a little distance from the course of the stream, the towering and lordly castle to which it gave the name. The mist, which continued to encumber the valley with its fleecy clouds, showed imperfectly the rude fortifications which served to defend the small town of Douglas, which was strong enough to repel a desultory attack, but not to withstand what was called in those days a formal siege. The most striking feature was its church, an ancient Gothic pile, raised on an eminence in the center of the town, and even then extremely ruinous to the left and lying in the distance, might be seen other towers and battlements, and divided from the town by a piece of artificial water, which extended almost around it, arose the dangerous castle of Douglas. Sternly was it fortified after the fashion of the Middle Ages, with donjon and battlements displaying above others the tall tower, which bore the name of Lord Henry's, or the Clifford's Tower. Yonder is the castle, said Aymer de Valence, extending his arm with a smile of triumph upon his brow. Thou mayst judge thyself, whether the defences added to it under the Clifford are likely to render its next capture a more easy deed than the last. The minstrel barely shook his head, and quoted from the psalmist Nisi Dominus Custodiet, nor did he prosecute the discourse, though de Valence answered eagerly, My own edition of the text is not very different from thine, but methinks thou art more spiritual-minded than can always be predicated of a wandering minstrel. God knows, said Bertram, that if I are such as I are forgetful of the finger of Providence, in accomplishing its purposes in this lower world, we have heavier blame than that of other people, since we are perpetually called upon in the exercise of our fanciful profession to admire the turns of fate which bring good out of evil, and which render those who think only of their own passions and purposes the executors of the will of heaven. I do submit to what you say, Sir Minstrel, answered the knight, and it would be unlawful to express any doubt of the truths which you speak so solemnly, any more than of your own belief in them. Let me add, sir, that I think I have power enough in this garrison to bid you welcome, and Sir John de Walton, I hope, will not refuse access to Hall Castle or Knight's Bower to a person of your profession and by whose conversation we shall perhaps profit somewhat. I cannot, however, lead you to expect such indulgence for your son, considering the present state of his health. But if I procure him the privilege to remain at the convent of St. Bride, he will be there unmolested and in safety until you have renewed your acquaintance with Douglas Dale and its history, and are disposed to set forward on your journey. I embrace your honor's proposal the more willingly, said the minstrel, that I can recompense the Father Abbot. A main point with holy men or women, replied de Valence, who in time of warfare subsist by affording the visitors of their shrine the means of maintenance in their cloisters for a passing season. The party now approached the sentinels on guard at the castle, who were closely and thickly stationed, and who respectfully admitted Sir Aymer de Valence as next in command under Sir John de Walton Fabianfer. So was the young squire named who attended on de Valence mentioned it as his master's pleasure that the minstrel should also be admitted. An old archer, however, looked hard at the minstrel. As he followed Sir Aymer, it is not for us, said he, or any of our degree to oppose the pleasure of Sir Aymer du Valence, nephew to the Earl of Pembroke, in such a matter. And for us, Master Fabian welcomes, are you to make the gleeman your companion both at bed and board, as well as your visit in a week or two at the castle of Douglas? But your worship is well aware of the strict order of watch laid upon us. And if Solomon, king of Israel, were to come here as a traveling minstrel, by my faith, I durst not give him entrance unless I had positive authority from Sir John de Walton. Do you doubt, sirrah, said Aymer de Valence, who returned on hearing an altercation betwixt Fabian and the archer, do you doubt that I have good authority to entertain a guest, or do you presume to contest it? Heaven forbid, said the old man, that I should presume to place my own desire in opposition to your worship, who has so lately and so honorably acquired your spurs. But in this matter I must think what will be the wish of Sir John de Walton, who is your governor, Sir Knight, as well as mine. And so far I hold it worth while to detain your guest until Sir John return from a ride to the outposts of the castle, and this I conceive being my duty will be no matter of offence to your worship. Methinks, said the knight, it is saucy in thee to suppose that my commands can have anything in them improper or contradictory to those of Sir John de Walton. Thou mayst trust to me at least that thou shalt come to no harm. Keep this man in the guardroom, let him not want good cheer, and when Sir John de Walton returns report him as a person admitted by my invitation, and if anything more be wanted to make out your excuse, I shall not be reluctant in stating it to the governor. The archer made a signal of obedience with the pike which he held in his hand, and resumed the grave and solemn manner of a sentinel upon his post. He first, however, ushered in the minstrel, and furnished him with food and liquor, speaking at the same time to Fabian, who remained behind. The smart young stripling had become very proud of late, in consequence of obtaining the name of Sir Aymer's squire, and advancing a step in chivalry, as Sir Aymer himself had somewhat earlier than the usual period been advanced from squire to knight. I tell thee, Fabian, said the old archer, whose gravity, sagacity, and skill in his vocation, while they gained him the confidence of all in the castle, subjected him, as he himself said occasionally, to the ridicule of the young coxcombs, and at the same time, we may add, rendered him somewhat pragmatic and punctilious towards those who stood higher than himself in birth and rank. I tell thee, Fabian, thou wilt do thy master Sir Eimer good service, if thou wilt give him a hint to suffer an old archer man-at-arms, or such like to give him a fair and civil answer, respecting that which he commands, for undoubtedly, it is not in the first score of a man's years that he learns the various proper forms of military service, and Sir John de Walton, a most excellent commander, no doubt, is one earnestly bent on pursuing the strict line of his duty, and will be rigorously severe as well, believe me, with thy master, as with a lesser person, nay. He also possesses that zeal for his duty, which induces him to throw blame, if there be the slightest ground for it, upon Aymer de Valence himself, although his uncle the Earl of Pembroke was John de Walton's steady patron, and laid the beginning of his good fortune, for all which, by training up his nephew in the true discipline of the French wars, Sir John has taken the best way of showing himself grateful to the eld Earl. Be it as you will, old Gilbert Greenleaf, answered Fabian. Thou knowest I never quarrel with thy sermonizing, and therefore give me credit for submitting to many a lecture from Sir John de Walton and thyself. But thou drivest this a little too far if thou canst not. Let a day pass without giving me a flogging. Credit me, Sir John de Walton will not thank thee if thou term him one too old to remember that he himself had once some green sap in his veins. I thus it is the old man will not forget that he has once been young, nor the young that he must some day be old, and so the one changes his manners into the lingering formality of advanced age, and the other remains like a midsummer torrent swan, with rain every drop of water, in it noise froth and overflow. There is a maxim for thee, Gilbert, heardest thou ever better hang it up amidst thy axioms of wisdom, and see, if it will not pass among them like 15 to the dozen, it will serve to bring thee off, man, when the wine-pot thine only fault, good Gilbert, hath brought thee on occasion into something of a scrape. Best keep it for thyself, good Sir Squire, said the old man. Methinks it is more like to stand thyself one day in good stead. Who ever heard of a knight, or of the wood of which a knight is made? And that is a squire being punished corporally like a poor old archer or horseboy. Your worst fault will be mended by some of these witty sayings, and your best service will scarce be rewarded more thankfully than by giving thee the name of Fabian the Fabler, or some such witty title. Having unloosed his repartee to this extent, old Greenleaf resumed a certain acidity of countenance, which may be said to characterize those whose preferment hath become frozen under the influence of the slowness of its progress, and who display a general spleen against such as have obtained the advancement for which all are struggling earlier, and as they suppose with less merit than their own. From time to time the eye of the old sentinel stole from the top of his pike, and with an air of triumph rested upon the young man Fabian, as if to see how deeply the wound had galled him, while at the same time he held himself on the alert to perform whatever mechanical duty his post might require. Both Fabian and his master were at the happy period of life, when such discontent as that of the grave archer affected them lightly, and at the very worst was considered as the jest of an old man, and a good soldier, the more especially as he was always willing to do the duty of his companions and was much trusted by Sir John de Walton, who though very much younger had been bred up like Greenleaf in the wars of Edward I, and was tenacious in upholding strict discipline, which since the death of that great monarch had been considerably neglected by the young and warm-blooded valor of England. Meantime it occurred to Sir Eimer de Valence that, though in displaying the usual degree of hospitality shown to such a man as Bertram he had merely done what was becoming his own rank, as one possessed of the highest honors of chivalric self-styled minstrel, might not in reality be a man of that worth which he assumed. There was certainly something in his conversation at least more grave, if not more austere, than was common to those of his calling. And when he recollected many points of Sir John de Walton's minuteness, a doubt arose in his mind that the governor might not approve of his having introduced into the castle a person of Bertram's character, who was capable of making observations from which the garrison might afterwards feel much danger and inconvenience. Secretly, therefore, he regretted that he had not fairly intimated to the wandering minstrel that his reception, or that of any stranger within the dangerous castle, was not at present permitted by the circumstances of the times. In this case, the express line of his duty would have been his vindication, and instead perhaps of discountenance and blame, he would have had praise and honor from his superior. With these thoughts passing through his mind, some tacit apprehension arose of a rebuke on the part of his commanding officer for this officer. Notwithstanding his strictness, Sir Eimer loved as well as feared. He went therefore towards the guardroom of the castle, under the pretense of seeing that the rites of hospitality had been duly observed towards his late traveling companion, the minstrel, arose respectfully, and from the manner in which he paid his compliments seemed, if he had not expected this call of inquiry, at least to be in no degree surprised at it. Sir Eimer, on the other hand, assumed an air something more distant than he had yet used towards Bertram, and in reverting to his former invitation, he now so far qualified it as to say that the minstrel knew that he was only second in command, and that effectual permission to enter the castle ought to be sanctioned by Sir John de Walton. There is a civil way of seeming to believe any apology which people are disposed to receive in payment, without alleging suspicion of its currency. The minstrel therefore tendered his thanks for the civility which had so far been shown to him. It was a mere wish of passing curiosity, he said, which if not granted could be attended with no consequences either inconvenient or disagreeable to him. Thomas of Ercildown was, according to the Welsh triads, one of the three bards of Britain who never stained a spear with blood or was guilty either of taking or retaking castles and fortresses, and thus far not a person likely after death to be suspected of such warlike feats. But I can easily conceive why Sir John de Walton should have allowed the usual rites of hospitality to fall into disuse, and why a man of public character like myself ought not to desire food or lodging where it is accounted so dangerous. And it can surprise no one why the governor did not even invest his worthy young lieutenant with the power of dispensing with so strict and unusual a rule. These words, very coolly spoken, had something of the effect of affronting the young knight as insinuating that he was not held sufficiently trustworthy by Sir John de Walton, with whom he had lived on terms of affection and familiarity, though the governor had attained his 30th year and upwards, and his lieutenant did not yet write himself 21, the full age of chivalry having been in his case particularly dispensed with owing to a feat of early manhood ere he had fully composed the angry thoughts which were chafing in his mind. The sound of a hunting bugle was heard at the gate, and from the sort of general stir which it spread through the garrison, it was plain that the governor had returned from his ride. Every sentinel, seemingly animated by his presence, shouldered his pike, more uprightly gave the word of the post more sharply, and seemed more fully awake and conscious of his duty. Sir John de Walton, having alighted from his horse, asked Greenleaf what had passed during his absence. The old archer thought it his duty to say that a minstrel, who seemed like a Scotchman or wandering borderer, had been admitted into the castle, while his son, a lad sick of the pestilence, so much talked of, had been left for a time at the Abbey of St. Bride. This, he said on Fabian's information. The archer added that the father was a man of tale and song, who could keep the whole garrison amused, without giving them leave to attend to their own business. We want no such devices to pass the time, answered the governor, and we would have been better satisfied if our lieutenant had been pleased to find us other guests, and fitter for a direct and frank communication, than one who by his profession is a detractor of God and a deceiver of man. Yet, said the old soldier, who could hardly listen even to his commander, without indulging the humor of contradiction, I have heard your honor intimate that the trade of a minstrel, when it is justly acted up to, is as worthy as even the degree of knighthood itself. Such it may have been in former days, answered the knight, but in modern minstrelsy, the duty of rendering the art an incentive to virtue is forgotten, and it is well if the poetry which fired our fathers to noble deeds does not now push on their children to such as are base and unworthy. But I will speak upon this to my friend Eimer, than whom I do not know a more excellent or a more high-spirited young man. While discoursing with the archer in this manner, Sir John de Walton, of a tall and handsome figure, advanced and stood within the ample arch of the guardroom chimney, and was listened to in reverential silence by trusty Gilbert, who filled up with nods and signs, as an attentive auditor, the pauses in the conversation. The conduct of another hearer of what passed was not equally respectful, but from his position he escaped observation. This third person was no other than the Squire Fabian, who was concealed from observation by his position behind the hob or projecting portion of the old-fashioned fireplace, and hid himself yet more carefully when he heard the conversation between the governor and the archer turn to the prejudice. As he thought of his master, the squire's employment at this time was the servile task of cleaning Sir Eimer's arms, which was conveniently performed by heating upon the projection already specified the pieces of steel armor. For the usual thin coating of varnish he could not therefore, if he should be discovered, be considered as guilty of anything insolent or disrespectful. He was better screened from view, as a thick smoke arose from a quantity of oak paneling, carved in many cases with the crest and achievements of the Douglas family, which being the fuel nearest at hand lay smouldering in the chimney, and gathering to a blaze. The governor, unconscious of this addition to his audience, pursued his conversation with Gilbert Greenleaf. I need not tell you, he said, that I am interested in the speedy termination of this siege, or blockade, with which Douglas continues to threaten us. My own honor and affections are engaged in keeping this dangerous castle safe in England's behalf, but I am troubled at the admission of this stranger, and young de Valence would have acted more strictly in the line of his duty if he had refused to this wanderer any communication with this garrison, without my permission. Pity it is, replied old Greenleaf, shaking his head, that this good-natured and gallant young knight is somewhat drawn aside by the rash advices of his squire, the boy Fabian, who has bravery, but as little steadiness in him, as a bottle of fermented small beer. Now hang thee, thought Fabian to himself, for an old relic of the wars, stuffed full of conceit and warlike terms, like the soldier who, to keep himself from the cold, has lapped himself so close in a tattered ensign for a shelter that his very outside may show nothing but rags and blazonry. I would not think twice of the matter, were the party less dear to me, said Sir John de Walton, but I would fain be of use to this young man, even although I should purchase his improvement in military knowledge at the expense of giving him a little pain. Experience should as it were be burnt in upon the mind of a young man, and not merely impressed by marking the lines of his chart out for him with chalk. I will remember the hint you, Greenleaf, have given, and take an opportunity of severing these two young men. And though I most dearly love the one, and am far from wishing ill to the other, yet at present, as you well hint, the blind is leading the blind, and the young knight has for his assistant and counselor too young a squire, and that must be amended. Marry out upon the old pommerworm, said the page within himself, have I found thee in the very fact of maligning myself and my master, as it is thy nature to do towards all the hopeful young buds of chivalry, if it were not to dirty the arms of an élève of chivalry. By measuring them with one of thy rank, I might honor thee with a knightly invitation to the field, while the scandal which thou hast spoken is still foul upon thy tongue. As it is, thou shalt not carry one kind of language publicly in the castle, and another before the governor, upon the footing of having served with him under the banner of Longshanks. I will carry to my master this tale of thine evil intentions, and when we have concerted together, it shall appear whether the youthful spirits of the garrison, or the grey beards, are most likely to be the hope and protection of this same castle of Douglas. It is enough to say that Fabian pursued his purpose in carrying to his master, and in no very good humor, the report of what had passed between Sir John de Walton and the old soldier. He succeeded in representing the whole as a formal offense, intended to Sir Aymer de Valence, while all that the governor did to remove the suspicions entertained by the young knight could not in any respect bring him to take a kindly view of the feelings of his commander towards him. He retained the impression which he had formed from Fabian's recital of what he had heard, and did not think he was doing Sir John de Walton any injustice in supposing him desirous to engross the greatest share of the fame acquired in the defense of the castle, and thrusting back his companions, who might reasonably pretend to a fair portion of it. The mother of mischief, says a Scottish proverb, is no bigger than a midge's wing. Footnote: Roman 1 e gnat's wing. In this matter of quarrel, neither the young man nor the older knight had afforded each other any just cause of offense. De Walton was a strict observer of military discipline, in which he had been educated from his extreme youth, and by which he was almost as completely ruled as by his natural disposition, and his present situation added force to his original education. Common report had even exaggerated the military skill, the love of adventure, and the great variety of enterprise ascribed to James, the young lord of Douglas. He had in the eyes of this southern garrison the faculties of a fiend rather than those of a mere mortal. For if the English soldiers cursed the tedium of the perpetual watch and ward upon the dangerous castle, which admitted of no relaxation from the severity of extreme duty, they agreed that a tall form was sure to appear to them with a battle-axe in his hand, and entering into conversation in the most insinuating manner, never failed with an ingenuity and eloquence equal to that of a fallen spirit to recommend to the discontented sentinel some mode in which, by giving his assistance to betray the English, he might set himself at liberty. The variety of these devices, and the frequency of their recurrence, kept Sir John de Walton's anxiety so perpetually upon the stretch that he, at no time, thought himself exactly out of the Black Douglas reach, any more than the good Christian supposes himself out of reach of the wiles of the devil, while every new temptation, instead of confirming his hope, seems to announce that the immediate retreat of the evil one will be followed by some new attack yet more cunningly devised. Under this general state of anxiety and apprehension, the temper of the governor changed somewhat for the worse, and they who loved him best regretted most that he became addicted to complain of the want of diligence on the part of those who neither invested with responsibility like his nor, animated by the hope of such splendid rewards, did not entertain the same degree of watchful and incessant suspicion as himself. The soldiers muttered that the vigilance of their governor was marked with severity, the officers and men of rank, of whom there were several, as the castle was a renowned school of arms, and there was a certain merit attained even by serving within its walls, complained at the same time that Sir John de Walton no longer made parties for hunting for hawking, or for any purpose which might soften the rigors of warfare, and suffered nothing to go forward. But the precise discipline of the castle, on the other hand, it may be usually granted that the castle is well kept where the governor is a disciplinarian, and where feuds and personal quarrels are found in the garrison, the young men are usually more in fault than those whose greater experience has convinced them of the necessity of using the strictest precautions. A generous mind, and such was Sir John de Waltonsis, often in this way changed and corrupted by the habit of overvigilance, and pushed beyond its natural limits of candor. Neither was Sir Aymer de Valence free from a similar changed suspicion, though from a different cause, seemed also to threaten to bias his open and noble disposition in those qualities which had hitherto been proper to him. It was in vain that Sir John de Walton studiously sought opportunities to give his younger friend indulgences, which at times were as far extended as the duty of the garrison permitted. The blow was struck, the alarm had been given to a proud and fiery temper on both sides, and while De Valence entertained an opinion that he was unjustly suspected by a friend who was in several respects bound to him, De Walton, on the other hand, was led to conceive that a young man of whom he took a charge as affectionate as if he had been a son of his own, and who owed to his lessons what he knew of warfare and what success he had obtained in life, had taken offense at trifles, and considered himself ill-treated on very inadequate grounds. The seeds of disagreement thus sown between them failed not, like the tares sown by the enemy among the wheat, to pass from one class of the garrison to another. The soldiers, though without any better reason than merely to pass the time, took different sides between their governor and his young lieutenant, and so the ball of contention being once thrown up between them, never lacked some arm or other to keep it in motion. Chapter the 6th. Alas, they had been friends in youth. But whispering tongues can poison truth, and constancy lives in realms above. And life is thorny and youth is vain. And to be wroth with one we love doth work like madness in the brain. Each spoke words of high disdain, and insult to his heart's dear brother. But never either found another to free the hollow heart from paining. They stood aloof, the scars remaining, like cliffs which had been rent asunder. A dreary sea now flows between, but neither heat nor frost nor thunder shall wholly do away, I ween, the marks of that which once hath been. Christabel of Coleridge. In prosecution of the intention which, when his blood was cool, seemed to him, wisest Sir John de Walton resolved that he would go to the verge of indulgence with his lieutenant, and his young officers furnished them with every species of amusement which the place rendered possible, and make them ashamed of their discontent by overloading them with courtesy. The first time, therefore, that he saw Aymer de Valence after his return to the castle, he addressed him in high spirits, whether real or assumed. "What thinkest thou, my young friend," said de Walton, "if we try some of the woodland sports proper, they say, to this country? There are still in our neighborhood some herds of the Caledonian breed of wild cattle, which are nowhere to be found, except among the moorlands, black and rugged frontier of what was anciently called the kingdom of Strathclyde. There are some hunters, too, who have been accustomed to the sport, and who vouch that these animals are by far the most bold and fierce subjects of chase in the island of Britain." "You will do as you please," replied Sir Aymer coldly. "But it is not I, Sir John, who would recommend for the sake of a hunting match that you should involve the whole garrison in danger. You know best the responsibilities incurred by your office here, and no doubt must have heedfully attended to them before making a proposal of such a nature." "I do indeed know my own duty," replied de Walton, offended in turn, "and might be allowed to think of yours also without assuming more than my own share of responsibility." But it seems to me as if the commander of this dangerous castle, among other inabilities, were, as old people in this country say, subjected to a spellend one, which renders it impossible for him to guide his conduct, so as to afford pleasure to those whom he is most desirous to oblige. Not a great many weeks since whose eyes would have sparkled like those of Sir Aymer de Valence at the proposal of a general hunting match, after a new object of game? And now what is his bearing when such sport is proposed? Merely, I think, to disappoint my purpose of obliging Hema, cold acquiescence drops half frozen from his lips, and he proposes to go to rouse the wild cattle with an air of gravity, as if he were undertaking a pilgrimage to the tomb of a martyr. Not so, Sir John, answered the young knight. In our present situation, we stand conjoined in more charges than one. And although the greater and controlling trust is no doubt laid upon you, as the elder and abler knight, yet still, I feel that I myself have my own share of a serious responsibility. I trust, therefore, you will indulgently hear my opinion, and bear with it, even though it should appear to have relation to that part of our common charge, which is more especially entrusted to your keeping the dignity of knighthood, which I have the honor to share with you. The accolade laid on my shoulder by the royal Plantagenet entitles me, methinks, to so much grace. I cry you mercy, said the elder cavalier. I forgot how important a person I had before me, dubbed by King Edward himself, who was moved, no doubt, by special reasons, to confer such an early honor. And I certainly feel that I overstep my duty when I propose anything that savors like idle sport to a person of such grave pretensions. Sir John de Walton, retorted de Valence, we have had something too much of this. Let it stop here. All that I mean to say is that in this wardship of Douglas Castle, it will not be by my consent if any amusement which distinctly infers a relaxation of discipline be unnecessarily engaged in, and especially such as compels us to summon to our assistance a number of the Scots, whose evil disposition towards us we well know, nor will I, though my years have rendered me liable to such suspicion, suffer anything of this kind to be imputed to me, and if unfortunately, though, I am sure I know not why, are in future to lay aside those bonds of familiar friendship, which formerly linked us to each other, yet I see no reason why we should not bear ourselves in our necessary communications like knights and gentlemen, and put the best construction on each other's motives, since there can be no reason for imputing the worst to anything that comes from either of us. You may be right, Sir Aymer de Valence, said the governor, bending stiffly, and since you say we are no longer bound to each other as friends, you may be certain, nevertheless, that I will never permit a hostile feeling, of which you are the object, to occupy my bosom. You have been long, and I hope not uselessly, my pupil in the duties of chivalry. You are the near relation of the Earl of Pembroke, my kind and constant patron, and if these circumstances are well weighed, they form a connection which it would be difficult at least for me to break through if you feel yourself, as you seem to intimate, less strictly tied by former obligations. You must take your own choice in fixing our relations towards each other. I can only say, replied de Valence, that my conduct will naturally be regulated by your own, and you, Sir John, cannot hope more devoutly than I do that our military duties may be fairly discharged without interfering with our friendly intercourse. The knights here parted after a conference which once or twice had very nearly terminated in a full and cordial explanation, but still there was wanting one kind heartfelt word from either to break, as it were, the ice which was fast freezing upon their intercourse, and neither chose to be the first in making the necessary advances with sufficient cordiality, though each would have gladly done so had the other appeared desirous of meeting it with the same ardor, but their pride was too high, and prevented either from saying what might at once have put them upon an open and manly footing. They parted, therefore, without again returning to the subject of the proposed diversion, until it was afterwards resumed in a formal note, praying Sir Aymer de Valence to accompany the commandant of Douglas Castle upon a solemn hunting match, which had for its object the wild cattle of the neighboring dale. The time of meeting was appointed at 6 in the morning, beyond the gate of the outer barricade, and the chase was declared to be ended in the afternoon, when the retreat should be blown beneath the great oak known by the name of Sholto's Club, which stood a remarkable object where Douglas Dale was bounded by several scattered trees, the outskirts of the forest and hill country. The usual warning was sent out to the common people or vassals of the district, which they, notwithstanding their feeling of antipathy, received in general with delight upon the great Epicurean principle of carpe diem, that is to say, in whatever circumstances it happens to present itself, be sure you lose no recreation, which life affords. A hunting match has still its attractions, even though an English knight take his pleasure in the woods of the Douglas. It was no doubt afflicting to these faithful vassals to acknowledge another lord than the redoubted Douglas, and to wait by wood and river at the command of English officers, and in the company of their archers, whom they accounted their natural enemies still, it was the only species of amusement which had been permitted them for a long time, and they were not disposed to omit the rare opportunity of joining in it, the chase of the wolf, the wild boar, or even the timid stag. Required sylvan arms, the wild cattle still more demanded this equipment of warbows and shafts, boar spears, and sharp swords, and other tools of the chase, similar to those used in actual war. Considering this, the Scottish inhabitants were seldom allowed to join in the chase, except under regulations as to number and arms, and especially in preserving a balance of force on the side of the English soldiers, which was very offensive to them. The greater part of the garrison was upon such occasions kept on foot, and several detachments formed according to the governor's direction were stationed in different positions in case any quarrel should suddenly break out. Chapter the 7th. The drivers thorough the wood went, for to raise the deer. Bowmen bickered upon the bent, with their broad arrows clear. The wilde thorough the woods went, on every side sheer. Greyhounds thorough the groves glent, for to kill thir deer. Ballad of Chevy Chase, Old Edit. The appointed morning came in cold and raw, after the manner of the Scottish march, whether dogs yelped, yawned, and shivered, and the huntsmen, though hearty and cheerful in expectation of the day's sport, twitched their mauds or lowland plaids close to their throats and looked with some dismay at the mists which floated about the horizon, now threatening to sink down on the peaks and ridges of prominent mountains, and now to shift their position under the influence of some of the uncertain gales, which rose and fell alternately as they swept along the valley. Nevertheless, the appearance of the whole formed, as is usual in almost all departments of the chase, a gay and a jovial spectacle. A brief truce seemed to have taken place between the nations, and the Scottish people appeared for the time rather as exhibiting the sports of their mountains in a friendly manner to the accomplished knights and bonny archers of old England, than as performing a feudal service, neither easy nor dignified in itself, at the instigation of usurping neighbors. The figures of the cavaliers, now half seen, now exhibited, fully and at the height of strenuous exertion, according to the character of the dangerous and broken ground, particularly attracted the attention of the pedestrians, who, leading the dogs, or beating the thickets, dislodged such objects of chase as they found in the dingles, and kept their eyes fixed upon their companions, rendered more remarkable from being mounted, and the speed at which they urged their horses, the disregard of all accidents being as perfect as Melton Mowbray itself, or any other noted field of hunters of the present day, can exhibit. The principles on which modern and ancient hunting were conducted are, however, as different as possible. A fox, or even a hare, is in our own day considered as a sufficient apology for a day's exercise to 40 or 50 dogs, and nearly as many men and horses, but the ancient chase, even though not terminating, as it often did in battle, carried with it objects more important, and an interest immeasurably more stirring, if indeed one species of exercise can be pointed out as more universally exhilarating and engrossing than others. It is certainly that of the chase, the poor over-labored drudge who has served out his day of life, and wearied all his energies in the service of his fellow mortalsh, who has been for many years the slave of agriculture, or still worse of manufactures, engaged in raising a single peck of corn from year to year, or in the monotonous labors of the desk, can hardly remain dead to the general happiness, when the chase sweeps past him with hound and horn, and for a moment feels all the exultation of the proudest cavalier who partakes the amusement. Let anyone who has witnessed the sight recall to his imagination the vigor and lively interest which he has seen inspired into a village, including the oldest and feeblest of its inhabitants. In the words of Wordsworth, it is on such occasions, "Up, Timothy, up with your staff and away. Not a soul will remain in the village today. The hare has just started from Hamilton's grounds, and Skiddaw is glad with the cry of the hounds." But compare those inspiring sounds to the burst of a whole feudal population, enjoying the sport, whose lives, instead of being spent in the monotonous toil of modern avocations, have been agitated by the hazards of war, and of the chase its near resemblance. And you must necessarily suppose that the excitation is extended like a fire, which catches to dry heath, to use the common expression borrowed from another amusement. All is fish that comes in the net on such occasions. An ancient hunting match, the nature of the carnage excepted, was almost equal to a modern battle. When the strife took place on the surface of a varied and unequal country, a whole district poured forth its inhabitants, who formed a ring of great extent called technically a tinchel, and, advancing and narrowing their circle by degrees, drove before them the alarmed animals of every kind, all and each of which, as they burst from the thicket or the moorland, were objects of the bow, the javelin, or whatever missile weapons the hunters possessed, while others were run down and worried by large greyhounds, or more frequently brought to bay when the more important persons present claimed for themselves the pleasure of putting them to death with their chivalrous hands, incurring individually such danger as is inferred from a mortal contest, even with the timid buck when he is brought to the death struggle, and has no choice but yielding his life or putting himself upon the defensive by the aid of his splendid antlers, and with all the courage of despair. The quantity of game found in Douglas Dale on this occasion was very considerable, for as already noticed it was a long time since a hunting upon a great scale had been attempted under the Douglases themselves, whose misfortunes had commenced several years before with those of their country. The English garrison, too, had not sooner judged themselves strong or numerous enough to exercise these valued feudal privileges. In the meantime, the game increased considerably. The deer, the wild cattle, and the wild boars lay near the foot of the mountains, and made frequent eruptions into the lower part of the valley, which in Douglas Dale bears no small resemblance to an oasis, surrounded by tangled woods and broken moors, occasionally rocky, and showing large tracts of that bleak dominion to which wild creatures gladly escape when pressed by the neighborhood of man. As the hunters traversed the spots which separated the field from the wood, there was always a stimulating uncertainty what sort of game was to be found, and the marksman with his bow ready bent or his javelin poised, and his good and well-bitted horse thrown upon its haunches ready for a sudden start, observed watchfully what should rush from the covert, so that were it deer, boar, wolf, wild cattle, or any other species of game, he might be in readiness. The wolf, which on account of its ravages was the most obnoxious of the beasts of prey, did not however supply the degree of diversion which his name promised. He usually fled far, in some instances, many miles before he took courage to turn to bay, and though formidable at such moments, destroying both dogs and men by his terrible bite, yet at other times was rather despised for his cowardice. The boar, on the other hand, was a much more irascible and courageous animal. The wild cattle, the most formidable of all the tenants of the ancient Caledonian forest, were, however, to the English cavaliers, by far the most interesting objects of pursuit. Footnote: these bulls are thus described by Hector Boetius concerning whom he says, in this wood, namely the Caledonian wood, were sometime white bulls with crisp and curling manes like fierce lions, and though they seemed meek and tame in the remanent figure of their bodies, they were more wild than any other beasts, and had such hatred against the society and company of men, that they never came in the woods nor lesseries where they found any foot or hand thereof, and many days after they eat, not of the herbs that were touched or handled by man. These bulls were so wild that they were never taken, but by slight and crafty labor, and so impatient that, after they were taken, they died from insupportable dolour. As soon as any man invaded these bulls, they rushed with such terrible press upon him that they struck him to the earth, taking no fear of hounds' sharp lances, or other most penetrative weapons. Boetius Cron Scott Vol Roman, 1 page Roman 39, the wild cattle of this breed, which are now only known in one manner in England, that of Chillingham Castle in Northumberland, the seat of the Earl of Tankerville, were in the memory of man still preserved in 3 places in Scotland, namely Drumlanrig, Cumbernauld, and the Upper Park at Hamilton Palace, at all of which places, except the last, I believe, they have now been destroyed on account of their ferocity. But though those of modern days are remarkable for their white color with black muzzles, and exhibiting in a small degree the black mane about 3 or 4 inches long by which the bulls in particular are distinguished, they do not by any means come near the terrific description given us by the ancient authors, which has made some naturalists think that these animals should probably be referred to a different species, though possessing the same general habits, and included in the same genus. The bones, which are often discovered in Scottish mosses, belong certainly to a race of animals much larger than those of Chillingham, which seldom grow to above 80 stone of 14 pounds, the general weight varying from 60 to 80 stone. We should be accounted very negligent by one class of readers, did we not record that the beef furnished by those cattle is of excellent flavor and finely marbled. The following is an extract from a letter received by Sir Walter Scott some time after the publication of the novel. When it is wished to kill any of the cattle at Chillingham, The keeper goes into the herd on horseback, in which way they are quite accessible, and singling out his victim, takes aim with a large rifle gun, and seldom fails in bringing him down if the poor animal makes much bellowing in his agony, and especially if the ground be stained with his blood. His companions become very furious, and are themselves, I believe, accessory to his death, after which they fly off to a distant part of the park. And he is drawn away on a sledge. Lord Tankerville is very tenacious of these singular animals. He will on no account part with a living one, and hardly allows of a sufficient number being killed to leave pasturage for those that remain. It happened on one occasion 3 or 4 years ago that a party visiting at the castle, among whom were some men of war who had hunted buffaloes in foreign parts, obtained permission to do the keeper's work, and shoot one of the wild cattle. They sallied out on horseback, and duly equipped for the enterprise, attacked their object. The poor animal received several wounds, but none of them proving fatal. He retired before his pursuers, roaring with pain and rage, till planting himself against a wall or tree, he stood at bay, offering a front of defiance. In this position, the youthful heir of the castle, Lord Ossulston, rode up to give him the fatal shot, though warned of the danger of approaching near to the enraged animal, and especially of firing, without first having turned his horse's head in a direction to be ready for flight. He discharged his piece, but ere he could turn his horse round to make his retreat, the raging beast had plunged his immense horns into its flank. The horse staggered, and was near falling, but recovering by a violent effort, he extricated himself from his infuriated pursuer, making off with all the speed his wasting strength supplied. His entrails meanwhile dragging on the ground, till at length he fell and died at the same moment. The animal was now close upon his rear, and the young lord would unquestionably have shared the fate of his unhappy steed, had not the keeper, deeming it full time to conclude the day's diversion, fired at the instant his shot brought the beast to the ground, and running in with his large knife, he put a period to his existence. This scene of gentlemanly pastime was viewed from a turret of the castle by Lady Tankerville and her female visitors. Such a situation for the mother of the young hero was anything but enviable altogether. The ringing of bugles, the clattering of horses' hoofs, the lowing and bellowing of the enraged mountain cattle, the sobs of deer, mingled by throttling dogs, the wild shouts of exultation of the men, made a chorus which extended far through the scene in which it arose, and seemed to threaten the inhabitants of the valley, even in its inmost recesses. During the course of the hunting, when a stag or a boar was expected, one of the wild cattle often came rushing forward, bearing down the young trees, crashing the branches in its progress, and in general dispersing whatever opposition was presented to it by the hunters. Sir John de Walton was the only one of the chivalry of the party who individually succeeded in mastering one of these powerful animals. Like a Spanish toreador, he bore down and killed with his lance a ferocious bull. 2 well-grown calves and 3 kine were also slain, being unable to carry off the quantity of arrows, javelins, and other missiles directed against them by the archers and drivers, but many others, in spite of every endeavor to intercept them, escaped to their gloomy haunts in the remote skirts of the mountain called Carntable, with their hides well feathered with those marks of human enmity. A large portion of the morning was spent in this way, until a particular blast from the master of the hunt announced that he had not forgot the discreet custom of the repast, which on such occasions was provided for upon a scale proportioned to the multitude who had been convened to attend the sport. The blast peculiar to the time assembled the whole party in an open space, in a wood, where their numbers had room and accommodation to sit down upon the green turf, the slain game affording a plentiful supply for roasting or broiling, an employment in which the lower class were all immediately engaged, while puncheons and pipes placed in readiness and scientifically opened supplied Gascony wine and mighty ale at the pleasure of those who chose to appeal to them. The knights, whose rank did not admit of interference, were seated by themselves, and ministered to by their squires and pages, to whom such menial services were not accounted disgraceful, but on the contrary, a proper step of their education. The number of those distinguished persons seated upon the present occasion at the table of dais, as it was called in virtue of a canopy of green boughs, with which it was overshadowed, comprehended Sir John de Walton, Sir Aymer de Valence, and some reverend brethren, dedicated to the service of Saint Bride, who, though Scottish ecclesiastics, were treated with becoming respect by the English soldiers, 1 or 2 Scottish retainers or vavassors, maintaining perhaps in prudence a suitable deference to the English knights, sat at the bottom of the table, and as many English archers peculiarly respected by their superiors were invited, according to the modern phrase, to the honors of the sitting. Sir John de Walton sat at the head of the table, his eye, though it seemed to have no certain object, yet never for a moment remained stationary, but glanced from one countenance to another of the ring formed by his guests, for such they all were no doubt, though he himself could hardly have told upon what principle he had issued the invitations, and even apparently was at a loss to think what in one or two cases had procured him the honor of their presence. One person in particular caught De Walton's eye as having the air of a redoubted man-at-arms. Although it seemed as if fortune had not of late smiled upon his enterprises, he was a tall, raw-boned man of an extremely rugged countenance, and his skin, which showed itself through many a loophole in his dress, exhibited a complexion which must have endured all the varieties of an outlawed life and akin to one who had, according to the customary phrase, teen, the bent with Robin Bruce in other words, occupied the moors with him. As an insurgent, some such idea certainly crossed De Walton's mind, yet the apparent coolness and absence of alarm with which the stranger sat at the board of an English officer, at the same time being wholly in his power, had much it which was irreconcilable with any such suggestion to Walton, and several of those about him had in the course of the day observed that this tattered cavalier, the most remarkable parts of whose garb and equipments consisted of an old coat of mail, and a rusted yet massive partisan about 8 feet long, was possessed of superior skill in the art of hunting to any individual. Of their numerous party, the governor having looked at this suspicious figure, until he had rendered the stranger aware of the special interest which he attracted, at length filled a goblet of choice wine, and requested him, as one of the best pupils of Sir Tristram, who had attended upon the day's chase, to pledge him in a vintage superior to that supplied to the general company. I suppose, however, sir, said De Walton, you will have no objections to put off my challenge of a brimmer, until you can answer my pledge in Gascony wine, which grew in the king's own domain, was pressed for his own lip, and is therefore fittest to be emptied to his majesty's health and prosperity. One half of the island of Britain, said the woodsman with great composure, will be of your honour's opinion, but as I belong to the other half, even the choicest liquor in Gascony cannot render that health acceptable to me. A murmur of disapprobation ran through the warriors. Present the priests hung their heads, looked deadly grave, and muttered their paternosters. You see, stranger, said De Walton sternly, that your speech discomposes the company. It may be so, replied the man in the same blunt tone, and it may happen that there is no harm in the speech notwithstanding. Do you consider that it is made in my presence? Answered De Walton. Yes, Sir Governor. And have you thought what must be the necessary inference? Continued De Walton. I may form a round guess, answered the stranger, what I might have to fear if your safe conduct and word of honor when inviting me to this hunting were less trustworthy than I know full well it really is. But I am your guestier meat is even now passing my throatier cup, filled with right good wine I have just now quaffed off, and I would not fear the rankest paynim infidel if we stood in such relation together, much less an English knight. I tell you, besides, Sir Knight, you undervalue the wine we have quaffed. The high flavor and contents of your cup grow, where it will give me spirit to tell you one or two circumstances which cold, cautious sobriety would in a moment like this have left unsaid. You wish, I doubt not, to know who I am. My Christian name is Michaelme, surname is that of Turnbull, a redoubted clan to whose honors, even in the field of hunting or of battle, I have added something. My abode is beneath the mountain of Rubislaw by the fair streams of Teviot. You are surprised that I know how to hunt the wild cattle, I, who have made them my sport from infancy, in the lonely forests of Jed and Southdean, and have killed more of them than you, or any Englishman in your host, ever saw, even if you include the doughty deeds of this day. The bold borderer made this declaration with the same provoking degree of coolness which predominated in his whole demeanour, and was indeed his principal attribute. His effrontery did not fail to produce its effect upon Sir John de Walton, who instantly called out to arms secure the spy and traitor Ho Pages, and yeoman William Anthony bent the bow, and Greenleaf seized the traitor, and bind him with your bowstrings, and dogly bind him, I say, until the blood start from beneath his nails. Here is a goodly summons, said Turnbull with a sort of horse laugh. Were I as sure of being answered by 20 men I could name, there would be small doubt of the upshot of this day. The archers thickened around the hunter, yet laid no hold on him, none of them being willing to be the first who broke the peace proper to the occasion. Tell me, said De Walton, thou traitor, for what waitest thou here? Simply and solely, said the Jed forester, that I may deliver up to the Douglas the castle of his ancestors, and that I may ensure thee, Sir Englishman, the payment of thy deserts, by cutting that very throat which thou makest such a brawling use of. At the same time, perceiving that the yeomen were crowding behind him to carry their lord's commands into execution so soon as they should be reiterated, the huntsman turned himself short round upon those who appeared about to surprise him, and having by the suddenness of the action induced them to step back a pace, he proceeded, "Yes, John de Walton, my purpose was ere now to have put thee to death, as one whom I find in possession of that castle and territory, which belonged to my master, a knight much more worthy than thyself. But I know not why I have possid thou hast given me food, when I have hungered for 24 hours, I have not therefore had the heart to pay thee at advantage as thou hast deserved be gone from this place and country, and take the fair warning of a foe thou hast constituted thyself the mortal enemy of this people. And there are those among them who have seldom been injured or defied with impunity, take no care in searching after me, it will be in vain until I meet thee at a time which will come at my pleasure. Not then push not your inquisition into cruelty to discover by what means I have deceived you, for it is impossible for you to learn. And with this friendly advice look at me, and take your leave, for, although we shall one day meet, it may be long ere I see you again." De Walton remained silent, hoping that his prisoner, for he saw no chance of his escaping, might in his communicative humor drop some more information, and was not desirous to precipitate a fray, with which the scene was likely to conclude unconscious at the same time of the advantage which he thereby gave the daring hunter. As Turnbull concluded his sentence, he made a sudden spring backwards, which carried him out of the circle formed around him, and before they were aware of his intentions at once, disappeared among the underwood. Seize him," repeated De Walton. "Let us have him at least at our discretion, unless the earth has actually swallowed him." This indeed appeared not unlikely, for near the place where Turnbull had made the spring there yawned a steep ravine, into which he plunged and descended by the assistance of branches, bushes, and copsewood, until he reached the bottom, where he found some road to the outskirts of the forest, through which he made his escape, leaving the most expert woodsmen among the pursuers totally at fault, and unable to trace his footsteps. Chapter the 8th. This interlude carried some confusion into the proceedings of the hunt, thus suddenly surprised by the apparition of Michael Turnbull, an armed, and avowed follower of the House of Douglas, a sight so little to be expected in the territory, where his master was held a rebel and a bandit, and where he himself must have been well known to most of the peasantry. Present the circumstance made an obvious impression on the English chivalry. Sir John de Walton looked grave and thoughtful, ordered the hunters to be assembled on the spot, and directed his soldiers to commence a strict search among the persons who had attended the chase, so as to discover whether Turnbull had any companions among them. But it was too late to make that inquiry in the strict fashion which De Walton directed. The Scottish attendants on the chase, when they beheld that the hunting, under pretence of which they were called together, was interrupted for the purpose of laying hands upon their persons, and subjecting them to examination, took care to suit their answers to the questions put to them. In a word, they kept their own secret, if they had any many of them conscious of being the weaker party, became afraid of foul play, slipped away from the places to which they had been appointed, and left the hunting match like men who conceived they had been invited with no friendly intent. Sir John de Walton became aware of the decreasing numbers of the Scottish, their gradual disappearance, awakening in the English knight that degree of suspicion which had of late become his peculiar characteristic. "Take, I pray thee," said he to Sir Aymer de Valence, "as many men-at-arms as thou canst get together in 5 minutes' space, and at least 100 of the mounted archers, and ride as fast as thou canst, without permitting them to straggle from thy standard, to reinforce the garrison of Douglas, for I have my own thoughts what may have been attempted on the castle, when we observe with our own eyes such a nest of traitors here assembled." "With reverence, Sir John," replied Aymer, "you shoot in this matter rather beyond the mark that the Scottish peasants have had bad thoughts against us. I will be the last to deny, but long debarred from any sylvan sport, you cannot wonder at their crowding to any diversion by wood or river, and still less at their being easily alarmed as to the certainty of the safe footing on which they stand with us. The least rough usage is likely to strike them with fear, and with the desire of escape, and so." And so said Sir John de Walton, who had listened with a degree of impatience scarce consistent with the grave and formal politeness which one knight was accustomed to bestow upon another. "And so, I would rather see Sir Aymer de Valence busy his horse's heels to execute my orders than give his tongue the trouble of impugning them." At this sharp reprimand all present looked at each other with indications of marked displeasure. Sir Aymer was highly offended. but saw it was no time to indulge in reprisal. He bowed, until the feather which was in his barret cap mingled with his horse's mane. And without replifer, he did not even choose to trust his voice in reply, at the moment headed a considerable body of cavalry, by the straightest road back to the castle of Douglas. When he came to one of those eminences from which he could observe the massive and complicated towers and walls of the old fortress, with the glitter of the broad lake, which surrounded it on three sides, he felt much pleasure at the sight of the great banner of England, which streamed from the highest part of the building. I knew it. He internally said I was certain that Sir John de Walton had become a very woman in the indulgence of his fears. And suspicions, alas, that a situation of responsibility should so much have altered a disposition, which I have known so noble, and so knightly by this good day, I scarce know in what manner I should demean me, when thus publicly rebuked before the garrison. Certainly, he deserves that I should at some time or other let him understand that however he may triumph in the exercise of his short-lived command, yet when man is to meet with man, it will puzzle Sir John de Walton to show himself the superior of Aymer de Valence, or perhaps to establish himself as his equal. But if on the contrary his fears, however fantastic, are sincere at the moment he expresses them, it becomes me to obey punctually commands which, however absurd, are imposed in consequence of the governor's belief that they are rendered necessary by the times, and not inventions designed to vex and domineer over his officers in the indulgence of his official powers. Would I knew which is the true statement of the case, and whether the once famed De Walton is become afraid of his enemies more than fits a knight, or makes imaginary doubts the pretext of tyrannizing over his friend. I cannot say it would make much difference to me, but I would rather have it that the man I once loved had turned a petty tyrant than a weak-spirited coward, and I would be content that he should study to vex me rather than be afraid of his own shadow. With these ideas passing in his mind, the young knight crossed the causeway which traversed the piece of water that fed the moat, and passing under the strongly fortified gateway, gave strict orders for letting down the portcullis and elevating the drawbridge, even at the appearance of De Walton's own standard before it. A slow and guarded movement from the hunting ground to the castle of Douglas gave the governor ample time to recover his temper, and to forget that his young friend had shown less alacrity than usual in obeying his commands. He was even disposed to treat as a jest the length of time and extreme degree of ceremony with which every point of martial discipline was observed on his own readmission to the castle, though the raw air of a wet spring evening whistled around his own unsheltered person and those of his followers as they waited before the castle gate for the exchange of passwords, the delivery of keys, and all the slow minutiae attendant upon the movements of a garrison in a well-guarded fortress. Come, said he to an old knight who was peevishly blaming the lieutenant governor, it was my own fault I spoke. But now to Aymer de Valence with more authoritative emphasis than his newly dubbed dignity was pleased with, and this precise style of obedience is a piece of not unnatural and very pardonable revenge. Well, we will owe him a return, Sir Philipshaw. We not this is not a night to keep a man at the gate. This dialogue, overheard by some of the squires and pages, was bandied about from one to another, until it entirely lost the tone of good humor in which it was spoken, and the offense was one for which Sir John de Walton and old Sir Philip were to meditate revenge, and was said to have been represented by the governor as a piece of mortal and intentional offense on the part of his subordinate officer. Thus an increasing feud went on from day to day between two warriors who, with no just cause of quarrel, had at heart every reason to esteem and love each other. It became visible in the fortress, even to those of the lower rank, who hoped to gain some consequence by intermingling in the species of emulation, produced by the jealousy of the commanding offices and emulation, which may take place indeed in the present day, but can hardly have the same sense of wounded pride and jealous dignity attached to it, which existed in times when the personal honor of knighthood rendered those who possessed it jealous of every punctilio. So many little debates took place between the two knights that Sir Aymer de Valence thought himself under the necessity of writing to his uncle, and namesake the Earl of Pembroke, stating that his officer Sir John de Walton had unfortunately of late taken some degree of prejudice against him, and that after having borne with many provoking instances of his displeasure, he was now compelled to request that his place of service should be changed from the castle of Douglas to wherever honor could be acquired, and time might be given to put an end to his present cause of complaint against his commanding officer. Through the whole letter, young Sir Aymer was particularly cautious how he expressed his sense of Sir John de Walton's jealousy or severe usage, but such sentiments are not easily concealed, and in spite of him, An air of displeasure glanced out from several passages and indicated his discontent with his uncle's old friend and companion. In arms and with the sphere of military duty, which his uncle had himself assigned him, an accidental movement among the English troops brought Sir Eymer an answer to his letter sooner than he could have hoped for at that time of day in the ordinary course of correspondence, which was then extremely slow and interrupted. Pembroke, a rigid old warrior, entertained the most partial opinion of Sir John de Walton, who was a work as it were of his own hands, and was indignant to find that his nephew, whom he considered as a mere boy, elated by having had the dignity of knighthood conferred upon him at an age unusually early, did not absolutely coincide with him in this opinion. He replied to him accordingly in a tone of high displeasure, and expressed himself as a person of rank would write to a young and dependent kinsman upon the duties of his profession, and as he gathered his nephew's cause of complaint from his own letter, he conceived that he did him no injustice in making it slighter than it really was. He reminded the young man that the study of chivalry consisted in the faithful and patient discharge of military service, whether of high or low degree, according to the circumstances in which war placed the champion, that above all the post of danger, which Douglas Castle had been termed by common consent, was also the post of honor, and that a young man should be cautious how he incurred the supposition of being desirous of quitting his present honorable command, because he was tired of the discipline of a military director, so renowned as Sir John de Walton. Much also there was, as was natural in a letter of that time, concerning the duty of young men, whether in council or in arms, to be guided implicitly by their elders, and it was observed with justice that the commanding officer, who had put himself into the situation of being responsible with his honor, if not his life, for the event of the siege or blockade, might justly, and in a degree more than common, claim the implicit direction of the whole defense. Lastly, Pembroke reminded his nephew that he was in a great measure dependent upon the report of Sir John de Walton for the character which he was to sustain in after life, and reminded him that a few actions of headlong and inconsiderate valor would not so firmly found his military reputation as months and years spent in regular, humble, and steady obedience to the commands which the governor of Douglas Castle might think necessary in so dangerous a conjuncture. This missive arrived within so short a time after the dispatch of the letter, to which it was a reply that Sir Eymer was almost tempted to suppose that his uncle had some mode of corresponding with de Walton, unknown to the young knight himself, and to the rest of the garrison, and as the Earl alluded to some particular displeasure which had been exhibited by De Valence on a late trivial occasion, his uncle's knowledge of this and other minutiae seemed to confirm his idea that his own conduct was watched in a manner which he did not feel honorable to himself or dignified on the part of his relative. In a word, he conceived himself exposed to that sort of surveillance of which, in all ages, the young have accused the old. It hardly needs to say that the admonition of the Earl of Pembroke greatly chafed the fiery spirit of his nephew, insomuch that if the Earl had wished to write a letter purposely to increase the prejudices which he desired to put an end to, he could not have made use of terms better calculated for that effect. The truth was that the old archer Gilbert Greenleaf had, without the knowledge of the young knight, gone to Pembroke's camp in Ayrshire, and was recommended by Sir John de Walton to the Earl as a person who could give such minute information respecting Eymer de Valence as he might desire to receive. The old archer was, as we have seen, a formalist, and when pressed on some points of Sir Eymer de Valence's discipline, he did not hesitate to throw out hints which connected with those in the knight's letter to his uncle made the severe old Earl adopt too implicitly the idea that his nephew was indulging a spirit of insubordination and a sense of impatience under authority, most dangerous to the character of a young soldier. A little explanation might have produced a complete agreement in the sentiments of both. But for this fate allowed neither time nor opportunity, and the old Earl was unfortunately induced to become a party, instead of a negotiator, in the quarrel, and by decision more embroiled the fray. Sir John de Walton soon perceived that the receipt of Pembroke's letter did not in any respect alter the cold, ceremonious conduct of his lieutenant towards him, which limited their intercourse to what their situation rendered indispensable and exhibited no advances to any more frank or intimate connection. Thus, as may sometimes be the case between officers in their relative situations, even at the present day, they remained in that cold, stiff degree of official communication, in which their intercourse was limited to as few expressions as the respective duties of their situation absolutely demanded. Such a state of misunderstanding is in fact worse than a downright quarrel. The latter may be explained or apologized for, or become the subject of mediation. But in such a case as the former, an éclaircissement is as unlikely to take place as a general engagement between two armies which have taken up strong defensive positions on both sides. Duty, however, obliged the two principal persons in the garrison of Douglas Castle to be often together, when they were so far from seeking an opportunity of making up matters, that they usually revived ancient subjects of debate. It was upon such an occasion that De Walton, in a very formal manner, asked De Valence in what capacity, and for how long time it was his pleasure, that the minstrel called Bertram should remain at the castle. A week, said the governor, is certainly long enough in this time and place to express the hospitality due to a minstrel. Certainly, replied the young man, I have not interest enough in the subject to form a single wish upon it. In that case, resumed De Walton, I shall request of this person to cut short his visit at the castle of Douglas. I know no particular interest, replied Aymer de Valence, which I can possibly have in this man's motions. He is here under pretence of making some researches, after the writings of Thomas of Ercildown, called the Rhymer, which he says are infinitely curious, and of which there is a volume in the old baron's study, saved somehow from the flames at the last conflagration. This told you know as much of his errand as I do. And if you hold the presence of a wandering old man, and the neighborhood of a boy dangerous to the castle under your charge, you will no doubt do well to dismiss them. It will cost but a word of your mouth. Pardon me, said De Walton, the minstrel came here as one of your retinue, and I could not in fitting courtesy send him away without your leave. I am sorry then, answered Sir Aymer in my turn, that you did not mention your purpose sooner. I never entertained a dependent vassal or servant whose residence in the castle I would wish to have prolonged a moment beyond your honorable pleasure. I am sorry, said Sir John de Walton, that we two have of late grown so extremely courteous that it is difficult for us to understand each other. This minstrel and his son come from we know not where, and are bound we know not whither. There is a report among some of your escort that this fellow Bertram upon the way had the audacity to impugn even to your face the King of England's right to the crown of Scotland, and that he debated the point with you, while your other attendants were desired by you to keep behind and out of hearing. Ha, said Sir Aymer, do you mean to found on that circumstance any charge against my loyalty? I pray you to observe that such an averment would touch mine honor, which I am ready and willing to defend to the last gasp. No doubt of it, Sir Knight, answered the governor, but it is the strolling minstrel, and not the high-born English knight against whom the charge is brought. Well, the minstrel comes to this castle, and he intimates a wish that his son should be allowed to take up his quarters at the little old convent of St. Bride, where 2 or 3 Scottish nuns and friars are still permitted to reside, most of them rather out of respect to their order than for any good will which they are supposed to bear the English or their sovereign. It may also be noticed that his leave was purchased by a larger sum of money, if my information be correct, than is usually to be found in the purses of traveling minstrels, a class of wanderers alike remarkable for their poverty and for their genius. What do you think of all this? Ayerplead de Valence, I am happy that my situation as a soldier under command altogether dispenses with my thinking of it at all. My post as lieutenant of your castle is such that if I can manage matters so as to call my honor and my soul my own, I must think that quite enough of free will is left at my command, and I promise you shall not have again to reprove or send a bad report of me to my uncle on that account. This is beyond sufferance, said Sir John de Walton half aside, and then proceeded aloud, do, not for heaven's sake, do yourself and me the injustice of supposing that I am endeavoring to gain an advantage over you by these questions. Recollect, young knight, that when you evade giving your commanding officer your advice, when required you fail as much in point of duty as if you declined affording him the assistance of your sword and lance. Such being the case, answered De Valence, let me know plainly on what matter it is that you require my opinion. I will deliver it plainly, and stand by the result, even if I should have the misfortune, a crime unpardonable in so young a man, and so inferior an officer, to differ from that of Sir John de Walton. I would ask you then, Sir Knight of Valence, answered the governor, what is your opinion with respect to this minstrel Bertram, and whether the suspicions respecting him and his son are not such as to call upon me, in performance of my duty, to put them to a close examination with the question ordinary and extraordinary, as is usual in such cases, and to expel them not only from the castle, but from the whole territory of Douglas Dale, under pain of scourging, if they be again found wandering in these parts. You ask me my opinion, said De Valence, and you shall have it, Sir Knight of Walton, and freely, and fairly, as if matters stood betwixt us on a footing as friendly as they ever Roman 999. I agree with you that most of those who in this day profess the science of minstrelsy are altogether unqualified to support the higher pretensions of that noble order. Minstrels by right are men who have dedicated themselves to the noble occupation of celebrating knightly deeds and generous principles. It is in their verse that the valiant knight is handed down to fame, and the poet has a right, nay, is bound to emulate the virtues, which he praises. The looseness of the times has diminished the consequence, and impaired the morality of this class of wanderers. Their satire and their praise are now too often distributed on no other principle than love of gain. Yet let us hope that there are still among them some who know and also willingly perform their duty. My own opinion is that this Bertram holds himself as one who has not shared in the degradation of his brethren, nor bent the knee to the mammon of the times. It must remain with you, sir, to judge whether such a person honorably and morally disposed can cause any danger to the castle of Douglas. But believing from the sentiments he has manifested to me that he is incapable of playing the part of a traitor, I must strongly remonstrate against his being punished as one or subjected to the torture within the walls of an English garrison. I should blush for my country if it required of us to inflict such wanton misery upon wanderers whose sole fault is poverty. And your own knightly sentiments will suggest more than would become me to state to Sir John de Walton, unless in so far as is necessary to apologize for retaining my own opinion. Sir John de Walton's dark brow was stricken with red when he heard an opinion delivered in opposition to his own, which plainly went to stigmatize his advice as ungenerous, unfeeling, and unknightly. He made an effort to preserve his temper, while he thus replied with a degree of calmness, "You have given your opinion, Sir Aymer de Valence, and that you have given it openly and boldly without regard to my own. I thank you. It is not quite so clear that I am obliged to defer my own sentiments to yours, in case the rules on which I hold my office, the commands of the king, and the observations which I may personally have made, shall recommend to me a different line of conduct from that which you think it right to suggest." De Walton bowed in conclusion with great gravity, and the young knight, returning the reverence with exactly the same degree of stiff formality, asked whether there were any particular orders respecting his duty in the castle, and having received an answer in the negative, took his departure. Sir John de Walton, after an expression of impatience, as if disappointed at finding that the advance which he had made towards an explanation with his young friend had proved unexpectedly abortive, composed his brow, as if to deep thought, and walked several times to and fro in the apartment, considering what course he was to take in these circumstances. "It is hard to censure him severely," he said, "when I recollect that on first entering upon life my own thoughts and feelings would have been the same with those of this giddy and hot-headed, but generous boy. Now prudence teaches me to suspect mankind in 1,000 instances, where perhaps there is not sufficient ground, if I am disposed to venture my own honor and fortune, rather than an idle traveling minstrel should suffer a little pain, which at all events I might make up to him by money. Still have I a right to run the risk of a conspiracy against the king, and thus advance the treasonable surrender of the castle of Douglas, for which I know so many schemes are formed, for which none can be imagined so desperate. But agents will be found bold enough to undertake the execution. A man who holds my situation, although the slave of conscience, ought to learn to set aside those false scruples, which assume the appearance of flowing from our own moral feeling, whereas they are in fact instilled by the suggestion of affected delicacy. I will not, I swear by heaven, be infected by the follies of a boy such as Aymer. I will not, that I may defer to his caprices, lose all that love, honor, and ambition can propose for the reward of 12 months' service of a nature the most watchful and unpleasant. It will go straight to my point, and use the ordinary precautions in Scotland, which I should employ in Normandy or Gascony. What ho, page, who waits there?" One of his attendants replied to his summons, "Seek me out Gilbert Greenleaf the archer, and tell him I would speak with him touching the 2 bows and the sheaf of arrows, concerning which I gave him a commission to air." A few minutes intervened after the order was given, when the archer entered holding in his hand 2 bowstaves not yet fashioned, and a number of arrows secured together with a thong. He bore the mysterious looks of one whose apparent business is not of very great consequence, but is meant as a passport for other affairs, which are in themselves of a secret nature. Accordingly, as the knight was silent, and afforded no other opening for Greenleaf, that judicious negotiator proceeded to enter upon such as was open to him. Here are the bowstaves, noble sir, which you desired me to obtain, while I was at Ayr, with the Earl of Pembroke's army. They are not so good as I could have wished, yet are perhaps of better quality than could have been procured by any other than a fair judge of the weapon. The Earl of Pembroke's whole camp are frantic mad, in order to procure real Spanish staves from the Groyne and other ports in Spain, but though 2 vessels laden with such came into the port of Ayr, said to be for the king's army, yet I believe never one half of them have come into English hands. These 2 grew in Sherwood, which having been seasoned since the time of Robin Hood, are not likely to fail either in strength or in aim in so strong a hand, and with so just an eye as those of the men who wait on your worship. And who has got the rest, since 2 ships' cargoes of new bowstaves are arrived at Ayr? And thou with difficulty hast only procured me 2 old ones, said the governor. Faith, I pretend not skill enough to know, answered Greenleaf, shrugging his shoulders. Talk there is of plots in that country as well as here. It is said that there Bruce and the rest of his kinsmen intend a new May game, and that the outlawed king proposes to land near Turnberry early in summer, with a number of stout kerns from Ireland, and no doubt the men of his mock earldom of Garrick are getting them ready with bow and spear for so hopeful an undertaking. I reckon that it will not cost us the expense of more than a few score of sheaves of arrows to put all that matter to rights. Do you talk then of conspiracies in this part of the country, Greenleaf? Said De Walton. I know you are a sagacious fellow, well bred for many a day to the use of the bent stick and string, and will not allow such a practice to go on under thy nose without taking notice of it. I am old enough, heaven knows, said Greenleaf, and have had good experience of these Scottish wars, and know well whether these native Scots are a people to be trusted to by knight or yeoman. Say they are a false generation, and say a good archer told you so, who with a fair aim seldom missed a hand's breadth of the white oss, or your honor knows how to deal with them, ride them strongly, and rein them hard. You are not like those simple novices who imagine that all is to be done by gentleness, and wish to parade themselves as courteous and generous to those faithless mountaineers, who never in the course of their lives knew any tincture either of courteousness or generosity. Thou alludest to someone, said the governor, and I charge thee, Gilbert, to be plain and sincere with me. Thou knowest, methinks, that in trusting me, thou wilt come to no harm. It is true, sir, said the old remnant of the wars, carrying his hand to his brow. But it were imprudent to communicate all the remarks which float through an old man's brain in the idle moments of such a garrison, as this one stumbles unawares on fantasies as well as realities. And thus one gets not altogether undeservedly the character of a tale-bearer and mischief-maker among his comrades, and methinks I would not willingly fall under that accusation. Speak frankly to me, answered De Walton, and have no fear of being misconstrued, whosoever the conversation may concern. Nay, in plain truth, answered Gilbert, I fear not the greatness of this young knight, being, as I am, the oldest soldier in the garrison, and having drawn a bowstring long and many a day ere he was weaned from his nurse's breast. It is then, said De Walton, my lieutenant and friend Aymer de Valence, at whom your suspicions point. At nothing, replied the archer, touching the honor of the young knight himself, who is as brave as the sword he wears, and his youth considered stands high in the roll of English chivalry. But he is young, as your worship knows, and I own that, in the choice of his company, he disturbs and alarms me. Why, you know, Greenleaf, answered the governor, that, in the leisure of a garrison, a knight cannot always confine his sports and pleasures among those of his own rank, who are not numerous, and may not be so gamesome or fond of frolic as he would desire them to be. I know that well, answered the archer, nor would I say a word concerning your honor's lieutenant for joining any honest fellows, however inferior their rank, in the wrestling ring, or at a bout of quarterstaff. But if Sir Aymer de Valence has a fondness for martial tales of former days, methinks he had better learn them from the ancient soldiers who have followed Edward the First, whom God assoils ye, and who have known before his time the Barons' wars and other onslaughts, in which the knights and archers of merry England transmitted so many gallant actions to be recorded by fame. This truly, I say, were more beseeming the Earl of Pembroke's nephew than to see him closet himself day after day with a strolling minstrel who gains his livelihood by reciting nonsense, and lies to such young men as are fond enough to believe him, of whom hardly anyone knows whether he be English or Scottish in his opinions, and still less can anyone pretend to say whether he is of English or Scottish birth, or with what purpose he lies lounging about this castle, and is left free to communicate everything which passes within it to those old mutterers of matins at St. Bride's, who say with their tongues God save King Edward, but pray in their hearts God save King Robert the Bruce. Such a communication he can easily carry on by means of his son who lies at St. Bride's cell, as your worship knows under pretence of illness. How do you say, exclaimed the governor under pretences, he not then really indisposed? Nay, he may be sick to the death for aught I know, said the archer. But if so, were it not then more natural that the father should attend his son's sickbed, than that he should be ranging about this castle, where one eternally meets him in the old baron's study, or in some corner where you least expect to find him? If he has no lawful object, replied the knight, it might be as you say, but he is said to be in quest of ancient poems or prophecies of Merlin of the Rhymer, or some other old bard. And in truth, it is natural for him to wish to enlarge his stock of knowledge and power of giving amusement. And where should he find the means save in a study filled with ancient books? No doubt, replied the archer with a sort of dry civil sneer of incredulity, I have seldom known an insurrection in Scotland, but that it was prophesied by some old forgotten rhyme, conjured out of dust and cobwebs, for the sake of giving courage to these north country rebels, who durst not otherwise have abidden the whistling of the grey goose shaft, but curled heads are hasty, and with license even your own train, Sir Knight, retains too much of the fire of youth for such uncertain times as the present. Thou hast convinced me, Gilbert Greenleaf, and I will look into this man's business and occupation more closely than hitherto. This is no time to peril the safety of a royal castle, for the sake of affecting generosity towards a man of whom we know so little, and to whom, till we receive a very full explanation, we may without doing him injustice attach grave suspicions. Is he now in the apartment called the Baron's study? Your worship will be certain to find him there, replied Greenleaf. Then follow me with 2 or 3 of thy comrades, and keep out of sight, but within hearing it may be necessary to arrest this man. My assistance, said the old archer, shall be at hand when you call, but what, said the knight, I hope, I am not to find doubts and disobedience on all hands. Certainly not on mine, replied Greenleaf. I would only remind your worship that what I have said was a sincere opinion, expressed in answer to your worship's question, and that as Sir Aymer de Valence has avowed himself, the patron of this man, I would not willingly be left to the hazard of his revenge. Pshaw, answered de Walton, is Aymer de Valence governor of this castle, or am I, or to whom do you imagine you are responsible for answering such questions as I may put to you? Nay, replied the archer, secretly not displeased at seeing de Walton show some little jealousy of his own authority. Believe me, Sir Knight, that I know my own station, and your worship's, and that I am not now to be told to whom I owe obedience. To the study, then, and let us find the man, said the governor. A fine matter, indeed, subjoined Greenleaf, following him, that your worship should have to go in person to look after the arrest of so mean an individual. But your honor is right, these minstrels are often jugglers, and possess the power of making their escape by means which Borel footnote unlearned folk like myself are disposed to attribute to necromancy. Without attending to these last words, Sir John de Walton set forth towards the study, walking at a quick pace, as if this conversation had augmented his desire to find himself in possession of the person of the suspected minstrel. Traversing the ancient passages of the castle, the governor had no difficulty in reaching the study, which was strongly vaulted with stone and furnished with a sort of iron cabinet, intended for the preservation of articles and papers of value. In case of fire here, he found the minstrel seated at a small table, sustaining before him a manuscript apparently of great antiquity, from which he seemed engaged in making extracts. The windows of the room were very small and still showed some traces that they had originally been glazed with a painted history of Saint Bridenother Mark, of the devotion of the great family of Douglas to their tutelar saint. The minstrel, who had seemed deeply wrapped in the contemplation of his task, on being disturbed by the unlooked-for entrance of Sir John de Walton, rose with every mark of respect and humility, and remaining standing in the governor's presence, appeared to wait for his interrogations, as if he had anticipated that the visit concerned himself particularly. I am to suppose, Sir Minstrel, said Sir John de Walton, that you have been successful in your search, and have found the roll of poetry or prophecies that you proposed to seek after amongst these broken shelves and tattered volumes. More successful than I could have expected, replied the minstrel, considering the effects of the conflagration. This, Sir Knight, is apparently the fatal volume for which I sought, and strange it is, considering the heavy chance of other books contained in this library, that I have been able to find a few though imperfect fragments of it. Since therefore you have been permitted to indulge your curiosity, said the governor, I trust, minstrel, you will have no objection to satisfy mine. The minstrel replied with the same humility that if there was anything within the poor compass of his skill, which could gratify Sir John de Walton in any degree, he would but reach his lute and presently obey his commands. You mistake, sir, said Sir John, somewhat harshly. I am none of those who have hours to spend in listening to tales or music of former days. My life has hardly given me time enough for learning the duties of my profession, far less has it allowed me leisure for such twangling follies. I care not who knows it, but my ear is so incapable judging of your art, which you doubtless think a noble one, that I can scarcely tell the modulation of one tune from another. In that case, replied the minstrel composedly, I can hardly promise myself the pleasure of affording your worship the amusement which I might otherwise have done. Nor do I look for any from your hand, said the governor, advancing a step nearer to him, and speaking in a sterner tone. I want information, sir, which I am assured you can give me if you incline. And it is my duty to tell you that, if you show unwillingness to speak the truth, I know means, by which it will become my painful duty to extort it, in a more disagreeable manner than I would wish. If your questions, Sir Knight, answered Bertram, be such as I can or ought to answer, there shall be no occasion to put them more than once. If they are such as I cannot, or ought, not to reply, to believe me that no threats of violence will extort an answer from me. You speak boldly, said Sir John de Walton, but take my word for it that your courage will be put to the test. I am as little fond of proceeding to such extremities as you can be of undergoing them, but such will be the natural consequence of your own obstinacy. I therefore ask you whether Bertram be your real name, whether you have any other profession than that of a traveling minstrel. Lastly, whether you have any acquaintance or connection with any Englishman or Scottishman beyond the walls of this castle of Douglas. To these questions, replied the minstrel, I have already answered the worshipful knight Sir Aymer de Valence, and having fully satisfied him, it is not, I conceive, necessary that I should undergo a second examination, nor is it consistent either with your worship's honor or that of the lieutenant governor that such a re-examination should take place. You are very considerate, replied the governor, of my honor, and of that of Sir Aymer de Valence. Take my word for it, they are both in perfect safety in our own keeping, and may dispense with your attention. I ask you, will you answer the inquiries which it is my duty to make, or am I to enforce obedience by putting you under the penalties of the question? I have already, it is my duty to say, seen the answers you have returned to my lieutenant, and they do not satisfy me. He at the same time clapped his hands, and 2 or 3 archers showed themselves stripped of their tunics, and only attired in their shirts and hose. I understand, said the minstrel, that you intend to inflict upon me a punishment which is foreign to the genius of the English laws, in that no proof is adduced of my guilt. I have already told that I am by birth an Englishman, by profession a minstrel, and that I am totally unconnected with any person likely to nourish any design against this castle of Douglas, Sir John de Walton, or his garrison. What answers you may extort from me by bodily agony, I cannot, to speak as a plain-dealing Christian, hold myself responsible for. I think that I can endure as much pain as anyone. I am sure that I never yet felt a degree of agony that I would not willingly prefer to breaking my plighted word or becoming a false informer against innocent persons. But I own I do not know the extent to which the art of torture may be carried, and though I do not fear you, Sir John de Walton, yet I must acknowledge that I fear myself, since I know not to what extremity your cruelty may be capable of subjecting me, or how far I may be enabled to bear it. I therefore in the first place protest that I shall in no manner be liable for any words which I may utter in the course of any examination enforced from me by torture, and you must therefore under such circumstances proceed to the execution of an office, which, permit me to say, is hardly that which I expected to have found thus administered by an accomplished knight like yourself. Hark you, sir, replied the governor, you and I are at issue, and in doing my duty I ought instantly to proceed to the extremities I have threatened, but perhaps you yourself feel less reluctance to undergo the examination as proposed than I shall do in commanding it. I will therefore consign you, for the present, to a place of confinement suitable to one who is suspected of being a spy upon this fortress, until you are pleased to remove such suspicions. Your lodgings and nourishment are those of a prisoner. In the meantime, before subjecting you to the question, take notice. I will myself ride to the Abbey of St. Bride and satisfy myself whether the young person whom you would pass as your son is possessed of the same determination as that which you yourself seem to assert. It may so happen that his examination and yours may throw such light upon each other as will decidedly prove either your guilt or innocence without its being confirmed by the use of the extraordinary question. If it be otherwise, tremble for your son's sake, if not for your own have. I shaken you, sirrah, do you fear for your boy's young sinews? And joints the engines which in your case you seem willing to defy. Sir, answered the minstrel, recovering from the momentary emotion he had shown, I leave it to yourself, as a man of honor and candor, whether you ought in common fairness to form a worse opinion of any man, because he is not unwilling to incur in his own person severities, which he would not desire to be inflicted upon his child, a sickly youth just recovering from a dangerous disease. It is my duty, answered De Walton, after a short pause, to leave no stone unturned by which this business may be traced to the source. And if thou desirest mercy for thy son, thou wilt thyself most easily attain it by setting him the example of honesty and plain dealing. The minstrel threw himself back on the seat, as if fully resolved to bear every extremity that could be inflicted, rather than make any farther answer than he had already offered. Sir John de Walton himself seemed in some degree uncertain what might now be his best course. He felt an invincible repugnance to proceed without due consideration, in what most people would have deemed the direct line of his duty, by inflicting the torture both upon father and son. But deep as was his sense of devotion towards the king, and numerous as were the hopes and expectations he had formed upon the strict discharge of his present high trust, he could not resolve upon having recourse at once to this cruel method of cutting the knot. Bertram's appearance was venerable, and his power of words not unworthy of his aspect and bearing. The governor remembered that Aymer de Valence, whose judgment in general it was impossible to deny, had described him as one of those rare individuals who vindicated the honor of a corrupted profession by their personal good behavior, and he acknowledged to himself that there was gross cruelty and injustice in refusing to admit the prisoner to the credit of being a true and honest man, until by way of proving his rectitude, he had strained every sinew and crushed every joint in his body as well as those of his son. I have no touchstone, he said internally, which can distinguish truth from falsehood. The Bruce and his followers are on the alert, has certainly equipped the galleys which lay at Rachrin during winter. This story too of Greenleaf, about arms being procured for a new insurrection, tallies strangely with the appearance of that savage-looking forester at the hunt, and all tends to show that something is upon the anvil, which it is my duty to provide against. I will therefore pass over no circumstance by which I can affect the mind through hope or fear, but please God to give me light from any other source. I will not think it lawful to torment these unfortunate, and it may yet be honest men. He accordingly took his departure from the library, whispering a word to Greenleaf respecting the prisoner. He had reached the outward door of the study, and his satellites had already taken the minstrel into their grasp, when the voice of the old man was heard calling upon De Walton to return for a single moment. What hast thou to say, sir? Said the governor. Be speedy, for I have already lost more time in listening to thee than I am answerable for, and so I advise thee for thine own sake. I advise thee, said the minstrel, for thine own sake, Sir John de Walton, to beware how thou dost insist on thy present purpose, by which thou thyself alone of all men living will most severely suffer, if thou harmest a hair of that young man's head, nay, if thou permittest him to undergo any privation, which it is in thy power to prevent. Thou wilt in doing so prepare for thine own suffering a degree of agony more acute than anything else in this mortal world could cause thee. I swear by the most blessed objects of our holy religion, I call to witness that holy sepulchre of which I have been an unworthy visitor, that I speak nothing but the truth, and that thou wilt one day testify thy gratitude for the part one am now acting. It is my interest, as well as yours, to secure you in the safe possession of this castle, although assuredly I know some things respecting it, and respecting your worship which I am not at liberty to tell without the consent of that youth. Bring me but a note under his hand consenting to my taking you into our mystery, and believe me you will soon see those clouds charmed away, since there was never a doleful uncertainty which more speedily changed to joy, or a thundercloud of adversity which more instantly gave way to sunshine, than would then the suspicions which appear now so formidable. He spoke with so much earnestness as to make some impression upon Sir John de Walton, who was once more wholly at a loss to know what line his duty called upon him to pursue. I would most gladly, said the governor, follow out my purpose by the gentlest means in my power, and I shall bring no further distress upon this poor lad than thine own obstinacy, and his shall appear to deserve. In the meantime, think, Sir Minstrel, that my duty has limits, and if I slack it for a day, it will become thee to exert every effort in thy power to meet my condescension. I will give thee leave to address thy son by a line under thy hand, and I will await his answer before I proceed farther in this matter, which seems to be very mysterious meantime, as thou hast a soul to be saved, I conjure thee to speak the truth. And tell me whether the secrets of which thou seemest to be a too faithful treasurer have regard to the practices of Douglas of Bruce, or of any in their names against this castle of Douglas. The prisoner thought a moment, and then replied, I am aware, Sir Knight, of the severe charge, under which this command is entrusted to your hands, and were it in my power to assist you as a faithful minstrel and loyal subject, either with hand or tongue, I should feel myself called upon so to do. But so far am I from being the character your suspicions have apprehended that I should have held it for certain that the Bruce and Douglas had assembled their followers for the purpose of renouncing their rebellious attempts, and taking their departure for the Holy Land, but for the apparition of the forester who I hear bearded you at the hunting, which impresses upon me the belief that, when so resolute a follower and henchman of the Douglas was sitting fearless among you, his master and comrades could be at no great distance how far his intentions could be friendly to you. I must leave it to yourself to judge. Only believe me thus far that the rack, pulley, or pincers would not have compelled me to act the informer or adviser in a quarrel, wherein I have little or no share if I had not been desirous of fixing the belief upon you that you are dealing with a true man, and one who has your welfare at heart meanwhile. Permit me to have writing materials, or let my own be restored, for I possess, in some degree, the higher arts of my calling, nor do I fear but that I can procure for you an explanation of these marvels, without much more loss of time. God grant it prove so, said the governor, though I see not well how I can hope for so favorable a termination, and I may sustain great harm, by trusting too much on the present occasion. My duty, however, requires that, in the meantime, you be removed into strict confinement. He handed to the prisoner, as he spoke, the writing materials, which had been seized upon by the archers on their first entrance, and then commanded those satellites to unhand the minstrel. I must then, said Bertram, remain subjected to all the severities of a strict captivity, but I deprecate no hardship whatever in my own person, so I may secure you from acting with a degree of rashness, of which you will all your life repent, without the means of atoning. No more words, minstrel, said the governor, but since I have made my choice, perhaps a very dangerous one for myself, let us carry this spell into execution, which thou sayest is to serve me as mariners say that oil spread upon the raging billows will assuage their fury. Chapter the 9th. Beware, beware of the Black Friar. He still retains his sway, for he is yet the church's heir by right. Whoever may be the lay, Amonville is lord by day, but the monk is lord by night. Nor wine nor wassail could raise a vassal to question that friar's right. Don Juan Canto, Romans 17. The minstrel made no vain boast of the skill which he possessed in the use of pen and ink. In fact, no priest of the time could have produced his little scroll more speedily, more neatly composed, or more fairly written than were the lines addressed to the youth called Augustine, son of Bertram, the minstrel. I have not folded this letter, said he, nor tied it with silk, for it is not expressed so as to explain the mystery to you, nor, to speak frankly, do I think that it can convey to you any intelligence, but it may be satisfactory to show you what the letter does not contain, and that it is written from and to a person who both mean kindly towards you and your garrison. That, said the governor, is a deception which is easily practiced. It tends, however, to show, though not with certainty, that you are disposed to act upon good faith, and until the contrary appear, I shall consider it a point of duty to treat you with as much gentleness as the matter admits of. Meantime, I will myself ride to the Abbey of St. Bride and in person examine the young prisoner. And as you say he has the power, so I pray to heaven he may have the will to read this riddle which seems to throw us all into confusion. So saying, he ordered his horse, and while it was getting ready he perused with great composure the minstrel's letter. Its contents ran thus. Dear Augustine, Sir John de Walton, the governor of this castle, has conceived those suspicions, which I pointed out as likely to be the consequence of our coming to this country. Without an avowed errand, I at least am seized and threatened with examination under torture, to force me to tell the purpose of our journey. But they shall tear the flesh from my bones ere they force me to break the oath which I have taken, and the purport of this letter is to apprise you of the danger in which you stand of being placed in similar circumstances, unless you are disposed to authorize me to make the discovery to this night. But on this subject, You are only to express your own wishes, being assured they shall be in every respect attended to by your devoted Bertram. This letter did not throw the smallest light upon the mystery of the writer. The governor read it more than once, and turned it repeatedly in his hand, as if he had hoped by that mechanical process to draw something from the missive which, at a first view, the words did not express. But as no result of this sort appeared, de Walton retired to the hall, where he informed Sir Aymer de Valence that he was going abroad as far as the Abbey of St. Bride, and that he would be obliged by his taking upon him the duties of governor during his absence. Sir Aymer, of course, intimated his acquiescence in the charge, and the state of disunion in which they stood to each other permitted no further explanation. Upon the arrival of Sir John de Walton at the dilapidated shrine, the abbot, with trembling haste, made it his business immediately to attend the commander of the English garrison, upon whom, for the present, their house depended for every indulgence they experienced as well as for the subsistence and protection necessary to them in so perilous a period. Having interrogated this old man respecting the youth residing in the Abbey, de Walton was informed that he had been indisposed, since left there by his father Bertram, a minstrel. It appeared to the abbot that his indisposition might be of that contagious kind which at that period ravaged the English borders, and made some incursions into Scotland, where it afterwards worked a fearful progress. After some farther conversation, Sir John de Walton put into the abbot's hand the letter to the young person under his roof, on delivering which to Augustine, the Reverend Father was charged with a message to the English governor, so bold that he was afraid to be the bearer of it. It signified that the youth could not, and would not at that moment, receive the English knight, but that if he came back on the morrow after Mass, it was probable he might learn something of what was requested. This is not an answer, said Sir John de Walton, to be sent by a boy like this to a person in my charge, and me, thinks, Father Abbot, you consult your own safety, but slenderly in delivering such an insolent message. The abbot trembled under the folds of his large coarse habit, and de Walton, imagining that his discomposure was the consequence of guilty fear, called upon him to remember the duties which he owed to England, the benefits which he had received from himself, and the probable consequence of taking part in a pert boy's insolent defiance of the power of the governor of the province. The abbot vindicated himself from these charges with the utmost anxiety. He pledged his sacred word that the inconsiderate character of the boy's message was owing to the waywardness arising from indisposition. He reminded the governor that, as a Christian and an Englishman, he had duties to observe towards the community of St. Bride, which had never given the English government the least subject of complaint. As he spoke, the churchman seemed to gather courage from the immunities of his order. He said he could not permit a sick boy who had taken refuge within the sanctuary of the church to be seized or subjected to any species of force, unless he was accused of a specific crime capable of being immediately proved. The Douglases, a headstrong race, had in former days uniformly respected the sanctuary of St. Bride, and it was not to be supposed that the King of England, the dutiful and obedient child of the Church of Rome, would act with less veneration for her rights than the followers of a usurper, homicide, and excommunicated person like Robert Bruce. Walton was considerably shaken with this remonstrance. He knew that, in the circumstances of the times, the Pope had great power in every controversy in which it was his pleasure to interfere. He knew that, even in the dispute respecting the supremacy of Scotland, His Holiness had set up a claim to the kingdom, which in the temper of the times might perhaps have been deemed superior, both to that of Robert Bruce and that of Edward of England, and he conceived his monarch would give him little thanks for any fresh embroilment which might take place with the church. Moreover, it was easy to place a watch so as to prevent Augustine from escaping during the night, and on the following morning he would be still as effectually in the power of the English governor as if he were seized on by open force at the present moment. Sir John de Walton, however, so far exerted his authority over the abbot that he engaged, in consideration of the sanctuary being respected for this space of time, that, when it expired, he would be aiding and assisting with his spiritual authority to surrender the youth, should he not allege a sufficient reason to the contrary. This arrangement, which appeared still to flatter the governor with the prospect of an easy termination of this troublesome dispute, induced him to grant the delay which Augustine rather demanded than petitioned for. At your request, Father Abbot, whom I have hitherto found a true man, I will indulge this youth with the grace he asks, before taking him into custody, understanding that he shall not be permitted to leave this place, and thou art, to be responsible to this effect, giving thee as is reasonable power to command our little garrison at Hazelside, to which I will send a reinforcement on my return to the castle. In case it should be necessary to use the strong hand or circumstances, impose upon me other measures. Worthy Sir Knight, replied the abbot, I have no idea that the frowardness of this youth will render any course necessary, saving that of persuasion, and I venture to say that you yourself will, in the highest degree, approve of the method in which I shall acquit myself of my present trust. The abbot went through the duties of hospitality, enumerating what simple cheer the cloister of the convent permitted him to offer to the English knight. Sir John de Walton declined the offer of refreshment, however took a courteous leave of the churchman, and did not spare his horse, until the noble animal had brought him again before the castle of Douglas. Sir Aymer de Valence met him on the drawbridge, and reported the state of the garrison to be the same in which he had left it, excepting that intimation had been received that 12 or 15 men were expected on their way to the town of Lanark, and being on march from the neighborhood of Ayr, would that night take up their quarters at the outpost of Hazelside. I am glad of it, replied the governor. I was about to strengthen that detachment. This stripling, the son of Bertram the minstrel, or whoever he is, has engaged to deliver himself up for examination in the morning. As this party of soldiers are followers of your uncle Lord Pembroke, may I request you will ride to meet them, and command them to remain at Hazelside until you make farther inquiries about this youth who has still to clear up the mystery which hangs about him, and reply to a letter which I delivered with my own hand to the abbot of St. Bride. I have shown too much forbearance in this matter, and I trust to your looking to the security of this young man, and conveying him hither with all due care and attention, as being a prisoner of some importance. Certainly, Sir John, answered Sir Aymer, your orders shall be obeyed, since you have none of greater importance, for one who hath the honor to be second only to yourself in this place. I crave your mercy, Sir Aymer, returned the governor, if the commission be in any degree beneath your dignity, but it is our misfortune to misunderstand each other, when we endeavor to be most intelligible. But what am I to do, said Sir Aymer, no way disputing your command, but only asking for information. What am I to do, if the abbot of St. Bride offers opposition? How, answered Sir John de Walton, with the reinforcement from my lord of Pembroke, you will command at least 20 warmen with bow and spear against 5 or 6 timid old monks with only gown and hood. True, said Sir Aymer, but ban and excommunication are sometimes in the present day too hard for the mail coat, and I would not willingly be thrown out of the pale of the Christian church. Well then, thou very suspicious and scrupulous young man, replied de Walton, know that if this youth does not deliver himself up to thee of his own accord, the abbot has promised to put him into thy hands. There was no farther answer to be made, and de Valence, though still thinking himself unnecessarily harassed with the charge of a petty commission, took the sort of half-arms, which were always used when the knights stirred beyond the walls of the garrison, and proceeded to execute the commands of de Walton. A horseman or two, together with his squire Fabian, accompanied him. The evening closed in with one of those Scottish mists, which are commonly said to be equal to the showers of happier climates. The path became more and more dark, the hills more wreathed in vapors, and more difficult to traverse, and all the little petty inconveniences which rendered traveling through the district slow and uncertain were augmented by the density of the fog, which overhung everything. Sir Aymer therefore occasionally mended his pace, and often incurred the fate of one who is overlate, delaying himself by his efforts to make greater expedition. The knight bethought himself that he would get into a straight road, by passing through the almost deserted town of Douglas, the inhabitants of which had been treated so severely by the English, in the course of those fierce troubles, that most of them who were capable of bearing arms had left it, and withdrawn themselves to different parts of the country. This almost deserted place was defended by a rude palisade, and a ruder drawbridge which gave entrance into streets so narrow as to admit with difficulty 3 horses abreast, and evincing with what strictness the ancient lords of the village adhered to their prejudice against fortifications, and their opinion in favor of keeping the field, so quaintly expressed in the well-known proverb of the family, it is better to hear the lark sing than the mouse cheep. The streets, or rather the lanes, were dark, but for a shifting gleam of moonlight which, as that planet began to rise, was now and then visible upon some steep and narrow gable. No sound of domestic industry or domestic festivity was heard, and no ray of candle or firelight glanced from the windows of the houses. The ancient ordinance called the curfew, which the Conqueror had introduced into England, was at this time in full force in such parts of Scotland, as were thought doubtful and likely to rebel, under which description it need not be said the ancient possessions of the Douglas were most especially regarded the church, whose Gothic monuments were of a magnificent character, had been as far as possible destroyed by fire, but the ruins held together by the weight of the massive stones of which they were composed still sufficiently evinced the greatness of the family, at whose cost it had been raised, and whose bones from immemorial time had been entombed in its crypts. Paying little attention to these relics of departed splendor, Sir Aymer de Valence advanced with his small detachment, and had passed the scattered fragments of the cemetery of the Douglases, when to his surprise, the noise of his horse's feet was seemingly replied to by sounds which rung like those of another knightly steed, advancing heavily up the street as if it were to meet him. Valence was unable to conjecture what might be the cause of these warlike sounds. The ring and the clang of armor was distinct, and the heavy tramp of a war horse was not to be mistaken by the ear of a warrior. The difficulty of keeping soldiers from straying out of quarters by night would have sufficiently accounted for the appearance of a straggling foot soldier, but it was more difficult to account for a mounted horseman in full armor, and such was the apparition which a peculiarly bright glimpse of moonlight now showed at the bottom of the causewayed hill. Perhaps the unknown warrior obtained at the same time a glance of Aymer de Valence, and his armed followers, at least each of them shouted, "Who goes there?" The alarm of the times, and on the instant, the deep answers of St. George on the one side, and the Douglas on the other awakened the still echoes of the small and ruinous street, and the silent arches of the dilapidated church, astonished at a warcry, with which so many recollections were connected. The English knight spurred his horse at full gallop down the steep and broken descent, leading out at the south or southeast gate of the town, and it was the work of an instant to call out, "Ho, St. George, upon the insolent villain, all of you to the gate, Fabian, and cut him off from flight, St. George, I say, for England bows and bilsbows and bills." At the same time, Aymer de Valence laid in rest his own long lance, which he snatched from the squire by whom it was carried, but the light was seen and gone in an instant, and though de Valence concluded that the hostile warrior had hardly room to avoid his career, yet he could take no aim for the encounter, unless by mere guess, and continued to plunge down the dark declivity among shattered stones and other encumbrances, without groping out with his lance the object of his pursuit. He rode in short at a broken gallop, a descent of about 50 or 60 yards, without having any reason to suppose that he had met the figure which had appeared to him, although the narrowness of the street scarcely admitted his having passed him, unless both horse and horseman could have melted at the moment of encounter, like an air bubble. The riders of his suite, meanwhile, were struck with a feeling like supernatural terror, which a number of singular adventures had caused most of them to attach to the name of Douglas, and when he reached the gate by which the broken street was terminated, there was none close behind him but Fabian, in whose head no suggestions of a timorous nature could outlive the sound of his dear master's voice. Here there were a post of English archers who were turning out in considerable alarm, when De Valence and his page rode in amongst them. "Villains," shouted De Valence, "why were you not upon your duty? Who was it passed through your post even now with the traitorous cry of Douglas?" "We know of no such," said the captain of the watch. "That is to say, you besotted villains," answered the young knight, "you have been drinking and have slept." The men protested the contrary, but in a confused manner which was far from overcoming De Valence's suspicions. He called loudly to bring cressets, torches, and candles, and a few remaining inhabitants began to make their unwilling appearance, with such various means of giving light as they chanced to possess. They heard the story of the young English knight with wonder, nor, although it was confirmed by all his retinue, did they give credit to the recital more than that the Englishmen wished somehow or other to pick a quarrel with the people of the palace, under the pretense of their having admitted a retainer of their ancient lord by night into the town. They protested therefore their innocence of the cause of tumult, and endeavored to seem active in hastening from house to house and corner to corner with their torches, in order to discover the invisible cavalier. The English suspected them no less of treachery than the Scottish imagined the whole matter a pretext for bringing an accusation on the part of the young knight against the citizens. The women, however, who now began to issue from the houses, had a key for the solution of the apparition, which at that time was believed of efficacy sufficient to solve any mystery. The devil, they said, must have appeared visibly amongst them, an explanation which had already occurred to the followers of the young knight, for that a living man and horse, both as it seemed of a gigantic size, could be conjured in the twinkling of an eye, and appear in a street secured at one end by the best of the archers, and at the other by the horsemen under Valence himself, was altogether, it seemed, a thing impossible. The inhabitants did not venture to put their thoughts on the subject into language for fear of giving offense, and only indicated by a passing word to each other the secret degree of pleasure which they felt in the confusion and embarrassment of the English garrison. Still, however, they continued to affect a great deal of interest in the alarm which De Valence had received, and the anxiety which he expressed to discover the cause. At length a female voice spoke above the babel of confused sounds, saying, "Where is the Southern Knight? I am sure that I can tell him where he can find the only person who can help him out of his present difficulty." "And who is that good woman?" said Eimer de Valence, who was growing every moment more impatient at the loss of time, which was flying fast in an investigation, which had something vexatious in it, and even ridiculous at the same time. The sight of an armed partisan of the Douglases in their own native town seemed to bode too serious consequences if it should be suffered to pass, without being probed to the bottom. "Come hither to me," said the female voice, "and I will name to you the only person who can explain all matters of this kind that chance in this country on this." The knight snatched a torch from some of those who were present, and holding it up, descried the person who spoke, a tall woman who evidently endeavored to render herself remarkable. When he approached her, she communicated her intelligence in a grave and sententious tone of voice. "We had once wise men that could have answered any parables which might have been put to them for explanation in this countryside, whether you yourselves, gentlemen, have not had some hand in weeding them out. Good troth, it is not for the like of me to say, at any rate good counsel is not so easy come by, as it was in this Douglas country, nor maybe is it a safe thing to pretend to the power of giving it." "Good woman," said De Valence, "if you will give me an explanation of this mystery, I will owe you a kirtle of the best Raplock grey." "It is not I," said the old woman, "that pretend to possess the knowledge which may assist you, but I would fain know that the man whom I shall name to you shall be scatheless and harmless upon your knighthood, and your honor will you promise to me so much?" "Assuredly," said De Valence, "such a person shall even have thanks and reward, if he is a faithful informer, aye, and pardon moreover, although he may have listened to any dangerous practices, or been concerned in any plots." "Oh, not he," replied the female, "it is old Goodman Powhade, who has the charge of the muniments, meaning probably monuments, that is such part of them as you English have left standing. I mean the old sexton of the Kirk of Douglas, who can tell more stories of these old folk, whom your honor is not very fond of hearing, named, than would last us from this day to Yule." "Does anybody," said the knight, "know whom it is that this old woman means?" "I conjecture," replied Fabian, "that she speaks of an old dotard, who is, I think, the general referee concerning the history and antiquities of this old town, and of the savage family that lived here perhaps before the flood." "And who, I dare say," said the knight, "knows as much about the matter as she herself does. But where is this man? A sexton is he? He may be acquainted with places of concealment, which are often fabricated in Gothic buildings, and known to those whose business calls them to frequent them. Come, my good old dame, bring this man to me, or what may be better, I will go to him, for we have already spent too much time." "Time," replied the old woman, "time, an object with your honor. I am sure I can hardly get so much for mine as will hold soul and body together. You are not far from the old man's house." She led the way, accordingly, blundering over heaps of rubbish, and encountering all the embarrassments of a ruinous street, in lighting the way to Sir Eimer, who, giving his horse to one of his attendants, and desiring Fabian to be ready at a call, scrambled after, as well as the slowness of his guide would permit. Both were soon involved in the remains of the old church, much dilapidated, as it had been by wanton damage done to it by the soldiery, and so much impeded by rubbish that the knight marveled how the old woman could find the way. She kept talking all the while, as she stumbled onward. Sometimes she called out in a screeching tone, "Powhade, Lazarus Powhadand," then muttered, I, the old man will be busy with some of his duties, as he calls them. I wonder he fashes why them in these times, but never mind, I warrant they will last for his day. And for mine and the times, Lord help us, for all that I can see are well enough for those that are to live in them." "Are you sure, good woman," replied the knight, "that there is any inhabitant in these ruins? For my part, I should rather suppose that you are taking me to the charnel house of the dead." "Maybe you are right," said the old woman with a ghastly laugh. "Carls and carlines agree weel with funeral vaults and charnel houses, and when an auld bedral dwells near the dead, he is living, ye ken, among his customers. Halloo, Powhade, Lazarus Powhade, there is a gentleman would speak with you." And she added with some sort of emphasis, "an English noble gentleman of the honorable garrison." An old man's step was now heard, advancing so slowly that the glimmering light which he held in his hand was visible on the ruined walls of the vault some time before it showed the person who bore it. The shadow of the old man was also projected upon the illuminated wall. Ere his person came in view, his dress was in considerable confusion, owing to his having been roused from his bed. And since artificial light was forbidden by the regulations of the garrison, the natives of Douglas Dale spent in sleep the time that they could not very well get rid of by any other means. The sexton was a tall, thin man, emaciated by years, and by privations his body was bent habitually, by his occupation of grave digging, and his eye naturally inclined downward to the scene of his labors. His hand sustained the cruse or little lamp which he held, so as to throw light upon his visitant at the same time. It displayed to the young knight the features of the person with whom he was now confronted, which, though neither handsome nor pleasing, were strongly marked, sagacious, and venerable, indicating at the same time a certain air of dignity which age, even poverty, may be found occasionally to bestow, as conferring that last melancholy species of independence, proper to those whose situation can hardly, by any imaginable means, be rendered much worse than years and fortune, have already made it the habit of a lay brother added somewhat of religious importance to his appearance. "What would you with me, young man?" said the sexton. "Your youthful features and your gay dress bespeak one who stands in need of my ministry, neither for himself nor for others." "I am indeed," replied the knight, "a living man, and therefore need not either shovel or pickaxe for my own behoof. I am not, as you see, attired in mourning, and therefore need not your offices in behalf of any friend. I would only ask you a few questions. What you would have done must needs be done, you being at present one of our rulers. And as I think a man of authority," replied the sexton, "follow me this way into my poor habitation. I have had a better in my day, and yet heaven knows it is good enough for me, when many men of much greater consequence must perforce content themselves with worse." He opened a lowly door which was fitted, though irregularly, to serve as the entrance of a vaulted apartment, where it appeared that the old man held apart from the living world his wretched and solitary dwelling. Footnote: this is a most graphic and accurate description of the present state of the ruin, its being occupied by the sexton as a dwelling place, and the whole scene of the old man's interview with De Valence may be classed with our illustrious author's most felicitous imaginings. Note, by the Rev. Mr. Stewart of Douglas, the floor composed of paving stones, laid together with some accuracy, and here and there, inscribed with letters and hieroglyphics, as if they had once upon a time served to distinguish sepulchres, was indifferently well swept, and a fire at the upper end directed its smoke into a hole, which served for a chimney. The spade and pickaxe, with other tools, which the chamberlain of mortality makes use of, lay scattered about the apartment, and with a rude stool or two, and a table where some inexperienced hand had unquestionably supplied the labors of the joiner, were nearly the only furniture, if we include the old man's bed of straw, lying in a corner and discomposed, as if he had been just raised from it, at the lower end of the apartment. The wall was almost entirely covered by a large escutcheon, such as is usually hung over the graves of men of very high rank, having the appropriate quarters, to the number of 16 each, properly blazoned, and distinct, placed as ornaments around the principal armorial coat itself. "Let us sit," said the old man. "The posture will better enable my failing ears to apprehend your meaning, and the asthma will deal with me more mercifully, in permitting me to make you understand mine." A peal of short asthmatic coughs attested the violence of the disorder which he had last named, and the young knight followed his host's example. In sitting down on one of the rickety stools by the side of the fire, the old man brought from one corner of the apartment an apron which he occasionally wore, full of broken boards in irregular pieces, some of which were covered with black cloth, or driven full of nails, black, as it might happen, or gilded. "You will find this fresh fuel necessary," said the old man, "to keep some degree of heat within this waste apartment, nor are the vapors of mortality with which this vault is apt to be filled, if the fire is permitted to become extinct, indifferent to the lungs of the dainty and the healthy, like your worship, though to me they are become habitual. The wood will catch fire, although it is some time ere the damps of the grave are overcome by the drier air and the warmth of the chimney." Accordingly, the relics of mortality with which the old man had heaped his fireplace began by degrees to send forth a thick unctuous vapor, which at length leaped to light, and blazing up the aperture, gave a degree of liveliness to the gloomy scene. The blazonry of the huge escutcheon met and returned the rays with as brilliant a reflection as that lugubrious object was capable of, and the whole apartment looked with a fantastic gaiety, strangely mingled with the gloomy ideas which its ornaments were calculated to impress upon the imagination. You are astonished, said the old man, and perhaps, Sir Knight, you have never before seen these relics of the dead, applied to the purpose of rendering the living in some degree more comfortable than their condition would otherwise admit of. Comfortable, returned the Knight of Valence, shrugging his shoulders. I should be sorry, old man, to know that I had a dog that was as indifferently quartered as thou art, whose grey hairs have certainly seen better days. It may be, answered the sexton, and it may be otherwise, but it was not, I presume, concerning my own history that your worship seemed disposed to ask me some questions, and I would venture to inquire therefore to whom they have relation. I will speak plainly to you, replied Sir Eymer, and you will at once acknowledge the necessity of giving a short and distinct reply. I have even now met in the streets of this village a person only shown to me by a single flash of light, who had the audacity to display the armorial insignia and utter the warcry of the Douglases. Nay, if I could trust a transient glance, this daring cavalier had the features and the dark complexion proper to the Douglas. I am referred to thee as to one who possesses means of explaining this extraordinary circumstance, which, as an English knight and one holding a charge under King Edward, I am particularly called upon to make inquiry into. Let me make a distinction, said the old man. The Douglases of former generations are my near neighbors, and according to my superstitious townsmen, my acquaintances and visitors, I can take it upon my conscience to be answerable for their good behavior and to become bound that none of the old barons to whom the roots of that mighty tree may, it is said, be traced, will again disturb with their warcry the towns or villages of their native country. Not one will parade in moonshine the black armor which has long rusted upon their tombs. The knights are dust, and their good swords are rust. Their souls are with the saints we trust. Footnote: the author has somewhat altered part of a beautiful unpublished fragment of Coleridge. Where is the grave of Sir Arthur Orelin? Where may the grave of that good knight be? By the marge of a brook on the slope of Helvellyn, under the boughs of a young birch tree, the oak that in summer was pleasant to hear, that rustled in autumn all withered and sere, that whistled and groaned thro' the winter alone. He hath gone, and a birch in his place is grown. The knight's bones are dust. His good sword is rust. His spirit is with the saints we trust. Edit. Look around, Sir Knight, you have above and around you the men of whom we speak beneath us in a little isle, which hath not been opened since these thin grey locks were thick and brown. There lies the first man, whom I can name as memorable among those of this mighty line. It is he whom the Thane of Athol pointed out to the King of Scotland as Sholto Douglas, or the dark iron-coloured man, whose exertions had gained the battle for his native prince, and who, according to this legend, bequeathed his name to our dale and town, though others say that the race assumed the name of Douglas from the stream, so called in unrecorded times, before they had their fastness on its banks. Others his descendants called Eachin or Hector the First, and Orad or Hugh, William the First of that name, and Gilmer, the theme of many a minstrel song commemorating achievements done under the oriflamme of Charles, the great Emperor of France, have all consigned themselves to their last sleep, nor has their memory been sufficiently preserved from the waste of time, something we know concerning their great deeds, their great power, and alas, their great crimes, something we also know of a Lord of Douglas, who sat in a parliament at Forfar, held by King Malcolm the First, and we are aware that from his attachment to hunting the wild hart, he built himself a tower called Black House in the forest of Ettrick, which perhaps still exists. I crave your forgiveness, old man, said the knight, but I have no time at present to bestow upon the recitation of the pedigree of the House of Douglas. A less matter would hold a well-breathed minstrel in subject for recitation for a calendar month, Sundays and holidays included. What other information can you expect from me, said the sexton, than that respecting those heroes, some of whom it has been my lot to consign to that eternal rest, which will forever divide the dead from the duties of this world? I have told you where the race sleep down to the reign of the royal Malcolm. I can tell you also of another vault in which lie Sir John of Douglasburn with his son Lord Archibald, and a third William known by an indenture with Lord Abernethy. Lastly, I can tell you of him to whom that escutcheon with its appurtenances of splendor and dignity justly belonged. Do you envy that nobleman whom, if death were in the sound, I would not hesitate to term my honorable patron? And have you any design of dishonoring his remains? It will be a poor victory, nor does it become a knight and nobleman to come in person to enjoy such a triumph over the dead against whom, when he lived there, were few knights dared spur their horses. He fought in defense of his country. But he had not the good fortune of most of his ancestors to die on the field of battle, captivity, sickness, and regret for the misfortunes of his native land brought his head to the grave in his prison house in the land of the stranger. The old man's voice here became interrupted by emotion, and the English knight found it difficult to continue his examination in the stern fashion which his duty required. Old man, he said, I do not require from thee this detail, which must be useless to me as well as painful to thyself. Thou dost, but thy duty in rendering justice to thy ancient lord. But thou hast not yet explained to me why I have met in this town, this very night, and not half an hour since, a person in the arms, and bearing the complexion of one of the black Douglases, who cried his workery, as if in contempt of his conquerors. Surely, replied the sexton, it is not my business to explain such a fancy otherwise than by supposing that the natural fears of the South Run will raise the spectre of a Douglas at any time, when he is within sight of their sepulchre. Methinks, in such a night as this, the fairest cavalier would wear the complexion of this swarthy race, nor can I hold it wonderful that the workery which was once in the throats of so many thousands in this country should issue upon occasion from the mouth of a single champion. You are bold, old man, returned the English knight. Do you consider that your life is in my power, and that it may in certain cases be my duty to inflict death with that degree of pain at which humanity shudders? The old man rose up slowly in the light of the blazing fire, displaying his emaciated features, which resembled those ascribed by artists to Saint Anthony of the Desert, and pointing to the feeble lamp which he placed upon the course table, thus addressed his interrogator with an appearance of perfect firmness and something even resembling dignity. Young knight of England, you see that utensil constructed for the purpose of dispensing light amid these fatal vaults. It is as frail as anything can well be, whose flame is supplied by living element, contained in a frame composed of iron. It is doubtless in your power entirely to end its service by destroying the frame or extinguishing the light. Threaten it with such annihilation, Sir Knight, and see whether your menace will impress any sense of fear, either on the element or the iron. Know that you have no more power over the frail mortal whom you threaten with similar annihilation. You may tear from my body the skin in which it is now swathed. But although my nerves might glow with agony during the inhuman operation, it would produce no more impression on me than flaying on the stag which an arrow has previously pierced through the heart. My age sets me beyond your cruelty. If you think otherwise, call your agents and commence your operations. Neither threats nor inflictions will enable you to extort from me anything that I am not ready to tell you of my own accord. You trifle with me, old man, said de Valence. You talk as if you possessed some secret respecting the motions of these Douglases, who are to you as gods, yet you communicate no intelligence to me whatever. You may soon know, replied the old man, all that a poor sexton has to communicate, and it will not increase your knowledge respecting the living, though it may throw some light upon my proper domains, which are those of the dead. The spirits of the deceased Douglases do not rest in their graves during the dishonor of their monuments, and the downfall of their house, that upon death the greater part of any line are consigned to the regions of eternal bliss or of never-ending misery. Religion will not suffer us to believe, and amidst a race who had so great a share of worldly triumph and prosperity, we must suppose there have existed many who have been justly subjected to the doom of an intermediate space of punishment. You have destroyed the temples which were built by their posterity. To propitiate heaven for the welfare of their souls, you have silenced the prayers and stopped the choirs by the mediation of which the piety of children had sought to appease the wrath of heaven in behalf of their ancestors subjected to expiatory fires. Can you wonder that the tormented spirits thus deprived of the relief which had been proposed to them should not, according to the common phrase, rest in their graves? Can you wonder they should show themselves like discontented loiterers near to the places which, but for the manner in which you have prosecuted your remorseless warfare, might have ere now afforded them rest? Or do you marvel that these fleshless warriors should interrupt your marches, and do what else their airy nature may permit to disturb your counsels, and meet as far as they may the hostilities which you make it your boast to carry on, as well against those who are deceased as against any who may yet survive your cruelty? Old man, replied Aymer de Valence, you cannot expect that I am to take for answer a story like this, being a fiction too gross to charm, to sleep a schoolboy tormented with the toothache. Nevertheless, I thank God that thy doom does not remain in my hands. My squire and two archers shall carry thee captive to the worshipful Sir John de Walton, governor of the castle, and valley that he may deal with thee as seems meet, nor is he a person to believe in your apparitions and ghosts. From purgatory what ho Fabian, come hither, and bring with thee 2 archers of the guard. Fabian accordingly, who had waited at the entrance of the ruined building, now found his way by the light of the old sexton's lamp, and the sound of his master's voice, into the singular apartment of the old man, the strange decorations of which struck the youth with great surprise and some horror. Take the 2 archers with thee, Fabian, said the Knight of Valence, and with their assistance convey this old man on horseback, or in a litter to the presence of the worshipful Sir John de Walton. Tell him what we have seen which thou didst witness as well as I, and tell him that this old sexton, whom I send to be examined by his superior wisdom, seems to know more than he is willing to disclose respecting our ghostly cavalier, though he will give us no account of him except intimating that he is a spirit of the old Douglases from purgatory, to which Sir John de Walton will give what faith he pleases. You may say that, for my part, my belief is either that the sexton is crazed by age, want, and enthusiasm, or that he is connected with some plot which the country people are hatching. You may also say that I shall not use much ceremony with the youth, under the care of the abbot of St. Bride. There is something suspicious in all the occurrences that are now passing around us. Fabian promised obedience, and the knight, pulling him aside, gave him an additional caution to behave with attention in this business, seeing he must recollect that neither the judgment of himself nor that of his master were apparently held in very much esteem by the governor, and that it would ill become them to make any mistake in a matter where the safety of the castle was perhaps concerned. Fear me not, worshipful sir, replied the youth. I am returning to pure air in the first place, and a good fire in the second, both acceptable exchanges. For this dungeon of suffocating vapors and execrable smells, you may trust to my making no delay. A very short time will carry me back to Castle Douglas, even moving with suitable attention to this old man's bones. Use him humanely, answered the knight, and thou, old man, if thou art insensible to threats of personal danger in this matter, remember that if thou art found paltering with us, thy punishment will perhaps be more severe than any we can inflict upon thy person. Can you administer the torture to the soul? Said the sexton. As to the, answered the knight, we have that power. We will dissolve every monastery or religious establishment held for the souls of these Douglases, and will only allow the religious people to hold their residence there, upon condition of their praying for the soul of King Edward, the first of glorious memory, the Malleus Scotorum. And if the Douglases are deprived of the ghostly benefit of the prayers and services of such shrines, they may term thy obstinacy the cause. Such a species of vengeance, answered the old man in the same bold, unsubdued tone, which he had hitherto used, were more worthy of the infernal fiends than of Christian men. The squire raised his hand, the knight interposed. Forbear him, he said, Fabian. He is very old and perhaps insane, and you, sexton, remember that the vengeance threatened is lawfully directed towards a family which have been the obstinate supporters of the excommunicated rebel, who murdered the Red Comyn at the High Church in Dumfries. So saying, Eimer strode out of the ruins, picking his way with much difficulty took his horse, which he found at the entrance, repeated a caution to Fabian to conduct himself with prudence, and, passing on to the southwestern gate, gave the strongest injunctions concerning the necessity of keeping a vigilant watch both by patrols and by sentinels, intimating at the same time that it must have been neglected during the preceding part of the evening. The men murmured an apology, the confusion of which seemed to express that there had existed some occasion for the reprimand. Sir Eimer then proceeded on his journey to Hazelside, his train, diminished by the absence of Fabian and his assistants. After a hasty, but not a short journey, the knight alighted at Thomas Dixon's, where he found the detachment from Ayr had arrived before him, and were snugly housed for the night. He sent one of the archers to announce his approach to the abbot of St. Bride, and his young guest intimating at the same time that the archer must keep sight of the latter, until he himself arrived at the chapel, which would be instantly. Chapter the 10th. When the nightingale singes the woads, waxes green. Leff and gras and blasme springeth in April, I ween. And love is to mine hurt gone with one spear so keen. Night and day my blood hit drinks mine hurt death me fain. MSS Hale, quoted by Wharton. Sir Eimer de Valence had no sooner followed his archer to the convent of St. Bride than he summoned the abbot to his presence, who came with the air of a man who loves his ease, and who is suddenly called from the couch, where he has consigned himself to a comfortable repose, at the summons of one whom he does not think it safe to disobey, and to whom he would not disguise his sense of peevishness if he durst. "It is a late ride," he said, "which has brought your worthy honor hither from the castle. May I be informed of the cause, after the arrangement so recently gone into with the governor?" "It is my hope," replied the knight, "that you, Father Abbot, are not already conscious of it. Suspicions are afloat, and I myself have this night seen something to confirm them, that some of the obstinate rebels of this country are again setting afoot dangerous practices to the peril of the garrison. And I come, Father, to see whether, in requital of many favors received from the English monarch, you will not merit his bounty and protection by contributing to the discovery of the designs of his enemies." "Assuredly," so answered Father Jerome in an agitated voice, "most unquestionably. My information should stand at your command, that is if I knew anything the communication of which could be of advantage to you." "Father Abbot," replied the English knight, "although it is rash to make myself responsible for a north country man in these times, yet I own I do consider you as one who has ever been faithfully subject to the King of England, and I willingly hope that you will still continue so. And a fine encouragement, I have said the abbot to be called out of my bed, at midnight in this raw weather, to undergo the examination of a knight, who is the youngest perhaps of his own honorable rank, and who will not tell me the subject of the interrogatories, but detains me on this cold pavement, till according to the opinion of Celsus, the podagra which lurks in my feet may be driven into my stomach, and then good night to abbacy and examinations from henceforward." "Good father," said the young man, "the spirit of the times must teach thee patience. Recollect that I can feel no pleasure in this duty, and that if an insurrection should take place, the rebels who are sufficiently displeased with thee for acknowledging the English monarch would hang thee from thine own steeple to feed the crows, or that if thou hast secured thy peace by some private compact with the insurgents, the English governor, who will sooner or later gain the advantage, will not fail to treat thee as a rebel to his sovereign." "It may appear to you, my noble son," answered the abbot, obviously discomposed, "that I am hung up in this case on the horns of the dilemma which you have stated. Nevertheless, I protest to you that if anyone accuses me of conspiring with the rebels against the King of England, I am ready, provided you give me time to swallow a potion recommended by Celsus in my perilous case, to answer with the most perfect sincerity every question which you can put to me upon that subject." So saying, he called upon a monk who had attended at his levee, and giving him a large key, whispered something in his ear. The cup which the monk brought was of such capacity as proved Celsus' draught required to be administered in considerable quantity, and a strong smell which it spread through the apartment accredited the knight's suspicion that the medicine chiefly consisted of what were then termed distilled waters, a preparation known in the monasteries. For some time before that comfortable secret had reached the laity in general, the abbot, neither overawed by the strength nor by the quantity of the potion, took it off with what he himself would have called a feeling of solace and pleasance, and his voice became much more composed. He signified himself as comforted extraordinarily by the medicine, and willing to proceed to answer any questions which could be put to him by his gallant young friend. "At present," said the knight, "you are aware, father, that strangers traveling through this country must be the first objects of our suspicions and inquiries. What is, for example, your own opinion of the youth termed Augustine the son, or calling himself so, of a person called Bertram the minstrel, who has resided for some days in your convent?" The abbot heard the question with eyes expressive of surprise at the quarter from which it came. "Assuredly," said he, "I think of him as a youth who, from anything I have seen, is of that excellent disposition, both with respect to loyalty and religion, which I should have expected, were I to judge from the estimable person who committed him to my care." With this the abbot bowed to the knight, as if he had conceived that this repartee gave him a silencing advantage in any question which could follow upon that subject, and he was probably therefore surprised when Sir Eymer replied as follows: "It is very true, Father Abbot, that I myself did recommend this stripling to you as a youth of a harmless disposition, and with respect to whom it would be unnecessary to exercise the strict vigilance extended to others in similar circumstances. But the evidence which seemed to me to vouch for this young man's innocence has not appeared so satisfactory to my superior and commander, and it is by his orders that I now make farther inquiries of you. You must think they are of consequence, since we again trouble you, and at so unwonted an hour." "I can only protest by my order, and by the veil of Saint Bride," replied the abbot, the spirit of Celsus appearing to fail his pupil, "that whatever evil may be in this matter is totally unknown to Menner. Could it be extorted from me by racks or implements of torture, whatever signs of disloyalty may have been evinced by this young man, I have witnessed none of them, although I have been strictly attentive to his behavior. In what respect, said the knight, and what is the result of your observation? My answer, said the abbot of St. Bride, shall be sincere and downright. The youth condescended upon payment of a certain number of gold crowns, not, by any means, to repay the hospitality of the church of St. Bride, but merely. Nay, father, interrupted the knight, you may cut that short, since the governor and I well understand the terms upon which the monks of St. Bride exercise their hospitality. In what manner, it is more necessary to ask, was it received by this boy? With the utmost gentleness and moderation, noble sir, answered the abbot. Indeed, it appeared to me at first that he might be a troublesome guest, since the amount of his benevolence to the convent was such as to encourage, and in some degree to authorize his demanding accommodation of a kind superior to what we had to bestow. In which case, said Sir Eimer, you would have had the discomfort of returning some part of the money you have received. That, replied the abbot, would have been a mode of settlement contrary to our vows. What is paid to the treasury of St. Bridget cannot agreeably to our rule be on any account restored. But, noble knight, there was no occasion for this. A crust of white bread and a draught of milk were diet sufficient to nourish this poor youth for a day, and it was my own anxiety for his health that dictated the furnishing of his cell with a softer bed and coverlet than are quite consistent with the rules of our order. Now hearken to what I say, Sir Abbot, and answer me truly, said the knight of Valence. What communication has this youth held with the inmates of your convent, or with those beyond your house? Search your memory concerning this, and let me have a distinct answer for your guest's safety, and your own depend upon it. As I am a Christian man, said the abbot, I have observed nothing which could give ground for your worship's suspicions. The boy Augustine, unlike those whom I have observed who have been educated in the world, showed a marked preference to the company of such sisters, as the house of Saint Bride contains rather than for that of the monks my brethren, although there are among them pleasant and conversable men. Scandal, said the young knight, might find a reason for that preference. Not in the case of the sisters of Saint Bridget, said the abbot, most of whom have been either sorely misused by time, or their comeliness destroyed by some mishap, previously to their being received into the seclusion of the house. This observation the good father made with some internal movement of mirth, which was apparently excited at the idea of the sisterhood of Saint Bridget, becoming attractive to anyone by dint of their personal beauty, in which, as it happened, they were all notably and almost ludicrously deficient. The English knight, to whom the sisterhood were well known, felt also inclined to smile at this conversation. I acquit, he said, the pious sisterhood of charming otherwise than by their kind wishes and attention to the wants of the suffering stranger. Sister Beatrice, continued the father, resuming his gravity, is indeed blessed with a winning gift of making comfits and syllabubs, but on minute inquiry, I do not find that the youth has tasted any of them. Neither is Sister Ursula so hard favored by nature as from the effects of an accident, but your honor knows that when a woman is ugly the men do not trouble themselves about the cause of her hard favor. I will go with your leave and see in what state the youth now is, and summon him before you. I request you to do so, father, for the affair is instant, and I earnestly advise you to watch in the closest manner this Augustine's behavior. You cannot be too particular. I will wait your return, and either carry the boy to the castle, or leave him here as circumstances may seem to require. The abbot bowed, promised his utmost exertions, and hobbled out of the room to wait on the youth Augustine in his cell, anxious to favor, if possible, the wishes of de Valence, whom he looked upon, as rendered by circumstances, his military patron. He remained long absent, and Sir Eimer began to be of opinion that the delay was suspicious, when the abbot returned with perplexity and discomposure in his countenance. I crave your pardon for keeping your worship waiting, said Jerome with much anxiety, but I have myself been detained and vexed by unnecessary formalities and scruples on the part of this peevish boy. In the first place, hearing my foot approaching his bedroom, my youth, instead of undoing the door, which would have been but proper respect to my place on the contrary, draws a strong bolt on the inside, and this fastening, forsooth, has been placed on his chamber by Ursula's command that his slumbers might be suitably respected. I intimated to him, as I best could, that he must attend you without delay, and prepare to accompany you to the castle of Douglas. But he would not answer a single word save recommending to me patience, to which I was fain to have recourse, as well as your archer, whom I found standing sentinel before the door of the cell, and contenting himself with the assurance of the sisters that there was no other passage by which Augustine could make his escape. At length the door opens, and my young master presents himself fully arrayed for his journey. The truth is, I think some fresh attack of his malady has affected the youth. He may perhaps be disturbed with some touch of hypochondria or black choler, a species of dotage of the mind, which is sometimes found concomitant with and symptomatic of this disorder. But he is at present composed, and if your worship chooses to see him, he is at your command. Call him hither, said the knight, and a considerable space of time again elapsed ere the eloquence of the abbot, half chiding and half soothing, prevailed on the lady in her adopted character, to approach the parlor, in which at last she made her appearance with a countenance on which the marks of tears might still be discovered, and a pettish sullenness like that of a boy, or with reverence that of a girl who is determined upon taking her own way in any matter, and equally resolved to give no reason for her doing so. Her hurried levee had not prevented her attending closely to all the mufflings and disguisings by which her pilgrim's dress was arranged so as to alter her appearance and effectually disguise her sex, but as civility prevented her wearing her large slouched hat, she necessarily exposed her countenance more than in the open air, and though the knight beheld a most lovely set of features, yet they were not such as were inconsistent with the character she had adopted, and which she had resolved upon maintaining to the last. She had accordingly mustered up a degree of courage which was not natural to her, and which she perhaps supported by hopes which her situation hardly admitted. So soon as she found herself in the same apartment with De Valence, she assumed a style of manners bolder and more determined than she had hitherto displayed. Your worship, she said, addressing him even before he spoke, is a knight of England, and possessed doubtless of the virtues which become that noble station. I am an unfortunate lad, obliged by reasons which I am under the necessity of keeping secret to travel in a dangerous country, where I am suspected without any just cause of becoming accessory to plots and conspiracies which are contrary to my own interest, and which my very soul abhors, and which I might safely abjure by imprecating upon myself all the curses of our religion, and renouncing all its promises, if I were accessory to such designs in thought, word, or deed. Nevertheless, you who will not believe my solemn protestations are about to proceed against me as a guilty person, and in so doing I must warn you, Sir Knight, that you will commit a great and cruel injustice. I shall endeavor to avoid that, said the knight, by referring the duty to Sir John de Walton, the governor, who will decide what is to be done in this case. My only duty will be to place you in his hands at Douglas Castle. Must you do this, said Augustine. Certainly, replied the knight, or be answerable for neglecting my duty. But if I become bound to answer your loss with a large sum of money, a large tract of land, no treasure, no land, supposing such at your disposal, answered the knight, can atone for disgrace, and besides, boy, how should I trust to your warrant were my avarice such as would induce me to listen to such proposals? I must then prepare to attend you instantly to the castle of Douglas, and the presence of Sir John de Walton, replied Augustine. Young man, answered De Valence, there is no remedy, since if you delay me longer, I must carry you thither by force. What will be the consequence to my father, said the youth. That, replied the knight, will depend exactly on the nature of your confession, and is something you both have to say, as is evident from the terms of the letter Sir John de Walton conveyed to you, and I assure you you were better to speak it out at once, than to risk the consequences of more delay. I can admit of no more trifling, and believe me that your fate will be entirely ruled by your own frankness and candor. I must prepare then to travel at your command, said the youth, but this cruel disease still hangs around me, and Abbot Jerome, whose leechcraft is famous, will himself assure you that I cannot travel without danger of my life, and that while I was residing in this convent, I declined every opportunity of exercise which was offered me by the kindness of the garrison at Hazelside, lest I might by mishap bring the contagion among your men. The youth says right, said the abbot. The archers and men-at-arms have more than once sent to invite this lad to join in some of their military games, or to amuse them perhaps with some of his minstrelsy, but he has uniformly declined doing so, and according to my belief, it is the effects of this disorder which have prevented his accepting an indulgence so natural to his age, and in so dull a place as the convent of St. Bride must needs seem to a youth bred up in the world. Do you then hold, reverend father, said Sir Aymer, that there is real danger in carrying this youth to the castle tonight as I proposed? I conceive such danger, replied the abbot, to exist, not only as it may occasion the relapse of the poor youth himself, but as particularly likely no preparations having been made to introduce the infection among your honorable garrison. For it is in these relapses, more than in the first violence of the malady, that it has been found most contagious. Then said the knight, you must be content, my friend, to give a share of your room to an archer by way of sentinel. I cannot object, said Augustine, provided my unfortunate vicinity does not endanger the health of the poor soldier. He will be as ready to do his duty, said the abbot, without the door of the apartment as within it. And if the youth should sleep soundly, which the presence of a guard in his chamber might prevent, he is the more likely to answer your purpose on the morrow. Let it be so, said Sir Eimer, so you are sure that you do not minister any facility of escape. The apartment, said the monk, hath no other entrance than that which is guarded by the archer. But to content you, I shall secure the door in your presence. So be it then, said the knight of Valence. This done, I myself will lie down, without doffing my mail shirt, and snatch a sleep, till the ruddy dawn calls me again to duty, when you, Augustine, will hold yourself ready to attend me to our castle of Douglas. The bells of the convent summoned the inhabitants and inmates of St. Bride to morning prayers at the first peep of day. When this duty was over, the knight demanded his prisoner. The abbot marshalled him to the door of Augustine's chamber. The sentinel, who was stationed there, armed with a bramble or species of partisan, reported that he had heard no motion in the apartment during the whole night. The abbot tapped at the door, but received no answer. He knocked again, louder, but the silence was unbroken from within. What means this, said the reverend ruler of the convent of St. Bride, my young patient has certainly fallen into a syncope or swoon. I wish, Father Abbot, said the knight, that he may not have made his escape, instead an accident which both you and I may be required to answer, since according to our strict duty, we ought to have kept sight of him, and detained him in close custody until daybreak. I trust your worship, said the abbot, only anticipates a misfortune which I cannot think possible. We shall speedily see, said the knight, and raising his voice, he called aloud, so as to be heard within, bring crowbars and levers, and burst me that door into splinters without an instant's delay. The loudness of his voice and the stern tone in which he spoke soon brought around him the brethren of the house, and 2 or 3 soldiers of his own party, who were already busy in caparissoning their horses. The displeasure of the young knight was manifested by his flushed features, and the abrupt manner in which he again repeated his commands for breaking open the door. This was speedily performed, though it required the application of considerable strength. And as the shattered remains fell crashing into the apartment, de Valence sprung, and the abbot hobbled into the cell of the prisoner, which, to the fulfillment of their worst suspicions, they found empty. Chapter the 11th. Where is he? Has the deep earth swallowed him? Or hath he melted like some airy phantom that shuns the approach of morn and the young sun? Or hath he wrapped him in Cimmerian darkness, and passed beyond the circuit of the sight, with things of the night's shadows? Anonymous, the disappearance of the youth whose disguise and whose fate have, we hope, inclined our readers to take some interest in him, will require some explanation ere we proceed with the other personages of the story, and we shall set about giving it accordingly. When Augustine was consigned to his cell for the second time on the preceding evening, both the monk and the young knight of Valence had seen the key turned upon him, and had heard him secure the door in the inside with the bolt which had been put on at his request by Sister Ursula, in whose affections the youth of Augustine, his extreme handsomeness, and above all his indisposition of body and his melancholy of mind, had gained him considerable interest. So soon accordingly as Augustine re-entered his apartment, he was greeted in a whisper by the sister, who during the interval of his absence had contrived to slip into the cell, and having tapped herself behind the little bed, came out with great appearance of joy to greet the return of the youth. The number of little attentions, the disposal of holly boughs and such other evergreens as the season permitted, showed the anxiety of the holy sisters to decorate the chamber of their guest, and the greetings of Sister Ursula expressed the same friendly interest at the same time, intimating that she was already in some degree in possession of the stranger's mystery. As Augustine and the holy sister were busied in exchange of confidence, the extraordinary difference between their countenances and their persons must have struck anyone who might have been accidentally a witness of their interview. The dark pilgrim's robe of the disguised female was not a stronger contrast to the white woolen garment worn by the Vauders of St. Bride than the visage of the nun seemed with many a ghastly scar, and the light of one of her eyes extinguished for ever, causing it to roll a sightless luminary in her head, was to the beautiful countenance of Augustine, now bent with a confidential and even affectionate look upon the extraordinary features of her companion. You know, said the supposed Augustine, the the principal part of my story, can you, or will you lend me your assistance? If not, my dearest sister, you must consent to witness my death. Rather than my shame, yes, Sister Ursula. I will not be pointed at by the finger of scorn, as the thoughtless maiden who sacrificed so much for a young man of whose attachment she was not so well assured as she ought to have been. I will not be dragged before de Walton for the purpose of being compelled by threats of torture to declare myself the female in honor of whom he holds the dangerous castle. No doubt, he might be glad to give his hand in wedlock to a damsel whose dowry is so ample, but who can tell whether he will regard me with that respect which every woman would wish to command, or pardon that boldness of which I have been guilty, even though its consequences have been in his own favor. Nay, my darling daughter, answered the nun, comfort yourself, for, in all I can aid you, be assured, I will my means are somewhat more than my present situation may express, and be assured they shall be tried to the uttermost. Methinks I still hear that lay which you sung to the other sisters and myself, although I alone, touched by feelings kindred to yours, had the address to comprehend that it told your own tale. I am yet surprised, said Augustine, speaking beneath her breath, how I had the boldness to sing in your ears the lay which in fact was the history of my disgrace. Alas, that you will say so, returned the nun, there was not a word, but what resembled those tales of love, and of high-spirited daring, which the best minstrels love to celebrate, and the noblest knights and maidens weep at once and smile, to hear the Lady Augusta of Berkeley, a great heiress according to the world, both in land and movable goods, becomes the king's ward by the death of her parents, and thus is on the point of being given away in marriage to a minion of the King of England, whom in these Scottish valleys we scruple not to call a peremptory tyrant. I must not say so, my sister, said the pilgrim, and yet true it is that the cousin of the obscure parasite Gaveston, on whom the king wished to confer my poor hand, was neither by birth merit nor circumstance worthy of such an alliance. Meantime, I heard of the fame of Sir John de Walton, and I heard of it not with the less interest that his feats of chivalry were said to adorn a knight who, rich in everything else, was poor in worldly goods. And in the smiles of fortune, I saw this Sir John de Walton, and I acknowledge that a thought which had already intruded itself on my imagination became, after this interview by frequent recurrence, more familiar and more welcome to me. Methought that the daughter of a powerful English family, if she could give away with her hand such wealth as the world spoke of, would more justly and honorably bestow it in remedying the errors of fortune in regard to a gallant knight like de Walton, than in patching the revenues of a beggarly Frenchman, whose only merit was in being the kinsman of a man who was very generally detested by the whole kingdom of England, excepting the infatuated monarch himself. Nobly designed, my daughter, said the nun, what more worthy of a noble heart, possessing riches, beauty, birth, and rank, than to confer them all upon indigent and chivalrous merit? Such, dearest sister, was my intention, replied Augustine, but I have perhaps scarce sufficiently explained the manner in which I meant to proceed. By the advice of a minstrel of our house, the same who is now prisoner at Douglas, I caused exhibit a large feast upon Christmas Eve, and sent invitations abroad to the young knights of noble name, who were known to spend their leisure in quest of arms and adventures. When the tables were drawn, and the feast concluded, Bertram, as had been before devised, was called upon to take his harp. He sung, receiving from all who were present the attention due to a minstrel of so much fame. The theme which he chose was the frequent capture of this Douglas Castle, or as the poet termed it, Castle Dangerous. Where are the champions of the renowned Edward the First, said the minstrel, when the realm of England cannot furnish a man brave enough or sufficiently expert in the wars to defend a miserable hamlet of the north against the Scottish rebels, who have vowed to retake it over our soldiers' heads ere the year rolls to an end? Where are the noble ladies whose smiles used to give countenance to the knights of St. George's Cross? Alas, the spirit of love and of chivalry is alike dead amongst user knights are limited to petty enterprise, and our noblest heiresses are given as prizes to strangers, as if their own country had no one to deserve them. Here stopped the harp, and I shame to say that I myself, as if moved to enthusiasm by the song of the minstrel, arose, and taking from my neck the chain of gold which supported a crucifix of special sanctity, I made my vow always under the king's permission that I would give my hand and the inheritance of my fathers to the good knight being of noble birth and lineage, who should keep the castle of Douglas in the King of England's name for a year and a day. I sat down, my dearest sister, deafened with the jubilee in which my guests expressed their applause of my supposed patriotism, yet some degree of pause took place amidst the young knights, who might reasonably have been supposed ready to embrace this offer, although at the risk of being encumbered with Augusta of Berkeley. Shame on the man, said Sister Ursula, who should think so put your beauty alone, my dearest, into consideration. And a true knight ought to have embraced the dangers of 20 castles of Douglas, rather than let such an invaluable opportunity of gaining your favor be lost. It may be that some in reality thought so, said the pilgrim, but it was supposed that the king's favor might be lost by those who seemed too anxious to thwart his royal purpose upon his ward's hand. At any rate, greatly to my joy, the only person who availed himself of the offer I had made was Sir John de Walton, and as his acceptance of it was guarded by a clause saving and reserving the king's approbation, I hope, he has not suffered any diminution of Edward's favor. Assure yourself, noble and high-spirited young lady, replied the nun, that there is no fear of thy generous devotion hurting thy lover with the King of England. Something we hear concerning worldly passages, even in this remote nook of St. Bride's cloister. And the report goes among the English soldiers that their king was indeed offended at your putting your will in opposition to his own, yet on the other hand, this preferred lover, Sir John de Walton, was a man of such extensive fame, and your offer was so much in the character of better, but not forgotten times, that even a king could not at the beginning of a long and stubborn war deprive an errant cavalier of his bride, if she should be duly won by his sword and lance. Ah, dearest Sister Ursula, sighed the disguised pilgrim, but on the other hand how much time must pass by in the siege, by defeating which that suit must needs be advanced. While I sat in my lonely castle, tidings came to astound me with the numerous, or rather the constant dangers with which my lover was surrounded, until at length in a moment, I think of madness, I resolved to set out in this masculine disguise, and having myself with my own eyes seen, in what situation I had placed my knight, I determined to take such measures in respect to shortening the term of his trial or otherwise, as a sight of Douglas Castle, and we should I deny it off Sir John de Walton, might suggest perhaps you, my dearest sister, may not so well understand my being tempted into flinching from the resolution which I had laid down for my own honor and that of my lover. But consider that my resolution was the consequence of a moment of excitation, and that the course which I adopted was the conclusion of a long, wasting, sickening state of uncertainty, the effect of which was to weaken the nerves which were once highly strung with love of my country, as I thought, but in reality, alas, with fond and anxious feelings of a more selfish description. Alas, said Sister Ursula, evincing the strongest symptoms of interest and compassion, am I the person, dearest child, whom you suspect of insensibility to the distresses which are the fruit of true love? Do you suppose that the air which is breathed within these walls has the property upon the female heart of such marvelous fountains, as they say change into stone the substances which are immersed into their waters? Hear my tale, and judge, if it can be thus with one who possesses my causes of grief. And do not fear for loss of time, we must let our neighbors at Hazelside be settled for the evening air. I furnish you with the means of escape, and you must have a trusty guide for whose fidelity I will be responsible to direct your path through these woods, and protect you in case of any danger too likely to occur in these troublesome times. It will thus be nigh an hour ere you depart, and sure I am that in no manner can you spend the time better than in listening to distresses too similar to your own, and flowing from the source of disappointed affection, which you must needs sympathize with. The distresses of the Lady Augusta did not prevent her being in some degree affected almost ludicrously with the singular contrast between the hideous countenance of this victim of the tender passion and the cause to which she imputed her sorrows. But it was not a moment for giving way to a sense of the ridiculous which would have been in the highest degree offensive to the sister of Saint Bride, whose goodwill she had so many reasons to conciliate. She readily, therefore, succeeded in preparing herself to listen to the votary with an appearance of sympathy which might reward that which she had herself experienced at the hands of Sister Ursula, while the unfortunate recluse, with an agitation which made her ugliness still more conspicuous, narrated nearly in a whisper the following circumstances. My misfortunes commenced long before I was called Sister Ursula, or secluded as a voters within these walls. My father was a noble Norman, who, like many of his countrymen, sought and found fortune at the court of the King of Scotland. He was endowed with the sheriffdom of this county, and Maurice de Hatley or Hotloo was numbered among the wealthy and powerful barons of Scotland. Wherefore should I deny it that the daughter of this baron, then called Margaret de Hotloo, was also distinguished among the great and fair of the land? It can be no censurable vanity which provokes me to speak the truth, and unless I tell it myself, you could hardly suspect what a resemblance I once bore, even to the lovely Lady Augusta of Berkeley. About this time broke out those unfortunate feuds of Bruce and Balliol which have been so long the curse of this country. My father determined in his choice of party, by the arguments of his wealthy kinsmen, at the court of Edward, embraced with passion the faction of the English interest, and became one of the keenest partisans at first of John Balliol and afterwards of the English monarch. None among the anglicized Scottish, as his party was called, were so zealous as he for the Red Cross, and no one was more detested by his countrymen, who followed the national standard of St. Andrew and the patriot Wallace. Among those soldiers of the soil, Malcolm Fleming of Biggar was one of the most distinguished by his noble birth, his high acquirements, and his fame in chivalry. I saw him, and the ghastly spectre, who now addresses you, must not be ashamed to say that she loved, and was beloved by one of the handsomest youths in Scotland. Our attachment was discovered to my father almost ere we had owned it to each other, and he was furious both against my lover and myself. He placed me under the charge of a religious woman of this rule, and I was immured within the house of Saint Bride, where my father shamed not to announce he would cause me to take the veil by force, unless I agreed to wed a youth bred at the English court, his nephew. And as heaven had granted him no son the heir, as he had resolved of the house of Hotloo, I was not long in making my election. I protested that death should be my choice, rather than any other husband, excepting Malcolm Fleming. Neither was my lover less faithful. He found means to communicate to me a particular night on which he proposed to attempt to storm the nunnery of Saint Bride, and carry me from hence to freedom, and the greenwood of which Wallace was generally called the king, in an evil hour. An hour, I think, of infatuation and witchery. I suffered the abbess to wheedle the secret out of me, which I might have been sensible would appear more horribly flagitious to her than to any other woman that breathed. But I had not taken the vows, and I thought Wallace and Fleming had the same charms for every body as for me, and the artful woman gave me reason to believe that her loyalty to Bruce was without a flaw of suspicion, and she took part in a plot of which my freedom was the object. The abbess engaged to have the English guards removed to a distance, and in appearance the troops were withdrawn accordingly. In the middle of the night, appointed, the window of my cell, which was 2 stories from the ground, was opened without noise, and never were my eyes more gladdened than as ready disguised and arrayed for flight, even in a horseman's dress, like yourself, fairest Lady Augusta. I saw Malcolm Fleming spring into the apartment. He rushed towards me, but at the same time, my father, with 10 of his strongest men, filled the room, and cried their warcry of Balliol. Blows were instantly dealt on every side. A form, like a giant, however, appeared in the midst of the tumult, and distinguished himself even to my half-giddy eye by the ease with which he bore down and dispersed those who fought against our freedom. My father alone offered an opposition which threatened to prove fatal to him, for Wallace, it was said, could foil any 2 martial champions that ever drew sword, brushing from him the armed men as a lady would drive away with her fan a swarm of troublesome flies. He secured me in one arm, used his other for our mutual protection, and I found myself in the act of being borne in safety down the ladder, by which my deliverers had ascended from without. But an evil fate awaited this attempt. My father, whom the champion of Scotland had spared for my sake, or rather for Fleming's, gained by his victor's compassion and lenity a fearful advantage, and made a remorseless use of it, having only his left hand to oppose to the maniac attempts of my father. Even the strength of Wallace could not prevent the assailant, with all the energy of desperation, from throwing down the ladder, on which his daughter was perched like a dove in the grasp of an eagle. The champion saw our danger, and exerting his inimitable strength and agility, cleared himself and me from the ladder, and leaped free of the moat of the convent into which we must otherwise have been precipitated. The champion of Scotland was saved in the desperate attempt, but I, who fell among a heap of stones and rubbish, I, the disobedient daughter, well nigh the apostate vestal, waked only from a long bed of sickness, to find myself the disfigured wretch which you now see me. I then learned that Malcolm had escaped from the fray, and shortly after I heard, with feelings less keen perhaps than they ought to have been, that my father was slain in one of the endless battles which took place between the contending factions. If he had lived, I might have submitted to the completion of my fate, but since he was no more, I felt that it would be a preferable lot to be a beggar in the streets of a Scottish village than an abbess in this miserable house of Saint Bride. Nor was even that poor object of ambition, on which my father used to expatiate when desirous of persuading me to enter the monastic state by milder means than throwing me off the battlements. Long open to me, the old abbess died of a cold, caught the evening of the fray, and the place which might have been kept open. Until I was capable of filling, it was disposed of otherwise, when the English thought fit to reform, as they termed it, the discipline of the house. And instead of electing a new abbess sent hither two, or three friendly monks who have now the absolute government of the community, and wield it entirely according to the pleasure of the English. But I, for one who have had the honor to be supported by the arms of the champion of my country, will not remain here to be commanded by this abbot Jerome. I will go forth, nor do I fear, to find relations and friends, who will provide a more fitting place of refuge for Margaret de Hotloo than the convent of Saint Bride. You too, dearest lady, shall obtain your freedom, and it will be well to leave such information as will make Sir John de Walton aware of the devotion with which his happy fate has inspired you. It is not then your own intention, said the Lady Augusta, to return into the world again, and you are about to renounce the lover in a union with whom you and he once saw your joint happiness. It is a question, my dearest child, said Sister Ursula, which I dare not ask myself, and to which I am absolutely uncertain what answer I should return. I have not taken the final and irrevocable vows. I have done nothing to alter my situation with regard to Malcolm Fleming. He also, by the vows plighted in the chancery of heaven, is my affianced bridegroom, nor am I conscious that I less deserve his faith in any respect now than at the moment when it was pledged to me. But I confess, dearest lady, that rumors have reached me, which sting me to the quick. The reports of my wounds and scars are said to have estranged the knight of my choice. I am now indeed poor, she added with a sigh, and I am no longer possessed of those personal charms, which they say attract the love and fix the fidelity of the other sex. I teach myself therefore to think in my moments of settled resolution that all betwixt me and Malcolm Fleming is at an end, saving good wishes on the part of both towards the other. And yet there is a sensation in my bosom, which whispers in spite of my reason, that if I absolutely believed that which I now say, there would be no object on earth worthy my living for in order to attain it. This insinuating prepossession whispers to my secret soul, and in very opposition to my reason, and understanding that Malcolm Fleming, who could pledge his all upon the service of his country, is incapable of nourishing the versatile affection of an ordinary, a coarse, or a venal character, methinks, were the difference upon his part. Instead of mine, he would not lose his interest in my eyes, because he was seamed with honorable scars obtained in asserting the freedom of his choice, but that such wounds would, in my opinion, add to his merit, whatever they took away from his personal comeliness. Ideas rise on my soul as if Malcolm and Margaret might yet be to each other all that their affections once anticipated with so much security, and that a change which took nothing from the honor and virtue of the beloved person must rather add to than diminish the charms of the union. Look at me, dearest Lady Augusta, look, Maeve, you have courageful in the face, and tell me whether I do not rave when my fancy is thus converting mere possibilities into that which is natural and probable. The Lady of Berkeley, conscious of the necessity, raised her eyes on the unfortunate nun, afraid of losing her own chance of deliverance by the mode in which she should conduct herself in this crisis, yet not willing at the same time to flatter the unfortunate Ursula with suggesting ideas for which her own sense told her she could hardly find any rational grounds, but her imagination, stored with the minstrelsy of the time, brought back to her recollection the loathly lady in the marriage of Sir Gawain, and she conducted her reply in the following manner. You ask me, my dear Lady Margaret, a trying question, which it would be unfriendly to answer otherwise than sincerely, and most cruel to answer with too much rashness. It is true that what is called beauty is the first quality on which we of the weaker sex learn to set a value. We are flattered by the imputation of personal charms, whether we actually possess them or not, and no doubt we learn to place upon them a great deal more consequence than in reality is found to belong to them. Women, however, even such as are held by their own sex and perhaps in secret by themselves, as devoid of all pretensions to beauty, have been known to become from their understanding their talents, or their accomplishments, the undoubted objects of the warmest attachment. Wherefore then should you in the mere rashness of your apprehension deem it impossible that your Malcolm Fleming should be made of that porcelain clay of the earth, which despises the passing captivations of outward form in comparison to the charms of true affection and the excellence of talents and virtue. The nun pressed her companion's hand to her bosom, and answered her with a deep sigh. I fear, she said, you flatter me, and yet in a crisis like this, It does one good to be flattered, even as cordials otherwise dangerous to the constitution, are wisely given to support a patient through a paroxysm of agony, and enable him to endure at least what they cannot cure. Answer only one question, and it will be time to drop this conversation. Could you, sweet lady, you upon whom fortune has bestowed so many charms, could any argument make you patient under the irretrievable loss of your personal advantages, with the concomitant loss, as in my case, is most probable of that lover for whom you have already done so much? The English lady cast her eyes again on her friend, and could not help shuddering a little at the thought of her own beautiful countenance, being exchanged for the seamed and scarred features of the Lady of Hotloo, irregularly lighted by the beams of a single eye. Believe me, she said, looking solemnly upwards, that even in the case which you suppose, I would not sorrow so much for myself, as I would for the poor-spirited thoughts of the lover, who could leave me, because those transitory charms, which must in any case ere long take their departure, had fled ere, yet the bridal day it is, however, concealed by the decrees of Providence. In what manner, or to what extent other persons with whose disposition we are not fully acquainted, may be affected by such changes, I can only assure you that my hopes go with yours, and that there is no difficulty which shall remain in your path in future, if it is in my power to remove it. Hark! It is the signal of our freedom, replied Ursula, giving attention to something resembling the whoop of the nightingale. We must prepare to leave the convent in a few minutes. Have you anything to take with you? Nothing, answered the Lady of Berkeley, except the few valuables which I scarce know why I brought with me on my flight hither. This scroll, which I shall leave behind, gives my faithful minstrel permission to save himself, by confessing to Sir John de Walton, who the person really is whom he has had within his reach. It is strange, said the novice of Saint Bride, through what extraordinary labyrinths this love, this will-o'-the-wisp, guides his votaries. Take heed, as you descend this trapdoor, carefully concealed, curiously jointed and oiled, leads to a secret postern, where I conceive the horses already wait, which will enable us speedily to bid adieu to Saint Bride's. Heaven's blessing on her, and on her convent. We can have no advantage from any light until we are in the open air. During this time, Sister Ursula, to give her for the last time her conventual name, exchanged her stole, or loose upper garment, for the more succinct cloak and hood of a horseman. She led the way through divers passages studiously complicated, until the Lady of Berkeley, with throbbing heart, stood in the pale and doubtful moonlight which was shining with grey uncertainty upon the walls of the ancient building. The imitation of an owlet's cry directed them to a neighboring large elm, and on approaching it, they were aware of 3 horses held by one, concerning whom they could only see that he was tall, strong, and accoutred in the dress of a man-at-arms. The sooner, he said, we are gone from this place, Lady Margaret, it is so much the better. You have only to direct the course which we shall hold. Lady Margaret's answer was given beneath her breath, and replied to with a caution from the guide to ride slowly and silently for the first quarter of an hour, by which time inhabited places would be left at a distance. Chapter the 12th. Great was the astonishment of the young Knight of Valence and the Reverend Father Jerome, when upon breaking into the cell, they discovered the youthful pilgrim's absence, and from the garments which were left saw every reason to think that the one-eyed novice Sister Ursula had accompanied him in his escape from custody. 1,000 thoughts thronged upon Sir Aymer, how shamefully he had suffered himself to be outwitted by the artifices of a boy, and of a novice, his reverend companion in error, felt no less contrition for having recommended to the knight a mild exercise of his authority. Father Jerome had obtained his preferment as abbot upon the faith of his zeal for the cause of the English monarch, with the affected interest in which he was at a loss to reconcile his proceedings of the last night. A hurried inquiry took place, from which little could be learned save that the young pilgrim had most certainly gone off with the Lady Margaret de Hotloo, an incident at which the females of the convent expressed surprise, mingled with a great deal of horror, while that of the males whom the news soon reached was qualified with a degree of wonder, which seemed to be founded upon the very different personal appearance of the 2 fugitives. Sacred Virgin, said a nun, who could have conceived the hopeful Vater Sister Ursula, so lately drowned in tears for her father's untimely fate, capable of eloping with a boy scarce 14 years old. And holy Saint Bride, said the Abbot Jerome, what could have made so handsome a young man lend his arm to assist such a nightmare as Sister Ursula in the commission of so great an enormity? Certainly, he can neither plead temptation nor seduction, but must have gone, as the worldly phrase, isto the devil with a dishclout. I must disperse the soldiers to pursue the fugitives, said De Valence, unless this letter which the pilgrim must have left behind him shall contain some explanations respecting our mysterious prisoner. After viewing the contents with some surprise, he read aloud the undersigned late, reciting in the house of Saint Bride do you Father Jerome, the abbot of said house, to know that finding you were disposed to treat me as a prisoner and a spy in the sanctuary, to which you had received me as a distressed person, I have resolved to use my natural liberty, with which you have no right to interfere, and therefore have withdrawn myself from your abbacy. Moreover, finding that the novice called in your convent, Sister Ursula, who hath by monastic rule and discipline a fair title to return to the world, unless she is pleased after a year's novitiate to profess herself sister of your order, is determined to use such privilege, I joyfully take the opportunity of her company in this her lawful resolution as being what is in conformity to the law of God and the precepts of Saint Bride, which gave you no authority to detain any person in your convent by force who hath not taken upon her irrevocably the vows of the order. To you, Sir John de Walton and Sir Aymer de Valence, Knights of England, commanding the garrison of Douglas Dale, I have only to say that you have acted, and are acting against me under a mystery, the solution of which is comprehended in a secret known only to my faithful minstrel Bertram of the many lays, as whose son I have found it convenient to pass myself. But as I cannot at this time prevail upon myself personally to discover a secret which cannot well be unfolded without feelings of shame, I not only give permission to the said Bertram the minstrel, but I charge and command him that he tell to you the purpose with which I came originally to the castle of Douglas. When this is discovered, it will only remain to express my feelings towards the two knights in return for the pain and agony of mind, which their violence and threats of further severities have occasioned me. And first respecting Sir Aymer de Valence, I freely and willingly forgive him, for having been involved in a mistake to which I myself led the way. And I shall at all times be happy to meet with him as an acquaintance, and never to think farther of his part in these few days' history, saving as matter of mirth and ridicule. But respecting Sir John de Walton, I must request of him to consider whether his conduct towards me standing, as we at present do towards each other, is such as he himself ought to forget, or I ought to forgive. And I trust he will understand me when I tell him that all former connections must henceforth be at an end between him and the supposed Augustine. This is madness, said the abbot, when he had read the Letterbury Midsummer Madness, not unfrequently an accompaniment of this pestilential disease. And I should do well in requiring of those soldiers, who shall first apprehend this youth Augustine, that they reduce his victuals immediately to water, and bread, taking care that the diet do not exceed in measure what is necessary to sustain nature. Nay, I should be warranted by the learned did. I recommend a sufficient intermixture of flagellation with belt stirruplethers or surcingles, and failing those with riding whip switches and the like. Hush, my reverend father, said de Valence. A light begins to break in upon me. John de Walton, if my suspicions be true, would sooner expose his own flesh to be hewn from his bones than have this Augustine's finger stung by a gnat. Instead of treating this youth as a madman, I for my own part will be contented to avow that I myself have been bewitched and fascinated, and by my honor, if I send out my attendants in quest of the fugitives, it shall be with the strict charge that when apprehended they treat them with all respect and protect them, if they object to return to this house, to any honorable place of refuge which they may desire. I hope, said the abbot, looking strangely confused, I shall be first heard in behalf of the church, concerning this affair of an abducted nun. You see yourself, Sir Knight, that this scapegrace of a minstrel avouches neither repentance nor contrition at his share in a matter so flagitious. You shall be secured an opportunity of being fully heard, replied the knight. If you shall find at last that you really desire one. Meantime, I must back without a moment's delay, to inform Sir John de Walton of the turn, which affairs have taken. Farewell, reverend father, by my honor, we may wish each other joy that we have escaped from a troublesome charge which brought as much terror with it as the phantoms of a fearful dream, and is yet found capable of being dispelled by a cure as simple as that of awakening the sleeper. But by Saint Bride both churchmen and laymen are bound to sympathize with the unfortunate Sir John de Walton. I tell thee, father, that if this letter touching the missive with his fingerus, to be construed literally as far as respects him, he is the man most to be pitied betwixt the brink of Solway and the place where we now stand. Suspend thy curiosity, most worthy churchman, lest there should be more in this matter than I myself see, so that while thinking that I have lighted on the true explanation, I may not have to acknowledge that I have been again leading you into error. Sound to horse their hoe. he called out from the window of the apartment, and let the party I brought hither prepare to scour the woods on their return. By my faith, said Father Jerome, I am right glad that this young nutcracker is going to leave me to my own meditation. I hate when a young person pretends to understand whatever passes, while his betters are obliged to confess that it is all a mystery to them. Such an assumption is like that of the conceited fool sister Ursula, who pretended to read with a single eye a manuscript which I myself could not find intelligible with the assistance of my spectacles. This might not have quite pleased the young knight, nor was it one of those truths which the abbot would have chosen to deliver in his hearing. But the knight had shaken him by the hand, said adieu, and was already at Hazelside issuing particular orders to little troops of the archers and others, and occasionally chiding Thomas Dixon, who with a degree of curiosity, which the English knight was not very willing to excuse, had been endeavoring to get some account of the occurrences of the night. Peace, fellow, he said, and mind thine own business, being well assured that the hour will come in which it will require all the attention thou canst give, leaving others to take care of their own affairs. If I am suspected of anything, answered Dixon in a tone rather dogged and surly than otherwise, methinks, it were but fair to let me know what accusation is brought against me. I need not tell you that chivalry prescribes that a knight should not attack an enemy undefied. When you are a knight, answered Sir Aymer de Valence, it will be time enough for me to reckon with you upon the points of form, due to you by the laws of chivalry. Meanwhile, you had best let me know what share you have had in playing off the martial phantom, which sounded the rebellious slogan of Douglas in the town of that name. I know nothing of what you speak, answered the goodman of Hazelside. See, then, said the knight, that you do not engage yourself in the affairs of other people, even if your conscience warrants that you are in no danger from your own. So saying, he rode off, not waiting any answer. The ideas which filled his head were to the following purpose. I know not how it is, but one mist seems no sooner to clear away than we find ourselves engaged in another. I take it for granted that the disguised damsel is no other than the goddess of Walton's private idolatry, who has cost him and me so much trouble and some certain degree of misunderstanding during these last weeks. By my honor, this fair lady is right lavish in the pardon which she has so frankly bestowed upon me. And if she is willing to be less complaisant to Sir John de Walton, why then, and what then? It surely does not infer that she would receive me into that place in her affections, from which she has just expelled de Walton, nor, if she did, could I avail myself of a change in favor of myself, at the expense of my friend and companion in arms. It were a folly even to dream of a thing so improbable. But with respect to the other business, it is worth serious consideration. Yon sexton seems to have kept company with dead bodies until he is unfit for the society of the living, and as to that Dixon of Hazelside, as they call him, there is no attempt against the English during these endless wars in which that man has not been concerned. Had my life depended upon it, I could not have prevented myself from intimating my suspicions of him. Let him take it as he lists. So saying, the knight spurred his horse, and arriving at Douglas Castle without farther adventure, demanded in a tone of greater cordiality than he had of late used whether he could be admitted to Sir John de Walton. Having something of consequence to report to him, he was immediately ushered into an apartment in which the governor was seated at his solitary breakfast. Considering the terms upon which they had lately stood, the governor of Douglas Dale was somewhat surprised at the easy familiarity with which de Valence now approached him. Some uncommon news, said Sir John, rather gravely, have brought me the honor of Sir Aymer de Valence's company. It is, answered Sir Aymer, what seems of high importance to your interests, Sir John de Walton, and therefore I were to blame if I lost a moment in communicating it. I shall be proud to profit by your intelligence, said Sir John de Walton. And I too, said the young knight, am both to lose the credit of having penetrated a mystery, which blinded Sir John de Walton. At the same time, I do not wish to be thought capable of jesting with you, which might be the case were I from misapprehension to give a false key to this matter. With your permission, then we will proceed. Thus we go together to the place of Bertram, the minstrel's confinement. I have in my possession a scroll from the young person who was entrusted to the care of the abbot Jerome. It is written in a delicate female hand, and gives authority to the minstrel to declare the purpose which brought them to this vale of Douglas. It must be as you say, said Sir John de Walton, although can scarce see occasion for adding so much form to a mystery, which can be expressed in such small compass. Accordingly, the two knights, the warder leading the way, proceeded to the dungeon, to which the minstrel had been removed. Chapter the 13th. The doors of the stronghold being undone, displayed a dungeon such as in those days held victims hopeless of escape, but in which the ingenious knave of modern times would scarcely have deigned to remain many hours. The huge rings, by which the fetters were soldered together and attached to the human body, were when examined minutely found to be clenched together by riveting so very thin that, when rubbed with corrosive acid or patiently ground with a bit of sandstone, the hold of the fetters upon each other might easily be forced asunder, and the purpose of them entirely frustrated. The locks, also large and apparently very strong, were so coarsely made that an artist of small ingenuity could easily contrive to get the better of their fastenings upon the same principle. The daylight found its way to the subterranean dungeon only at noon, and through a passage which was purposely made tortuous so as to exclude the rays of the sun, while it presented no obstacle to wind or rain. The doctrine that a prisoner was to be esteemed innocent until he should be found guilty by his peers was not understood in those days of brute force, and he was only accommodated with a lamp or other alleviation of his misery if his demeanor was quiet, and he appeared disposed to give his jailer no trouble by attempting to make his escape. Such a cell of confinement was that of Bertram, whose moderation of temper and patience had nevertheless procured for him such mitigations of his fate as the warder could grant. He was permitted to carry into his cell the old book, in the perusal of which he found an amusement of his solitude together with writing materials, and such other helps towards spending his time as were consistent with his abode in the bosom of the rock, and the degree of information with which his minstrel craft had possessed him. He raised his head from the table as the knights entered, while the governor observed to the young knight, "As you seem to think yourself possessed of the secret of this prisoner, I leave it to you, Sir Aymer de Valence, to bring it to light in the manner which you shall judge most expedient. If the man or his son have suffered unnecessary hardship, it shall be my duty to make amends, which, I suppose, can be no very important matter." Bertram looked up and fixed his eyes full upon the governor, but read nothing in his looks, which indicated his being better acquainted than before with the secret of his imprisonment. Yet upon turning his eye towards Sir Aymer his countenance evidently lighted up, and the glance which passed between them was one of intelligence. "You have my secret, then," said he, "and you know who it is that passes under the name of Augustine." Sir Aymer exchanged with him a look of acquiescence, while the eyes of the governor, glancing wildly from the prisoner to the knight of Valence, exclaimed, "Sir Aymer de Valence, as you are belted knight and Christian man, as you have honor to preserve on earth, and a soul to rescue after death, I charge you to tell me the meaning of this mystery. It may be that you conceive with truth that you have subject of complaint against me, if so I will satisfy you as a knight may." The minstrel spoke at the same moment. "I charge this knight," he said, "by his vow of chivalry, that he do not divulge any secret belonging to a person of honor and of character, unless he has positive assurance that it is done entirely by that person's own consent." "Let this note remove your scruples," said Sir Aymer, putting the scroll into the hands of the minstrel. "And for you, Sir John de Walton, far from retaining the least feeling of any misunderstanding which may have existed between us, I am disposed entirely to bury it in forgetfulness, as having arisen out of a series of mistakes which no mortal could have comprehended. And do not be offended, my dear Sir John, when I protest on my knightly faith that I pity the pain which I think this scroll is likely to give you, and that if my utmost efforts can be of the least service to you in unraveling this tangled skein, I will contribute them with as much earnestness as ever I did aught in my life. This faithful minstrel will now see that he can have no difficulty in yielding up a secret which I doubt not. But for the writing I have just put into his hands, he would have continued to keep with unshaken fidelity." Sir Aymer now placed into Walton's hand a note in which he had, ere he left St. Bride's convent, signified his own interpretation of the mystery, and the governor had scarcely read the name it contained before the same name was pronounced aloud by Bertram, who, at the same moment, handed to the governor the scroll which he had received from the knight of Valence. The white plume which floated over the knight's cap of maintenance, which was worn as a headpiece within doors, was not more pale in complexion than was the knight himself at the unexpected and surprising information that the lady who was in chivalrous phrase empress of his thoughts and commander of his actions, and to whom, even in less fantastic times, he must have owed the deepest gratitude for the generous election which she had made in his favor, was the same person whom he had threatened with personal violence, and subjected to hardships and affronts which he would not willingly have bestowed even upon the meanest of her sex. Yet Sir John de Walton seemed at first scarcely to comprehend the numerous ill consequences which might probably follow this unhappy complication of mistakes. He took the paper from the minstrel's hand, And while his eye, assisted by the lamp, wandered over the characters without apparently there conveying any distinct impression to his understanding, de Valence even became alarmed that he was about to lose his faculties. For heaven's sake, sir, he said, be a man, and support with manly steadiness. These unexpected occurrences I would fain think they will reach to nothing else which, the wit of man, could not have prevented this fair lady. I would fain hope cannot be much hurt, or deeply offended by a train of circumstances the natural consequence of your anxiety, to discharge perfectly a duty upon which must depend the accomplishment of all the hopes she had permitted you to entertain in God's name. Rouse up, sir. Let it not be said that an apprehended frown of a fair lady hath damped to such a degree the courage of the boldest knight in England. Be what men have called you Walton, the unwavering, in heaven's name, let us at least see that the lady is indeed offended, before we conclude that she is irreconcilably. So to whose fault are we to ascribe the source of all these errors? Surely with all due respect to the caprice of the lady herself, which has engendered such a nest of mistakes, think of it as a man, and as a soldier suppose that you yourself, or I desirous of proving the fidelity of our sentinels, or for any other reason good or bad, attempted to enter this dangerous castle of Douglas without giving the password to the warders, would we be entitled to blame those upon duty? If not knowing our persons, they manfully refused us entrance, made us prisoners, and mishandled us, while resisting our attempt in terms of the orders which we ourselves had imposed upon them, what is there that makes a difference between such a sentinel and yourself, John de Walton, in this curious affair, which by heaven would rather form a gay subject for the minstrelsy of this excellent bard than the theme of a tragic lay? Come, look, not thus, Sir John de Walton, be angry, if you will, with the lady who has committed such a piece of folly, or with me, who have rode up and down nearly all night on a fool's errand, and spoiled my best horse in absolute uncertainty, how I shall get another till my uncle of Pembroke, and I shall be reconciled. Or lastly, if you desire to be totally absurd in your wrath, direct it against this worthy minstrel, on account of his rare fidelity, and punish him for that for which he better deserves a chain of gold. Let passion out, if you will but chase this desponding gloom from the brow of a man and a belted knight. Sir John de Walton made an effort to speak, and succeeded with some difficulty. Eimer de Valence, he said, in irritating a madman you do but sport with your own life, and then remain silent. I am glad you can say so much, replied his friend, for I was not jesting, when I said I would rather that you were at variance with me, than that you laid the whole blame on yourself. It would be courteous, I think, to set this minstrel instantly at liberty. Meantime, for his lady's sake, I will entreat him in all honor to be our guest till the Lady Augusta de Berkeley shall do us the same honor, and to assist us in our search after her place of retirement. Good minstrel, he continued, you hear what I say? And you will not, I suppose, be surprised that, in all honor and kind usage, you find yourself detained for a short space in this castle of Douglas. You seem, Sir Knight, replied the minstrel, not so much to keep your eye upon the right of doing what you should as to possess the might of doing what you would. I must necessarily be guided by your advice, since you have the power to make it a command. And I trust, continued de Valence, that, when your mistress and you again meet, we shall have the benefit of your intercession for anything which we may have done to displeasure her, considering that the purpose of our action was exactly the reverse. Let me, said Sir John de Walton, say a single word, I will offer thee a chain of gold heavy enough to bear down the weight of these shackles, as a sign of regret for having condemned thee to suffer so many indignities. Enough said, Sir John, said de Valence, let us promise no more till this good minstrel shall see some sign of performance. Follow me this way, and I will tell thee in private of other tidings, which it is important that you should know. So saying, he withdrew de Walton from the dungeon, and sending for the old knight Sir Philip de Montenay, already mentioned, who acted as seneschal of the castle, he commanded that the minstrel should be enlarged from the dungeon, well looked to in other respects, yet prohibited, though with every mark of civility, from leaving the castle, without a trusty attendant. And now, Sir John de Walton, he said, methinks you are a little churlish in not ordering me some breakfast, after I have been all night engaged in your affairs, and a cup of muscatel would, I think, be no bad induction to a full consideration of this perplexed matter. Thou knowest, answered de Walton, that thou mayest call for what thou wilt, provided always thou tellest me, without loss of time, what else thou knowest respecting the will of the lady, against whom we have all sinned so grievously, and I, alas, beyond hope of forgiveness. Trust me, I hope, said the Knight of Valence, the good lady bears me no malice, as indeed she has expressly renounced any ill will against me. The words you see are as plain as you yourself may read. The lady pardons poor Aymer de Valence, and willingly, for having been involved in a mistake to which she herself led the way. She herself will at all times be happy to meet with him as an acquaintance, and never to think farther of these few days' history, except as matter of mirth and ridicule, so it is expressly written and set down. Yes, replied Sir John de Walton, but see you not that her offending lover is expressly excluded from the amnesty granted to the lesser offender? Mark you not the concluding paragraph. He took the scroll with a trembling hand and read, with a discomposed voice, its closing words. It is even so all former connection must henceforth be at an end between him and the supposed Augustine. Explained to me how the reading of these words is reconcilable to anything but their plain sense of condemnation and forfeiture of contract, implying destruction of the hopes of Sir John de Walton. You are somewhat an older man than I, Sir Knight, answered de Valence, and I will grant by far the wiser and more experienced, yet I will uphold that there is no adopting the interpretation which you seem to have affixed in your mind to this letter, without supposing the preliminary that the fair writer was distracted in her understanding. Nay, never start, look wildly, or lay your hand on your sword. I do not affirm this is the case. I say again that no woman in her senses would have pardoned a common acquaintance for his behaving to her with unintentional disrespect and unkindness during the currency of a certain masquerade, and at the same time, sternly and irrevocably, broke off with the lover to whom her troth was plighted, although his error in joining in the offense was neither grosser nor more protracted than that of the person indifferent to her love. Do not blaspheme, said Sir John de Walton, and forgive me if in justice to truth, and to the angel whom I fear I have forfeited for ever, I point out to you the difference which a maiden of dignity and of feeling must make between an offense towards her committed by an ordinary acquaintance and one of precisely the same kind offered by a person who is bound by the most undeserved preference, by the most generous benefits, and by everything which can bind human feeling to think and reflect ere he becomes an actor in any case in which it is possible for her to be concerned. Now, by mine honor, said Aymer de Valence, I am glad to hear thee make some attempt at reason, although it is but an unreasonable kind of reason too, since its object is to destroy thine own hopes and argue away thine own chance of happiness. But if I have in the progress of this affair borne me sometimes towards thee, as to give not only the governor, but even the friend some cause of displeasure, I will make it up to thee now, John de Walton, by trying to convince thee in spite of thine own perverse logic. But here comes the muscadel, and the breakfast. Wilt thou take some refreshment, or shall we go on without the spirit of muscadel? For heaven's sake, replied de Walton, do as thou wilt, so thou make me clear of thy well-intended babble. Nay, thou shalt not brawl me out of my powers of argument, said de Valence, laughing, and helping himself to a brimming cup of wine. If thou acknowledgest thyself conquered, I am contented to give the victory to the inspiring strength of the jovial liquor. Do as thou listest, said de Walton, but make an end of an argument which thou canst not comprehend. I deny the charge, answered the younger knight, wiping his lips, after having finished his draught, and listen, Walton the warlike, to a chapter in the history of woman, in which thou art more unskilled than I would wish thee to be. Thou canst not deny that, be it right or wrong, the Lady Augusta hath ventured more forward with you than is usual upon the sea of affection. She boldly made thee her choice while thou wert as yet known to her only as a flower of English chivalry, and I respect her for her frankness, but it was a choice which the more cold of her own sex might perhaps claim occasion to term rash and precipitate. Nay, be not, I pray thee, offended. I am far from thinking or saying so. On the contrary, I will uphold with my lance her selection of John de Walton against the minions of a court to be a wise and generous choice, and her own behavior as alike candid and noble. But she herself is not unlikely to dread unjust misconstruction, a fear of which may not improbably induce her upon any occasion to seize some opportunity of showing an unwonted and unusual rigor towards her lover in order to balance her, having extended towards him in the beginning of their intercourse somewhat of an unusual degree of frank encouragement. Nay, it might be easy for her lover so far to take part against himself by arguing as thou dost when out of thy senses, as to make it difficult for her to withdraw from an argument which he himself was foolish enough to strengthen, and thus, like a maiden too soon taken at her first naysay, she shall perhaps be allowed no opportunity of bearing herself according to her real feelings, or retracting a sentence issued with consent of the party whose hopes it destroys. I have heard the de Valence, answered the governor of Douglas Dale, nor is it difficult for me to admit that these thy lessons may serve as a chart to many a female heart, but not to that of Augusta de Berkeley by my life. I say, I would much sooner be deprived of the merit of those few deeds of chivalry, which thou sayest have procured for me such enviable distinction, than I would act upon them with the insolence as if I said that my place in the lady's bosom was too firmly fixed to be shaken, even by the success of a worthier man, or by my own gross failure in respect to the object of my attachment know herself alone, shall have power to persuade me that even goodness equal to that of an interceding saint will restore me to the place in her affections which I have most unworthily forfeited by a stupidity only to be compared to that of brutes. If you are so minded, said Eimer de Valence, I have only one word more, forgive me if I speak it peremptorily, lady as you say, and say truly must be the final arbitress in this question. My arguments do not extend to insisting that you should claim her hand whether she herself will or no, but to learn her determination. It is necessary that you should find out where she is, of which I am unfortunately not able to inform you. How, what mean you? Exclaimed the governor, who now only began to comprehend the extent of his misfortune. Whither hath she fled, or with whom? She is fled for what I know, said de Valence, in search of a more enterprising lover, than one who is so willing to interpret every air of frost as a killing blight to his hopes. Perhaps she seeks the Black Douglas, or some such hero of the thistle, to reward with her lands her lordships, and beauty those virtues of enterprise and courage of which John de Walton was at one time thought possessed, but seriously. Events are passing around us of strange import. I saw enough last night, on my way to St. Bride's, to make me suspicious of everyone I sent to you. As a prisoner, the old sexton of the Church of Douglas, I found him contumacious as to some inquiries which I thought it proper to prosecute. But of this more at another time. The escape of this lady adds greatly to the difficulties which encircle this devoted castle. Eimer de Valence, replied de Walton in a solemn and animated tone, Douglas Castle shall be defended, as we have hitherto been able with the aid of heaven, to spread from its battlements the broad banner of St. George. Come of me, what lists during my life, I will die the faithful lover of Augusta de Berkeley. Even although I no longer live as her chosen knight, there are cloisters and hermitages. I marry are there, replied Sir Eimer, and girdles of hemp moreover, and beads of oak. But all these we omit in our reckonings, till we discover where the Lady Augusta is, and what she purposes to do in this matter. You say well, replied de Walton, let us hold counsel together, by what means we shall if possible discover the lady's too hasty retreat, by which she has done me great wrong, I mean, if she supposed her commands would not have been fully obeyed had she honored with them the governor of Douglas Dale, or any who are under his command. Now, replied de Valence, you again speak like a true son of chivalry. With your permission I would summon this minstrel to our presence. His fidelity to his mistress has been remarkable, and as matters stand now, we must take instant measures for tracing the place of her retreat. Chapter the 14th. The way is long, my children, long and rough. The moors are dreary, and the woods are dark. But he that creeps from cradle on to grave, unskilled save in the velvet course of fortune, hath missed the discipline of noble hearts. Bold play. It was yet early in the day, when after the governor and de Valence had again summoned Bertram to their councils, the garrison of Douglas was mustered, and a number of small parties, in addition to those already dispatched by de Valence from Hazelside, were sent out to scour the woods in pursuit of the fugitives with strict injunctions to treat them if overtaken with the utmost respect, and to obey their commands, keeping an eye, however, on the place where they might take refuge. To facilitate this result, some who were men of discretion were entrusted with the secret who the supposed pilgrim and the fugitive nun really were. The whole ground, whether forest or moorland within many miles of Douglas Castle, was covered and traversed by parties whose anxiety to detect the fugitives was equal to the reward for their safe recovery, liberally offered by de Walton and de Valence. They spared not meantime to make such inquiries in all directions as might bring to light any machinations of the Scottish insurgents, which might be on foot in those wild districts of which, as we have said before, de Valence in particular entertained strong suspicions. Their instructions were in case of finding such to proceed against the persons engaged by arrest, and otherwise in the most rigorous manner, such as had been commanded by de Walton himself, at the time when the Black Douglas and his accomplices had been the principal objects of his wakeful suspicions. These various detachments had greatly reduced the strength of the garrison, yet although numerous, alert, and dispatched in every direction, they had not the fortune either to fall on the trace of the Lady of Berkeley, or to encounter any party, whatever of the insurgent Scottish. Meanwhile our fugitives had, as we have seen, set out from the convent of St. Bride, under the guidance of a cavalier, of whom the Lady Augusta knew nothing save that he was to guide their steps in a direction where they would not be exposed to the risk of being overtaken. At length Margaret de Hauteville herself spoke upon the subject. "You have made no inquiry," she said, "Lady Augusta, whither you are traveling, or under whose charge, although methinks it should much concern you to know." "Is it not enough for me to be aware," answered Lady Augusta, "that I am traveling, kind sister, under the protection of one to whom you yourself trust as to a friend, and why need I be anxious for any farther assurance of my safety?" Simply said Margaret de Hauteville, "because the persons with whom from national as well as personal circumstances I stand connected are perhaps not exactly the protectors to whom you, lady, can with such perfect safety entrust yourself." "In what sense," said the Lady Augusta, "do you use these words?" "Because," replied Margaret de Hauteville, "the Bruce, the Douglas, Malcolm, Fleming, and others of that party, although they are incapable of abusing such an advantage to any dishonorable purpose, might nevertheless, under a strong temptation, consider you as an hostage thrown into their hands by Providence, through whom they might meditate the possibility of gaining some benefit to their dispersed and dispirited party. They might make me," answered the Lady Augusta, "the subject of such a treaty when I was dead. But believe me never while I drew vital breath, believe me also that, with whatever pain, shame, or agony, I would again deliver myself up to the power of De Walton. Yes, I would rather put myself in his hands. What do I say? His I would rather surrender myself to the meanest archer of my native country than combine with its foes to work mischief, to marry England, me, own England, that country, which is the envy of every other country, and the pride of all who can term themselves her natives." "I thought that your choice might prove so," said Lady Margaret, "and since you have honored me with your confidence, gladly would I provide for your liberty, by placing you as nearly in the situation which you yourself desire, as my poor means have the power of accomplishing in half an hour. We shall be in danger of being taken by the English parties, which will be instantly dispersed in every direction in quest of us. Now take notice, lady, I know a place in which I can take refuge with my friends and countrymen, those gallant Scots who have never, even in this dishonored age, bent the knee to bail for their honor, their nicety of honor. I could in other days have answered with my own, but of late, I am bound to tell you, they have been put to those trials by which the most generous affections may be soured and driven to a species of frenzy, the more wild, that it is founded originally on the noblest feelings. A person who feels himself deprived of his natural birthright, denounced, exposed to confiscation and death, because he avouches the rights of his king, the cause of his country ceases on his part to be nice or precise in estimating the degree of retaliation which it is lawful for him to exercise in the requital of such injuries. And believe me, bitterly should I lament having guided you into a situation which you might consider afflicting or degrading." "In a word, then," said the English lady, "what is it you apprehend I am like to suffer at the hands of your friends, whom I must be excused for terming rebels?" "If," said the sister Ursula, "your friends, whom I should term oppressors and tyrants, take our land, and our lives, seize our castles, and confiscate our property, you must confess that the rough laws of war indulge mine with the privilege of retaliation. There can be no fear that such men, under any circumstances, would ever exercise cruelty or insult upon a lady of your rank. But it is another thing to calculate that they will abstain from such means of extorting advantage from your captivity, as are common in warfare. You would not, I think, wish to be delivered up to the English on consideration of Sir John de Walton, surrendering the castle of Douglas to its natural lord. Yet were you in the hands of the Bruce or Douglas, although I can answer for your being treated with all the respect which they have the means of showing, yet I own their putting you at such a ransom might be by no means unlikely." "I would sooner die," said the Lady Berkeley, "than have my name mixed up in a treaty so disgraceful." And De Walton's reply to it would, I am certain, be to strike the head from the messenger, and throw it from the highest tower of Douglas Castle. "Where then, lady, would you now go?" said Sister Ursula, "were the choice in your power?" "To my own castle," answered Lady Augusta, "where if necessary I could be defended even against the king himself, until I could place at least my person under the protection of the church." "In that case," replied Margaret de Hauteville, "my power of rendering you assistance is only precarious, yet it comprehends a choice which I will willingly submit to your decision, notwithstanding I thereby subject the secrets of my friends to some risk of being discovered and frustrated. But the confidence which you have placed in me imposes on me the necessity of committing to you a like trust. It rests with you whether you will proceed with me to the secret rendezvous of the Douglas and his friends, which I may be blamed for making known, and there take your chance of the reception which you may encounter, since I cannot warrant you of anything save honorable treatment so far as your person is concerned. Or, if you should think this too hazardous, make the best of your way at once for the border, in which last case I will proceed as far as I can, with you towards the English line, and then leave you to pursue your journey, and to obtain a guard and a conductor among your own countrymen meantime. It will be well for me if I escape being taken, since the abbot would not shrink at inflicting upon me the death due to an apostate nun. Such cruelty, my sister, could hardly be inflicted upon one who had never taken the religious vows, and who still, according to the laws of the Church, had a right to make a choice between the world and the veil. Such choice as they gave their gallant victims, said Lady Margaret, who have fallen into English hands during these merciless war, such choice, as they gave to Wallace the champion of Scotland, such, as they gave to Hay the gentle, and the freed o' Somerville the flower of chivalry, and to Athol the blood relation of King Edward himself, all of whom were as much traitors under which name they were executed as Margaret de Hotloo is an apostate nun, and subject to the rule of the cloister. She spoke with some eagerness, for she felt as if the English lady imputed to her more coldness than she was in such doubtful circumstances conscious of manifesting. And after all, she proceeded, you Lady Augusta de Berkeley, what do you venture if you run the risk of falling into the hands of your lover? What dreadful risk do you incur? You need not, methinks, fear being immured between four walls with a basket of bread and a cruse of water, which, were I seized, would be the only support allowed to me for the short space that my life would be prolonged. Nay, even were you to be betrayed to the rebel Scots, as you call them, a captivity among the hills, sweetened by the hope of deliverance, and rendered tolerable by all the alleviations which the circumstances of your captors allowed them, the means of supplying were not, I think, a lot so very hard to endure. Nevertheless, answered the Lady of Berkeley, frightful enough, it must have appeared to me, since to fly from such I threw myself upon your guidance. And whatever you think or suspect, answered the novice, I am as true to you as ever was one maiden to another, and as sure as ever Sister Ursula was true to her vows, although they were never completed, so will I be faithful to your secret, even at the risk of betraying my own. Hearken, lady, she said, suddenly pausing, do you hear that? The sound to which she alluded was the same imitation of the cry of an owlet, which the lady had before heard under the walls of the convent. These sounds, said Margaret de Hotloo, announce that one is near more able than I am to direct us in this matter. I must go forward and speak with him, and this man, our guide, will remain by you for a little space, nor, when he quits your bridle, need you wait for any other signal, but ride forward on the woodland path, and obey the advice and directions which will be given you. Stay, stay, sister, Ursula, cried the Lady de Berkeley, abandon me not in this moment of uncertainty and distress. It must be for the sake of both, returned Margaret de Hotloo. I also am in uncertainty, I also am in distress, and patience and obedience are the only virtues which can save us both. So saying, she struck her horse with the riding rod, and moving briskly forward, disappeared among the tangled boughs of a thicket. The Lady of Berkeley would have followed her companion, but the cavalier who attended them laid a strong hand upon the bridle of her palfrey, with a look which implied that he would not permit her to proceed in that direction, terrified therefore, though she could not exactly state a reason, why the Lady of Berkeley remained with her eyes fixed upon the thicket, instinctively, as it were expecting to see a band of English archers, or rugged Scottish insurgents issue from its tangled skirts, and doubtful which she should have most considered as the objects of her terror in the distress of her uncertainty, she again attempted to move forward, but the stern check which her attendant again bestowed upon her bridle proved sufficiently that, in restraining her wishes, the stranger was not likely to spare the strength which he certainly possessed. At length, after some 10 minutes had elapsed, the cavalier withdrew his hand from her bridle, and pointing with his lance towards the thicket through which there winded a narrow, scarce visible path, seemed to intimate to the lady that her road lay in that direction, and that he would no longer prevent her following it. Do you not go with me, said the lady, who, having been accustomed to this man's company, since they left the convent, had by degrees come to look upon him as a sort of protector. He, however, gravely shook his head, as if to excuse complying with a request which it was not in his power to grant. and turning his steed in a different direction, retired at a pace which soon carried him from her sight. She had then no alternative but to take the path of the thicket which had been followed by Margaret de Hotloo, nor did she pursue it long before coming in sight of a singular spectacle. The trees grew wider as the lady advanced, and when she entered the thicket she perceived that though hedged in as it were by an enclosure of copsewood, it was in the interior altogether occupied by a few of the magnificent trees, such as seemed to have been the ancestors of the forest, and which though few in number were sufficient to overshade all the unoccupied ground by the great extent of their complicated branches. Beneath one of these lay stretched something of a gray color which, as it drew itself together, exhibited the figure of a man sheathed in armor, but strangely accoutred, and in a manner so bizarre as to indicate some of the wild fancies peculiar to the knights of that period. His armor was ingeniously painted, so as to represent a skeleton, the ribs being constituted by the corslet, and its backpiece, the shield, represented an owl with its wings spread, a device which was repeated upon the helmet, which appeared to be completely covered by an image of the same bird of ill omen. But that which was particularly calculated to excite surprise in the spectator was the great height and thinness of the figure, which, as it arose from the ground, and placed itself in an erect posture, seemed rather to resemble an apparition in the act of extricating itself from the grave, than that of an ordinary man. Rising upon his feet, the horse, too, upon which the lady rode, started back, and snorted either at the sudden change of posture of this ghastly specimen of chivalry, or disagreeably, affected by some odor which accompanied his presence. The lady herself manifested some alarm, for although she did not utterly believe she was in the presence of a supernatural being, yet among all the strange half-frantic disguises of chivalry, this was assuredly the most uncouth which she had ever seen, and considering how often the knights of the period pushed their dreamy fancies to the borders of insanity, it seemed at best no very safe adventure to meet one accoutred in the emblems of the King of Terrors, himself alone, and in the midst of a wild forest, be the knight's character and purposes what they might. She resolved, however, to accost him in the language and manner observed in romances upon such occasions, in the hope, even that if he were a madman, he might prove a peaceable one and accessible to civility. Sir Knight, she said in as firm a tone as she could assume, right sorry am I, if by my hasty approach I have disturbed your solitary meditations. My horse sensible, I think, of the presence of yours brought me hither, without my being aware whom or what I was to encounter. I am one, answered the stranger in a solemn tone, whom few men seek to meet, till the time comes that they can avoid me no longer. You speak, Sir Knight, replied the Lady de Berkeley, according to the dismal character, of which it has pleased you to assume the distinction. May I appeal to one whose exterior is so formidable for the purpose of requesting some directions to guide me through this wild wood, as for instance, what is the name of the nearest castle, town, or hostelry, and by what course I am best likely to reach such? It is a singular audacity, answered the Knight of the Tomb, that would enter into conversation with him, who is termed the inexorable, the unsparing, and the pitiless, whom even the most miserable forbears to call to his assistance, lest his prayers should be too soon answered. Sir Knight, replied the Lady Augusta, the character, which you have assumed unquestionably, for good reasons, dictates to you a peculiar course of speech. But although your part is a sad one, it does not, I should suppose, render it necessary for you to refuse those acts of civility to which you must have bound yourself in taking the high vows of chivalry. If you will trust to my guidance, replied the ghastly figure, there is only one condition upon which I can grant you the information which you require, and that is that you follow my footsteps without any questions asked as to the tendency of our journey. I suppose I must submit to your conditions, she answered, if you are indeed pleased to take upon yourself the task of being my guide. In my heart, I conceive you to be one of the unhappy gentlemen of Scotland, who are now in arms, as they say, for the defense of their liberties. A rash undertaking has brought me within the sphere of your influence, and now the only favor I have to request of you, against whom I never did nor planned any evil, is the guidance which your knowledge of the country permits you easily to afford me in my way to the frontiers of England. Believe that what I may see of your haunts, or of your practices, shall be to me things invisible, as if they were actually concealed by the sepulchre itself of the king of which it has pleased you to assume the attributes. And if a sum of money enough to be the ransom of a wealthy earl will purchase such a favor at need, such a ransom will be frankly paid, and with as much fidelity as ever it was rendered by a prisoner to the knight by whom he was taken. Do not reject me princely. Bruce and noble Douglas, if, indeed, it is to either of these that I address myself in this my last extremitum and speak of both as fearful enemies, but generous knights, and faithful friends, let me entreat you to remember how much you would wish your own friends and connections to meet with compassion under similar circumstances, at the hands of the knights of England. And have they done so? Replied the knight in a voice more gloomy than before, or do you act wisely, while imploring the protection of one whom you believe to be a true Scottish knight for no other reason than the extreme and extravagant misery of his appearances? It I say well or wise to remind him of the mode in which the lords of England have treated the lovely maidens, and the high-born dames of Scotland, have not their prison cages been suspended from the battlements of castles, that their captivity might be kept in view of every base burgher, who should desire to look upon the miseries of the noblest peeresses, yea, even the Queen of Scotland, footnote the Queen of Robert the Bruce, and the Countess of Buchan, by whom as one of Macduff's descent he was crowned at Scone, were secured in the manner described. Is this a recollection, which can inspire a Scottish knight with compassion towards an English lady? Or is it a thought which can do aught but swell the deeply sworn hatred of Edward Plantagenet, the author of these evils that boils in every drop of Scottish blood, which still feels the throb of life noit? Is all you can expect if cold and pitiless as the sepulchre I represent, I leave you unassisted in the helpless condition in which you describe yourself to be. You will not be so inhuman, replied the lady. In doing so you must surrender every right to honest fame, which you have won either by sword or lance. You must surrender every pretense to that justice, which affects the merit of supporting the weak against the strong. You must make it your principle to avenge the wrongs and tyranny of Edward Plantagenet upon the dames and damosels of England, who have neither access to his counsels, nor perhaps give him their approbation in his wars against Scotland. It would not then, said the Knight of the Sepulchre, induce you to depart from your request, should I tell you the evils to which you would subject yourself, should we fall into the hands of the English troops, and should they find you under such a Lowland protection as my own. Be assured, said the lady, the consideration of such an event does not in the least shake my resolution or desire of confiding in your protection. You may probably know who I am, and may judge how far even Edward would hold himself entitled to extend punishment towards me. How am I to know, you, replied the ghastly cavalier, or your circumstances? They must be extraordinary indeed, if they could form a check, either of justice or humanity, upon the revengeful feelings of Edward. All who know him are well assured that it is no ordinary motive that will induce him to depart from the indulgence of his evil temper. But be it as it may, you lady, if a lady you bethrow yourself as a burden upon me, and I must discharge myself of my trust as I best may. For this purpose you must be guided implicitly by my directions, which will be given after the fashion of those of the spiritual world, being intimations, rather than detailed instructions for your conduct, and expressed rather by commands than by any reason or argument. In this way, it is possible that I may be of service to you in any other case. It is most likely that I may fail you at need, and melt from your side like a phantom, which dreads the approach of day. You cannot be so cruel, answered the lady. A gentleman, a knight, and a nobleman, and I persuade myself, I speak to all hath duties which he cannot abandon. He has, I grant it, and they are most sacred to me, answered the spectral knight, but I have also duties whose obligations are doubly binding, and to which I must sacrifice those which would otherwise lead me to devote myself to your rescue. The only question is whether you feel inclined to accept my protection on the limited terms on which alone I can extend it, or whether you deem it better that each go their own way and limit themselves to their own resources, and trust the rest to Providence. Alas, replied the lady, beset and hard pressed as I am, to ask me to form a resolution for myself is like calling on the wretch, in the act of falling from a precipice, to form a calm judgment, by what twig he may best gain the chance of breaking his fall. His answer must necessarily be that he will cling to that which he can easiest lay hold of, and trust the rest to Providence. I accept therefore your offer of protection in the modified way you are pleased to limit it, and I put my faith in heaven, and in you to aid me effectually. However, you must know my name and my circumstances. All these, answered the Knight of the Sepulchre, have already been told me by your late companion, for deem not, young lady, that either beauty, rank, extended domains, unlimited wealth, or the highest accomplishments, can weigh anything in the consideration of him who wears the trappings of the tomb, and whose affections and desires are long buried in the charnel house. May your faith, said the Lady Augusta de Berkeley, be as steady as your words appear severe, and I submit to your guidance without the least doubt or fear that it will prove otherwise than as I venture to hope. Chapter the 15th. Like the dog following its master, when engaged in training him to the sport in which he desires he should excel, the Lady Augusta felt herself occasionally treated with a severity calculated to impress upon her the most implicit obedience and attention to the Knight of the Tomb, in whom she had speedily persuaded herself. She saw a principal man among the retainers of Douglas, if not James of Douglas himself, still however the ideas which the lady had formed of the redoubted Douglas were those of a knight highly accomplished in the duties of chivalry, devoted in particular to the service of the fair sex, and altogether, unlike the personage with whom she found herself so strangely united, or rather, for the present enthralled to nevertheless, when as if to abridge farther communication, he turned short into one of the mazes of the wood, and seemed to adopt a pace which from the nature of the ground the horse on which the Lady Augusta was mounted had difficulty to keep up with. She followed him with the alarm and speed of the young spaniel which from fear, rather than fondness, endeavors to keep up with the track of its severe master. The simile, it is true, is not a very polite one, nor entirely becoming an age when women were worshipped with a certain degree of devotion. But such circumstances as the present were also rare, and the Lady Augusta de Berkeley could not but persuade herself that the terrible champion whose name had been so long the theme of her anxiety, and the terror indeed of the whole country, might be able some way or other to accomplish her deliverance. She therefore exerted herself to the utmost, so as to keep pace with the phantom-like apparition, and followed the knight as the evening shadow keeps watch upon the belated rustic. As the lady obviously suffered under the degree of exertion necessary to keep her palfrey from stumbling in these steep and broken paths, the Knight of the Tomb slackened his pace, looked anxiously around him, and muttered apparently to himself, though probably intended for his companion's ear, "There is no occasion for so much haste." He proceeded at a slower rate, until they seemed to be on the brink of a ravine, being one of many irregularities on the surface of the ground, affected by the sudden torrents peculiar to that country, and which winding among the trees and copsewood formed, as it were, a net of places of concealment opening into each other, so that there was perhaps no place in the world so fit for the purpose of ambuscade. The spot where the borderer Turnbull had made his escape at the hunting match was one specimen of this broken country, and perhaps connected itself with the various thickets and passes through which the knight and pilgrim occasionally seemed to take their way, though that ravine was at a considerable distance from their present route. Meanwhile the knight led the way as if rather with the purpose of bewildering the Lady Augusta amidst these interminable woods, than following any exact or fixed path. Here they ascended, and anon appeared to descend in the same direction, finding only boundless wildernesses and varied combinations of tangled woodland scenery. Such part of the country as seemed arable the knight appeared carefully to avoid, yet he could not direct his course with so much certainty, but that he occasionally crossed the path of inhabitants and cultivators, who showed a consciousness of so singular a presence, but never, as the lady observed, evinced any symptoms of recognition. The inference was obvious that the spectre knight was known in the country, and that he possessed adherents or accomplices there, who were at least so far his friends as to avoid giving any alarm which might be the means of his discovery. The well-imitated cry of the night, "All too frequent a guest in the wilderness," that its call should be a subject of surprise, seemed to be a signal generally understood among them, for it was heard in different parts of the wood, and the Lady Augusta, experienced in such journeys by her former travels under the guidance of the minstrel Bertram, was led to observe that on hearing such wild notes her guide changed the direction of his course, and betook himself to paths which led through deeper wilds and more impenetrable thickets. This happened so often that a new alarm came upon the unfortunate pilgrim, which suggested other motives of terror. Was she not the confidant, and almost the tool of some artful design, laid with a view to an extensive operation, which was destined to terminate, as the efforts of Douglas had before done in the surprise of his hereditary castle, the massacre of the English garrison, and, finally, in the dishonor and death of that Sir John de Walton, upon whose fate she had long believed or taught herself to believe that her own was dependent? It no sooner flashed across the mind of the Lady Augusta that she was engaged in some such conspiracy with a Scottish insurgent than she shuddered at the consequences of the dark transactions in which she had now become involved, and which appeared to have a tendency so very different from what she had at first apprehended. The hours of the morning of this remarkable day, being that of Palm Sunday, were thus drawn out in wandering from place to place, while the Lady de Berkeley occasionally interposed by petitions for liberty, which she endeavored to express in the most moving and pathetic manner, and by offers of wealth and treasures, to which no answer whatever was returned by her strange guide. At length, as if worn out by his captive's importunity, the knight, coming close up to the bridal rein of the Lady Augusta, said in a solemn tone, I am, as you may well believe, none of those knights who roam through wood and wild seeking adventures, by which I may obtain grace in the eyes of a fair lady. Yet will I to a certain degree grant the request which thou dost solicit so anxiously, and the arbitration of thy fate shall depend upon the pleasure of him, to whose will thou hast expressed thyself ready to submit thine own eye, will on our arrival at the place of our destination, which is now at hand, write to Sir John de Walton and send my letter together with thy fair self by a special messenger. He will no doubt speedily attend our summons, and thou shalt thyself be satisfied that even he who has as yet appeared deaf to entreaty and insensible to earthly affections has still some sympathy for beauty. And for virtue I will put the choice of safety, and thy future happiness into thine own hands, and those of the man whom thou hast chosen, and thou mayst select which thou wilt betwixt those and misery. While he thus spoke, one of those ravines or clefts in the earth seemed to yawn before them, and entering it at the upper end, the spectre knight, with an attention which he had not yet shown, guided the lady's courser by the rein down the broken and steep path, by which alone the bottom of the tangled dingle was accessible. When placed on firm ground after the dangers of a descent, in which her palfrey seemed to be sustained by the personal strength and address of the singular being who had hold of the bridle, the lady looked with some astonishment at a place so well adapted for concealment as that which she had now reached. It appeared evident that it was used for this purpose, for more than one stifled answer was given to a very low bugle note emitted by the Knight of the Tomb, and when the same note was repeated, about half a score of armed men, some wearing the dress of soldiers, others those of shepherds and agriculturists, showed themselves imperfectly, as if acknowledging the summons. Chapter the 16th. Hail to you, my gallant friends, said the Knight of the Tomb to his companions, who seemed to welcome him with the eagerness of men engaged in the same perilous undertaking. The winter has passed over, the festival of Palm Sunday is come, and as surely as the ice and snow of this season shall not remain to chill the earth through the ensuing summer, so surely we in a few hours keep our word to those southern braggarts, who think their language of boasting and malice has as much force over our Scottish bosoms as the blast possesses over the autumn fruits. But it is not so. While we choose to remain concealed, they may as vainly seek to descry us, as a housewife would search for the needle she has dropped among the withered foliage of yon gigantic oak. Yet a few hours, and the lost needle shall become the exterminating sword of the genius of Scotland, avenging 10,000 injuries, and especially the life of the gallant Lord Douglas, cruelly done to death as an exile from his native country. An exclamation between a yell and a groan burst from the assembled retainers of Douglas, upon being reminded of the recent death of their chieftain, while they seemed at the same time sensible of the necessity of making little noise, lest they should give the alarm to some of the numerous English parties which were then traversing different parts of the forest. The acclamation so cautiously uttered had scarce died away in silence when the Knight of the Tomb, or to call him by his proper name Sir James Douglas again, addressed his handful of faithful followers. One effort, my friends, may yet be made to end our strife with the Southron, without bloodshed. Fate has within a few hours thrown into my power the young heiress of Berkeley, for whose sake it is said Sir John de Walton keeps with such obstinacy the castle which is mine by inheritance. Is there one among you who dare go as the honorable escort of Augusta de Berkeley, bearing a letter explaining the terms on which I am willing to restore her to her lover, to freedom, and to her English lordships? If there is none other, said a tall man, dressed in the tattered attire of a woodsman, and being in fact no other than the very Michael Turnbull, who had already given so extraordinary a proof of his undaunted manhood, I will gladly be the person who will be the lady's henchman on this expedition. Thou art never wanting, said the Douglas, where a manly deed is to be done. But remember, this lady must pledge to us her word and oath that she will hold herself our faithful prisoner, rescue or no rescue, that she will consider herself as pledged for the life, freedom, and fair usage of Michael Turnbull, and that if Sir John de Walton refuse my terms, she must hold herself obliged to return with Turnbull to our presence, in order to be disposed of at our pleasure. There was much in these conditions which struck the Lady Augusta with natural doubt and horror. Nevertheless, strange as it may seem, the declaration of the Douglas gave a species of decision to her situation which might have otherwise been unattainable, and from the high opinion which she entertained of the Douglas chivalry, she could not bring herself to think that any part which he might play in the approaching drama would be other than that which a perfect good knight would under all circumstances maintain towards his enemy, even with respect to De Walton. She felt herself relieved of a painful difficulty. The idea of her being discovered by the knight himself in a male disguise had preyed upon her spirits, and she felt as if guilty of a departure from the laws of womanhood in having extended her favor towards him, beyond maidenly limits a step too, which might tend to lessen her in the eyes of the lover for whom she had hazarded so much. The heart, she said, is lightly prized. That is but lightly won, and long shall mourn the heartless man. That leaves his love too soon. On the other hand, to be brought before him as a prisoner was indeed a circumstance equally perplexing as unpleasing, but it was one which was beyond her control, and the Douglas into whose hands she had fallen appeared to her to represent the deity in the play, whose entrance was almost sufficient to bring its perplexities to a conclusion. She therefore not unwillingly submitted to take what oaths and promises were required by the party in whose hands she found herself, and accordingly engaged to be a true prisoner, whatever might occur meantime. She strictly obeyed the directions of those who had her motions at command, devoutly praying that circumstances in themselves, so adverse, might nevertheless work together for the safety of her lover and her own freedom. A pause ensued, during which a slight repast was placed before the lady. Augusta, who was well nigh exhausted with the fatigues of her journey. Douglas and his partisans meanwhile whispered together, as if unwilling she should hear their conference, while, to purchase their goodwill, if possible, she studiously avoided every appearance of listening. After some conversation, Turnbull, who appeared to consider the lady as peculiarly his charge, said to her, in a harsh voice, "Do not fear, lady, no wrong shall be done you nevertheless. You must be content for a space to be blindfolded." She submitted to this in silent terror, and the trooper, wrapping part of a mantle round her head, did not assist her to remount her palfrey, but lent her his arm to support her in this blinded state. Chapter the 17th. The ground which they traversed was, as Lady Augusta could feel, very broken and uneven, and sometimes, as she thought, encumbered with ruins, which were difficult to surmount. The strength of her comrade assisted her forward on such occasions, but his help was so roughly administered that the lady, once or twice in fear or suffering, was compelled to groan or sigh heavily. Whatever was her desire to suppress such evidence of the apprehension which she underwent, or the pain which she endured presently upon an occasion of this kind, she was distinctly sensible that the rough woodsman was removed from her side, and another of the party substituted in his stead, whose voice, more gentle than that of his companions, she thought she had lately heard. "Noble lady," were the words, "fear not the slightest injury at our hands, and accept of my ministry, instead of that of my henchman who has gone forward with our letter. Do not think me presuming on my situation, if I bear you in my arms through ruins, where you could not easily move alone and blindfold." At the same time, the Lady Augusta Berkeley felt herself raised from the earth in the strong arms of a man, and borne onward with the utmost gentleness, without the necessity of making those painful exertions which had been formerly required. She was ashamed of her situation, but however delicate, it was no time to give vent to complaints which might have given offense to persons whom it was her interest to conciliate. She therefore submitted to necessity, and heard the following words whispered in her ear. "Fear nothing, there is no evil intended you, nor shall Sir John de Walton, if he loves you as you deserve at his hand, receive any harm on our part. We call on him, but to do justice to ourselves, and to you, and be assured you will best accomplish your own happiness by aiding our views, which are equally in favor of your wishes and your freedom." The Lady Augusta would have made some answer to this, but her breath, betwixt fear and the speed with which she was transported, refused to permit her to use intelligible accents. Meantime, she began to be sensible that she was enclosed within some building, and probably a ruinous one, for, although the mode of her transportation no longer permitted her to ascertain the nature of her path in any respect distinctly, yet the absence of the external air which was, however, sometimes excluded, and sometimes admitted in furious gusts, intimated that she was conducted through buildings partly entire, and in other places admitting the wind through wide rents and gaps. In one place, it seemed to the lady as if she passed through a considerable body of people, all of whom observed silence, although there was sometimes heard among them a murmur to which every one present in some degree contributed. Although the general sound did not exceed a whisper, her situation made her attend to every circumstance, and she did not fail to observe that these persons made way for him who bore her, until at length she became sensible that he descended by the regular steps of a stair, and that she was now alone excepting his company arrived, as it appeared to the lady, on more level ground. they proceeded on their singular road, by a course which appeared neither direct nor easy, and through an atmosphere which was close to a smothering degree, and felt at the same time damp and disagreeable as if from the vapors of a new-made grave her guide again spoke. Bear up, Lady Augusta, for a little longer, and continue to endure that atmosphere, which must be one day common to us all by the necessity of my situation. I must resign my present office to your original guide, and can only give you my assurance that neither he nor anyone else shall offer you the least incivility or insult, and on this you may rely on the faith of a man of honor. He placed her as he said these words upon the soft turf, and to her infinite refreshment, made her sensible that she was once more in the open air and free from the smothering atmosphere, which had before oppressed her like that of a charnel house. At the same time, she breathed in a whisper an anxious wish that she might be permitted to disencumber herself from the folds of the mantle, which excluded almost the power of breathing, though intended only to prevent her seeing by what road she traveled. She immediately found it unfolded agreeably to her request, and hastened with uncovered eyes to take note of the scene around her. It was overshadowed by thick oak trees, among which stood some remnants of buildings, or what might have seemed such, being perhaps the same, in which she had been lately wandering. A clear fountain of living water bubbled forth from under the twisted roots of one of those trees, and offered the lady the opportunity of a draught of the pure element, and in which she also bathed her face, which had received more than one scratch in the course of her journey, in spite of the care, and almost the tenderness with which she had latterly been borne. Along the cool water speedily stopped the bleeding of those trifling injuries, and the application served at the same time to recall the scattered senses of the damsel herself. Her first idea was whether an attempt to escape, if such should appear possible, was not advisable. A moment's reflection, however, satisfied her that such a scheme was not to be thought of, and such second thoughts were confirmed by the approach of the gigantic form of the huntsman Turnbull, the rough tones of whose voice were heard before his figure was obvious to her eye. "Were you impatient for my return, fair lady, such as I," he continued in an ironical tone of voice, "who are foremost in the chase of wild stags and sylvan cattle, are not in use to lag behind when fair ladies like you are the objects of pursuit? And if I am not so constant in my attendance as you might expect, believe me, it is because I was engaged in another matter, to which I must sacrifice for a little even the duty of attending on you." "I offer no resistance," said the lady. "Forbear, however, in discharging thy duty, to augment my uneasiness by thy conversation, for thy master hath pledged me his word that he will not suffer me to be alarmed or ill-treated." "Nay, fair one," replied the huntsman, "I ever thought it was fit to make interest by soft words with fair ladies. But if you like it not, I have no such pleasure in hunting for fine holiday terms, but that I can with equal ease hold myself silent. Come then, since we must wait upon this lover of yours ere morning closes, and learn his last resolution touching a matter which is become so strangely complicated, I will hold no more intercourse with you as a female, but talk to you as a person of sense, although an Englishwoman. You will," replied the lady, "best fulfill the intentions of those by whose orders you act, by holding no society with me, whatever otherwise, than is necessary in the character of guide." The man lowered his brows, yet seemed to assent to what the lady of Berkeley proposed, and remained silent as they for some time pursued their course, each pondering over their own share of meditation, which probably turned upon matters essentially different. At length, the loud blast of a bugle was heard at no great distance from the unsocial fellow-travelers. "That is the person we seek," said Turnbull. "I know his blast from any other who frequents this forest, and my orders are to bring you to speech of him." The blood darted rapidly through the lady's veins at the thought of being thus unceremoniously presented to the knight, in whose favor she had confessed a rash preference, more agreeable to the manners of those times, when exaggerated sentiments often inspired actions of extravagant generosity, than in our days, when everything is accounted absurd, which does not turn upon a motive connected with the immediate selfish interests of the actor himself. When Turnbull therefore winded his horn as if in answer to the blast which they had heard, the lady was disposed to fly at the first impulse of shame and of fear. Turnbull perceived her intention and caught hold of her, with no very gentle grasp, saying, "Nay, lady, it is to be understood that you play your own part in the drama, which, unless you continue on the stage, will conclude unsatisfactorily to us all in a combat at outrance between your lover and me, when it will appear which of us is most worthy of your favor." "I will be patient," said the lady, bethinking her that even this strange man's presence, and the compulsion which he appeared to use towards her, was a sort of excuse to her female scruples, for coming into the presence of her lover, at least at her first appearance before him, in a disguise which her feelings confessed was not extremely decorous or reconcilable to the dignity of her sex. The moment after these thoughts had passed through her mind, the tramp of a horse was heard approaching, and Sir John de Walton pressing through the trees became aware of the presence of his lady captive, as it seemed in the grasp of a Scottish outlaw who was only known to him by his former audacity at the hunting match. His surprise and joy only supplied the knight with those hasty expressions caitiff, let go thy hold or die in thy profane attempt to control the motions of one whom the very sun in heaven should be proud to obey, at the same time apprehensive that the huntsman might hurry the lady from his sight by means of some entangled path, such as upon a former occasion had served him for escape. Sir John de Walton dropped his cumbrous lance, of which the trees did not permit him the perfect use, and springing from his horse approached Turnbull with his drawn sword. The Scotchman, keeping his left hand still upon the lady's mantle, uplifted with his right his battle-axe, or jedwood staff, for the purpose of parrying and returning the blow of his antagonist, but the lady spoke. "Sir John de Walton," she said, "for heaven's sake forbear all violence, till you hear upon what pacific object I am brought hither, and by what peaceful means these wars may be put an end to. This man, though an enemy of yours, has been to me a civil and respectful guardian, and I entreat you to forbear him while he speaks the purpose for which he has brought me hither. To speak of compulsion, and the Lady de Berkeley in the same breath would itself be cause enough for instant death," said the governor of Douglas Castle. "But you command lady, and I spare his insignificant life, although I have causes of complaint against him, the least of which were good warrant had he 1,000 lives for the forfeiture of them all." "John de Walton," replied Turnbull, "this lady well knows that no fear of thee operates in my mind to render this a peaceful meeting, and were I not withheld by other circumstances of great consideration to the Douglas, as well as thyself, I should have no more fear in facing the utmost thou couldst do than I have now in levelling that sapling to the earth it grows upon." So saying, Michael Turnbull raised his battle-axe and struck from a neighboring oak tree a branch well-nigh as thick as a man's arm, which with all its twigs and leaves rushed to the ground between De Walton and the Scotchman, giving a singular instance of the keenness of his weapon, and the strength and dexterity with which he used it. "Let there be truce then between us, good fellow," said Sir John de Walton, "since it is the lady's pleasure that such should be the case, and let me know what thou hast to say to me respecting her." "On that subject," said Turnbull, "my words are few, but mark them, Sir Englishman, the Lady Augusta Berkeley, wandering in this country, has become a prisoner of the noble Lord Douglas, the rightful inheritor of the castle and lordship, and he finds himself obliged to attach to the liberty of this lady the following conditions, being in all respects such as good and lawful warfare entitles a knight to exact, that is to say, in all honor and safety, the Lady Augusta shall be delivered to Sir John de Walton, or those whom he shall name for the purpose of receiving her. On the other hand, the castle of Douglas itself, together with all outposts or garrisons thereunto belonging, shall be made over and surrendered by Sir John de Walton, in the same situation, and containing the same provisions and artillery as are now within their walls, and the space of a month of truce shall be permitted to Sir James Douglas and Sir John de Walton, farther, to regulate the terms of surrender on both parts, having first plighted their knightly word and oath, that in the exchange of the honourable lady for the foresaid castle lies the full import of the present agreement, and that every other subject of dispute shall at the pleasure of the noble knights foresaid be honourably compounded and agreed betwixt them, or at their pleasure settled nightly by single combat according to usage, and in a fair field before any honourable person that may possess power enough to preside." It is not easy to conceive the astonishment of Sir John de Walton at hearing the contents of this extraordinary cartel. He looked towards the Lady of Berkeley with that aspect of despair with which a criminal may be supposed to see his guardian angel prepare for departure. Through her mind also similar ideas flowed, as if they contained a concession of what she had considered as the summit of her wishes, but under conditions disgraceful to her lover, like the cherub's fiery sword of yore, which was a barrier between our first parents and the blessings of paradise. Sir John de Walton, after a moment's hesitation, broke silence in these words: "Noble lady, you may be surprised if a condition be imposed upon me, having for its object your freedom, and if Sir John de Walton, already standing under those obligations to you, which he is proud of acknowledging, should yet hesitate on accepting with the utmost eagerness what must ensure your restoration to freedom and independence. But so, it is that the words now spoken have thrilled in mine ear, without reaching to my understanding, and I must pray the Lady of Berkeley for pardon if I take time to reconsider them for a short space. And I replied, Turnbull have only power to allow you half an hour for the consideration of an offer, in accepting which methinks you should jump shoulder height. Instead of asking any time for reflection, what does this cartel exact, save what your duty as a knight implicitly obliges? You have engaged yourself to become the agent of the tyrant Edward in holding Douglas Castle as his commander to the prejudice of the Scottish nation, and of the Knight of Douglas Dale, who never as a community, or as an individual, were guilty of the least injury towards you. You are therefore prosecuting a false path, unworthy of a good knight. On the other hand, the freedom and safety of your lady is now proposed to be pledged to you, with a full assurance of her liberty and honor on consideration of your withdrawing from the unjust line of conduct, in which you have suffered yourself to be imprudently engaged. If you persevere in it, you place your own honor and the lady's happiness in the hands of men whom you have done everything in your power to render desperate, and whom thus irritated it is most probable you may find such. It is not from thee at least, said the knight, that I shall learn to estimate the manner in which Douglas will explain the laws of war, or De Walton receive them at his dictating. I am not then, said Turnbull, received as a friendly messenger. Farewell, and think of this lady as being in any hands, but those which are safe, while you make up at leisure your mind upon the message. I have brought you. Come, madam, we must be gone. So saying, he seized upon the lady's hand, and pulled her as if to force her to withdraw. The lady had stood motionless, and almost senseless, while these speeches were exchanged between the warriors. But when she felt the grasp of Michael Turnbull, she exclaimed like one almost beside herself, with fear, help me, De Walton. The knight, stung to instant rage, assaulted the forester with the utmost fury, and dealt him with his long sword, almost at unawares, 2 or 3 heavy blows, by which he was so wounded that he sunk backwards in the thicket, and De Walton was about to dispatch him, when he was prevented by the anxious cry of the lady. Alas, De Walton, what have you done? This man was only an ambassador, and should have passed free from injury while he confined himself to the delivery of what he was charged with. And if thou hast slain him, who knows how frightful may prove the vengeance exacted? The voice of the lady seemed to recover the huntsman from the effects of the blows he had received. He sprung on his feet, saying, Never mind me, nor think of my becoming the means of making mischief. The knight in his haste spoke, without giving me warning and defiance, which gave him an advantage which I think he would otherwise have scorned to have taken in such a case. I will renew the combat on fairer terms, or call another champion. As the knight pleases. With these words he disappeared. Fear not, Empress of De Walton's thoughts, answered the knight, but believe that if we regain together the shelter of Douglas Castle, and the safeguard of St. George's Cross, thou mayst laugh at all. And if you can but pardon what I shall never be able to forgive myself, the mole-like blindness, which did not recognize the sun, while under a temporary eclipse, the task cannot be named too hard for mortal valor to achieve, which I shall not willingly undertake to wipe out the memory of my grievous fault. Mention it no more, said the lady. It is not at such a time as thighs, when our lives are for the moment at stake, that quarrels upon slighter topics are to be recurred to. I can tell you, if you do not yet know, that the Scots are in arms in this vicinity, and that even the earth has yawned to conceal them from the sight of your garrison. Let it yawn then, said Sir John de Walton, and suffer every fiend in the infernal abyss to escape from his prison house, and reinforce our enemy still fairest, having received in the apparel of matchless price my spurs, shall be hacked from my heels by the basest scullion, if I turn my horse's head to the rear before the utmost force. These ruffians can assemble either upon earth, or from underneath it. In thy name, I defy them all to instant combat. As Sir John de Walton pronounced these last words in something of an exalted tone, a tall cavalier arrayed in black armor of the simplest form stepped forth from that part of the thicket where Turnbull had disappeared. I am, he said, James of Douglas, and your challenge is accepted. I, the challenged, name the arms, our knightly weapons, as we now wear them, and our place of combat, this field or dingle, called the Bloody Sykes, the time being instant, and the combatants, like true knights, foregoing each advantage on either side. Footnote: the ominous name of Bloodmersink, or Syke, marks a narrow hollow to the northwest of Douglas Castle, from which it is distant about the third of a mile. Mr. Haddo states that according to local tradition, the name was given in consequence of Sir James Douglas having at this spot intercepted and slain part of the garrison of the castle, while De Walton was in command. So be it in God's name, said the English knight, who, though surprised at being called upon to so sudden an encounter with so formidable a warrior, as young Douglas was too proud to dream of avoiding the combat, making a sign to the lady to retire behind him, that he might not lose the advantage which he had gained by setting her at liberty from the forester, he drew his sword, and with a deliberate and prepared attitude of offense, moved slowly to the encounter. It was a dreadful one for the courage and skill, both of the native lord of Douglas Dale, and of De Walton among the most renowned of the times, and perhaps the world of chivalry could hardly have produced two knights more famous. Their blows fell, as if urged by some mighty engine, where they were met, and parried with equal strength and dexterity, nor seemed it likely in the course of 10 minutes' encounter that an advantage would be gained by either combatant over the other an instant. They stopped by mutually implied assent, as it seemed for the purpose of taking breath, during which Douglas said, "I beg that this noble lady may understand that her own freedom is no way concerned in the present contest, which entirely regards the injustice done by this Sir John de Walton, and by his nation of England to the memory of my father, and to my own natural rights." "You are generous, Sir Knight," replied the lady. "But in what circumstances do you place me, if you deprive me of my protector by death or captivity, and leave me alone in a foreign land?" "If such should be the event of the combat," replied Sir James, "the Douglas himself, lady, will safely restore thee to thy native land, for never did his sword do an injury for which he was not willing to make amends with the same weapon. And if Sir John de Walton will make the slightest admission that he renounces maintaining the present strife, were it only by yielding up a feather from the plume of his helmet, Douglas will renounce every purpose on his part which can touch the lady's honor or safety, and the combat may be suspended until the national quarrel again brings us together." Sir John de Walton pondered a moment, and the lady, although she did not speak, looked at him with eyes which plainly expressed how much she wished that he would choose the less hazardous alternative. But the knight's own scruples prevented his bringing the case to so favorable an arbitrament. "Never shall it be said of Sir John de Walton," he replied, "that he compromised in the slightest degree his own honor or that of his country. This battle may end in my defeat or rather death. And in that case my earthly prospects are closed, and I resign to Douglas with my last breath the charge of the Lady Augusta, trusting that he will defend her with his life, and find the means of replacing her with safety in the halls of her fathers. But while I survive, she may have a better, but will not need another protector, than he who is honored by being her own choice, nor will I yield up were it a plume from my helmet, implying that I have maintained an unjust quarrel either in the cause of England, or of the fairest of her daughters. Thus far alone, I will concede to Douglas an instant truce, provided the lady shall not be interrupted in her retreat to England, and the combat be fought out upon another day. The castle and territory of Douglas is the property of Edward of England. The governor in his name is the rightful governor, and on this point I will fight while my eyelids are unclosed." "Time flies," said Douglas, without waiting for our resolves, "nor is there any part of his motions of such value as that which is passing with every breath of vital air, which we presently draw. Why should we adjourn till tomorrow that which can be as well finished today? Will our swords be sharper or our arms stronger to wield them than they are at this moment? Douglas will do all which knight can do to succor a lady in distress, but he will not grant to her knight the slightest mark of deference, which Sir John de Walton vainly supposes himself able to extort by force of arms." With these words, the knights engaged once more in mortal combat, and the lady felt uncertain whether she should attempt her escape through the devious paths of the wood, or abide the issue of this obstinate fight. It was rather her desire to see the fate of Sir John de Walton than any other consideration which induced her to remain, as if fascinated, upon the spot where one of the fiercest quarrels ever fought was disputed by two of the bravest champions that ever drew sword. At last, the lady attempted to put a stop to the combat by appealing to the bells, which began to ring for the service of the day, which was Palm Sunday. "For heaven's sake," she said, "for your own sakes, and for that of ladies' love and the duties of chivalry, hold your hands only for an hour, and take chance that, where strength is so equal, means will be found of converting the truce into a solid peace. Think this is Palm Sunday, and will you defile with blood such a peculiar festival of Christianity? Intermit your feud at least so far as to pass to the nearest church, bearing with you branches, not in the ostentatious mode of earthly conquerors, but as rendering due homage to the rules of the blessed church and the institutions of our holy religion." "I was on my road, fair lady, for that purpose to the holy church of Douglas," said the Englishman, when I was so fortunate as to meet you at this place, nor do I object to proceed thither, even now holding truce for an hour. And I fear not to find there friends to whom I can commit you with assurance of safety, in case I am unfortunate in the combat, which is now broken off to be resumed after the service of the day. I also assent, said the Douglas, to a truce for such short space, nor do I fear that there may be good Christians enough at the church, who will not see their master overpowered by odds. Let us go thither, and each take the chance of what heaven shall please to send us. From these words, Sir John de Walton little doubted that Douglas had assured himself of a party among those who should there assemble. But he doubted not of so many of the garrison being present, as would bridle every attempt at rising, and the risk, he thought, was worth incurring, since Haw should thereby secure an opportunity to place Lady Augusta de Berkeley in safety, at least so far as to make her liberty depend on the event of a general conflict, instead of the precarious issue of a combat between himself and Douglas. Both these distinguished knights were inwardly of opinion that the proposal of the lady, though it relieved them from their present conflict, by no means bound them to abstain from the consequences which an accession of force might add to their general strength, and each relied upon his superiority, in some degree provided for by their previous proceedings. Sir John de Walton made almost certain of meeting with several of his bands of soldiers who were scouring the country and traversing the woods by his direction, and Douglas, it may be supposed, had not ventured himself in person, where a price was set upon his head, without being attended by a sufficient number of approved adherents, placed in more or less connection with each other, and stationed for mutual support. Each therefore entertained well-grounded hopes that by adopting the truce proposed, he would ensure himself an advantage over his antagonist, although neither exactly knew in what manner or to what extent this success was to be obtained. Chapter the 18th. His talk was of another world. His bodiments, strange, doubtful, and mysterious. Those who heard him listened as to a man in feverish dreams, who speaks of other objects than the present, and mutters like to him who sees a vision. Bold play. On the same Palm Sunday, when De Walton and Douglas measured together their mighty swords, the minstrel Bertram was busied with the ancient book of prophecies, which we have already mentioned as the supposed composition of Thomas the Rhymer, but not without many anxieties as to the fate of his lady, and the events which were passing around him. As a minstrel, he was desirous of an auditor to enter into the discoveries which he should make in that mystic volume, as well as to assist in passing away the time. Sir John de Walton had furnished him in Gilbert Greenleaf, the archer, with one who was well contented to play the listener from morn to dewy eve, provided a flask of Gascon wine, or a stoup of good English ale, remained on the board. It may be remembered that De Walton, when he dismissed the minstrel from the dungeon, was sensible that he owed him some compensation for the causeless suspicion which had dictated his imprisonment, more particularly as he was a valued servant, and had shown himself the faithful confidant of the Lady Augusta de Berkeley, and the person who was moreover likely to know all the motives and circumstances of her Scottish journey to secure his good wishes, was therefore politic, and De Walton had intimated to his faithful archer that he was to lay aside all suspicion of Bertram, but at the same time keep him in sight and if possible in good humor. With the governor of the castle and his adherents, Greenleaf accordingly had no doubt in his own mind that the only way to please a minstrel was to listen with patience and commendation to the lays which he liked best to sing, or the tales which he most loved to tell. And in order to ensure the execution of his master's commands, he judged it necessary to demand of the butler such store of good liquor as could not fail to enhance the pleasure of his society. Having thus fortified himself with the means of bearing a long interview with the minstrel, Gilbert Greenleaf proposed to confer upon him the bounty of an early breakfast, which, if it pleased him, they might wash down with a cup of sack, and having his master's commands to show the minstrel anything about the castle, which he might wish to see refresh their overwearied spirits by attending a part of the garrison of Douglas to the service of the day, which, as we have already seen, was of peculiar sanctity. Against such a proposal, the minstrel, a good Christian by profession, and by his connection with the joyous science, a good fellow, having no objections to offer, the two comrades, who had formerly little goodwill towards each other, commenced their morning's repast on that fated Palm Sunday with all manner of cordiality and good fellowship. Do not believe, worthy minstrel, said the archer, that my master in any respect disparages your worth or rank in referring you for company or conversation to so poor a man as myself. It is true I am no officer of this garrison, yet for an old archer, who for these 30 years has lived by bow and bowstring, I do not Our Lady make me thankful hold less share in the grace of Sir John de Walton, the Earl of Pembroke, and other approved good soldiers than many of those giddy young men on whom commissions are conferred, and to whom confidences are entrusted not on account of what they have done, but what their ancestors have done before them. I pray you to notice among them one youth placed at our head in de Walton's absence, and who bears the honoured name of Aymer de Valence, being the same with that of the Earl of Pembroke, of whom I have spoken this night, has also a brisk young page, whom men call Fabian Harbothel. Is it to these gentlemen that your censure applies? Answered the minstrel. I should have judged differently, having never in the course of my experience seen a young man more courteous and amiable than the young knight you named. I nothing dispute that it may be so, said the archer, hastening to amend the false step which he had made. But in order that it should be so, it will be necessary that he conform to the usages of his uncle, taking the advice of experienced old soldiers in the emergencies which may present themselves, and not believing that the knowledge which it takes many years of observation to acquire can be at once conferred by the slap of the flat of a sword, and the magic words, rise up, Sir Arthur, however the case may be. Doubt not, Sir Archer, replied Bertram, that I am fully aware of the advantage to be derived from conversing with men of experience like you. It benefiteth men of every persuasion, and I myself am oft reduced to lament my want of sufficient knowledge of armorial bearings, signs, and cognizances, and would right fain have thy assistance where I am a stranger, alike to the names of places of persons, and description of banners and emblems, by which great families are distinguished from each other, so absolutely necessary to the accomplishment of my present task. Pennons and banners, answered the archer, I have seen right many, and can assign, as is a soldier's wont, the name of the leader to the emblem, under which he musters his followers. Nevertheless, worthy minstrel, I cannot presume to understand what you call prophecies with, or, under warranted authority of old painted books, expositions of dreams, oracles, revelations, invocations of damned spirits, judicials, astrologicals, and other gross and palpable offenses, whereby men pretending to have the assistance of the devil do impose upon the common people, in spite of the warnings of the Privy Council, not, however, that I suspect you, worthy minstrel, of busying yourself with these attempts to explain futurity, which are dangerous attempts, and may be truly said to be penal and part of treason. There is something in what you say, replied the minstrel, yet it applieth not to books and manuscripts, such as I have been consulting, part of which things therein written having already come to pass authorize us surely to expect the completion of the rest, nor would I have much difficulty in showing you from this volume that enough has been already proved true to entitle us to look with certainty to the accomplishment of that which remains. I should be glad to hear that, answered the archer, who entertained little more than a soldier's belief respecting prophecies and auguries, but yet cared not bluntly to contradict the minstrel upon such subjects, as he had been instructed by Sir John de Walton to comply with his humour accordingly. The minstrel began to recite verses which in our time the ablest interpreter could not make sense out of. When the cook crows, keep well his comb, for the fox and the fulmert they are false both. When the raven and the rook have rounded together, and the kid in his cliff shall accord to the same, then shall they be bold and soon to battle thereafter. Then the birds of the raven rugs and reeves, and the leal men of Lothian are looping on their horse. Then shall the poor people be spoiled full near, and the abbeys be burnt truly that stand upon Tweed. They shall burn and slay and great rafe make. There shall no poor man who say whose man he is. Then shall the land be lawless, for love there is none. Then falset shall have foot fully 5 years. Then truth surely shall be tint, and none shall lippen to other. The one cousing shall not trust the other. Not the son the father, nor the father the son. For to have his goods he would have him hanged. Roman 100 Roman, 100 Roman 100. The archer listened to these mystic prognostications, which were not the less wearisome that they were in a considerable degree unintelligible at the same time, subduing his Hotspur-like disposition to tire of the recitation, yet at brief intervals, comforting himself with an application to the wine flagon, and enduring as he might what he neither understood nor took interest in. Meanwhile, the minstrel proceeded with his explanation of the dubious and imperfect vaticinations, of which we have given a sufficient specimen. Could you wish, said he to Greenleaf, a more exact description of the miseries which have passed over Scotland in these latter days? Have not these the raven and rook the fox, and the full mart explained either because the nature of the birds or beasts bear an individual resemblance to those of the knights, who display them on their banners or otherwise, are bodied forth by actual blazonry on their shields, and come openly into the field to ravage and destroy, is not the total disunion of the land plainly indicated by these words that connections of blood shall be broken asunder, that kinsmen shall not trust each other, and that the father and son, instead of putting faith in their natural connection, shall seek each other's life in order to enjoy his inheritance. The leal men of Lothian are distinctly mentioned as taking arms, and there is plainly allusion to the other events of these late Scottish troubles. The death of this last William is obscurely intimated under the type of a hound, which was that good lord's occasional cognate. The hound that was harmed, then muzzled shall be. Who loved him worst shall weep for his wreck. Yet shall a whelp rise of the same race, that rudely shall roar and rule the whole north, and quit the whole quarrel of old deeds done, though he from his hold be kept back a while. True Thomas told me this in a troublesome time, in a harvest morning at Eldon Hills. This hath a meaning, Sir Archer, continued the minstrel, and which flies as directly to its mark as one of your own arrows, although there may be some want of wisdom in making the direct explication. Being, however, upon assurance with you, I do not hesitate to tell you that, in my opinion, this lion's whelp that awaits its time means this same celebrated Scottish prince, Robert the Bruce, who, though repeatedly defeated, has still, while hunted with bloodhounds, and surrounded by enemies of every sort, maintained his pretensions to the crown of Scotland, in despite of King Edward now reigning. Minstrel, answered the soldier, you are my guest, and we have sat down together as friends to this simple meal in good comradeship. I must tell thee, however, though I am loath to disturb our harmony, that thou art the first who hast adventured to speak a word before Gilbert Greenleaf, in favor of that outlawed traitor, Robert Bruce, who has by his seditions so long disturbed the peace of this realm. Take my advice and be silent on this topic, for believe me, the sword of a true English archer will spring from its scabbard, without consent of its master. Should it hear aught said to the disparagement of bonny St. George and his ruddy cross, nor shall the authority of Thomas the Rhymer, or any other prophet in Scotland, England, or Wales, be considered as an apology for such unbecoming predictions. I were loth to give offense at any time, said the minstrel, much more to provoke you to anger, when I am, in the very act of experiencing your hospitality. I trust, however, you will remember that I do not come your uninvited guest, and that if I speak to you of future events, I do so without having the least intention to add my endeavor to bring them to pass, for God knows, it is many years since my sincere prayer has been for peace and happiness to all men, and particularly honor and happiness to the land of bowmen, in which I was born, and which I am bound to remember in my prayers, beyond all other nations in the world. It is well that you do so, said the archer, for so you shall best maintain your bounden duty to the fair land of your birth, which is the richest that the sun shines upon. Something, however, I would know if it suits with your pleasure to tell me, and that is whether you find anything in these rude rhymes appearing to affect the safety of the castle of Douglas, where we now refer. Mark me, Sir Minstrel, I have observed that these mouldering parchments, when, or by whomsoever composed, have so far a certain coincidence with the truth, that when such predictions which they contain are spread abroad in the country, and create rumors of plots, conspiracies, and bloody wars, they are very apt to cause the very mischances which they would be thought only to predict. It were not very cautious in me, said the minstrel, to choose a prophecy for my theme, which had reference to any attack on this garrison, for in such case I should, according to your ideas, lay myself under suspicion of endeavoring to forward what no person could more heartily regret than myself. Take my word for it, good friend, said the archer, that it shall not be thus with thee, for I neither will myself conceive ill of thee nor report thee to Sir John de Walton as meditating harm against him, or his garrisoner. To speak truth, would Sir John de Walton be willing to believe anyone who Roman 999, he thinks highly, and no doubt deservedly, of thy good faith towards thy lady, and would conceive it unjust to suspect the fidelity of one who has given evidence of his willingness to meet death rather than betray the least secret of his mistress. In preserving her secret, said Bertram, I only discharge the duty of a faithful servant, leaving it to her to judge how long such a secret ought to be preserved. For a faithful servant ought to think as little of the issue towards himself of the commission, which he bears as the band of flock silk concerns itself with the secret of the letter which it secures. And touching your question, I have no objections, although merely to satisfy your curiosity to unfold to you that these old prophecies do contain some intimations of wars befalling in Douglas Dale between an haggard or wild hawk, which I take to be the cognizance of Sir John de Walton, and the 3 stars or martlets, which is the cognizance of the Douglas, and more particulars I could tell of these onslaughts, did I know whereabouts, is a place in these woods termed Bloody Sykes, the scene also as I comprehend of slaughter and death between the followers of the 3 stars, and those who hold the part of the Saxon or King of England. Such a place, replied Gilbert Greenleaf, I have heard often mentioned by that name among the natives of these parts. Nevertheless, it is vain to seek to discover the precise spot, as these wily Scots conceal from us with care everything respecting the geography of their country, as it is called by learned men, but we may here mention the bloody Sykes Bottomless, Mire and other places as portentous names to which their traditions attach some signification of war and slaughter. If it suits your wish, however, we can, on our way to the church, try to find this place, called Bloody Sykes, which I doubt not we shall trace out long before the traitors who meditate an attack upon us will find a power sufficient for the attempt. Accordingly, the minstrel and archer, the latter of whom was by this time reasonably well refreshed with wine, marched out of the castle of Douglas, without waiting for others of the garrison, resolving to seek the dingle, bearing the ominous name of Bloody Sykes, concerning which the archer only knew that by mere accident he had heard of a place, bearing such a name at the hunting match made under the auspices of Sir John de Walton, and knew that it lay in the woods somewhere near the town of Douglas, and in the vicinage of the castle. Chapter the 19th. Hotspur I cannot choose, sometimes he angers me, with telling me of the mouldwarp and the ant, of the dreamer Merlin and his prophecies, and of a dragon and a finless fish, a clipped-winged griffin and a molten raven, a couching lion and a ramping cat, and such a deal of skimble-scamble stuff, as puts me from my faith. King Henry Roman, for the conversation between the minstrel and the ancient archer, naturally pursued a train somewhat resembling that of Hotspur and Glendower, in which Gilbert Greenleaf by degrees took a larger share than was apparently consistent with his habits and education. But the truth was that as he exerted himself to recall the recognizances of military chieftains, their warkries emblems, and other types by which they distinguished themselves in battle, and might undoubtedly be indicated in prophetic rhymes, he began to experience the pleasure which most men entertain when they find themselves unexpectedly possessed of a faculty which the moment calls upon them to employ, and renders them important in the possession of the minstrel's sound good sense, was certainly somewhat surprised at the inconsistencies sometimes displayed by his companion, as he was carried off by the willingness to make show of his newly discovered faculty on the one hand, and on the other to call to mind the prejudices which he had nourished during his whole life against minstrels, who, with the train of legends and fables, were the more likely to be false, as being generally derived from the north country. As they strolled from one glade of the forest to another, the minstrel began to be surprised at the number of Scottish votaries whom they met, and who seemed to be hastening to the church, and as it appeared by the boughs which they carried to assist in the ceremony of the day to each of these, the archer put a question respecting the existence of a place called Bloody Sykes, and where it was to be found, but all seemed either to be ignorant on the subject or desirous of evading it, for which they found some pretext in the jolly archer's manner of interrogation, which savored a good deal of the genial breakfast. The general answer was that they knew no such place, or had other matters to attend to upon the morn of a holiday, than answering frivolous questions. At last, when in one or two instances, the answer of the Scottish almost approached to sullenness, the minstrel remarked it, observing that there was ever some mischief on foot when the people of this country could not find a civil answer to their betters, which is usually so ready among them, and that they appeared to be making a strong muster for the service of Palm Sunday. You will doubtless, Sir Archer, continued the minstrel, make your report to your knight accordingly, for I promise you that if you do not, I myself, whose lady's freedom is also concerned, will feel it my duty to place before Sir John de Walton the circumstances which make me entertain suspicion of this extraordinary confluence of Scottish men, and the surliness which has replaced their wonted courtesy of manners. Tush, Sir Minstrel, replied the archer, displeased at Bertram's interference, believe me that armies have ere now depended on my report to the general, which has always been perspicuous and clear according to the duties of war. Your walk, my worthy friend, has been in a separate department, such as affairs of peace, old songs, prophecies, and the like in which it is far from my thoughts to contend with you, but credit me, it will be most for the reputation of both that we do not attempt to interfere with what concerns each other. It is far from my wish to do, so replied the minstrel, but I would wish that a speedy return should be made to the castle, in order to ask Sir John de Walton's opinion of that which we have but just seen. To this replied Greenleaf, there can be no objection. But would you seek the governor at the hour which now is you will find him most readily, by going to the church of Douglas, to which he regularly wends on occasions, such as the present with the principal part of his officers, to ensure by his presence that no tumult arise of which there is no little dread between the English and the Scottish. Let us therefore hold to our original intention of attending the service of the day, and we shall rid ourselves of these entangled woods, and gain the shortest road to the church of Douglas. Let us go then with all dispatch, said the minstrel, and with the greater haste that it appears to me that something has passed on this very spot this morning, which argues that the Christian peace due to the day has not been inviolably observed. What mean these drops of blood alluding to those which had flowed from the wounds of Turnbull? Wherefore is the earth impressed with these deep tints, the footsteps of armed men advancing and retreating doubtless, according to the chances of a fierce and heady conflict? By Our Lady, returned Greenleaf, I must own that thou seest clear what were my eyes made of, when they permitted thee to be the first discoverer of these signs of conflict here. Are feathers of a blue plume, which I ought to remember seeing my knight assumed it, or at least permitted me to place it in his helmet this morning, in sign of returning hope from the liveliness of its color, but here it lies shorn from his head, and if I may guess by no friendly hand come friend to the church do. The church and thou shalt have my example of the manner in which de Walton ought to be supported when in danger. He led the way through the town of Douglas, entering at the southern gate, and up the very street in which Sir Aymer de Valence had charged the Phantom Knight. We can now say more fully that the church of Douglas had originally been a stately Gothic building, whose towers arising high above the walls of the town bore witness to the grandeur of its original construction. It was now partly ruinous, and the small portion of open space which was retained for public worship was fitted up in the family aisle, where its deceased lords rested from worldly labors, and the strife of war from the open ground in the front of the building. Their eye could pursue a considerable part of the course of the River Douglas, which approached the town from the southwest, bordered by a line of hills fantastically diversified in their appearance, and in many places covered with copsewood, which descended towards the valley, and formed a part of the tangled and intricate woodland by which the town was surrounded, the river itself sweeping round the west side of the town, and from thence northward supplied that large inundation or artificial piece of water, which we have already mentioned, several of the Scottish people bearing willow branches, or those of you to represent the palms, which were the symbol of the day, seemed wandering in the churchyard, as if to attend the approach of some person of peculiar sanctity, or procession of monks and friars, come to render the homage due to the solemnity at the moment. Almost that Bertram and his companion entered the churchyard, the Lady of Berkeley, who was in the act of following Sir John de Walton into the church, after having witnessed his conflict with the young Knight of Douglas, caught a glimpse of her faithful minstrel, and instantly determined to regain the company of that old servant of her house and confidant of her fortunes, and trust to the chance afterwards of being rejoined by Sir John de Walton, with a sufficient party to provide for her safety, which she in no respect doubted it would be his care to collect. She darted away accordingly from the path in which she was advancing, and reached the place where Bertram, with his new acquaintance Greenleaf, were making some inquiries of the soldiers of the English garrison, whom the service of the day had brought there. Lady Augusta Berkeley, in the meantime, had an opportunity to say privately to her faithful attendant and guide, "Take no notice of me, friend Bertram, but take heed, if possible, that we be not again separated from each other." Having given him this hint, she observed that it was adopted by the minstrel, and that he presently afterwards looked round and set his eye upon her as muffled in her pilgrim's cloak. She slowly withdrew to another part of the cemetery, and seemed to halt until, detaching himself from Greenleaf, he should find an opportunity of joining her. Nothing, in truth, could have more sensibly affected the faithful minstrel than the singular mode of communication, which acquainted him that his mistress was safe, and at liberty to choose her own motions, and, as he might hope, disposed to extricate herself from the dangers which surrounded her in Scotland by an immediate retreat to her own country and domain. He would gladly have approached and joined her, but she took an opportunity by a sign to caution him against doing so, while, at the same time, he remained somewhat apprehensive of the consequences of bringing her under the notice of his new friend Greenleaf, who might perhaps think it proper to busy himself, so as to gain some favor with the knight who was at the head of the garrison. Meantime, the old archer continued his conversation with Bertram, while the minstrel, like many other men similarly situated, heartily wished that his well-meaning companion had been 100 fathoms underground, so his evanishment had given him license to join his mistress. But all he had in his power was to approach her as near as he could without creating any suspicion. "I would pray you, worthy minstrel," said Greenleaf, after looking carefully round, "that we may prosecute together the theme which we were agitating before we came hither. Is it not your opinion that the Scottish natives have fixed this very morning for some of those dangerous attempts which they have repeatedly made, and which are so carefully guarded against by the governors placed in this district of Douglas, by our good King Edward, our rightful sovereign?" "I cannot see," replied the minstrel, "on what grounds you found such an apprehension, or what you see here in the churchyard, different from that you talked of, as we approached it when you held me rather in scorn, for giving way to some suspicions of the same kind. Do you not see," added the archer, "the numbers of men with strange faces, and in various disguisements, who are thronging about these ancient ruins, which are usually so solitary? Yonder, for example, sits a boy, who seems to shun observation, and whose dress, I will be sworn, has never been shaped in Scotland." "And if he is an English pilgrim," replied the minstrel, observing that the archer pointed towards the Lady of Berkeley, "he surely affords less matter of suspicion." "I know not that," said old Greenleaf, "but I think it will bow my duty to inform Sir John de Walton, if I can reach him, that there are many persons here who in outward appearance neither belong to the garrison nor to this part of the country. Consider," said Bertram, "before you harass with accusation a poor young man, and subject him to the consequences which must necessarily attend upon suspicions of this nature, how many circumstances call forth men peculiarly to devotion at this period. Not only is this the time of the triumphal entrance of the founder of the Christian religion into Jerusalem, but the day itself is called Dominica Confitentium, or the Sunday of Confessors, and the palm tree or the box and yew, which are used as its substitutes, and which are distributed to the priests, are burnt solemnly to ashes, and those ashes distributed among the pious by the priests upon the Ash Wednesday of the succeeding year, all which rites and ceremonies in our country are observed by order of the Christian Church. Nor ought you, gentle archer, nor can you without a crime persecute those as guilty of designs upon your garrison, who can ascribe their presence here to their desire to discharge the duties of the day. And look ye at yon numerous procession approaching with banner and cross, and as it appears consisting of some churchman of rank and his attendants. Let us first inquire who he is, and it is probable we shall find in his name and rank sufficient security for the peaceable and orderly behavior of those whom piety has this day assembled at the church of Douglas." Greenleaf accordingly made the investigation recommended by his companion, and received information that the holy man who headed the procession was no other than the diocesan of the district, the Bishop of Glasgow, who had come to give his countenance to the rites with which the day was to be sanctified. The prelate accordingly entered the walls of the dilapidated churchyard, preceded by his crossbearers, and attended by numbers with boughs of yew and other evergreens used on the festivity, instead of palms among them. The Holy Father showered his blessing, accompanied by signs of the cross, which were met with devout exclamations by such of the worshippers as crowded around him. To the Reverend Father, we apply for pardon for our offenses, which we humbly desire to confess to thee in order that we may obtain pardon from heaven. In this manner the congregation and the dignified clergyman met together, exchanging pious greeting and seemingly intent upon nothing but the rites of the day. The acclamations of the congregation mingled with the deep voice of the officiating priest, dispensing the sacred ritual, the whole forming a scene which, conducted with the Catholic skill and ceremonial, was at once imposing and affecting. The archer, on seeing the zeal with which the people in the churchyard, as well as a number who issued from the church, hastened proudly to salute the bishop of the diocese, was rather ashamed of the suspicions which he had entertained of the sincerity of the good man's purpose in coming hither, taking advantage of a fit of devotion, not perhaps very common with old Greenleaf, who at this moment thrust himself forward to share in those spiritual advantages which the prelate was dispensing. Bertram slipped clear of his English friend, and gliding to the side of the Lady Augusta, exchanged by the pressure of the hand a mutual congratulation upon having rejoined company on a sign by the minstrel they withdrew to the inside of the church, so as to remain unobserved amidst the crowd, in which they were favored by the dark shadows of some parts of the building. The body of the church, broken as it was, and hung round with the armorial trophies of the last lords of Douglas, furnished rather the appearance of a sacrilegiously desecrated ruin than the inside of a holy place. Yet some care appeared to have been taken to prepare it for the service of the day. At the lower end hung the great escutcheon of William Lord of Douglas, who had lately died a prisoner in England. Around that escutcheon were placed the smaller shields of his 16 ancestors, and a deep black shadow was diffused by the whole mass, unless, where relieved by the glance of the coronets, or the glimmer of bearings particularly gay in emblazonry. I need not say that in other respects the interior of the church was much dismantled, it being the very same place in which Sir Aymer de Valence held an interview with the old sexton, and who now drawing into a separate corner, some of the straggling parties whom he had collected and brought to the church kept on the alert, and appeared ready for an attack as well at midday as at the witching hour of midnight. This was the more necessary as the eye of Sir John de Walton seemed busied in searching from one place to another, as if unable to find the object he was in quest of, which the reader will easily understand to be the Lady Augusta de Berkeley, of whom he had lost sight in the pressure of the multitude. At the eastern part of the church was fitted up a temporary altar, by the side of which, arrayed in his robes, the Bishop of Glasgow had taken his place with such priests and attendants as composed his episcopal retinue. His suite was neither numerous nor richly attired, nor did his own appearance present a splendid specimen of the wealth and dignity of the episcopal order. When he laid down, however, his golden cross at the stern command of the King of England, that of simple wood which he assumed instead, thereof did not possess less authority, nor command less awe among the clergy and people of the diocese. The various persons natives of Scotland, now gathered around, seemed to watch his motions, as those of a descended saint, and the English waited in mute astonishment, apprehensive that at some unexpected signal an attack would be made upon them either by the powers of earth or heaven, or perhaps by both in combination. The truth is that so great was the devotion of the Scottish clergy of the higher ranks to the interests of the party of Bruce, that the English had become jealous of permitting them to interfere even with those ceremonies of the church, which were placed under their proper management. And thence the presence of the Bishop of Glasgow, officiating at a high festival in the Church of Douglas, was a circumstance of rare occurrence, and not unattended both with wonder and suspicion. A council of the church, however, had lately called the distinguished prelates of Scotland to the discharge of their duty on the festivity of Palm Sunday, and neither English nor Scottish saw the ceremony with indifference and unwonted silence, which prevailed in the church, filled, as it appeared, with persons of different views, hopes, wishes, and expectations, resembled one of those solemn pauses which often take place before a strife of the elements, and are well understood to be the forerunners of some dreadful concussion of nature. All animals, according to their various nature, express their sense of the approaching tempest. The cattle, the deer, and other inhabitants of the walks of the forest withdraw to the inmost recesses of their pastures, the sheep crowd into their fold, and the dull stupor of universal nature, whether animate or inanimate, presages its speedily awakening into general convulsion and disturbance, when the lurid lightning shall hiss at command of the diapason of the thunder. It was thus that in deep suspense, those who had come to the church in arms at the summons of Douglas awaited and expected every moment a signal to attack, while the soldiers of the English garrison, aware of the evil disposition of the natives, towards them were reckoning every moment when the well-known shouts of bows and bills should give signal for a general conflict, and both parties, gazing fiercely upon each other, seemed to expect the fatal onset. Notwithstanding the tempest which appeared every moment ready to burst, the Bishop of Glasgow proceeded with the utmost solemnity to perform the ceremonies proper to the day. He paused from time to time to survey the throng, as if to calculate whether the turbulent passions of those around him would be so long kept under as to admit of his duties being brought to a close in a manner becoming the time and place. The prelate had just concluded the service when a person advanced towards him with a solemn and mournful aspect, and asked if the Reverend Father could devote a few moments to administer comfort to a dying man who was lying wounded close by. The churchman signified a ready acquiescence amidst a stillness which, when he surveyed the lowering brows of one party at least of those who were in the church, boded no peaceful termination to this fated day. The father motioned to the messenger to show him the way, and proceeded on his mission, attended by some of those who were understood to be followers of the Douglas. There was something peculiarly striking, if not suspicious, in the interview, which followed. In a subterranean vault was deposited the person of a large tall man, whose blood flowed copiously through 2 or 3 ghastly wounds, and streamed amongst the trusses of straw on which he lay, while his features exhibited a mixture of sternness and ferocity, which seemed prompt to kindle into a still more savage expression. The reader will probably conjecture that the person in question was no other than Michael Turnbull, who, wounded in the rencounter of the morning, had been left by some of his friends upon the straw, which was arranged for him by way of couch to live or die as he best could. The prelate, on entering the vault, lost no time in calling the attention of the wounded man to the state of his spiritual affairs, and assisting him to such comfort as the doctrine of the Church directed should be administered to departing sinners. The words exchanged between them were of that grave and severe character which passes between the ghostly father and his pupil, when one world is rolling away from the view of the sinner, and another is displaying itself in all its terrors, and thundering in the ear of the penitent that retribution which the deeds done in the flesh must needs prepare him to expect. This is one of the most solemn meetings which can take place between earthly beings and the courageous character of the Jedwood forester, as well as the benevolent and pious expression of the old churchman considerably enhanced the pathos of the scene. Turnbull, said the churchman, I trust you will believe me when I say that it grieves my heart to see thee brought to this situation by wounds which it is my duty to tell you, you must consider mortal. Is the chase ended? Then said the Jedwood man, with a sigh, I care not, good father, for I think I have borne me as becomes a gallant quarry, and that the old forest has lost no credit by me whether in pursuit or in bringing to bay, and even in this last matter, methinks this gay English knight would not have come off with such advantage, had the ground on which we stood been alike indifferent to both, or had I been aware of his onset. But it will be seen by anyone who takes the trouble to examine that poor Michael Turnbull's foot slipped twice in the melee, otherwise it had not been his fate to be lying here in the dead throw footnote or death agony, while yonder Southron would probably have died like a dog upon this bloody straw in his place. The bishop replied, advising his penitent to turn from vindictive thoughts respecting the death of others, and endeavor to fix his attention upon his own departure from existence, which seemed shortly about to take place. Nay, replied the wounded man, you, father, undoubtedly know best what is fit for me to do, yet methinks it would not be very well with me if I had prolonged to this time of day the task of revising my life. And I am not the man to deny that mine has been a bloody and a desperate one. But you will grant me I never bore malice to a brave enemy for having done me an injury, and show me the man being a Scotchman born, and having a natural love for his own country, who hath not in these times rather preferred a steel cap to a hat and feather, or who hath not been more conversant with drawn blades than with prayer book, and you yourself know, father, whether in our proceedings against the English interest we have not uniformly had the countenance of the sincere fathers of the Scottish Church, and whether we have not been exhorted to take arms, and make use of them for the honor of the King of Scotland, and the defense of our own rights. Undoubtedly, said the prelate, such have been our exhortations towards our oppressed countrymen, nor do I now teach you a different doctrine. Nevertheless, having now blood around me, and a dying man before me, I have need to pray that I have not been misled from the true path, and thus become the means of misdirecting others. May heaven forgive me if I have done so, since I have only to plead my sincere and honest intention in excuse for the erroneous counsel which I may have given to you and others touching these wars. I am conscious that, encouraging you so to stain your swords in blood, I have departed in some degree from the character of my profession, which enjoins that we neither shed blood nor are the occasion of its being shed. May heaven enable us to obey our duties and to repent of our errors, especially such as have occasioned the death or distress of our fellow creatures. And above all, may this dying Christian become aware of his errors, and repent with sincerity of having done to others that which he would not willingly have suffered at their hand. For that matter, answered Turnbull, the time has never been when I would not exchange a blow with the best man who ever lived. And if I was not in constant practice of the sword, it was because I have been brought up to the use of the Jedwood axe, which the English call a partisan, and which makes little difference, I understand, from the sword and poniard. The distinction is not great, said the bishop, but I fear, my friend, that life taken with what you call a Jedwood axe gives you no privilege over him who commits the same deed and inflicts the same injury with any other weapon. Nay, worthy father, said the penitent, I must own that the effect of the weapons is the same as far as concerns the man who suffers, but I would pray of you information why a Jedwood man ought not to use, as is the custom of his country, a Jedwood axe, being, as is implied in the name, the offensive weapon proper to his country. The crime of murder, said the bishop, consists not in the weapon with which the crime is inflicted, but in the pain which the murderer inflicts upon his fellow creature, and the breach of good order which he introduces into heaven's lovely and peaceable creation, and it is by turning your repentance upon this crime that you may fairly expect to propitiate heaven for your offenses, and at the same time to escape the consequences which are denounced in holy writ against those by whom man's blood shall be shed. But, good father, said the wounded man, you know as well as anyone that in this company, and in this very church, there are upon the watch scores of both Scotchmen and Englishmen, who come here not so much to discharge the religious duties of the day, as literally to bereave each other of their lives, and give a new example of the horror of those feuds, which the two extremities of Britain nourish against each other. What conduct, then, is a poor man like me to hold I not to raise this hand against the English, which methinks I still can make a tolerably efficient one, or am I, for the first time in my life, to hear the warcry when it is raised and hold back my sword from the slaughter? Methinks it will be difficult, perhaps altogether impossible for me to do so, but if such is the pleasure of heaven, and your advice, most reverend father, unquestionably, I must do my best to be governed by your directions, as of one who has a right and title to direct us in every dilemma or case, as they term it, of troubled conscience. Unquestionably, said the bishop, it is my duty, as I have already said, to give no occasion this day for the shedding of blood or the breach of peace. And I must charge you as my penitent that, upon your soul's safety, you do not minister any occasion to affray or bloodshed, either by maintaining such in your own person or inciting others to the same, for by following a different course of advice, I am certain that you as well as myself would act sinfully and out of character. So I will endeavor to think, reverend father, answered the huntsman. Nevertheless, I hope it will be remembered in my favor that I am the first person bearing the surname of Turnbull, together with the proper name of the Prince of Archangels himself, who has at any time been able to sustain the affront occasioned by the presence of a Southron with a drawn sword, and was not thereby provoked to pluck forth his own weapon and to lay about him. Take care, my son, returned the prelate of Glasgow, and observe that even now thou art departing from those resolutions, which but a few minutes since thou didst adopt upon serious and just consideration. Wherefore do not be, O my son, like the sow that has wallowed in the mire, and having been washed repeats its act of pollution, and becomes again yet fouler than it was before. Well, reverend father, replied the wounded man, although it seems almost unnatural for Scottishmen and English to meet and part without a buffet, yet I will endeavor most faithfully not to minister any occasion of strife, nor if possible to snatch at any such occasion as shall be ministered to me. In doing so, returned the bishop, thou wilt best atone for the injury which thou hast done to the law of heaven upon former occasions, and thou shalt prevent the causes for strife betwixt thee and thy brethren of the southern land, and shalt eschew the temptation towards that bloodguiltiness which is so rife in this our day and generation. And do not think that I am imposing upon thee by these admonitions a duty more difficult than it is in thy covenant to bear as a man, and as a Christian I myself am a man and a Scotchman, and as such I feel offended at the unjust conduct of the English towards our country and sovereign, and thinking, as you do yourself, I know what you must suffer when you are obliged to submit to national insults unretaliated and unrevenged. But let us not conceive ourselves the agents of that retributive vengeance, which heaven has in a peculiar degree declared to be its own attribute. Let us, while we see and feel the injuries inflicted on our own country, not forget that our own raids, ambuscades, and surprisals have been at least equally fatal to the English as their attacks and forays have been to us, and in short, let the mutual injuries of the crosses of St. Andrew and of St. George be no longer considered as hostile to the inhabitants of the opposite district, at least during the festivals of religion, but as they are mutually signs of redemption, let them be in like manner intimations of forbearance and peace on both sides. I am contented, answered Turnbull, to abstain from all offenses towards others, and shall even endeavor to keep myself from resenting those of others towards me, in the hope of bringing to pass such a quiet and godly state of things, as your words, reverend father, induce me to expect. Turning his face to the wall, the borderer lay, in stern expectation of approaching death, which the bishop left him to contemplate. The peaceful disposition which the prelate had inspired into Michael Turnbull had in some degree diffused itself among those present, who heard with awe the spiritual admonition to suspend the national antipathy and remain in truce and amity with each other. Heaven had, however, decreed that the national quarrel in which so much blood had been sacrificed should that day again be the occasion of deadly strife. A loud flourish of trumpets seeming to proceed from beneath the earth now rung through the church, and roused the attention of the soldiers and worshippers. Then assembled most of those who heard these warlike sounds, betook themselves to their weapons, as if they considered it useless to wait any longer for the signal of conflict hoarse. Voices, rude exclamations, the rattle of swords against their sheaths, or their clashing against other pieces of armor, gave an awful presage of an onset, which, however, was for a time averted by the exhortations of the bishop. A second flourish of trumpets, having taken place, the voice of a herald made proclamation to the following purpose: that whereas there were many noble pursuivants of chivalry presently assembled in the Kirk of Douglas, and whereas there existed among them the usual causes of quarrel and points of debate for their advancement in chivalry, therefore the Scottish knights were ready to fight any number of the English, who might be agreed either upon the superior beauty of their ladies, or upon the national quarrel in any of its branches, or upon whatever point might be at issue between them, which should be deemed satisfactory ground of quarrel by both, and the knights who should chance to be worsted in such dispute should renounce the prosecution thereof, or the bearing arms therein thereafter, with such other conditions to ensue upon their defeat as might be agreed upon by a council of the knights present at the Kirk of Douglas aforesaid, but foremost of all any number of Scottish knights from 1 to 20, will defend the quarrel which has already drawn blood touching the freedom of Lady Augusta de Berkeley, and the rendition of Douglas Castle, to the owner here present, wherefore it is required that the English knights do intimate their consent that such trial of valor take place, which according to the rules of chivalry, they cannot refuse without losing utterly the reputation of valor, and incurring the diminution of such other degree of estimation, as a courageous pursuivant of arms would willingly be held in both by the good knights of his own country and those of others. This unexpected gauge of battle realized the worst fears of those who had looked with suspicion on the extraordinary assemblage, this day of the dependents of the House of Douglas. After a short pause, the trumpets again flourished lustily, when the reply of the English knights was made in the following terms: that God forbid the rights and privileges of England's knights, and the beauty of her damsels should not be asserted by her children, or that such English knights as were here assembled should show the least backwardness to accept the combat offered, whether grounded upon the superior beauty of their ladies, or whether upon the causes of dispute between the countries, for either or all of which the knights of England here present were willing to do battle in the terms of the indenture aforesaid, while sword and lance shall endure saving and accepting the surrender of the castle of Douglas, which can be rendered to no one but England's king or those acting under his orders. Chapter the 20th. Cry the wild war note, let the champions pass. Do bravely each and God defend the right. Upon St. Andrew thrice can they thus cry, and thrice they shout on height, and then marked them on the Englishmen. As I have told you right, St. George the bright, Our Lady's knight. To name they were full fain. Our Englishmen they cried on height, and thrice they shout again. Old ballad. The extraordinary crisis mentioned in the preceding chapter was the cause, as may be supposed, of the leaders on both sides now throwing aside all concealment, and displaying their utmost strength by marshalling their respective adherents, the renowned Knight of Douglas, with Sir Malcolm Fleming, and other distinguished cavaliers were seen in close consultation. Sir John de Walton, startled by the first flourish of trumpets, while anxiously endeavoring to secure a retreat for the Lady Augusta, was in a moment seen collecting his followers, in which he was assisted by the active friendship of the Knight of Valence. The Lady of Berkeley showed no craven spirit at these warlike preparations. She advanced closely followed by the faithful Bertram, and a female in a riding hood, whose face, though carefully concealed, was no other than that of the unfortunate Margaret de Hotloo, whose worst fears had been realized as to the faithlessness of her betrothed knight. A pause ensued which for some time no one present thought himself of authority sufficient to break. At last the Knight of Douglas stepped forward and said loudly, I wait to know whether Sir John de Walton requests leave of James of Douglas to evacuate his castle without further wasting that daylight which might show us to judge a fair field, and whether he craves Douglas protection in doing so. The Knight of Walton drew his sword. I hold the castle of Douglas, he said, in spite of all deadly, and never will I ask the protection from anyone which my own sword is competent to afford me. I stand by you, Sir John, said Eimer de Valence, as your true comrade against whatever odds may oppose themselves to us. Courage, noble English, said the voice of Greenleaf, take your weapons in God's name. Bows and bills a messenger. Brings us notice that Pembroke is in full march hither from the borders of Ayrshire, and will be with us in half an hour fight on gallant English Valence, to the rescue and long life, to the gallant Earl of Pembroke. Those English within and around the church, no longer delayed to take arms, and De Walton, crying out at the height of his voice, I implore the Douglas to look nearly to the safety of the ladies, fought his way to the church, door the Scottish, finding themselves unable to resist the impression of terror, which affected them at the sight of this renowned knight, seconded by his brother-in-arms, both of whom had been so long the terror of the district in the meantime. It is possible that De Walton might altogether have forced his way out of the church, had he not been met boldly by the young son of Thomas Dixon of Hazelside, while his father was receiving from Douglas the charge of preserving the stranger ladies from all harm from the fight which so long suspended was now on the point of taking place. De Walton cast his eye upon the Lady Augusta with a desire of rushing to the rescue, but was forced to conclude that he provided best for her safety by leaving her under the protection of Douglas honor. Young Dixon, in the meantime, heaped blow on blow, seconding, with all his juvenile courage, every effort he could make in order to attain the prize, due to the conqueror of the renowned De Walton. Silly boy, at length, said Sir John, who had for some time forborne the stripling, take, then thy death from a noble hand, since thou preferest that to peace and length of days. I care not, said the Scottish youth with his dying breath, I have lived long enough since I have kept you so long in the place where you now stand. And the youth said truly, for, as he fell never again to rise, the Douglas stood in his place, and without a word spoken again, engaged with De Walton in the same formidable single combat, by which they had already been distinguished, but with even additional fury. Eimer de Valence drew up to his friend De Walton's left hand, and seemed but to desire the apology of one of Douglas' people attempting to second him to join in the fray, but as he saw no person who seemed disposed to give him such opportunity, he repressed the inclination, and remained an unwilling spectator. At length, it seemed as if Fleming, who stood foremost among the Scottish knights, was desirous to measure his sword with De Valence. Eimer himself, burning with the desire of combat, at last called out, faithless knight of Boghall, step forth, and defend yourself against the imputation of having deserted your lady love, and of being a mansworn disgrace to the rolls of chivalry. My answer, said Fleming, even to a less gross taunt hangs by my side. In an instant his sword was in his hand, and even the practiced warriors who looked on felt difficulty in discovering the progress of the strife, which rather resembled a thunder storm in a mountainous country than the stroke and parry of two swords offending on the one side and keeping the defensive on the other. Their blows were exchanged with surprising rapidity, and although the two combatants did not equal Douglas and De Walton in maintaining a certain degree of reserve, founded upon a respect which these knights mutually entertained for each other, yet the want of art was supplied by a degree of fury, which gave chance at least an equal share in the issue. Seeing their superiors thus desperately engage, the partisans, as they were accustomed, stood still on either side, and looked on with the reverence which they instinctively paid to their commanders and leaders in arms. One or two of the women were in the meanwhile attracted, according to the nature of the sex, by compassion for those who had already experienced the casualties of war. Young Dixon, breathing his last among the feet of the combatants. Footnote: the fall of this brave stripling by the hand of the English governor, and the stern heroism of the father, in turning from the spot where he lay a model of beauty and strength, that he might not be withdrawn from the duty which Douglas had assigned him of protecting the Lady of Berkeley, excites an interest for both with which it is almost to be regretted that history interferes. It was the old man Thomas Dixon, not his son, who fell the slogan a Douglas a Douglas. Having been prematurely raised, Dixon, who was within the church thinking that his young lord with his armed band was at hand, drew his sword, and with only one man to assist him, opposed the English, who now rushed to the door cut across the middle by an English sword. He still continued his opposition, till he fell lifeless at the threshold. Such is tradition, and it is supported by a memorial of some authority, a tombstone, still to be seen in the churchyard of Douglas on Winch, is sculptured a figure of Dixon supporting with his left arm his protruding entrails, and raising his sword with the other in the attitude of combat. Note, by the Rev. Mr. Stewart of Douglas, was in some sort rescued from the tumult by the Lady of Berkeley, in whom the action seemed less strange owing to the pilgrim's dress, which she still retained, and who in vain endeavored to solicit the attention of the boy's father to the task in which she was engaged. Cumber yourself not, lady, about that which is bootless, said old Dixon, and distract not your own attention and mine from preserving you, whom it is the Douglas wish to rescue, and whom so please God and St. Bride, I consider as placed by my chieftain under my charge. Believe me, this youth's death is in no way forgotten, though this be not the time to remember it. A time will come for recollection, and an hour for revenge. So said the stern old man, reverting his eyes from the bloody corpse, which lay at his feet, a model of beauty and strength. Having taken one more anxious look, he turned round and placed himself where he could best protect the Lady of Berkeley, not again, turning his eyes on his son's body. In the interim, the combat continued without the least cessation on either side, and without a decided advantage at length. However, fate seemed disposed to interfere. The Knight of Fleming, pushing fiercely forward, and brought by chance almost close to the person of the Lady Margaret de Hotloo, missed his blow, and his foot sliding in the blood of the young victim Dixon, he fell before his antagonist and was in imminent danger of being at his mercy, when Margaret de Hotloo, who inherited the soul of a warrior and besides, was a very strong as well as an undaunted person, seeing a mace of no great weight lying on the floor where it had been dropped by the fallen Dixon, it at the same instant caught her eye, armed her hand, and intercepted or struck down the sword of Sir Aymer de Valence, who would otherwise have remained the master of the day at that interesting moment. Fleming had more to do to avail himself of an unexpected chance of recovery than to make a commentary upon the manner in which it had been so singularly brought about. He instantly recovered the advantage he had lost, and was able in the ensuing close to trip up the feet of his antagonist, who fell on the pavement, while the voice of his conqueror, if he could properly be termed such, resounded through the church with the fatal words, "Yield the Aymer de Valence a rescue? Or no rescue, yield ye," he added, as he placed his sword to the throat of the fallen knight, "not to me, but to this noble lady, rescue or no rescue." With a heavy heart, the English knight perceived that he had lost so favorable an opportunity of acquiring fame, and was obliged to submit to his destiny, or be slain upon the spot. There was only one consolation, that no battle was ever more honorably sustained, being gained as much by accident as by valor. The fate of the protracted and desperate combat between Douglas and de Walton did not much longer remain in suspense. Indeed, the number of conquests in single combat achieved by the Douglas in these wars was so great as to make it doubtful whether he was not in personal strength and skill even a superior knight to Bruce himself, and he was at least acknowledged nearly his equal in the art of war. So however it was that, when 3/4 of an hour had passed in hard contest, Douglas and de Walton, whose nerves were not actually of iron, began to show some signs that their human bodies were feeling the effect of the dreadful exertion, their blows began to be drawn more slowly, and were parried with less celerity. Douglas, seeing that the combat must soon come to an end, generously made a signal intimating to his antagonist to hold his hand for an instant. "Brave de Walton," he said, "there is no mortal quarrel between us, and you must be sensible that, in this passage of arms, Douglas, though he is only worth his sword, and his cloak has abstained from taking a decisive advantage, when the chance of arms has more than once offered it. My father's house, the broad domains around it, the dwelling, and the graves of my ancestors, form a reasonable reward for a knight to fight for, and call upon me, in an imperative voice, the prosecute to strife which has such an object, while you are as welcome to the noble lady in all honor and safety, as if you had received her from the hands of King Edward himself. And I give you my word that the utmost honors which can attend a prisoner, and a careful absence of everything like injury or insult, shall attend de Walton, when he yields up the castle, as well as his sword, to James of Douglas." "It is the fate to which I am perhaps doomed," replied Sir John de Walton, "but never will I voluntarily embrace it, and never shall it be said that my own tongue, saving in the last extremity, pronounced upon me the fatal sentence to sink the point of my own sword. Pembroke is upon the march with his whole army to rescue the garrison of Douglas. I hear the tramp of his horses' feet even now, and I will maintain my ground while I am within reach of support, nor do I fear that the breath which now begins to fail will not last long enough to uphold the struggle, till the arrival of the expected succor come on then, and treat me not as a child, but as one who, whether I stand or fall, fears not to encounter the utmost force of my knightly antagonist." "So be it then," said Douglas, a darksome hue like the lurid color of the thundercloud, changing his brow as he spoke, intimating that he meditated a speedy end to the contest, when just as the noise of horses' feet drew nigh, a Welsh knight, known as such by the diminutive size of his steed, his naked limbs, and his bloody spear, called out loudly to the combatants to hold their hands. "Is Pembroke near?" said de Walton. "No nearer than Loudon Hill," said the Prestonton, "but I bring his commands to John de Walton." "I stand ready to obey them, through every danger," answered the knight. "Woe is me," said the Welshman, "that my mouth should bring to the ears of so brave a man tidings so unwelcome. The Earl of Pembroke yesterday received information that the castle of Douglas was attacked by the son of the deceased earl, and the whole inhabitants of the district Pembroke, on hearing this, resolved to march to your support, noble knight, with all the forces he had at his disposal. He did so, and accordingly entertained every assurance of relieving the castle, when unexpectedly he met on Loudon Hill a body of men of no very inferior force to his own, and having at their head that famous Bruce, whom the Scottish rebels acknowledge as their king, he marched instantly to the attack, swearing he would not even draw a comb through his grey beard until he had rid England of his recurring plague. But the fate of war was against us. He stopped here for lack of breath. "I thought so," exclaimed Douglas. "Robert Bruce will now sleep at night, since he has paid home Pembroke for the slaughter of his friends, and the dispersion of his army at Methuen. Wood, his men are indeed accustomed to meet with dangers, and to conquer them. Those who follow him have been trained under Wallace. Besides being partakers of the perils of Bruce himself, it was thought that the waves had swallowed them when they shipped themselves from the west. But know that the Bruce was determined, with the present reviving spring, to awaken his pretensions, and that he retires not from Scotland again while he lives, and while a single lord remains to set his foot by his sovereign, in spite of all the power which has been so feloniously employed against him." "It is even too true," said the Welshman Meredith, "although it is said by a proud Scotchman, the Earl of Pembroke, completely defeated, is unable to stir from Ayr, towards which he has retreated with great loss, and he sends his instructions to Sir John de Walton to make the best terms he can for the surrender of the castle of Douglas, and trust nothing to his support." The Scottish, who heard this unexpected news, joined in a shout so loud and energetic that the ruins of the ancient church seemed actually to rock and threaten to fall on the heads of those who were crowded within it. The brow of De Walton was overclouded at the news of Pembroke's defeat, although in some respects it placed him at liberty to take measures for the safety of the Lady of Berkeley. He could not, however, claim the same honorable terms which had been offered to him by Douglas before the news of the Battle of Loudon Hill had arrived. "Noble knight," he said, "it is entirely at your pleasure to dictate the terms of surrender of your paternal castle, nor have I a right to claim from you those conditions, which a little while since your generosity put in my offer. But I submit to my fate, and upon whatever terms you think fit to grant me, I must be content to offer to surrender to you the weapon of which I now put the point in the earth, in evidence that I will never more direct it against you, until a fair ransom shall place it once more at my own disposal." "God forbid," answered the noble James of Douglas, "that I should take such advantage of the bravest knight, out of not a few, who have found me work in battle. I will take example from the knight of Fleming, who has gallantly bestowed his captive in guerdon upon a noble damsel here present, and in like manner I transfer my claim upon the person of the redoubted knight of Walton to the high and noble Lady Augusta Berkeley, who I hope will not scorn to accept from the Douglas a gift which the chance of war has thrown into his hands." Sir John de Walton, on hearing this unexpected decision, looked up like the traveler who discovers the beams of the sun breaking through and dispersing the tempest which has accompanied him for a whole morning. The Lady of Berkeley recollected what became her rank, and showed her sense of the Douglas chivalry, hastily wiping off the tears which had unwillingly flowed to her eyes, while her lover's safety and her own were resting on the precarious issue of a desperate combat. She assumed the look proper to a heroine of that age, who did not feel averse to accept the importance which was conceded to her by the general voice of the chivalry of the period, stepping forward, bearing her person gracefully, yet modestly, in the attitude of a lady accustomed to be looked to. In difficulties like the present, she addressed the audience in a tone which might not have misbecome the goddess of battle, dispersing her influence at the close of a field covered with the dead and the dying. "The noble Douglas," she said, "shall not pass without a prize from the field, which he has so nobly won, this rich string of brilliants, which my ancestor won, from the Sultan of Trebizond itself. A prize of battle will be honored by sustaining under the Douglas armor a lock of hair of the fortunate lady, whom the victorious lord has adopted for his guide in chivalry, and if the Douglas, till he shall adorn it with that lock, will permit the honored lock of hair, which it now bears, to retain its station, she on whose head it grew will hold it as a signal that poor Augusta de Berkeley is pardoned for having gauged any mortal man in strife with the Knight of Douglas." Woman's love, replied the Douglas, shall not divorce this locket from my bosom, which I will keep till the last day of my life, as emblematic of female worth and female virtue, and not to encroach upon the valued and honored province of Sir John de Walton, be it known to all men that whoever shall say that the Lady Augusta of Berkeley has in this entangled matter acted otherwise than becomes the noblest of her sex, he will do well to be ready to maintain such a proposition with his lance against James of Douglas in a fair field. This speech was heard with approbation on all sides, and the news brought by Meredith of the defeat of the Earl of Pembroke, and his subsequent retreat, reconciled the fiercest of the English soldiers to the surrender of Douglas Castle. The necessary conditions were speedily agreed on which put the Scottish in possession of this stronghold together, with the stores both of arms and ammunition of every kind, which it contained the garrison, had it to boast that they obtained a free passage with their horses and arms, to return by the shortest and safest route to the marches of England, without either suffering or inflicting damage. Margaret of Hotloo was not behind in acting a generous part. The gallant Knight of Valence was allowed to accompany his friend de Walton and the Lady Augusta to England, and without ransom. The venerable prelate of Glasgow, seeing what appeared at one time likely to end in a general conflict, terminate so auspiciously for his country, contented himself with bestowing his blessing on the assembled multitude, and retiring with those who came to assist in the service of the day. This surrender of Douglas Castle upon the Palm Sunday of 19th March 13,067 was the beginning of a career of conquest, which was uninterrupted, in which the greater part of the strengths and fortresses of Scotland were yielded to those who asserted the liberty of their country, until the crowning mercy was gained in the celebrated field of Bannockburn, where the English sustained a defeat more disastrous than is mentioned upon any other occasion in their annals. Little need be said of the fate of the persons of this story. King Edward was greatly enraged at Sir John de Walton for having surrendered the castle of Douglas, securing at the same time his own object, the envied hand of the heiress of Berkeley. The knights, to whom he referred the matter as a subject of inquiry, gave it nevertheless as their opinion that de Walton was void of all censure, having discharged his duty in its fullest extent, till the commands of his superior officer obliged him to surrender though dangerous castle. A singular renewal of intercourse took place many months afterwards between Margaret of Hotloo and her lover, Sir Malcolm, Fleming. The use which the lady made of her freedom and of the doom of the Scottish Parliament, which put her in possession of her father's inheritance, was to follow her adventurous spirit through dangers not usually encountered by those of her sex. And the Lady of Hotloo was not only a daring follower of the chase, but it was said that she was even not daunted in the battlefield. She remained faithful to the political principles which she had adopted at an early period, and it seemed as if she had formed the gallant resolution of shaking the god Cupid from her horse's mane, if not treading him beneath her horse's feet. The Fleming, although he had vanished from the neighborhood of the counties of Lanark and Ayr, made an attempt to state his apology to the Lady de Hotloo herself, who returned his letter unopened, and remained to all appearance resolved never again to enter upon the topic of their original engagement. It chanced, however, at a later period of the war with England, while Fleming was one night traveling upon the border, after the ordinary fashion of one who sought adventures, a waiting maid equipped in a fantastic habit asked the protection of his arm in the name of her lady, who late in the evening had been made captive, she said, by certain ill-disposed caitiffs, who were carrying her by force through the forest. The Fleming's lance was of course in its rest, and woe betide the fader whose lot it was to encounter its thrust. The first fell incapable of further combat, and another of the felons encountered the same fate with little more resistance. The lady, released from the discourteous cord which restrained her liberty, did not hesitate to join company with the brave knight by whom she had been rescued, and although the darkness did not permit her to recognize her old lover and her liberator, yet she could not but lend a willing ear to the conversation with which he entertained her, as they proceeded on the way. He spoke of the fallen caitiffs as being Englishmen who found a pleasure in exercising oppression and barbarities upon the wandering damsels of Scotland, and whose cause therefore the champions of that country were bound to avenge. While the blood throbbed in their veins, he spoke of the injustice of the national quarrel, which had afforded a pretense for such deliberate oppression, and the lady who herself had suffered so much by the interference of the English in the affairs of Scotland, readily acquiesced in the sentiments which he expressed on a subject which she had so much reason for regarding as an afflicting one. Her answer was given in the spirit of a person who would not hesitate if the times should call for such an example to defend even with her hand the rights which she asserted with her tongue. Pleased with the sentiments which she expressed and recognizing in her voice that secret charm which once impressed upon the human heart is rarely wrought out of the remembrance by a long train of subsequent events, he almost persuaded himself that the tones were familiar to him, and had at one time formed the key to his innermost affections. In proceeding on their journey, the knight's troubled state of mind was augmented, instead of being diminished. The scenes of his earliest youth were recalled by circumstances so slight as would in ordinary cases have produced no effect, whatever the sentiments appeared similar to those which his life had been devoted to enforce, and he half persuaded himself that the dawn of day was to be to him the beginning of a fortune equally singular and extraordinary. In the midst of this anxiety, Sir Malcolm Fleming had no anticipation that the lady whom he had heretofore rejected was again thrown into his path after years of absence, still less. When daylight gave him a partial view of his fair companion's countenance, was he prepared to believe that he was once again to term himself the champion of Margaret de Hauteville. But it was so the lady on that direful morning, when she retired from the church of Douglas, had not resolved, indeed, what lady ever did to renounce without some struggle the beauties which she had once possessed. A long process of time, employed under skillful hands, had succeeded in obliterating the scars which remained as the marks of her fall. These were now considerably effaced, and the lost organ of sight no longer appeared so great a blemish concealed, as it was by a black ribbon, and the arts of the tireman who made it her business to shadow it over. By a lock of hair, in a word, he saw the same Margaret de Hauteville, with no very different style of expression from that which her face, partaking of the high and passionate character of her soul, had always presented. It seemed to both, therefore, that their fate, by bringing them together, after a separation which appeared so decisive, had intimated its fiat that their fortunes were inseparable from each other. By the time that the summer sun had climbed high in the heavens, the two travelers rode apart from their retinue, conversing together with an eagerness which marked the important matters of discussion between them. And in a short time, it was made generally known through Scotland that Sir Malcolm Fleming and the Lady Margaret de Hauteville were to be united at the court of the good King Robert, and the husband invested with the honors of Biggar and Cumbernauld, earldom so long known in the family of Fleming. The gentle reader is acquainted that these are in all probability the last tales which it will be the lot of the author to submit to the public. He is now on the eve of visiting foreign parts. A ship of war is commissioned by its royal master to carry the author of Waverley to climates in which he may possibly obtain such a restoration of health as may serve him to spin his thread to an end in his own country. Had he continued to prosecute his usual literary labors, it seems indeed probable that at the term of years, he has already attained the bowl, to use the pathetic language of Scripture, would have been broken at the fountain. And little can one who has enjoyed on the whole an uncommon share of the most inestimable of worldly blessings be entitled to complain that life, advancing to its period, should be attended with its usual proportions of shadows and storms. They have affected him, at least in no more painful manner than is inseparable from the discharge of this part of the debt of humanity, of those whose relation to him in the ranks of life might have ensured him their sympathy under indisposition. Many are now no more, and those who may yet follow in his wake are entitled to expect, in bearing inevitable evils, an example of firmness and patience, more especially on the part of one who has enjoyed no small good fortune during the course of his pilgrimage. The public have claims on his gratitude, for which the author of Waverley has no adequate means of expression, but he may be permitted to hope that the powers of his mind, such as they are, may not have a different date from those of his body, and that he may again meet his patronizing friends, if not exactly in his old fashion of literature, at least in some branch, which may not call forth the remark that superfluous lags the veteran on the stage. Abbotsford, September 1831. End of Castle Dangerous. My Aunt Margaret's Mirror. Introduction. The species of publication which has come to be generally known by the title of annual, being a miscellany of prose and verse, equipped with numerous engravings, and put forth every year about Christmas, had flourished for a long while in Germany, before it was imitated in this country by an enterprising bookseller, a German by birth, Mr. Ackerman. The rapid success of his work, as is the custom of the time, gave birth to a host of rivals, and among others to an annual, styled the Keepsake, the first volume of which appeared in 1828, and attracted much notice chiefly in consequence of the very uncommon splendor of its illustrative accompaniments. The expenditure which the spirited proprietors lavished on this magnificent volume is understood to have been not less than from 10 to 12,000 pounds sterling. Various gentlemen of such literary reputation that anyone might think it an honor to be associated with them had been announced as contributors to this annual, before application was made to me to assist in it, and I accordingly placed with much pleasure at the editor's disposal a few fragments originally designed to have been worked into the chronicles of the Canongate, besides a MS drama, the long-neglected performance of my youthful daced house of Aspen. The keepsake for 1828 included, however, only 3 of these little prose tales of, which the first in order was that entitled My Aunt Margaret's Mirror, by way of introduction to this, when now included in a general collection of my lucubrations. I have only to say that it is a mere transcript, or at least with very little embellishment of a story, that I remembered being struck with in my childhood, when told at the fireside by a lady of eminent virtues and no inconsiderable share of talent, one of the ancient and honorable house of Swinton. She was a kind relation of my own, and met her death in a manner so shocking, being killed in a fit of insanity by a female attendant who had been attached to her person for half a lifetime, that I cannot now recall her memory child, as I was when the catastrophe occurred, without a painful reawakening of perhaps the first images of horror that the scenes of real life stamped on my mind. This good spinster had in her composition a strong vein of the superstitious, and was pleased among other fancies to read alone in her chamber, by a taper fixed in a candlestick, which she had formed out of a human skull. One night this strange piece of furniture acquired suddenly the power of locomotion, and after performing some odd circles on her chimney-piece, fairly leaped on the floor, and continued to roll about the apartment. Mrs. Swinton calmly proceeded to the adjoining room for another light, and had the satisfaction to penetrate the mystery. On the spot, rats abounded in the ancient building she inhabited, and one of these had managed to ensconce itself within her favorite memento mori. Though thus endowed with a more than feminine share of nerve, she entertained largely that belief in supernaturals which in those times was not considered as sitting ungracefully on the grave and aged of her condition, and the story of the magic mirror was one for which she vouched with particular confidence, alleging, indeed, that one of her own family had been an eyewitness of the incidents recorded in it. I tell the tale as it was told to me. Stories of much the same cast will present themselves to the recollection of such of my readers as have ever dabbled in a species of lore, to which I certainly gave more hours at one period of my life than I should gain any credit by confessing. August 1831. My Aunt Margaret's Mirror. There are times when fancy plays her gambols in despite, even of our watchful senses, when in sooth, substance seems shadow, shadow substance seems, when the broad palpable and marked partition, twixt that which is and is not, seems dissolved, as if the mental eye gain power to gaze beyond the limits of the existing world. Such hours of shadowy dreams I better love than all the gross realities of life. Anonymous. My Aunt Margaret was one of that respected sisterhood upon whom devolve all the trouble and solicitude incidental to the possession of children, excepting only that which attends their entrance into the world. We were a large family of very different dispositions and constitutions. Some were dull and peevish, thee were sent to Aunt Margaret to be amused. Some were rude, romping, and boisterous, thee were sent to Aunt Margaret to be kept quiet, or rather, that their noise might be removed out of hearing. Those who were indisposed were sent with the prospect of being nursed. Those who were stubborn with the hope of their being subdued by the kindness of Aunt Margaret's discipline. In short, she had all the various duties of a mother, without the credit and dignity of the maternal character. The busy scene of her various cares is now overwrought. The invalids and the robust, the kind, and the rough, the peevish and pleased children, who thronged her little parlor from morning to night. Not one now remains alive but myself, who, afflicted by early infirmity, was one of the most delicate of her nurslings, yet nevertheless have outlived them all. It is still my custom, and shall be so while I have the use of my limbs, to visit my respected relation at least 3 times a week. Her abode is about half a mile from the suburbs of the town in which I reside, and is accessible not only by the highroad from which it stands at some distance, but by means of a greensward footpath leading through some pretty meadows. I have so little left to torment me in life that it is one of my greatest vexations to know that several of these sequestered fields have been devoted as sites for building, in that which is nearest the town. Wheelbarrows have been at work for several weeks in such numbers that I verily believe its whole surface, to the depth of at least 18 inches, was mounted in these monotrochs at the same moment, and in the act of being transported from one place to another huge triangular. Piles of planks are also reared in different parts of the devoted messuage, and a little group of trees that still grace the eastern end, which rises in a gentle ascent, have just received warning to quit expressed by a daub of white paint, and are to give place to a curious grove of chimneys. It would perhaps hurt others in my situation to reflect that this little range of pasturage once belonged to my father, whose family was of some consideration in the world, and was sold by patches to remedy distresses in which he involved himself in an attempt by commercial adventure to redeem his diminished fortune. While the building scheme was in full operation, this circumstance was often pointed out to me by the class of friends who are anxious that no part of your misfortunes should escape your observation, such pasturegrunling at the very towns and din turnips, and potatoes the parks would bring 20 L per acre, and if leased for building it was a gold mine, and all sold for an old song out of the ancient possessor's hands. My comforters cannot bring me to repine much on this subject. If I could be allowed to look back on the past, without interruption, I could willingly give up the enjoyment of present income and the hope of future profit to those who have purchased. What my father sold, I regret the alteration of the ground, only because it destroys associations, and I would more willingly, I think, see the earl's closes in the hands of strangers, retaining their sylvan appearance, than know them for my own if torn up by agriculture, or covered with buildings mine, are the sensations of poor Logan. The horrid plough has rosed the green, where yet a child I strayed. The axe has felled the hawthorn screen, the schoolboy's summer shade. I hope, however, the threatened devastation will not be consummated in my day, although the adventurous spirit of times short, while since past gave rise to the undertaking, I have been encouraged to think that the subsequent changes have so far damped the spirit of speculation that the rest of the woodland footpath leading to Aunt Margaret's retreat will be left undisturbed for her time and mine. I am interested in this, for every step of the way, after I have passed through the green already mentioned, has for me something of early remembrance. There is the style at which I can recollect a cross child's maid upbraiding me with my infirmity, as she lifted me coarsely and carelessly over the flinty steps which my brothers traversed with shout and bound. I remember the suppressed bitterness of the moment, and conscious of my own inferiority, the feeling of envy with which I regarded the easy movements and elastic steps of my more happily formed brethren. Alas, these goodly barks have all perished on life's wide ocean, and only that which seemed so little seaworthy, as the naval phrase goes, has reached the port. When the tempest is over, then, there is the pool, where maneuvering our little navy, constructed out of the broad water flags, my elder brother fell in, and was scarce saved from the watery element to die under Nelson's banner. There is the hazel copse also, in which my brother Henry used to gather nuts, thinking little that he was to die in an Indian jungle in quest of rupees. There is so much more of remembrance about the little walk thought as I stop rest on my crutch-headed cane, and look round with that species of comparison between the thing I was and that which I now am. It almost induces me to doubt my own identity, until I find myself in face of the honeysuckle porch of Aunt Margaret's dwelling, with its irregularity of front and its odd, projecting latticed windows, where the workmen seem to have made a study that no one of them should resemble another in form, size, or in the old-fashioned stone entablature and labels which adorn them. This tenement, once the manor house of earls, closes we still retain a slight hold upon, for, in some family arrangements, it had been settled upon Aunt Margaret during the term of her life upon this frail tenure depends in a great measure the last shadow of the family of Bothwell of Earl's Closes, and their last slight connection with their paternal inheritance. The only representative will then be an infirm old man, moving not unwillingly to the grave, which has devoured all that were dear to his affections. When I have indulged such thoughts for a minute or two, I enter the mansion, which is said to have been the gatehouse only of the original building, and find one being on whom time seems to have made little impression, for the Aunt Margaret of today bears the same proportional ago to the Aunt Margaret of my early youth that the boy of 10 years old does to the man of Byre Lady, some 56 years. The old lady's invariable costume has doubtless some share in confirming one in the opinion that time has stood still with Aunt Margaret. The brown or chocolate-colored silk gown with ruffles of the same stuff at the elbow, within which are others of Mechlin Lasseth black silk gloves, or midst the white hair combed back upon a roll, and the cap of spotless cambric which closes around the venerable countenance, as they were not the costume of 1780, so neither were they that of 1826, they are altogether a style peculiar to the individual Aunt Margaret. There she still sits as she sat 30 years since with her wheel or the stocking which she works by the fire in winter, and by the window in summer, or perhaps venturing as far as the porch, in an unusually fine summer evening her frame, like some well-constructed piece of mechanics, still performs the operations for which it had seemed destined going its round, with an activity, which is gradually diminished, yet indicating no probability that it will soon come to a period. The solicitude and affection which had made Aunt Margaret the willing slave to the inflictions of a whole nursery, have now for their object the health and comfort of one old and infirm man, the last remaining relative of her family, and the only one who can still find interest in the traditional stores, which she hoards as some miser hides the gold, which he desires that no one should enjoy after his death. My conversation with Aunt Margaret generally relates little either to the present or to the future for the passing day. We possess as much as we require, and we neither of us wish for more, and for that which is to follow we have on this side of the grave neither hopes nor fears nor anxiety. We therefore naturally look back to the past, and forget the present fallen fortunes, and declined importance of our family, in recalling the hours when it was wealthy and prosperous. With this slight introduction, the reader will know as much of Aunt Margaret and her nephew as is necessary to comprehend the following conversation and narrative. Last week, when late in a summer evening, I went to call on the old lady to whom my reader is now introduced, I was received by her with all her usual affection and benignity, while at the same time she seemed abstracted and disposed to silence. I asked her the reason they have been clearing out the old chapel. She said John Clayhudgens, having it seems discovered that the stuff within being, I suppose, the remains of our ancestors, was excellent for top-dressing the meadows. Here I started up with more alacrity than I have displayed for some years, but sat down while my aunt added, laying her hand upon my sleeve, "The chapel has been long considered as common ground, my dear, and used for a penfold, and what objection can we have to the man for employing what is his own to his own profit? Besides, I did speak to him, and he very readily and civilly promised that if he found bones or monuments they should be carefully respected and reinstated, and what more could I ask? So the first stone they found bore the name of Margaret Bothwell, 1585, and I have caused it to be laid carefully aside, as I think it betokens death. And having served my namesake 200 years, it has just been cast up in time to do me the same good turn. My house has been long put in order as far as the small earthly concerns require it, but who shall say that their account with heaven is sufficiently revised?" After what you have said, Aunt, I replied, perhaps I ought to take my hat and go away, and so I should, but that there is on this occasion a little alloy mingled with our devotion to think of death at all times. Is a dutito suppose it nearer from the finding of an old gravestone is superstition, and you with your strong, useful common sense, which was so long the prop of a fallen family, are the last person whom I should have suspected of such weakness. Neither would I have deserved your suspicions, kinsman, answered Aunt Margaret, if we were speaking of any incident occurring in the actual business of human life. But for all this, I have a sense of superstition about me, which I do not wish to part with. It is a feeling which separates me from this age and links me with that to which I am hastening. And even when it seems as now to lead me to the brink of the grave and bids me gaze on it, I do not love that it should be dispelled. It soothes my imagination without influencing my reason or conduct. I profess, my good lady, replied I, that had anyone but you made such a declaration I should have thought it as capricious as that of the clergyman, who, without vindicating his false reading, preferred from habit's sake his old Mumpsimus to the modern Sumpsimus. Well, answered my aunt, I must explain my inconsistency in this particular. By comparing it to another, I am, as you know, a piece of that old-fashioned thing called a Jacobite, but I am so in sentiment, and feeling only for a more loyal subject, never joined in prayers for the health and wealth of George the Fourth, whom God long preserve. But I dare say that kind-hearted sovereign would not deem that an old woman did him much injury if she leaned back in her armchair, just in such a twilight as this, and thought of the high-mettled men, whose sense of duty called them to arms against his grandfather, and how in a cause which they deemed that of their rightful prince and country. They fought till their hands to the broadsword were glued. They fought against fortune with hearts unsubdued. Do not come at such a moment when my head is full of plaids, pibrochs, and claymores, and ask my reason to admit what I am afraid it cannot deny. I mean, that the public advantage peremptorily demanded that these things should cease to exist. I cannot indeed refuse to allow the justice of your reasoning, but yet being convinced against my will you will gain little by your motion, you might as well read to an infatuated lover the catalogue of his mistress' imperfections. For when he has been compelled to listen to the summary, you will only get for answer that he loathes her a the better. I was not sorry to have changed the gloomy train of Aunt Margaret's thoughts, and replied in the same tone, well, I can't help being persuaded that our good king is the more sure of Mrs. Bothwell's loyal affection, that he has the Stuart right of birth as well as the act of succession in his favor. Perhaps my attachment, were its source of consequence, might be foundy warmer for the union of the rights you mentioned, said Aunt Margaret. But upon my word, it would be as sincere if the king's right were founded only on the will of the nation, as declared at the Revolution. I am none of your jure divino folk. And a Jacobite notwithstanding. And a Jacobite notwithstanding, or rather, I will give you leave to call me one of the party which in Queen Anne's time were called whimsicals, because they were sometimes operated upon by feelings, sometimes by principle. After all, it is very hard that you will not allow an old woman to be as inconsistent in her political sentiments as mankind in general show themselves in all the various courses of life, since you cannot point out one of them in which the passions and prejudices of those who pursue it are not perpetually carrying us away from the path which our reason points out. True, aunt, but you are a wilful wanderer, who should be forced back into the right path. Spare me, I entreat you, replied Aunt Margaret. You remember the Gaelic song, though I dare say I mispronounce the words. Hadal Mohatil, na Dowski Roman 1001.